today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Fox.
Chip's main event final table on Party Poker. 1,011 players entered this $10 million guaranteed event, and after 3 days of thrilling action, just 9 players remain, all with their eyes on the whopping $1.715 million first place prize. Now tonight we're going to have 2, not 1 but 2 Poker Made millionaires, and all of the final tablists are guaranteed at least $127,386. Now, before we get underway on today's final table, let's throw it to our lead commentator and WPT champion himself, James Dempsey, for all the Day 3 highlights as we play down to this final table.
We start the Day 3 highlights with the final WPT Champions Club member falling at the hands of Party Poker's very own Dmitry Urbanovic. Davide Katai looking to blow up on the river versus Dimitri's flush. He doesn't get there, and it ensures that we will have a fresh name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Up next, we have an all-South American battle between Argentina's Damian Salas and Brazil's Fabiano Kowalski. Fabiano had been desperate and unlucky, losing back-to-back flips, leaving him short, and here he calls it off against Salas' 2 live cards. Salas, though, flopping a gut shot draw and turning a pair, eliminates Kowalski in 12th place, good for $103,000. Damian Salas continues his good run close to the final table, this one turning a very sneaky set of 4s against Dmitry Urbanovic. Although he doesn't extract any more chips on the river, it's yet another big pot heading his way as he climbs towards the top of the chip counts. Well, what a surprise, it's Salas again, this time picking up pocket kings in the big blind as it folds around to the short stack Artur Marty Roshan, who rips it in with king 4 from the small blind. Not the matchup you're looking for late on. Despite picking up a gut shot on the turn, he is eliminated in 10th. And that pot ensures that Damian Salas will start the final table as the chip leader, looking to chase down a 7-figure score.
Savage. I am with the World Poker Tour, and we started this event with 1,011 entries, and the top 9 guaranteed at least $127,386, but they're all after that first place prize of over $1.7 million. They did make the guarantee in this event on this $10,300 buy-in, so we're excited to get started today. And you'll see that prize pool now, again, $127,386 for 9th place, up to $153, then $194,277, $391, $552, $814,000, $1.2 million for 2nd place, and the winner gets $1.7 million plus the Hublot watch and the Baccarat crystals, and of course the seat into the Tournament of Champions, which has been added by Party Poker. And we'll go to the chip counts. In 9th place, he starts as a short stack. It's Bert Stevens with $10,432,000. Then Laszlo Mornau with $11,542,000. Dmitry Urbanovic with $18,333,000. Toon Mulder with $19,652,000. Victor Simeonato with $20,057,000. Blas Zerjaf with $24,168,000. Axeli Palanan with $26 million, and then we go up top with the chip leader, and there he is. It's Damian Salas. Tell us a little bit about how he got there, James.
Well, he got there by winning every pot map for the last hour or so. Absolutely crushed it towards the end, and yeah, I'm pretty excited to see him here because, I mean, my experience of him, bit of a lunatic, Matt.
Yeah, we've seen that before on televised poker. And then we have Dmitry Urbanovich, who is a Party Poker sponsored player. Tell us about that.
Yeah, again, I mean, he sort of snuck through a little bit yesterday, I want to say. Kind of kept himself out of the mix mostly. From what I remember, we were obviously jumping between the two tables, but obviously phenomenal poker player. You see there just under 3 million in online earnings, and no doubt will be keen to impress here at
And look
this
who we
WPT.
have here. Another
Hey, boys.
team pro, Mr. Jason Kuhn. How you doing, Jason?
Good, man.
Hang
Good to
on
see
a
you.
second. Hang on a second. Forget this, hi Jason. What are you wearing, Matt? You're in a suit. This is exciting
Yeah.
times.
I'm doing a little bit of a tribute here today to our man Mike Sexton, who passed away last week. So I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about him, but he would have never shown up to a final table without a suit on. So I had to represent.
Like it. You're not wrong. But yeah,
So Jason, how'd you do in this event?
I'm in cashed. So that's
All
above
right.
average.
Exciting times, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I've been mainly playing cash games lately, but this tournament was unbelievable. I was like shocked whenever I saw the prize pool. I was just like, what are we doing? We're having a 10 million, 10K? This is insane. So I had to play it.
Yeah, over 100 million guaranteed for the entire series here on Party Poker. They've just been a great partner of ours on the World Poker Tour, and we're very honored to be partners with you and James and everybody at the great team at Party Poker. So thanks a lot, Jason, for joining us today.
You know I'm a big fan, Matt. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to get started right away. Dimitri starts under the gun here. Fairly deep final table for an online tournament. I know you've played some online tournaments yourself, Jason. What does it mean to be so deep stacked?
What is the big blind? I can't even.
The big
500K.
blind is 500K.
500K, so average stack is roughly like 40 bigs or something. That is pretty
the big
deep
blinds
given an
low to
online
start.
tournament.
Right, yeah. Our chip leader is starting today with 74 bigs, and obviously, as we bust out players, I think it's going to get even deeper as we head into the action here.
Yeah,
Matt,
he's
it's
gonna
worth-
raise and just get this one through. It looks like.
Yeah, Matt, it's worth noting as well. We start this final table at the start of this level. We only just got into the 250, 500 level when we finished for the day last night. So it's going to obviously get deeper as we lose players. You would suspect pretty small jumps on party, of course. Yeah, Salas just bossing it. He was yesterday, Jason. I mean, I guess you played a little bit with Damon, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, I've only played a few times with him, but it seems like he has a couple gears. Sometimes he seems to be pretty well behaved, and a few times he's kind of shocked me with some cards that he's turned over.
Yeah.
I know that you play with real names on the games that you play, Jason. What do you think it means to do that in a big tournament like this, to have real names?
I love it, man. I wish everyone would just stick with it. You know, there's parties doing the real name thing. I know a couple sites are trying it, and I just think it's fantastic. I think it gives a personal element to the game, and it also, yeah, it feels a little more human, and in some ways it feels safer. I don't know. You put a name or a face behind an avatar. You're not convinced you're playing the bots.
Yeah, definitely know it's made it easier for James as he's been doing these final tables all throughout this $100 million series. So, yeah, the real names have been a real help, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think it would make it more difficult with these some of these European last names. I guess the South American names are pretty intense too.
I think we've lucked out here today. Urbanovich is the toughest one, and we all know him. So,
This to be a very standard call from the big blind. I think one thing that you'll instantly notice is the players that are very aware of the pay jumps will be playing much more tight aggressive pre-flop, hands that you can profitably call, say, in a cash game or the early stages of a tournament. Oftentimes you'll just have to get away from once you make money folding your hand, because that's exactly what's happening here, right? Like every time you throw some cards in the muck, there's a chance somebody busts and you get a little pay ladder.
Ace 3-3 on the flop, missed both players here, but Blaz is in position. Is it Blaz or Blaze, James?
Blah, I can't remember. You put me on the spot,
It
Matt.
looks like Blaz. It looks like Blaz to me.
Matt, why would you do that to me?
I
I
get to
thought,
go in.
you're in charge tonight. I thought you'd paddle that to hand. I just.
We're going to go with Blaz, and he is from Slovenia, so looks like he has 3 million in online earnings, so he knows his way around the table. Look at Damian Salas picking up the aces in the big blind here.
The boots in the big. Life is good, but not a lot out there, guys. That's going to give him too much action.
Yeah, it looks like it'll probably be small blind completes, and he raises and small blind folds.
Man, it just hurts. You look down at the aces, big blind, 1.7 million up top, and everybody folds.
Is Bert Stevens the giraffe guy on Twitter?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, he's amazing.
Yeah.
He's amazing. I'm a big fan of that guy. He's very funny, and he's always like got sheep and stuff or goats in his backyard. He's talking about decompressing after a Sunday, hanging out with his many goats.
Today
I'm
we'll
rooting
put
for
him
Bert.
over. Yeah. Today we'll put Bert over 10 million in online earnings. So he's at 9.966 million right now. So he's already eclipsed the $10 million mark. That was a mark that was like very rare to see when the first person did it years ago. I think that was Chris Moorman. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first person to eclipse 10 million.
Yep.
Look at aces right back here.
Not sure about that open there. That's a very interesting open with Queen 8 off. Yeah, he must think that he can put a lot of pressure on these players with his 65 big blinds. But that's a very, very, very loose open from the cutoff.
Definitely not going to work against aces. That's for sure.
I mean, Dimitri's kind of ruined the fun because Damien had 10 deuce suited in the small, and that's not necessarily a fold from that man, you know?
Yeah.
Dimitri does take this one down with the aces.
So Jason, what have you been up to, man? I haven't spoken to you in a long time, dude.
I've been playing a bunch of cash games. That's what I've been doing. I was up until 3 in the morning last night playing a no limit cash game. But yeah, just been covering that. Just haven't really left the place. Just doing my poker player stuff.
You're up in Vancouver, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Living the life, guys. Living the life. Yeah, Jason, I feel like the last time I saw you was the last time I kind of went anywhere on the way back from Sochi, man. That was.
Oh yeah.
Seems like a lifetime ago now, but.
Yep.
Kind of, we all got off that plane and went our separate ways, and that's it. Been frozen ever since.
A weird year, man. It's a weird year. So this, I've noticed at least Philip and Damien both seem to think that opening really wide is good because they have a lot of chips and people should. I guess he's assuming people are playing tighter than what they should be. I don't think that this is necessarily a profitable open. It's going to work this time. The first couple pay jumps are quite small, and I'm not so sure about Laszlo, but Bert is an elite tournament player, and I think that the open by Philip was significantly worse with the Queen 8 off, but the 8-7 open is close and fringy, and I think that you generally, if you're going to be making looser opens, you want to have a big card in your hand in this scenario because when people are short, plopping top pair is really cool, and also when people are short, you want to block them reshoving on you. So if you open a hand like 8-7 off on the button, it's close, like I said, and it's fine, but you're going to run into better cards very commonly, especially whenever 6 people have folded in front of them, because that creates a bunching effect of they probably put a bunch of bad cards in the muck, and you're way more likely to run into some big cards.
Yeah. Same time, I guess. Jason, I know this isn't like GTO approved, but I always say, man, just raise and do stuff kind of out of line until someone stops you. In these spots, with so much up on top.
I mean, most of these guys probably haven't played for this kind of money, so I certainly could agree with that. We'll just have to wait and see how it develops and see if there's some clear. I think it can kind of go both ways. Like sometimes I've went into big final tables and assumed like, oh, there's a few players here who haven't played for these stakes and they're probably going to tighten up and we can exploit that. And then the next thing you know, you see them completely lifted in on some wild bluff and so I think specifically starting a final table, especially one of this magnitude with kind of a solid game plan is the way that I would go into it and try to feel out what's happening and then go from there. This went check on the flop.
Check on the flop. Ace-5 versus Ace-Jack. Victor Simeonato in position here. Bets 1.8 million on the turn and will probably win this pot. But Victor Simeonato in this tournament for $22. How about that, Jason?
Congratulations. And he played that hand very reasonably.
You like to check on the flop?
Wow, he's in for 22. I might have to root for him to win the thing.
Yeah, Matt, I like that. He's in for 22. He's guaranteed himself 6 figures. But Jason Kuhn just told him he played a hand okay. Like, I mean, I don't know what's worth more, the 100K or the ring-in endorsement. Like.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta send Victor the good vibes here.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I want him to type in I want him to be the second guy to type in the chat, I want million, when they're talking about chops. You guys remember that guy that satellited into a W Coop for $5 and then they were talking about deals at the end and he said, I want million.
Brilliant.
All right. Excelli Palanan. So a lot of these players did actually win their way in through into satellites. So there was a great satellite program on Party Poker. Me, I'm always excited about people winning in for less than a full buy-in. So Party Poker really does it right, in my opinion. Like I said, we're lucky to have them as a partner on the World Poker Tour, and we're looking to do more in the future. So I'm hoping this is just the beginning of a great partnership.
You have my endorsement.
That's the thing, Matt. The satellites have been insane on Party. They've been so much value. Like, take for example, this tournament did actually hit the guarantee, which in my mind I was quite surprised. It's a very impressive job that everyone did involved in hitting that guarantee. But you also know that a lot of value is added to some of those satellites. So it may seem like they made loads out of this tournament, but actually, a lot of people got in for less than they should have done. If that makes sense, there was some overlay in the satellites, and I think that's where the real value is right now on Party, especially during the series.
Simeonato does a call out of the small blind with King 10, and Excelli does raise to 1.5 million.
Wow, 3x. Just the 3x from the big blind, Jason, with 2/6. It seems kind of a weird hand to go just the 3x sizing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of not that important. The guy can't really continue nearly as wide as he could per chip EV because, like we were saying, he doesn't want to play a big pot. So raising smaller is still going to get a lot of folds.
Simeonato does hit this flop 2 pair kings and 10s.
But yeah, it's definitely smaller than the standard raise.
Victor does check this as well. Sally bets 891.
I think this is a pretty interesting play, and generally people would just check back here, blind versus blind.
I've said this before in the streams, Jason, but I always think that when an ace comes on the flop and somebody raised that they have an ace. So as an amateur, that's not always the case, but in this case it was. The fact that he did not have an ace there. He does have 2 pair and now 4 straight cards on that board.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult, but you want to think about the entire range, the way that a person would approach a spot like this. And so the way that this is supposed to work is the in position player is, oh, there's a full house. The in position player is supposed to check most of their medium strength hands in position, especially suited cards, because playing suited cards in position goes really well. And then they raise really strong, or they raise with really bad hands, like a hand like Queen 4 offsuit or 9-5 offsuit. But they generally wouldn't try to raise you with a hand, say, like Queen 6 suited, because it just plays so well in a check back scenario. So when you're in position, you're going to see kind of a polarized raising strategy. And sixes are plenty good enough to raise there. Arguments could be made for checking back because getting shoved on would suck, but completely reasonable hand by both of the guys there.
And our $22 man does win that pot with a full house. And the rumor is that once he made the final table last night, he jumped right into a $55 or 55-cent satellite for something else, which is just amazing.
That sounds like sounds like a really bad decision.
I heard it was a cent roll, even, Matt. I think it was just a cent roll. It's basically a free roll party. You gotta have 1 cent to enter just so that it's real money accounts. And
get some sleep, bro. Get some
just
sleep.
start off the free roll, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you love the game, you love the game. Can't pass up on free rolls. It's as the great Matt Savage says, it's his favorite kind of roll.
It's my favorite kind of roll. I like sweet rolls. I like jelly rolls, but my favorite kind of roll is a free roll.
Is it free?
And Blaze wins this pot with the ace. I think I like Blaze better than Blaz. Blaz seems kind of.
I think it is Blaz though, Matt. But I'm sure he won't mind you renaming him. You know,
Yeah,
Matt's talked to his parents. But... I believe he got in, Matt, through winning one of the Party Poker Live passport packages and using it on this event, I think, if that memory serves. Which is just another way of getting into this event.
He did finish third in the 2018 Party Poker Millions online for 1.3 million. Did Blaz? So.
All right.
Yeah,
that's some
he
money.
won through a $22 satellite. So it's good stories all around.
Gee.
What was it like for you the first time you ever played for $1 million, Jason?
Well, the first time I played for close to $1 million was the WPT final table I made in 2010. That's crazy to think.
That's one where you almost choked, right?
That's correct. Yes, I almost puked.
Not choked. You didn't choke on the thing. But you almost actually physically threw up on the table.
Yeah, I was betting, thinking I have a straight. I'm gonna win the tournament. This is awesome. And then the guy said all in, and I almost cried. But yeah, the first time I was there, a couple of times, the medium-sized scores I was very lucky on early in my career. I had a bunch of like 300 to 500K scores online. But then whenever
medium-sized guys, that's medium.
Well, I mean, he's talking about $1 million scores.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing, Jason.
But yeah, the first time I was there, a few of those didn't work out, and I remember being really nervous when I was there, but they were good experience for me and helped me be prepared for when it finally did come together.
Got top pair here versus flop flush for Philip Migdal.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Dimitri's probably not going to lose an well, that saved him. Yeah, so that saved him big. So now this guy there are 6 spades that he knows about. So how does that work? He would want to shovel in a lot more money with a 1 spade king. So like if he had, say, king of spades, 3 of hearts, it would be a much more profitable situation for him to bet because Dimitri could have an 8 of spades and call him down. But with 2 spades in his hand and 4 out there, I think he did a good job of kind of playing the more checks and more small bets kind of route because he gets paid a lot less often.
Yeah, but does the second pair here make a difference?
That is going to most likely be called. It does make a difference. somewhat for the in-position player, because there is a chance that Dimitri could just have a deuce in his hand and Philip would just try to show down if he rivered a 3. So say Philip had ace 3 in his hand. He would probably just check and try to win. So Dimitri rivering a 3 is actually makes his hand a pretty good bluff catcher in some situations, because if Philip wouldn't bluff with a 3 in his hand, that's a good fold. I probably would have hero called rivering 2 pair for the reason I was just saying. Even though Philip only value bets flushes, having 2 pair makes it more likely he's bluffing, because he wouldn't bluff with 1 pair in his hand there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think what frequency does Phil lead like a queen jack deuce flop with a hand that has, say, a 3 in it without a spade? I don't know if there are that many, but yeah, I mean.
Yep, certainly. It would be an optimistic bet.
Hey, I know Phil personally, and he's an optimist, so.
All right, everybody has trash.
Matt, tell me, have you been taking down any more of these club WPT tournaments, or are you?
Not as of late. No, I've been too busy working. You guys have me working so much at Party Poker that I haven't been able to play as much as I'd like. But yeah, I did have that 1 win, so that was a good thing.
I don't know, Jason. This guy, he just rocks up. He streams his own club WPT tournament with, I don't know, thousands of players in, and just ships it. I mean,
what?
Yeah.
I think it's rigged.
And
they got some behind the scenes stuff there.
And you can imagine how gracefully he took the victory. You know, he didn't mention him.
The rest of the team, Tony Dunst, Lynn Gilmartin, and Vince Van Patten, have all heard plenty about it at this point.
All right, here's a couple real hands. So this most likely will go actually Damien shoving the button. The reason why is because he has a very good hand, but he doesn't want to raise call it. Both of those guys have 16 and 17 bigs. He can put a lot of pressure on them, but like raising and say having the big blind shove all in with a hand like ace 9 offsuit that he would fold to a shove, or ace 8 offsuit goes pretty bad. So I assume, oh, this is interesting. He calls, and this will just go shove fold then. I think generally a hand as strong as queen jack suited, probably the average player there would have just put the stack in, because folding such a beautiful hand hurts really bad. Folding queen jack offsuit doesn't hurt so bad, but queen jack of hearts, man, that's a pretty one.
Yeah, like you say, I mean, I'm kind of surprised as well. This is supposed to be an all-in situation, but
yeah, he found his
fade
way
it,
around it. And Bert's okay with that. I mean, even if, say, he's 70% to double there, I mean, winning all the pot for no risk is all right.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at the payouts, but the jumps are they're sizable, Jason. I mean,
they're huge, except the first couple. The first couple are, they're big in dollars, but in buy-ins they're not necessarily huge.
Right.
So
I think what I meant more was just making sure you're still in like the final 4. You're guaranteed $500,000. Obviously, top 2 is 7-figure paydays. It's not often you get these spots in online tournaments, certainly.
Unbelievable. So this will just go walk, and Blas is got 9s, man.
Right, you got the 2 short stacks to your right. You get dealt 2 9s in the big blind. You think one of them's going to find something to jam with from the button or the small.
Oh, good game. Good game, Blas here, or Laszlo.
Laszlo, yeah. Laszlo's in a bad spot.
Two dead aces in the muck too. He's got 1 out, other than flopping the straight.
You think this is a shove here with 16 bigs?
Yeah, or even strong enough to raise call, but definitely wouldn't be fold.
Yeah, Damien's open, so this is just going to be...
Yeah, I mean, this guy's opening the deck. You're stuffing this one in happily, I think.
Opening the deck, I like that.
I honestly think this ace-7 offsuit is a very reasonable open with that chip stack he has. It might not sound like a big deal, but having 1 ace in your hand gets you played back at a lot less. And I think that's a reasonable, very loose open, but totally fine.
He just 3-bets it to 4 million, does Laszlo.
Wow. Victor's going to put his stack in, and he might get away from ace jack off. That isn't a situation that I would have expected to see, and it's just going to save him his tournament life. Against this range, honestly, against the range that cold 4-bets here, ace jack is in very, very bad shape. Like, Victor might even find whoa. I was actually thinking he might just get off that, because I think Victor might even find a fold with 2 10s there.
So as you said, there is only one ace left. He's going to have a backdoor straight draw on that flop, but
Got some backdoor
Laszlo in
diamonds,
tough
too.
shape. Tough shape. 3 on the turn. Drawing
so
to
the
1
real
out.
good game.
That's
Sure.
going to do it for Laszlo Molnar, who's going to take home the 9th place prize.
Yeah, 127k, Matt. Not too bad, but obviously disappointing when you come back at final table. You wake up, you're dreaming of big heyday. It wasn't to be.
And so now 153,672 for the next player to be eliminated with 8 players remaining.
You know, I think that's a pretty crafty little 3-bet there, too, especially if Damien doesn't flat the 3-bet very often. I think it can go really well if, say, in that spot, Victor cold 4-bet like he did, and then Damien put the stack in. Well, both of those guys just have monsters, and he gets away with his 10 bigs and gets a pay ladder. So I think that was, wow.
Here we go, Jason. Ace, queen,
yeah.
ace, king, and queens.
So this is actually pretty extreme because Teen is open. How do you pronounce his name? Toon?
Yeah.
Toon. Yeah, he's opening, you know, he's only on 30 bigs. He's being very tight so far. This is the first hand that he's opened. Queens are a very good hand, of course, and plenty good enough to 3-bet call, but I wouldn't even be like blown away if Victor decides just to cold call this small blind, because Toon's opening under the gun 7-handed and he hasn't played a hand, and you know, you put in 32 bigs, sure, you're sometimes going to be way out in front, but I don't think it's like the worst play in the world for him to just flat the small blind here, although 3-betting would be what we would expect to see. And the money's just getting in here.
He does 3-bet it to 3.8 million. Now Exceli Palana with the ace king in the big blind.
Yep. So he'll probably just cold 4 non all in, but shoving is a thing too. You know, either one's fine. Making it 7.5 or putting the stack in, both are. Money's getting in though. Yeah, this is kind of a crazy spot for Victor. Again, I mean, it's like this guy definitely doesn't have 10s. He definitely doesn't have ace queen, or at least we can say very confidently he doesn't. So having 2 queens here is really, really sick. And if the guy folds, I wouldn't have faulted him for it. But
all right, he does make the call. I mean, the flop does come down clean, 10, 8, and deuce. 2 hearts, a 9 on the turn. And the river cards another 9.
Victor's doing it.
Oh, right. Look at that.
Victor, he's going to win this thing and play day 2 of his free roll right after it.
A nice day for Exceli Palanan, but not what he'd hoped for. 153,672 from Finland. So a nice score for him. And now we're down to the final 7 players with 194,112 going to the next player.
It's so painful to bust in those spots. Like, you know, he's probably so mentally ready to play his best final table, and then like 10 hands in, he just gets dealt ace king suited and the money has to go in, and it's really heartbreaking when it happens that way.
So we have a new chip leader now. Victor Simeonato from Brazil is in the lead, the $22 man.
It's so sick. $22 and looking now. I don't want to jinx the man, but you know, with that stack, the top 4 seems pretty attainable. You think as a worst thing, half a milli. for the $22 spin up, but 7 figures definitely. I like it, Jason. He's going to be in there in
Wow.
the deal.
Dimitri just folded ace queen off. That is, I think that 3-bet folding that hand seems like a pretty mandatory play. I would think. You know, you're going to be so tight continuing with that many players behind that I think that is the absolute best hand to 3-bet fold. You have great blockers, you have a good hand, but if the guy stuffs in 35 bigs, you can feel pretty good that you're just not good anymore. So I think that was a very cautious fold by Dimitri. Like ace jack off is a very easy fold, but ace queen off, I think, typically is going to be a 3-bet there.
So Blas now with ace queen. Are you the guy that's behind him with ace 7 saying, hey, I'm running pretty good. Let's give this a shot?
Mm-hmm. I think that Victor putting it in the muck is the standard play.
Yeah.
But hey, once in a while hitting him with it can't be that bad.
He does muck it, and Blas does win that pot. $117 bigs.
That's
Got
a lot
some
of chips.
time. Yes, it is.
Yep. I'm still looking for my man Bert to get a double up, and he's gonna go like Martin Jakobsen vintage WSOP main event, where he's just on like 20 big blinds the whole time, and then just sneaks into the chip lead at the end.
Man, I tell you, Jason, he played a hand. He played a hand last night with about 20 left against Ben CB, where he just went berserk on this like Jack 8 5 flop. I think it was like check raised, the ace 10 backdoor flush draw. The turn like paired the top card, brought the flop flush draw in, fired again. Ben CB was thinking they were kings, and then he went for like a 1/3 pot river bet as the gangster bluff on the end to get it through.
Wow. So Victor flats 5s. You know, he's got every chip in the tournament. He gets to apply a ton of pressure on people. So I think flatting a hand like this might be slightly loose, but I like it in some ways. I don't think that Blas can just bluff or go crazy against him. And I think if Victor will occasionally hurricane, well, that's a big bluff for Blas. But if he'll occasionally run a big bluff on like a 3 high card board with those 5s, I think I like him kind of wielding that big stack.
Blas does flop that straight draw and flush draw here.
Yeah, I really like his check. Check calling or check raising now are both fine. I mean, you have a great hand. Seeing the river is just like a mandatory thing. Checking to the in position chip leader, I think, is going to be generally a good strategy on most middling flops, just because he covers you and you don't want to play a big pot. So I actually really like this line, and I think what you're seeing is Blas kind of representing the fact that he's not trying to get all his money in right away. He's trying to be aware that there's a lot of ICM pressure on him as a middle stack, and he's going to try to control the size of the pot. Plus, occasionally, you know, he'll call and a queen will roll off or a club will roll off, and you'll be pretty under-repped and get the chip leader to bluff it off against you.
Let's go
There
check,
it is.
check.
Nice.
And the queen does complete the straight for Blas Zerja.
Yep.
Choose your river card day at the World Poker Tour, huh? The offsuit
Yeah,
queen.
That's the one you want. Sadly, it's not the cooler that you're looking for. And he goes, what, a big bet? I think it was.
Yeah,
like maybe a 70% pot or something. Oh, he potted it?
I mean, near enough, yeah. 5 into 6. 5.3 into 6.1,
Okay.
I think it was.
There's the ace king of hearts against the 9-7 suited. I have a feeling Damien's not in the mood to be folding the 9-7 of diamonds right now.
I hope you're right, man. I want to see him get out of first gear. Tell you what, Jason, the first time I played with Damien was a WSOP like shootout, first table, I think second round actually, second round, and he just went absolutely berserk in every single spot. I was like, what even is this guy? He ends up winning our table, getting to the final, and then I think Feraldo was on the final with him, and I was like, you cannot understand how aggressive this guy's going to be, and he's like, okay, yeah, you know, when someone gives you the heads up about how a player plays, you're like, okay, I'll see, and before you knew it, like Feraldo folded half his stack to the guy and just ludicrous spots, and sure enough, on the stream later on, he's like, oh god.
They get you. I mean, sometimes they get you. He's got that one check. You know, I think that this is like, even though it's unorthodox, I think it's a totally reasonable check back once in a while in these circumstances. Like, a lot of the small blinds flatting range could be hands like ace 4 suited, ace 6 suited, pocket 6s, pocket 4s. And they're both like 2 and 3 in chips. So getting check raised, and by the time the full stack goes in with ace king, you're not loving it. So I like kind of making my life easy here, checking back. I've got my backdoor flush draw, occasionally doing this, and picking off bluffs too, and not feeling so bad about calling 2 medium-sized bets or whatever.
Damien does whip his a straight draw, and
you know, I think that this would be a really, really good spot for Damien to make like an enormous bet. I don't think it'll happen, but he has some good stuff working for him here. The 7, you know, if he's flatting 9-7 suited, he's certainly flatting 7-8 suited, and he doesn't have 2 spades in his hand. I think giving up is very reasonable, but oftentimes, you know, you don't have 2 spades. Well, Philip could just have, say, Jack 10 of spades and fold to a bet, or King 10 of spades and fold to a bet. So I know it's terrifying and not a play usually most of us would make, but I think it would have been a pretty amazing spot to see Damien just like 2x pot the river there.
Yeah.
I mean, he can have a set of 6s, a set of 4s, a set of 5s, ace. I mean, ace 4 suited and stuff's getting pretty hairy for that size, but all the sets and 7-8, I think that you have plenty enough really strong stuff to support a huge bet.
Yeah, well, Phil won a little bit more after that flop than he would have done had he bet. And yeah, for all the reasons Jason said, I like it too, man. It's good, especially with Damien as well, man. You just got to give him a little bit more room than most, I think.
And put the governor on him, you know, making it a 2-street game against a guy that wants to play a gigantic pot is okay when you have 1 pair. Probably not a play you want to make when you have a set, but. And one thing I think people overlook, and you've seen a couple representations of it at this final table, which I've been very impressed by, is when people think about ICM, they think about, oh, well, I can't call all in pre-flop as wide as I could for chip EV. But they don't necessarily think about the effects that happen post-flop because of ICM. So betting frequency and betting volume need to go way down for the same reasons as not wanting to call all in without a really strong hand pre-flop. You don't want to play big pots and lose your chips with marginal strength stuff. So implementing a lot more pot control, a lot more checking, a lot more smaller bets at final tables is something that you'll see the best players do.
Okay, I'm confused now. Victor raised, and then Dimitri 3-bet with the King Jack, but he folded the Ace Queen. So why is that?
I mean, King Jack suited's about as good of a hand as Ace Queen, but yeah, it's I would slightly prefer the Ace Queen. But maybe he's got reads. Who knows?
No, I'm a little confused with that, Matt.
You got to keep them guessing, though, right, Jason?
That's right. You got to mix it up. You know,
I mean,
these guys are going to see that
people are
Ace
going to see
Queen
these
fold.
streams. Yeah, they're going to see the stream. So.
All right, here we go. Here comes my boy, Damien Salas. Phil trying to get one through with the Ace 10 early. He's like, nope. Got dealt a couple of cards.
This is where he's in the cutoff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Jason's face, man.
I mean, hey, you know, it's Jack 9 suited's a pretty sweet hand. Philip did show us that he opened the Queen 8 offsuit in the cutoff earlier. Like, if he's gonna reach down and open bad offsuit cards, I mean, 3-betting Jack-9 suited might go pretty well, even if it's not the standard play. So Blas is going to flat the sixes here. Maybe fold, but I think on the button you've got a pretty easy call. If you were in the hijack, I think folding would be the standard play. And Toon's got a suited king. He's going to be much tighter in the big blind here than he would be for chips, but a suited king can make a really strong flush, so he might try to see the flop here.
And he does flop best with king 10-5 on the flop, top pair.
Generally, we're going to see this check through. Both the opener and the flatter have hands that could win. You might see Blas if he flatted the button with, say, a hand like pocket fours, even consider start bluffing. It might not sound like a huge difference, but if Dimitri could have sixes or ace-5 suited, well, fours are going to win a lot less often than pocket sixes would.
Then the ace on the turn.
Yep.
And Matt, every time you just assume the razor's got an ace, right?
Yeah, you do. I mean, if I'm Toon, I'm thinking I'm dead in this hand.
Well,
I'd be thinking that too,
you
of
are,
course.
yeah, you're definitely right in a lot of scenarios for sure.
Love having you guys on the show here today to help me out, help me understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, I'll
I'm
do
just,
my best.
I'm just here to chat nonsense and like I'm gonna let Jason do the poker side.
Hey, man, I'm not a WPT champ, but somebody here is.
Does get checked around the board. Pairs on the river with the fives. So at this spot, maybe all three of them think they're good in this spot.
Yeah, I think Blas is not feeling so great. I think Dimitri certainly thinks Blas could have the kind of hand that he has and isn't that interested in bluffing. Blas is so tight to continue pre that, like, bluffing this river on this run out, you're not going to win very often. Like, I think checking is the standard play, but if he bet like 70% pot there, I could get behind it.
And Toon's got to love winning that pot, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Being out of
That
position
wasn't
like
something
that,
he
yeah.
expected to do.
Yeah. So you do talk about that. Today we are going to have a new WPT champion. And in addition to winning the $1.7 million, they're going to win a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch and the Baccarat Crystal tumblers and a seat into the Baccarat Crystal Tournament of Champions coming up at a date to be determined. But more importantly this week, they will also be having their name inscribed on the Mike Sexton's Champions Cup, which I have sitting right next to me right now.
Wow.
They sent it to my house for this final table, and I could see James Dempsey's name right here. So he's right next to me. So I love it, and yeah, it's going to be quite an honor to be on that. We really wish that Jason would have been on that at this point, but hopefully in the future, he'll be putting his name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
No
One of these
doubt
days.
about that. No doubt.
Mm-hmm. Mike was a really, really important guy to me and a lot of other people. I'll tell you that. He was one of my true inspirations for poker, and wow, that shove is pretty wild. I would have expected him to 3-bet fold there. You have good blockers, but 30 bigs when you get called isn't going to go well. I actually think that even shoving like a suited Broadway that's worse than King Jack goes much better than shoving King Jack off. But hey, sometimes you got to stuff the pile in their face. This is a very reasonable open from Victor. These hands look worse than what they actually are. Suited kings play very, very well post flop. You have the big chip lead. I can get behind this open for sure. And so far, Victor, in my opinion, has played flawless. So he might have got in this thing for $22, but he is playing like a veteran player.
Both players flop a pair here with their king.
And So the first thing we're looking at here, Matt, would be we're two of the chip leaders. So what are we saying? Both of us, not just because we have 90 bigs, we definitely don't want to play a big pot, even as the 90 big blind chip leader. So the first thing that we're kind of thinking is let's keep this pot small, both players. So you're not going to see a lot of aggression from Damien here. He's covered, so he's going to shift most of his plays into kind of he's playing defense. He doesn't want to be raised. He doesn't want to play big pots. So you're going to see him try to play a reasonable sized pot unless his hand improves to something really, really strong.
And kind of
Same thing on the turn here. We are at 3 and
Yeah,
600,000 now.
Yeah, this is a pretty. I guess Jason, this is a card, isn't it? It's just pretty wet versus like Damon's range that Victor, I guess, just gives up now, right? He's stabbed there. There aren't many hands.
He bet so small on the flop. It is really optimistic, but I think, hey, we can beat a hand like Queen 5 suited. We can beat some flush draws occasionally when the board runs out, and we can beat some hands like Queen 10, Queen 9 that missed. So I think that like raging, bluffing it off there, the King 5 isn't the one I would want. I think I would want something with a 9 or a 10 in my hand and prefer having a spade. So, like a hand like King of Spades 10 on the turn might be a hand that I continue to make a big bluff with. But this one's just going to share down and win sometimes. And I think even this is a nasty run out, but I think that he still wins a small percentage of the time and doesn't have to bluff. Like he could bluff worse, like even some strong ace highs and stuff.
All right.
He did make the bet to 3.8 million.
I don't think this one's getting through. I think Damien's going to call him pretty quickly.
I mean, Damien gets to have a lot of good hands here, right?
But most of the time he has a good. Yeah, but most of the time he has a hand better than King Jack. He's bet himself. He's either blocked. Right. He's either blocked the river or made a big bet or led the turn even.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he just feels pretty good.
No, that's a very strong point. All right though, but Matt, Victor he's not in the shell, man. He's our $22 man, as you put it. He's there. He's fighting. He's in the streets.
He's still in the chip lead as well. So
yeah,
we are at 3 and 600,000 now.
All right, Phil giving it a go with Jack 7 suited.
Yeah, he's there to do it. And Jack 7 suited's a much stronger hand than Queen 8 off, but still on the loose side for sure.
Right, and
but
yeah,
hey,
Jason,
you got.
Well, it's the short stack in the big blind as well, right? So we just kind of go after that a little bit more. I mean,
yeah, but the thing is like there's not that much pressure on Bert anymore.
Right.
He's half the stack as the next guy, so he's playing pretty close to chip EV now. He's looking for a hand to reshove. The guys that you're really trying to pick on right now would be Dimitri and Toon.
Yeah, I just got sent a picture, guys, of a local casino here in Brighton, which is where Phil's from, and obviously where I'm from. And the guys they're playing a cash game, and they've got the stream up on the TV in the casino. Everyone's listening into us in Phil's hometown.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Let's go, Phil. There's so many people here I want to root for. I don't know what to do, man.
So in the
Jason,
chat, somebody said, somebody in the chat says that we've gotten his name wrong. It's not Toon. He said better just call him Mulder because you got the pronunciation pretty far off. So I'm checking for the correct way to say it.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying Tian for months, and then I got the message this morning, like you did, that it was Tune, and I was like, okay, I've been saying Tian for months. I've been commentating on this guy in the High Roller series on Party, and he was always in the mix there, and no one called me up then. So I feel like that was right, and we may have been fed some misinformation, Matt.
Yeah, you might actually be right. He said he's not sure how to explain or pronounce it. It's a very hard Dutch name to say for non-Dutch speakers.
Especially for a guy from West Virginia. I should just keep out of this.
We'll go with Mulder. Like. All right, Phil with Ace King again. Open it
That's
up.
the gear right there. His guys sent him the good juju.
Yeah.
So this will just be a call from the big blind. This isn't the hand that we're looking to shove. It plays really great when we flop top pair. It won't in this scenario, but most of the time it's a really good one to call the big blind with. And he's lucky to have faded that king.
Philip does bet the ace king. And Mulder does fold.
Went pretty big there as well, Jason. 2.3, so just under 4 bigs as a C bet. But hey.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting. I mean, it's fine for sure in the EV of betting that or 40% pot are identical, but generally you're going to put a hand class that's 2 overs and the nut flush draw into the same one that you would put like a set in. So his hand would favor the smaller size to induce floats, like gut shots +1 spade. And the bigger size would favor over pairs that need protection and want to play a 2-street game. But yeah, I mean, it's whatever. If you looked at the expected value of either bet, they're almost identical for sure.
Salas gets this one with king, queen. And we're going to a short break here. And as you see, Victor Simeonato, our $22 man, has the lead, 79 big blinds with 47,101,000. And we'll be right back.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
Feels amazing.
Incredible. Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum. Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair in a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack-3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. What could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT Main Event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zheriaf, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
Don't change until you change. We're all different but the same. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
All right, and we're back with 7 players. We are back with 7 players remaining. Short break there. This is the $10,000 main event. It had a $10 million guarantee, which they exceeded. So $1.7 million for first, and just 7 players, 6 away from the champion.
That deuces
this
fold
$100 million
tight.
Yeah.
But well, that's 20. Yeah, whatever. That 25 big shove's fine. That's the kind of hand you want to do it with. But that deuces fold is actually pretty standard in this situation. Like you would even favor opening a hand like King 6 suited before you would deuces. For the reasons we were talking about, you just run into a better hand when you have 2 deuces. Okay, we're gonna have a flip. How much did he shove for? What are we at? So we're at 600. What the world? How many bigs is that?
Yeah. 14.
16.
Was it 16 or 14?
We're at 360 now, right?
It was 14. Yeah, 14.
Wow, that's a snug one for 14, man. I think I would have been seeing 5. I mean, I wouldn't have been happy about it, but can't the guy just have ace jack suited? I mean, ace jack off, it's 14 bigs, man.
Yes, Bert's actually obviously been in this spot before, so what's the thinking there?
I think Bert's play was pretty standard, like probably generally just going to min raise or open some size that isn't all in with a hand as strong as jacks, but the shove is, you know, the money's getting in one way or the other, but the ace queen off fold by Mulder was I think a little snug. And this 3-bet is actually, I think, really good. It's a good hand that you don't want to 3-bet fold, but he doesn't really get to play any hands because we're under so much pressure. So you have to bluff with stuff that's pretty good. And I think that that's a really good play.
Look here, like, as you say, Bert just kind of obviously the shortest, but as you mentioned earlier, Jason, not really under any pressure, is he? With being the shortest, there's no. He's not in like any waiting game against anyone else. Sabanovic with 24, everyone else more. It's got very deep.
It's exactly right. It's actually like it's a desperate time, but it's actually a pretty good situation to be in whenever you're the shortest stack because you're kind of YOLO, you know? You're just like, meh, okay, I'm going to put the stack in with, you know, whatever, queen 10 off here. This is very standard. And probably, yeah, it's fun.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fun.
Get the call here. The ace 5 versus queen 10. Bert Stevens at risk here. 9-7.
You know Bert's getting there, man. I don't pick losers.
9 on the turn. And an 8 on the river, and he does not get there. Bert Stevens has been eliminated. Jason's man is down. But Bert does pick up $194,112 for his 7th place finish.
What a threshold, guys! Past the $250,000 mark, guaranteed. That's a nice benchmark.
Big money.
That's big money for most of us. But then you have Jason Kuhn, who has some great events upcoming on Party Poker to play in, including the $25,000 High Roller Championship with a $5 million guarantee. So still some big events to come. And then also the series does end up with a $100K Super High Roller and a $3 million guarantee. Amazing stuff.
There we go.
That's
more
more $100 million series.
That's more Jason's level, the 100K. The 25K is like, yeah, maybe I'll play it, maybe I won't. Depends if I got anything better to do. 100K, he'll be there. Like,
you guys are too much, but I will be there for both.
Are you gonna play the heads up tomorrow as well, Jason, or the 3K heads up? Tonight.
I actually have all this. I've got all these cash games. I just can't. They're popping off right now. It's a wild time to be an internet poker player.
Well,
okay, that's a flop.
There. Look at this flop for Victor. Also, Blas does hit a 5 as well.
Yikes.
So Victor's just going to call here. I mean, he wants cards to hit Blas, and he's got the whole deck, so he's going to try to let Blas make a flush draw or anything. Okay.
There's a little more.
So yeah, and this is kind of like a similar situation to what we were talking about earlier. Even though Blas's hand isn't that much stronger, I mean, it's significantly stronger than just a 5, but with him having 3 pair, it's a lot more likely that Victor just has a draw. So he's probably going to lose another bat after this one on a Brick River, and it's just kind of a mandatory thing.
And I mean, yeah, Jason.
Wow.
Jason does go for the raise. Wow.
Well, and he goes the big size too. I mean, Blas might just be able to make some insane fold here. After he's bet twice, he's got plenty of kings himself, and even in a situation like this, like you would just rather have a strong flush draw, I think, than 8-5 when the guy's repping a king, So he might just be able to get away from this against a size that big. And I think the raise size is good. I think it's a good raise size. But with these two particular hands, wow, I'm actually surprised.
I don't know, man.
It's hard to fault him, man. It's hard to fault.
We got to look once, right?
Yeah. I mean, the guy can just give up with picked up clubs or picked up hearts or whatever. But I think more often than not, we're not going to get away from it. If
we fold 8-5 there, Jason, what are the hands that we call turn fold river with? Is it the draws, the strong draws?
Yeah, the strong draws and plenty of kings. You got to think, you're betting into the chip leader twice. You're usually not just playing around there. So you do have plenty of stuff to continue with that can improve to be a stronger hand. That like 8-5 can never improve to the nuts, right. Or a hand that can value bet even after being raised. Whereas, 6-7 of hearts can,
Does that possible flush mean anything either?
Yeah, that's a lot of bad cards for Blas there, and you can't fault him for calling the turn. I mean, I think he did a fine job. I generally think in that situation, whenever I have 3-pair, I want to play more passively, though, because I really want Victor to have ace high or a 5 that I can get value from. So whenever I'm holding a 5 myself, I'm probably going to favor a little more checks on the turn, if that makes sense. Having 10-8 is a lot better than having 8-5 there because you want Victor to have queen 5 or whatever.
Yeah, just another big pot mat for Victor.
Yeah, he's crushing.
In a bad spot here that I guess blind on blind. Tiana does check it back.
Yeah, 30 bigs is kind of a lot to put in with the ace 3. Raise folding doesn't really feel like a thing you want to be doing, but I guess it wouldn't be that bad. This is a pretty ambitious bet. You don't have anything going for you for backdoors. Your hand has a little bit of showdown value. I think generally you just favor checking the flop here as the out of position player with king 3. There's just not really a card that you get to put money in on unless it's a king. Yeah, so this will go check because Mulder can just show down and win, and he's picked up a straight draw. He doesn't want to get raised off his ace high. Say Victor was going for a check raise with a hand like Jack 9 of hearts or something, that would suck. So you're generally going to see him check. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised to see him bluff with ace high here. If I were going to choose a bluff, I would choose 9 of hearts 6 or something like that has good card removal and also doesn't mind being raised. But if I have ace high that can just win, I'm not going to want to bet fold there. So I would just check. Here's
a couple
two
of
real
hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So this is a tricky spot for Victor, right? Because Blas has 50 bigs, and like 3-betting and getting shoved on would really suck. You would have to fold. So doing that's okay, but I think the standard play is just going to be flat and try to see 3 here.
Yeah, I mean that's what he's gone for. I'm kind of okay with the 3-bet and then potentially fold, but there's also the kind of they've just played that weird hand, blind on blind, man, where Victor's raised turn in a spot. I mean, I don't know how that changes the dynamic. If it would change the dynamic at all, I don't know. But I would imagine,
yes,
like Victor kind of has, not a psychological edge, but Blas may play his hands a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is you have a hand that can't stack it in for 50 bigs. I'm a little surprised even to see this bet. Clearly, we have a hand that's plenty strong enough and, is going to bet the flop sometimes. But once again, it's just the situation where you're covered by this guy. We've got two dudes on 23 and 33 bigs. I'm going to try to not get raised here. And James, if I were in Victor's seat, I would be much more aggressive with a hand like ace 10 off or ace jack off. And I think ace queen off just dominates so much of his opening range, and I get to cover him. And it just feels a little dirty 3-bet folding, you know? So I think that that's where I would bluff with the jack or the 10, maybe even the 9. But just kind of do this showdowny thing that you see him doing right now with the ace queen.
Right, and I guess my argument would be, or the counter argument to that would perhaps be, you know, like when we've got ace queen, we 3-bet, we build a bigger pot, and we do dominate someone, and they are going to continue with some of their hands. But at the same time with that, it's going to be quite hard to get 3 streets, isn't it, in this situation on a final table? Like, so I can see.
And you don't really expect the guy to flat your 3-bets that often, just because he's under so much pressure. He's going to shovel in you a little more and fold a lot more, you know. So yeah, I think that it's a very close decision, and yeah, and this flop turn river went very standard, and they both did fine. There's no bluffing there with ace queen. We can just win.
Man, what a spot these guys are in.
Yeah, I'm over here typing notes here, Jason. Thank you for this. I'm getting a lesson here. So
yeah,
this is
absolutely,
awesome to have
man.
you on. Appreciate this.
I really, really love the game. I love talking about the game. I love thinking about it. So it's, you know, I don't do this often, but I'm happy to be here.
Man, I love Salas opening this under the gun. King 9. Some of that, boys.
Yeah,
here we go.
He's spicing it up. It's funny too, because he like made a kind of a medium tight fold a minute ago. Like it wasn't very tight, but I remember he folded like the hijack with ace 7 off or something. But then opened the king 9 off from under the gun. Just in there mixing it up.
Ace Jack. I've been studying here, and it's pronounced tun, not tune. Tun.
Tun Mulder.
Tun Mulder. Yeah.
Now,
So
now
he
Matt,
does
can
make
you
a
say
particular name.
Matt, can you say it in a British accent? That's what I want to know.
No, I don't think I can do that. Rabanovich does make the call out of the small blind with king 6 of hearts, and Damien Salas in the big with ace 5. What's he gonna do?
I'm not on board with the king 6 flat.
Nope.
You don't like you just think you're up against too much of the dominated hands from
it's a flat call for chip EV, but it's not for ICM, because like we were saying, you're just like, you don't get to play a lot of hands because seeing flops and facing C-bets and playing big pots isn't what you want to do. You want to just win chips and stay out of the way. So I think if Dimitri like even 3-bet this occasionally to like 5.5 bigs and fold it to a shove, I would be on board with occasionally doing that. I think a king blocks a bunch of the strong hands, and having a 6 is actually okay in some ways.
Well,
Mulder snaps it.
Wow, that's a spice ball, man. That's not a standard. That is not a standard shove either. Good for you. How do we say it again? Tun. Nice play. But yeah, what I was saying is so James, if you're thinking about the biggest weight of hands that Tun raise folds, what are they? They're offsuit Broadway cards, right? So it's like Jack 10 off, Queen 10 off, King 10 off, King Jack off, Queen Jack off. So actually having a suited 6 in 3-betting is okay, because you block a hand like Ace King, you block a hand like Pocket Kings, King Queen suited that might shovel on you, but you also unblock a big weight of offsuit Broadways that will fold. So like, it's not a standard play to 3-bet there off 21 bigs, but it's actually okay given the circumstances and for the fact that we really shouldn't be flatting much there from the small blind because there's so much pressure on us.
Yeah. We got here Phil popping it up. Deuce 3-5. Blas with nothing to look at on that one.
Win.
Philip takes this one down.
Ooh. Oh, nothing to spice him up though. And
No.
Victor already made a tight fold in the big blind with King 5 off a minute ago to a raise from early position, so he's gonna fold this. And yeah, Tune's gonna take it down.
I can't figure out which way this file's gonna go, guys. I'm looking at this. It just seems so even, so deep. Anything's possible, right?
I think we're gonna see like at least one insane hand, like some mega bluff. I think Philip might pull the trigger on somebody.
Phil's got it in him. Phil Royale.
So this is 40 bigs and 50. So this could go a lot of ways. I think the standard way with Dimitri on 20 is just cold call. Yep. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to play a pot. That's unlucky.
That's a pretty gin flop. Blas and Jason. I mean, Mulder's gonna be stuck in this one for a little while.
Yep. I think I got the message that my best pal Ike is gonna come in and replace me in 10 minutes. But it's been great hanging out with you guys, and it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Well, we've really enjoyed it ourselves. Yeah.
So
don't like to lose
actually...
you, but if we're gonna lose you, I think Ike's got some stuff, to tell us as well.
He's the best in the game, man. He's the smartest. He's the smartest, most amazing, poker player I've ever met. He's amazing. So this is actually really unlucky for Tien. The reason why is since it's button against big blind, Blas wouldn't bluff with ace high in his hand because he could just win sometimes. So this ace is secretly like a very good card to call down on. Now it's significantly worse. But if that river was like a deuce and Blas made a big bet, I think Tien would most often call him because he has a pair of jacks and he unblocks a bunch of bluffs having an ace in his hand. But the queen is pretty gnarly. Blas is even in a hairy spot here. He's like, I got a value bet, I think, but it's pretty dirty. It's hard to get called by worse. And I think that his small river bet is actually really good. Generally, say in a cash game, you wouldn't see somebody bet third pot in position. It would be half pot or bigger. But with the not.
Yeah,
Am I reading that wrong?
So, yeah, the pot takes in the bet when it's made. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, half pot's that's a good size for sure. I think like full pot would have been way too thin. I think both of them played their hand very well. And I'm a little, Tune even could have hero called the river and it been okay. All right.
10 suited jacks and threes.
Let's not forget that king 6 of diamonds out there, guys.
Yeah.
Jason's all the rage, Matt. I hear these guys these days. They talk about it. Everyone loves these suited kings for all the reasons Jason mentioned before.
What's not to love?
That's the thing.
You can make a flush. You can make top pair. You can make people fold. There's all kinds of great stuff.
Matt, how when you play, you start to get a little bit fruity when you get like an ace 10 suited. You think, I can bluff someone here. Like Jason sees king 6 of diamonds the same way you see ace 10. He knows he can do some stuff.
That's actually my hand. They're Victor's hand. The jack 10.
They're saying the viewers are saying that Tune limped the ace jack off, and Dimitri just completed. Oh, that's totally standard. There's no folding king 6 suited there for half a big blind. I thought it was a min raise. Yeah, there's absolutely no folding.
He went for the limp jam. Yeah, it was pretty spicy.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I didn't
Knows
even
his
see
man
that.
Salas.
The graphics are kind of tricky because you don't see chips, I guess.
Right.
Okay. I get it. It's unorthodox, but I get it. I mean, playing 120 big blind flip right now all in pre with ace king off isn't very favorable.
No.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
The 8-4-3 flop. But we're not done with it though, are we, Jason? On this is the thing as well. We get to continue still on boards like this.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere, and I think Victor can target a lot of stuff with a smaller bet, which what he made, because if Philip just has king queen off, he's just going to fold to a small bet, or queen jack off. So this texture you could bet big too, but I think that
and this hand, totally Jason, as well. Like there's lots of cards we can go barreling with.
Lots of cards, lots of good stuff happening here. Yep.
There we go. That's
All
not
right.
a bad one.
Yep. I think this could go either way for Victor. I think like either a big-ish bet or a check is fine. I think for the reasons that we've been hammering at all final table, like, hey, let's not play a big pot without a really strong hand. I think that, like, you know, in a cash game, you're going to barrel this a lot. And at this tournament, I might favor just checking and looking to call a bet, especially with a jack in my hand. If it goes check, and there's a jack, that's one less overcard that I have to worry about. Yeah, well played, Philip. I mean, I could have pictured him even being sticky there. So these guys are making some really good folds.
All right, Victor with the ace queen. We've seen some shy ace queen action. This one a little simpler.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just going through.
Jason, before you take off, you were talking about Mike and you got cut off a little bit. So tell us a little bit about what he means to you. We are doing a tribute to him next Tuesday. Hope you'll be able to stop by and say a couple words. I would love to have you. It's going to be on Zoom, and I'm going to be hosting that. So I would love to have you tell a story or something.
Yeah, I definitely would. I have a lot to say.
Okay, cool. I'll give you the details.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, no, Mike was just, you know, this larger than life figure whenever I met him, and no one knew me. And I met him in a casino, and I was maybe a couple weeks later playing a side event at a WPT, and I was walking along and I hear this voice, "Hey, Jason," and I turn around and it's Mike. And I was like, whoa, this guy remembered my name? No way. And it stuck with him that I was from West Virginia because he spent a lot of his life in Ohio. And he was a great swing dancer. And I told him I had a thing for that too. A lot of my buddies and culture back home, we would, you know, country swing dance. And so we would talk about moves. He showed me some moves sometimes at a few of these WPT parties and stuff. And yeah, with the partnership with Party, I just had a ton of chances to hang out with the guy, and I really breaks my heart. I don't think I ever got to tell him how much I admired him, but I think my actions probably showed that to him. And I guess right before he passed, when we did that Zoom call, I said some things that he got to see, but he was just the most amazing, humble guy, and he's not. You know, most people, I've met a lot of people in poker, and I've met a lot of poker players who had a ton of money, went broke, and every single one of them was jaded and pretty awful afterwards. And Mike was the kind of guy who at one point in his life had like 40 or $50 million and, you know, had basically all of it ripped from his hands with the internet poker stuff falling through. And he was just as happy as ever, like the next year whenever I saw him, and he was just always an honest, great guy, and I'm really blessed that I got to be his friend.
So Damien does miss that flush. Yeah, for sure, Jason. I mean, you know, and I know how much he respected you and talked about you. You know, we talked about players all the time, and yeah, it was awesome to see. So hopefully you'll be able to make it by on Tuesday. We're going to do it at about 7 o'clock Pacific time, and it'll be on Twitch and for everybody to see. So I'm trying to make it fun and light, and hopefully you have a good story, and we could share it with the world, because his family will be watching, and it's going to be a great night. Can't wait for that celebration of Mike Sexton's life. He's meant so much to the WPT, Party Poker, and so many others. So it's going to be a great day.
Man, this,
so Damien does bet $9 million.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interject at any point through this, because what we're talking about is far more important than a poker hand. But at the same time, this one's interesting, man. Phil c-bet this board, having checked back a similar board before earlier with Ace King against Damien. Damien just check called and then has gone lead, and fires off into Phil. And like you said, Jason, like he checked back the Ace King, but obviously a hand like Ace 4, he does bet. And Damien perhaps a little unlucky that he ran into a hand as strong as that. I mean, it's a weird one, right? When Phil checks back before with a pretty strong hand, then he bets this similar texture.
Yeah, and I think having 2 hearts in your hand aren't the cards that you want to bluff that river with. You know, you want Phil to have missed the flush draw himself and fold. And one thing I would say is I think Philip is not playing afraid at all at this final table, and he's played very, very tough. And I think that he's here to win the tournament for sure. You can tell he's kind of bossing it up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as well, you were saying obviously the heart's not great, and the same thing in my mind, king and a queen not ideal. We kind of want Phil to have those strongest one pair hands, right? If we're gonna go blasting off down the streets. But hey, man, Salas gave it a go. This is what I want. This is what I knew we would see. Salas. Just
we're seeing some poker get played.
Popping up Ace King.
And the pot shall end.
Yeah, but Jason, like you were saying before, man, you win these small pots off 20 bigs. You want to get some action, of course, because hey, you want to build a stack. But at the same time, you're seeing some bluffs fly around. You see some chips move. Maybe you fold.
Boys are doing it.
Right, there's a chance of some ladder ups, even if you are this much shorter than everyone else.
I mean, Dimitri's been here a million times, and he's a champion poker player. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see him spin it up and win this thing.
Man, Victor, look at that 90 bigs, $22 man, as Matt calls him. Hey, time is everything. Pop up 10-8, get it through. Yeah, Matt. So you said this is going to be streamed on Twitch. This
yes.
Zoom call. That's cool.
So we're doing a celebration live with him, and then the family. It'll be on Twitch at World Poker Tour, and also on Zoom. So everybody's invited to come in and tell a story. I'm there for the night. If anybody wants to come in and say something about Mike, because his family's going to be watching, and all his friends and family. We have people from all over the world that are going to be coming in that night to say a few words. And obviously, we love all the greats like you and Jason to come in too, James. So if you have the time, if you can, I know it's an off hour for a lot of people all over the world, but we'd love to have you just to come in and say something. And his son will be watching as well. So everybody, he loved it so much when he got to hear from all these people, and so many more to hear from on Tuesday night. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
All
right,
building that big stack.
Here we go.
And he's got a fun combo for it. Yeah, I think this is completely reasonable. I think Blaz's open's actually a little bit loose. It's fine open for chips, but maybe airing is slightly. Nah, it's fine. Whatever. You get 9-8 suited. You can make some stuff.
You can make straights. You can make flushes. You can make straight flushes.
There's quads. I mean, you do it all.
James may have a golf story or two to talk to about Sexton.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Sexton golf stories, man. Oh yeah, jeez. It's gonna be tough, Matt. No more golfing with Mike. I don't just mean for the enjoyment, but I mean, how am I gonna supplement that part of my living? Like.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Damien, getting out of the chip lead. He has 9-7. That's a good flop for him.
Yeah, it's cooler too for Victor. The like we were saying earlier, the ace is kind of a tricky card and one that you're gonna have to call down a lot of bets with. So this will probably go check check, and Victor most likely will strap in on a lot of runouts. This is kind of right in the middle, right? And it's pretty dirty to get check raised, so you don't get raised all that often. You cover Damien, but it's gonna be a dicey situation if you get raised. Okay, neither one of them are crazy about it, but Damien doesn't mind that much. Can make a straight flush.
Yeah. These are the hands, man. They make straight flushes.
And I think this is going to do it for me, boys. I think we got Super Ike coming in after that. It's been a pleasure hanging out, and I'll see you at the ceremony, Matt.
Ooh, 9. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, great having you. Like I said, I've learned a lot just in the hour you've been with us, and I'm excited to see Ike. And we have another special guest coming up later to do, Lynn Gilmartin. So it's going to be a great stream. So James and I will just sit back and listen and watch for sure.
Yeah, and Jason, I guess we'll see you in the 25K and the 100K next week on this stream.
We'll see you there.
We'll see you on the table.
That's right. Thanks for having me, James. I'll see you boys around.
All right, take care.
Bye.
All right, so Salas does win this one with a trip 9s.
Yeah, Matt, you were talking about Mike there, and I watched that video that you shared where you guys did a golf life thing. I think it was.
Yeah.
You're playing, man. I wish I'd been there for that round. It's like a 5-minute video. I must have watched it like 8 times in a row. I mean, it had all the greatest hits in it. It's got Mike needling you, needling Mike. It's got you guys pulling Nori. I mean, like, what's not to like in this video?
It was an amazing day for sure. We were supposed to have 4. Nori showed up. He was an extra one. He didn't even belong there, but he got to play anyway. And they actually allowed us to play 5. All right, Salas does connect here with 2 pair 8s and 6s.
Yeah, blind. Blind's the gin. Matt, and I think it's you're just going to start shoveling chips in here. Hands way strong enough. You obviously don't block Blas having a jack, which is the dream scenario here. And it's a draw heavy board as well. So plenty of hands Blas can continue with. Ace 4 off, probably not one of them. Oh, he does stick around. Okay, I was going to say, like, obviously ace high is still kind of ahead of a lot of hands, but I think it's quite difficult to play down the street. So
Blas does pick up a straight draw here on the turn.
Right.
But he's not giving Damien a lot of credit, is he?
No, I guess that's part of it. And wow, Damien, I'm really surprised Damien checks this card, Matt, because a lot of the hands Blas calls flop with can still call the turn here, and a lot still have equity that might check back. And it's not a hand we can really like check raise. I'm really surprised by that check, but Damien does some weird stuff, Matt. Let me tell you, he, as Jason says, you know, you see him make it maybe a tight forward in one spot and then a really loose open or 3-bet in another. He's kind of a bit more of my generation, Matt. You know, like you don't just look at the pure hand values and decide what to do. You just kind of do it based on flow and dynamic. And have you done something? Have you done much lately? Have you maybe folded for 2 orbits? Okay, let's kick it up again. I like it, man.
So it did come a flush card on the river and a possible straight, but Damien still leads out with his 2 pair to 2.1 million. Blas does let it go, so Damien does take down this pot. And there he is.
Yeah, I mean, we
the
see
legend
a box.
himself. Ike Paxton has joined us.
Hello.
Ike, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Doing great. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And so we just had about, 90 minutes of your good pal Jason Kuhn on here, and it was amazing to listen to. So And he claims that you are way better than him. So that's he said it wasn't even close. So we're excited to hear we're excited to hear what you have to say. So this is the $10,000 main event. It had a $10 million guarantee, and we did make that guarantee, Ike, at just over $10 million in prize money.
Ike, do you like how Matt says we made that guarantee? We made the guarantee. Like, if the guarantee fell short, it was nothing to do with Matt. Don't come looking for money off him. But like,
that person fired 5 or 6 bullets, right?
When it makes the guarantee, it's we made the guarantee. Yeah, okay.
Exactly. All right, so both players with a straight draw here, but Victor does have a pair. Now, Victor got in for just $22, Ike, so he's, I don't know if you got a chance to watch earlier. We're calling him the $22 man. And,
man, what a dream. $22. Now playing for 1.7 milli. Don't see enough of it anymore, Matt. I know you're a huge fan of it, Matt.
Yes, I am. Definitely am. And Party Poker's done a great job.
I love seeing the deep satellite structure, satellites into satellites to get people from small stakes up into tournaments like this. It's really fun to see people playing for life-changing money.
So that ace on the river does hit Toon Mulder, who has ace king. Check, check. The aces will win for Toon. Have you had much experience with these players that you see here today, Ike?
I played a bit with Toon Mulder and a bit with Dimitri. I recognize Philip Mighal and Damian Salas, but I think I have played less with them.
It is Dimitri coming in with ace-jack of diamonds, Mulder. All right, Mulder finds a little something. More than a little something. This is just like frustrating, right? You got your 20 bigs, you find ace-jack of diamonds, you pop it up, get one cooler. Don't even flop a backdoor flush draw on this rainbow board, but
yeah,
it's gonna
it's still a pretty low and dry board. You're expecting to have the best hand more often than not here. I think I would have liked to see a raise from Mulder there. King 9 on this board is a very strong hand.
Right, and I guess Dimitri checks back a lot of hands, right? So it's not like we can kind of go check cooling down like Dimitri's going to blast off with a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, I mean, he will bluff off reasonably often, but you just don't need a hand as good as King 9 to call down. You'd rather put the money in yourself, I think.
And I guess, I mean, sizing-wise here, Ike?
2 more cards below the 9. Your range as the big blind has improved a lot here, so it's hard to find things to bluff with, and kind of reasonable to size down for that reason. On the other hand, your King 9 is going to be good, not always, but awfully close on that run out, so you could go for a greedier size as well. I think either approach is fine.
Ike, I take it you played in this as well, right?
I did, yeah. I got a min cash or just a little better.
All right, Matt, you hear this? All these wizards like Jason and Ike just getting the min cashes, you know?
Yeah, Ike's another player that surely belongs on the Mike Sexton's Champions Cup at some point, and we would love to have you there.
I'll do my best.
Get you on this final table as well.
Wow, it's crazy. All these. I'm just kind of like flabbergasted that Ike's not already there. Like, don't take that the wrong way, Ike. But I just like that's not meant to be a needle. I think it sounds like a little needle.
No.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised. All right, there you go. Like Phil is check raising his top pair in this very similar spot, but a hell of a lot deeper.
Yeah. I still like this play. not necessarily a spot where you're trying to get your whole stack in with 9-7, but it rates to be the best hand here, and putting a little more in on the flop, maybe getting some folds from overcards, maybe getting a fold from 5-5 is not what you wanted, but probably weren't making any money check calling against it either.
Right, and Salas with 2 5s, up specifically on that board, like 7-4 deuce, right? I guess a lot of Phil's bluffs are going to include a 5 in the hand, so maybe 5's not the best hand to continue with.
You have ace, queen,
Not
ace,
the
king,
best,
and
I
7.
suppose, but I would be pretty happy to call with 5s there if it were me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm still continuing. I'm just trying to find reasons in Salas's mind. But, wow, okay. So
yeah, I mean, maybe he thinks it's a situation where Philip isn't gonna just check raise the once and then give up from there, so he just wants to get away from the hand immediately.
Ivanovic, though, like, he's going to get back in it here.
I'd be surprised if he does anything other than shove this, yeah.
Yeah. Or he's in a flat in front. Mulder's going to be kind of loving the spot if it gets to him, right? The big blinds.
Well, depends if Salas, oh, he went for a small 3-bet here. Yeah. Or not that small, like half his stack almost.
Yeah, committing. I guess there's.
Yeah.
If they both go all in, he's looking at giving himself some room to fold. I don't think we can with ace king, but.
Yep.
And that'll put Urbanovic all in with his ace king, and he'll like what he'll see when Toon has 2 or ace queen, but a queen on the flop.
Not so much now.
Like
Not
hearts,
so
though,
much
guys.
now.
Hello.
And there's another heart.
Hello.
Nope, not to be. Dmitry Urbanovic has been eliminated, and he finishes in 6th place.
Yikes. That one stings a little bit, I think, Matt.
That's not a fun way to go.
Sure does, but he does take home over $250,000, $277,014 for his 6th place finish. Next up, 391, 257, and we've reached the top 5.
Wow.
Payouts are getting big.
Yeah, like one more spot and you're guaranteed the $500,000. Yikes. Man, why didn't I play this tournament? Seems like a mistake.
It was a good one.
Yeah, I'd have butchered it. I'd have been out on day one. Don't worry about it. All right, lone big blind. Phil's going to go after it. I guess, I mean, these situations, they do happen. They don't happen, like, super often, but
yeah,
I guess we just get to open a hell of a lot wider in a single big blind situation, given that we're
I mean, it
player,
plays nearly like a hand of ordinary heads up with the small blind on the button and the big blind. The button is getting a slightly worse price to play a hand than they would be an ordinary heads up, but the shape of the strategies is about the same.
Right.
Less limping than you would have in a heads-up game where there's already a small blind in front of the button because you're not getting, over 3-1 to limp, so you raise more and limp less.
All right, Blaz flops the flush draw. Victor, though, like with I guess a hand that if we're opening in first position, we're gonna. This feels like a board we're gonna start putting some chips in.
Some pretty good activity with this board: 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, 2 overcards.
Wow, Dmitry Ivanovic, that was a stinger.
Yeah,
like 45 bigs. If he wins that pot, I guess 42 bigs, something like that. Hello.
That's a big card for Victor.
Right, King High versus Queen High.
Expect he's probably going to keep betting here.
And does he just size pretty big here, Ike?
I would usually be going around 3/4 pot on this board. Yeah, I think that's a good bet size. Laz is in a kind of painful spot here. I mean, you're not really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can fold a king flush draw there. Calling doesn't feel great. Raising seems fine. I don't know. You don't really want to raise and get shoved on. I guess you probably just call there.
I'm a nit. I just fold too often.
Okay. Victor gets the walk here.
So Matt, just to confirm, I saw some people asking about the Mike Sexton thing on Tuesday. So that's on WPT Twitch, right? 5 p.m. PST.
Yeah, 5 p.m. PST, and you know, we're going to have a lot of people coming in afterwards that are going to be speaking, and hopefully you'll do the same, Mike. I know that you did speak when about Mike before, and really, that was one of the ones that I remember the most was you talking, because I really didn't know you had a much of a relationship with Mike, and to hear that he touched so many people, even legends like yourself.
I mean,
it
I
really
didn't have that much of
so
a relationship with Mike, but he has been important in the lives of anybody who's a serious poker player, even if it wasn't such a personal connection.
Yeah, I know that he respected your game, that's for sure. Like I was telling Jason, we talk about players all the time, and you know, he definitely respected you, and he was very, you know, humble about himself. Like he had a lot of results in his life, but you know, a lot of times when you do stuff like that, you know, maybe think a little bit more of yourself. But he never did. He always put you guys way ahead of what he could ever become because of your online presence. So, you know, we respect what Mike said, and he knew what he was talking about. Even though he, you know, had all those results, he still gave so much respect to the younger generation of players like yourself.
All right.
That's really nice to hear.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a little three-way pot here, guys. Some three pretty nice looking hands.
Could see a 3-bet from Philip here.
The advantage of the 3-bet, like because what does this target in?
Oh,
it goes for it.
It's just a strong hand. You don't mind getting called and seeing a flop with a bunch of money in the middle. You don't mind getting folds and winning right away. It's sad if you get jammed on and have to fold such a strong hand, but with the stacks being so deep, that's not going to happen a whole lot. You even have a fine hand to call a small 4-bet with. So, yeah, it's just a good hand and fine to put money in the middle.
And a flop now, of course.
Expect to see a C-bet nearly always here. He could go for a smaller size or a bigger one. Yeah, I think that's a good play.
Right, plenty of potential down the streets here with the backdoor clubs through the street. Victor, on the flip side, can't ask for too many better flops than that.
Yeah, I would expect him to always call here.
Wow.
That's a big turn for Philip.
Here we go.
I think he'll bet often here. He also has a nice hand to check shove with. Can't really go wrong here.
And I suppose that the merits of the check shove are that Victor is gonna still have plenty of hands that can like float this flop, King 7-3, right? There are hands that would stick around. All right, 11.7 from Phil.
Yep.
Nice.
And that hand sort of shows the advantage of the 3-bet. If he just calls free, you might see action there where it just goes check, check, and a small bet and a fold until it calls the flop, and now it's a small pot and it's going check, check on the turn, and Victor might get to show down his nines and win.
Victor with the nines here, calling the 1.5 million from Blas.
Not really what you want to see with nines.
Top pair.
For third pot, I'd probably call here with nines. At least with a spade in my hand, it would be closer without. More bad news for nines. Probably get to bet a fold here.
Yeah, well, Victor's had a pretty good start to this final, but I guess the last couple of orbits not been fantastic. But guaranteed. What are we at now, Matt? With 5 left, what do we say it was? 380, 390,
390. Yeah, 391.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, as you said, as you christen him, the $22 man. Like it's been a good start to the evening.
He's not ready to give up, James. Don't count our man out yet.
I'm not. He's tripled his guaranteed payday
He's
and
still
increased his chip
second in
stack.
chips, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Absolutely flown out the gates.
Bit of a loose open with 10-6 off here. But it is the chip leader opening into 2 covered stacks, so stands to see some slightly more passive and tight play from these guys. And yeah, Damien folds 7-6 suited from the small blind, which is not a bad play, but on the tighter side, and makes opening something like 10-6 off look more attractive.
You know, see the blinds have inched up 350, 700. Phil still over 100 bigs. What a life.
It's a good feeling having 100 big blinds at a final table.
And have you played many tournaments online with this kind of structure, man? 45-minute levels on day 2 and on day 3 and today.
Yeah, this is
it's insane,
this is
right?
a really nice structure. Wish I had gotten to play a little bit more of it.
But I take it, did I ask before we're going to see you in the 25K and the 100K next week?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Nice.
You can't beat those guarantees. I mean, literally for a high roller to have, the 100K has a 3 million guarantee. The 25K is a 2-day start with a 5 million guarantee. Just amazing to think about.
Yeah, that's really strong.
5 million guarantee. Wow.
Yeah, this series, 100 million guarantee total for the series, and still plenty to come in this series as well, including the heads up tonight with a 100K guarantee, $3,200 buy-in.
Yep. Wouldn't have minded a bet from Victor here, but check's all right too. His hand's at that awkward strength where it's really fairly strong, but you can't check call. So I kind of like usually stabbing with it on the turn. And now on the river can kind of go either way. You could bluff or you could just let it go.
I'm just looking at that.
2.4 million.
Yeah, that heads up is let's look at 166 entries. Just seeing now, they're kind of getting through the. I guess they're on the first round still. I guess there were some buys.
You guys get that bluff through with the 8-5.
Yeah, 6 is not such an appealing one to call with there.
Miguel's raised to 1.5 with queen 10 of clubs. Victor Simeonato does make the call.
Mm-hmm.
Philip flops top pair here with queens. Not much for Victor.
Yeah, I expect we just see check bet fold here. Checks it behind.
Turn is the ace of spades. So I was telling Jason, the amateurs like me always think when an ace comes up that the other player has one. Especially a razor.
Ike,
yeah.
Don't tell him any different. Like, just leave him there. Good for him if he thinks that. It's good for us. Everyone's just happy. It's even worse for Matt because he plays he loves to play his high-low games. So everyone does have an ace all the time in those games.
That is true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Actually, Matt, that's the one good thing about No World Series this year is you didn't put me to shame by cashing in more events than I do every year.
Yeah, I did miss it. I missed it for sure.
That passive line really worked out for Philip there. He just checked it behind twice and picked off a river bluff. There was no other way he was getting any money out of Victor there. That's quite a tight fold from the small blind by Mulder. And he's going to limp in here. Bit deeper than you often see people limping.
Damien with a pair and Twin Mulder with a flush draw. Queen of spades.
Expect we're going to see a bet nearly always here. Button limper's got a pretty big range advantage against a guy who just checked from the big blind. That's quite a tight fold for spin bet there.
Damien started the day as a chip leader. Ike, does that go in your thinking at all when you're playing hands like that? You're like, feel like you're running bad and you have to give up hands like that in certain spots? I don't know.
I don't
know. That's what I would feel like.
I mean,
again, I'm the amateur.
I think that's not really how you want to be thinking about things. In poker, the past is the past, and you're just looking at the situation you're in right now. It doesn't matter if you lost some hands earlier in the day or if you started the day with one big blind and ran it up. But sometimes it does get to you when you've been running bad. You can be a little frustrated and less confident, and it will make you play a little tighter. This is an interesting spot. It's a fairly aggressive 3-bet, but fine hand to do it with. And yeah, he's going to get it through. think holding the fours is relatively clear there. The queen jack could kind of go either way. Depends how loose you're opening. If you're already playing very tight, then it's probably fine to let the queen jack go when you get 3-bet. If you're opening looser, then maybe you feel like you're high enough up in your range that you're forced to continue with a hand like that. Looks reasonable enough, though.
We have seen Victor play a lot more hands since he got up to his hot start. That's for sure. But,
yeah.
He's also had a lot. He has also had a lot of hands as well.
Matt, the top pros don't even think about, right? Then it's for them. It's just, and I'm looking at you, Ike. It's just win the 1.7 million, throw it on the pile with the rest of it. You know, these guys are.
Yeah.
Maybe he's reached the threshold that pays the mortgage off. You know, so we're going to play a bit freer now. Now everything else from here is spending money.
That's really true. Yeah. If you're not a professional poker player, that there can be, or even if you are, that there can be real non-linearities in what the different payouts are worth, and it can be hard to just try to maximize your EV when, you know, winning 500K changes your life more than a third as much as winning 1.5 million.
Right, exactly that.
All right, Ag. Here you go. Here's your first question. What is a linearity?
You know, like on a graph when it is a straight rather than curved line. If money has a linear value to me, $10 is worth 10 times as much as $1. If I'm really hungry and I need a hamburger and I have $0, $1 is worth more than a tenth as much as $10.
That's a good explanation for sure. That is definitely a good explanation.
Making me hungry though. It's no use.
Yeah. I lost to last longer with Marianne. She plays on Club WPT with me, and so this week the loss made me have to eat vegan for 3 days. So I'm on day 2 right now. So a hamburger sounds really good right now.
Wow. All the grief you've given people in the past, you know, on these vegan bets, Matt, and now there you are, just.
Here I am. All right, so Victor did lead out here with a 6-4, and Tim Mulder has top pair 10-6. We expect Victor to shut it down now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, stab with the 6-4, blind on blind, 10-3-3. There were plenty of cards on the turn that could give you some incentive to keep firing, but I don't think King's going to be one of them. Especially Tian's going to have some King X calling that bet. And now, well, just enough maybe.
Yeah.
He did make a pair.
Probably not quite enough to value bet. You could try putting him in bet out there. But yeah, I do expect he's probably going to check call if he faces a bet here. Or, you know, it's actually not a bad hand to check raise with. I wouldn't do it often, but I would be considering it. Maybe take a peek at the randomizer, and if we're at 95, put the raise in.
And that's going to send us to a break here. We are down to the final 5 players. Philip Migdal now in the chip lead with over 100 big blinds, 74,320,000. And we'll be right back.
Becoming a WPT WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman,
Alex Foxen,
Jeff Hum, Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zheriaf, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 p.m. BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a 25k high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck everybody, play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
And we are back. 5 players remaining. They're all going after that 1.7 million. Don't forget, in addition to that 1.7 million, you're going to pick up a Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, the Baccarat Crystal tumblers, and a TOC seat worth $15,000 that was added by Party Poker, and of course your name on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup.
Matt, I don't want to seem ungrateful, but all I got was like a really cheap card protector. Like, where's the watch?
I showed this to Jason earlier, but I have the Champions Cup with me right here, and James Dempsey's name is actually right next to me. So, yeah, we got to get your name on there, Ike.
I'll see what I can do.
I talked to a bunch of players. They said how much more special it made it being on that cup because it has Mike Sexton's name on it. So yeah, we're very happy to give him that honor because he actually came to us and said that made him feel better than even being in the Poker Hall of Fame, which obviously meant a lot to us at the World Poker Tour. All right, some clubs here. Damian Salas with Queen 9. Up against Ace Jack for Blas. And Damien does flop a pair here, but also 3 diamonds on the flop. And a straight draw for Blas with the overcard ace.
Yeah, if Blas puts a couple streets of bets in here, he's likely to get Damien off that hand, but it's a kind of scary board. He may not do that. I think you can really go either way with better check on the flop here.
He does check it. A third queen now for Damien.
That's going to make getting Damien off the hand a little harder. Probably just going to see bet and fold here. He could check.
And so what's the reason for not wanting to bet that and try and get a possible single diamond out of the pot there?
A lot of the time when the flop goes check, there'll sort of be an understanding between both players that second pair is a likely hand for the guy who checked behind to have. So you're going to check often on that card. They might bluff at it some. They might, in fact, have the second pair that's now trips, and it'll probably be with a better kicker than the Queen 9 since Blas opened from the hijack. So it's kind of a little bit of pot control, a little bit of letting him bluff at it. If you were to always bet with trips or better there, obviously you would make things a little easy on your opponent. They can just put unlimited money in on the turn with a good king or better. This is a nice play here, the check call and then lead when the board pairs. Damien can easily have check called with hands that are just playing the board now, Jack and 10 high flush draws, small pocket pairs with a diamond, and those hands are going to want to take a cheap stab here and get ace high or other hands that are playing board and chopping to fold. So balancing that with the queen is a nice play, and that's an interesting play from Blas as well. I think if I were to raise here, I'd use a somewhat bigger size, but it's a nice idea going for the bluff raise there. He has a fine hand for it, and
why is Damien not re-raising in that spot?
he loses to king queen or kings or sevens, and it's probably hard to get called by worse. Not too likely Blaz is going to raise a 7 and call a 3-bet there. It doesn't even have that many of them in the first place. Certainly not going to raise a flush and call a 3-bet, so it seems like it's kind of a spot where it just doesn't matter whether you call or 3-bet. It's you're almost never beat and you're almost never getting called by worse.
Makes sense. And now both players with kings, but also 1 diamond.
Yeah, both pretty strong hands here.
Four spades on the turn.
Just an all-round good spot for Phil Royale. Get them dominated.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has just good enough hand to put one more bet in here. Checking behind and maybe putting the bet in on the river is also a fine approach. We've seen Damien make some tight folds so far, which would tip me a little towards just checking behind, because I think he might get away from a king more often than some other players might. And now that's a kind of scary river. The flush got there, queen jack got there, king 10 got there. Yeah, just taking the showdown with king queen looks fine at that point.
We're at 350, 700,000 with an ante of 87,500. Love those online antes. Something I never get to see in the live world.
Well, in the live world, you just have the big blind ante.
Yes.
Get you to a nice round number.
All right, Victor with kings now. Doesn't look like we'll have any action here, except for a raise and a fold.
Well, we could see a limp and then all sorts of things happen.
Here we go.
We did. And there you go.
All sorts of things can happen.
6-2 is a fine hand to raise a limp with.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got a pair. We're probably going to see at least a bet go in here. Easily see check, bet, raise, and call.
Matt, you're trying to kill this hand early like it's nothing. We got the 6 deuce versus king.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
I'm that guy. I'm just gonna, I just don't want to be beaten by 6 deuce offsuit. That's my problem. And see, he won the same amount.
Wow.
Yeah. Not often you see a pair fold on the ball.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising.
That was either very cautious or very sharp to get away from the pair of twos against an overpair there. Probably going to see a fold here, but this is within the realm of things you could consider calling with. Or you could 3-bet.
Worked out just fine.
If I knew my opponent was going to fold pocket fours, I would 3-bet it.
always easier when you get to see the cards.
So Matt, when are we thinking Tournament of Champions? They're all going to roll over with all the winners from last season, and hopefully next May. Is that the thought?
We're in talks. We're in talks, James. Not really sure what's happening, but yeah, we're the tradition of the Tournament of Champions, is another fingerprint of Mike Sexton on the industry. So yeah, it will continue. We just don't have an exact time or date, but definitely look forward to that in the future. I have been a strong supporter of the Tournament of Champions, and hopefully that we can get it down sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
Hopefully this
cool
time you'll get in.
concept.
Yeah.
I will try my best to become a champion
Nice.
in the interim.
Awesome. Love to have you. All right, Philip has paired kings here on the button up against the Trey Deuce of hearts. I did hear you say twos a little while ago. Is it deuces or is it twos? The age-old argument.
I use them interchangeably, I think.
Oh, do you really? Okay. What do you say, James?
I think I say deuces, but I say threes rather than trays. I think that's my. I merge, I guess, as the kids would say.
Yeah, I think I say deuces more often than twos. I definitely say threes more often than trays.
Right, I do something the same as Ike. I'm getting there. This is it.
So I don't know if I'm playing live poker and some old school guys like Doyle and Lyle are around, I have to step up my old school lingo. I'll try and remember to say trays.
Yeah. All right, Zara sticking around with the ace deuce, and Victor gets a good looking flop.
I think Glass has to fold here. That's a relatively big size. Yeah. If Victor had gone from like a quarter pot c-bet, you might see the ace deuce continue, but against like 60% or so, I think it's a pretty clear fold.
Four sixes and king jack of hearts. Could have some fireworks here. Haven't seen the old set over
see
set
Mulder
yet.
just stick it in free here even. I think Damien's at the upper limit of stack sizes where you could do that. Yeah. Yeah, there it goes. And I
You're
don't
1 for
expect
1,
to see a call here. I think this is going to win it. I think that's a nice play by Don. I hope I'm pronouncing that name somewhere close to correct. I have no idea how you pronounce an EU in Dutch.
Yeah, it's Tun.
Tun?
We've had it. Tun. Yeah, we had it checked out.
Okay.
Mulder. I have to say Mulder.
Good to know.
Just do the cop out like I do.
Mulder, yeah. It's also Mulder, not the Mulder, Mulder.
Yeah.
I'm big on phonetics there, James. I don't know if you knew that.
I like to pronounce people's names right. It seems
Yeah, I do too.
like a respectful thing to put a little effort into. That's a fairly tight limp fold with the Jack 9, but if you remember, he just open folded the King 4 an orbit or two previous. So you can see he's taking a very tight approach to his small blind play against the chip leader, which makes a lot of sense. And if you are open folding hands as strong as King 4, then it kind of follows from there that you can also limp fold hands as strong as Jack 9. And still not have it be too easy to attack your limping range since it's already quite strong to begin with, and Jack 9 is not that high up.
Salas lets his ace 10 go.
I think we should probably see a call from King Queen here, though other options aren't totally crazy. Really, all of them jam or a small 4-bet or even fold. That I think King Queen is worth kind of close to 0 with all of the plays here, but I would mostly just call.
Jack 8-5 on the flop, and both players with a heart in their hand. 2 hearts on the flop.
Usually you see a c-bet at a very high frequency from the 3-better here. I don't think this will be an exception. I think usually Mulder's going to stick out quarter or third pot, yeah. And early in the tournament, this is, maybe just enough hand, King Queen with the backdoor flush draw, that you would mostly continue. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold.
He
does make the call, and now that
stick
heart
around.
on the turn.
That's bad news, picking up the second best flush draw here.
I mean, I guess Mulder just checks this back, or does he fire again with pot
I think
behind?
he's going to mostly check this back.
Right.
I think it's a spot where he often has the best hand and will rarely get better to fold. And it's better to bet again with a more polar range here and check behind with a hand of about this strength. And now there's a good chance Boz is going to win this hand.
Right.
It's hard for him to have worse than King Queen, and I think that will be pretty apparent to him. So he's likely to bluff it, and Mulder doesn't have a particularly attractive hand to call with, so it's likely to work.
Yeah, I mean, everything you just said is pretty clear on this one, right? Wow, he just goes for the rip. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, Zverev just finding it, Matt. He finds it. He digs deep.
He does.
He gets into his soul.
Nice
he
play.
puts the whole thing on the table.
It's easy to chicken out at a final table, but I think sticking it in on the river there was a good play.
9-8-6 on the flop. 2 spades. Victor has that queen of spades, but the 6 is a pair for Blas. And he does check it.
Blas really likes to see a card below the 6 here. I think he's gonna often bet this hand. It rates to be best here very often. He uses a nice big size here as well. I think Blas is playing quite well at this final table. I've been impressed.
We were talking to Jason earlier about the old King 6 suited hands, and he seemed to love them, thinking they were great hands. And James, I don't know if you agreed or not.
No, yeah, I mean, the reasoning's there. I'm just... It's funny how far poker's come.
Yeah, that's a class of hands that I was definitely underrating in the pre-solver era. The computers like big little suited more than I expected them to.
Mm-hmm. And that's my favorite hand right there, the Jack 10 suited. Give me that hand all day.
That's a hand we all knew was good right away. The first poker book I read had a little section on whether Jack 10 suited or pocket aces was better. It concluded aces was better, but the world has come a long way from when you had to have that conversation.
And Victor has King 8, and he has a 9-7 3 flop. Tin Mulder does have that straight draw. No diamonds on that flop.
I think most often we just see a bet and a fold here. Pretty nice hand for betting the flop. And, you know, maybe against the button you could think about continuing this King 8, but probably not against the hijack.
Getting some chat over there, and somebody says they really appreciate Dempsey's commitment to dressing up today. So thank you for that, James.
Hey, Matt, I've got my uniform on. I've got my, what do you want? I got my party cap. I've got my party shirt on. Like, where is it? Where's the logo? Where is the logo? There it is. You know,
matching headphones.
I've got a.
It's from Justin Hammer though, so I wouldn't take it too serious.
Oh,
he says
Jesus.
He says you do know they make hats your size though these days.
I mean, really? I'm gonna get. I don't even know where to start with this one. Hammer.
Yeah. All right. Tun does make it 2.5 million.
I wonder how many bad rulings Hammer's made in a WPT. Like, this is a good question. How many times do you have to fix his mistakes, Matt? Do you get called over a lot to fix those mistakes?
Yeah, we had to let him go though, so he did get let go. So I couldn't keep doing it. At some point, I had to let Hammer go. He's actually working down, and he's gone down. He's working in Houston now, in one of the clubs down there. So doing quite well. So
cool.
Wish Justin all the luck in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, good dude.
The Texas card scene is interesting. I don't know a whole lot about it, but it's cool to see a legal live poker market like that cropping up.
Yeah. We are at 3,500 going to 4 and 800 next level. 45-minute levels at this final table. Just an amazing thing to see online. You don't usually see that very often.
Yeah, this this could go a long time. I think pretty typical to see a bet and a call here. The pre-flop raiser is going to bet this board a whole lot with whatever they've got, and obviously King Jack is not considering folding, and raising is not too appealing either.
Now it is, with a third jack on the turn. Yeah.
Be interesting to see if Damien goes for a lead here. He has seemed to be looking for leads based on that other hand he played earlier. I don't like it quite as much in this spot.
Is that
I
just
think
because you figure your
the
hand
pre-flop
best,
raiser's
so you're
betting
trying
all
more?
of his ace jack, king jack on the flop himself. It's not like you have a real advantage on that card. I would mostly check there, but I mean, he had a good hand and he bet. It's never going to be a big mistake.
All right,
So he does make it
potential.
1.5 million. Ace 8 of spades and Salas with ace 10 of hearts. Only had one real bad beat here at the final table so far. Isn't that right, James?
Right, you just
Or
calling it already.
your Bonovich hand?
You just. We've only had one, guys. Here comes another one. Like, wow. Matt, you're cruel. But it was Mulder on the right side of it, right? He had the ace queen, so.
That's correct.
You know.
It would
And Salas does
only
get this one too.
make sense if he just did it again, right?
Yeah.
Hey, it doesn't matter how you get him, just that you get him.
That is the truth. That is deep truth.
It is. It's not what the GTO bots say, but hey, it's old school poker. Just make sure you win any way you want. Someone pretty good. No, it's all about the process and the decisions you make. Nah, it's not. It's just on your day you run good. I'm messing, of course. I'm messing. We got Icon here, like just dropping the knowledge. I'm just. It's already getting late for me, guys. That's my excuse. I'm just going a bit crazy.
Yeah, you're not on the right time zone for this.
I'm not. No. But it's all right. I've just had some espressos. We're fired up, ready to go.
Time zones don't matter when you've got espresso.
Yeah.
That's ace 3. He does have a straight draw, and Victor with queen and jack. Both players with a club in their hand. Clubs on the board.
We'll mostly see a check call. We could see a check raise. This is not a bad hand for putting a raise in.
Very nice looking hand.
Says make call to 2.9. Victor picks up a straight draw with that king of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty nice card for Victor to barrel. I would expect to see him bet here pretty often. I like a nice chunky bet here too, full pot or so. Yeah, that's
6.9.
think you're probably supposed to call this one as blahs. Yeah, I like that. Don't love being in the spot. I like it a lot now.
Yeah, we go.
Do like a
And Victor has a very good hand to keep bluffing with here. I would not be at all surprised to see him just put it in. I think if I had played the hand this way to this point, I would usually shove with Victor's hand.
The $22 man. Ah, he's
Yeah,
going for it.
that's a good play, and it's not going to work.
Yikes.
Odds does make the call. Victor is going to be super short after this one.
Yeah, that's
Still
that
in, but just barely.
Like,
Chip in a chair, as they say.
Ike says he's done the right thing, and the way that's one played out, it's just going to sting a little
Yeah,
bit.
I think that was a well played hand. I'm sure he's going to lose sleep over it, but he shouldn't.
Yeah, like someone watching this needs to let Victor know that it was Ike approved, and then that'll make the sleep maybe a little easier.
Yeah,
And he's
I
off
hope
now
so.
with 10-7 up against King Jack. The board is Queen Jack Deuce. A Jack's a pair for Philip. Victor needing a running straight. Not going to happen there. It's going to be all over for Victor Shiminato, who is going to finish in 5th place, but he did take that $22 satellite win in to the top 5, and he takes home $391,257 for that finish. Congratulations, Victor. That's quite a run. But that leaves us
a rough
with 4
way to go
players
out,
now, and 552,000.
There's a lot of honor in busting the biggest pot you've played in your life, pulling the trigger on a good bluff. I think he's got something to be proud of there.
Yeah, and like you say, I mean, just kind of the deck came that way, right? I mean, he wins that pot so many times when he fires that bluff. Just cold, man. There's just some of the hidden luck in poker, like.
Absolutely. That's as much a cooler as running kings and aces.
552 now to the next player eliminated, and we have some small pairs out there, deuces and eights.
Wait, eights is a small pair? What's going on? They changed the rules of poker. I see eights get excited. Like, come on, man.
I think it's a small pair.
Four-handed. I mean, like. Yeah, guys, $500,000 locked up. What a spot.
We could see fireworks here. Tun has shown some willingness to stick in big shoves, but he just limp calls here. I do think that's the better play. I think he's just a little too deep to limp jam the deuces, but it wouldn't have been a crazy thing to do.
Jack 9-6 on the flop. A couple spades. Neither player with a spade in their hand. A 4 on the turn.
Mostly we'll just see another check here. Putting out small bet with the deuces is a consideration. I don't think a big one would be good. Yeah. And I think Philip will usually find a bet here. Having checked behind and now seeing a blank turn, he has one of the stronger hands he can expect to have, and I think he should begin trying to get some value from it. And especially for that sizing, I don't see Mulder folding here. Kind of looks like Philip is just going for protection with ace high and likely to check behind. Dunn has been taking a very conservative approach from the small blind against Philip, and could see that work out for him. He's certainly improving his chances of laddering by taking that approach.
Getting some more chat in there, and somebody says there's an esteemed tournament director and esteemed poker player. Who's the bum in the hat? And he also said the bum in the hat talks funny. Any idea who that might be, James? Without even looking? Take a guess. I'll give you one guess.
Mike O'Malley?
That is correct. You got
There
it.
we go. He's so
You got
predictable.
it. All right. Ace, king, deuce. Both players flop a pair.
It was the talk's funny. That's what got it. Like,
2 hearts also, and Damien does have the 9 of hearts.
man, I'm actually
Yeah,
interested.
that's a pretty good flop for Damien.
You were saying the Mike Sexton thing Tuesday. I assume you've got Mike O'Malley talking quite a bit on that, have you? Because he's got to have a lot of stories from the early days of Party Poker that I think must be fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, Mike's O'Malley is one of the only people in the industry old enough to be there in the early days. So another heart on the turn. So Damien Solis does have that pair and the flush draw. But Philip with the best hand right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good check by Damien. I don't think he has quite the right hand strength to be betting. And
maybe now, though.
I think likely we see check bet call here. There are other reasonable possibilities as well. Could see Philip try to make a very small bet for value here himself. And this is tricky. I think I actually like a raise against this size, but it's a hard play to find.
Probably like maybe a little easier as Damien Salas, though, right? Because kind of have that reputation and
yeah,
let's get a little bit more out of line.
Let's just make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be tough. It's a tough one to pull a raise there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have the 10 of hearts, I think it's like a pretty obligatory raise. I think with the 9, it's still a good play, but it's a lot dicier. Particularly the 9 with a king. If you have the 9 with an ace, again, that becomes a little less attractive. You're going to be a little harder for you to get called, I think.
Second time we've seen Philip raise with 10-6 suited on the button. This time gets
it was
called by
offsuit
Blas with
last
the
time.
7-6 of clubs. Oh, was it? Ah,
Yeah,
that's right.
I remember thinking it was a little loose. This is just a pretty... I think I like it. It's right on the border. The 3 flush, 3 straight, 2 overs to the 5 is like... I think in a cash game, it's just barely a good enough hand to continue, and I think when you're second in chips against the chip leader in a tournament, it's probably prudent to fold.
We have gone up to 4 and 800,000 now, with 100,000 on the ante.
Matt, you just love talking about antes like they're a normal thing again, don't you? It's exciting for you.
Yeah, it is.
It takes you back to the good old days, like when that suit was in vogue. Like there were antes, there was all sorts of stuff going on. Like
this suit will.
Do you remember what there were in the Andes? Those were really the glory days. But you'd show up for level 1 of the World Series, and it was just 25-25 with no antes.
Yes, I do remember that. That's when it was dollar for dollar. What did we start with in this tournament, James? How many chips did they start with?
200,000.
There you go. All right, raised ace 1.7 with the ace 7 for Blas, and Mulder is going to 3-bet to 4.8 million with his ace king.
I'd be surprised if this doesn't end right here. Ace 7 off, not the most attractive hand to continue against the 3-bet.
And that 3-bet is going to win the pot for 10 Mulder. And with that, we will go to a short break, but please come back. We only have 4 players remaining. Philip Migdal, the chip leader, and $1.7 million still to be won.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum. Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair in a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zheriev, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 p.m. BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a 25k high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck everybody, play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
At Party Poker, we think poker should be fair as well as fun. Not like some of these guys letting predators get out of control. So unfair. You don't even stand a chance. It's like us getting in the ring with a boxing heavyweight. This is a David and Goliath situation. We're all Davids now. You know what that means. It's time for us to kick some Goliath butt. Yeah, you better stop it, all right? It's on. You love fair poker? Join Party.
And we are back with the final four. These players all guarantee at least a $522,000 payday, with first place being $1.715 million, and also the Baccarat Crystal Tumblers, the Hublot Big Bang Steel Watch, the $15,000 Tournament of Champion seat, which was added by Party Poker, and of course the name engraved on the WPT Mike Sexton's Cup, which is sitting right next to me here.
And I will personally give them a high five.
Wow. All right. I'll let them buy me a drink. How about
that? I'm sure they'll all be happy to.
All right, Salas getting fruity. A7 from the small. I guess a bit of a spot for Phil. What are we looking at? 40-ish.
Yeah, this is tricky. I would not fold. I think I like call better than shove, but shove is reasonable enough. Salas might just give up immediately here. I think that would be a pretty good play, actually. I think mostly he should just give up here with an under to the 8 even. No hearts, no clubs. It's hard to miss this board more thoroughly than he does, and I think it's fine to have some check folds in this spot, so I think that was a good check. A lot of people will just automatically see bet there, and I think that can be a mistake. Now after check, and basically a blank turn, neither player all that likely to have a king here. I think I expect him to just check again. The likelihood that you're going to do anything to get Philip to fold a better hand has gotten lower now that the flop's gone check, and the likelihood that you get to showdown and win with your ace-7 has gotten better, so yeah, just keep checking, and it might not be likely you get to showdown and win the whole pop, but you might at least get a chop against a small ace. I think that's the best thing you've got going on here. And yeah, checking has, I think, at this point become even clearer. And I expect Philip to just check behind. There doesn't seem to be much reason to put money into the pot from either side at this point. It's kind of a quiet hand, but well played from both sides. I think Damien avoided an opportunity to make a mistake there and did well.
Wow, this makes it 2.8 and wins the spot. I was asking Jason earlier, let me ask you, what was it like for you to make your first $1 million score? Ike?
It was pretty fun, if I recall correctly.
You enjoyed it?
I think
Sure?
I did, yeah. My first $1 million score would have been the World Series 40th anniversary 40K in 2009.
Lunkend.
Against Lunken, yep. Good memory.
I'm just really quick. I'm just really quick at using Hendemob. I'll be honest. I wish I could claim I got that one, but yeah, wow.
Yeah, that felt great. I mean,
yeah, it's something not every poker player gets to experience. Although James did get to experience $1 million score, did you not, James?
No, it was I played a WPT that decided to pay 25% in the field because that's how you guys used to do things apparently. So, yeah, good payout structure that one.
That was a regrettable era in poker tournament management. The 25% of the field pays.
Yeah, I mean, the guys who came like 100th in the 400 on a field and got $100 more than the buy-in back, they loved it. But you know, why always me? I'm just a sufferer. This is just something Matt loves to needle me about. You know,
I mean, the prize pool was big enough to pay $1 million for first. I remember that.
I think so. Anyway, like two of these guys are getting
races. Yes, 1.2 million for second place. That's not a bad runner-up prize, that's for sure. So ranges are opening right at the spot. Ike, is that what's happening here?
Well, in particular, Philip is in a good position to be attacking here. There are the two shorter stacks and the one middle stack, and everybody is kind of incentivized to be playing to ladder here. The two short stacks are both trying to outlast each other and at least get up to third and get that pay jump. Blaz has more than the two short stacks put together, but still less than the chip leader. He would love to outlast them both and get to that second place pay jump. So Philip's in a really good position to apply a lot of pressure here. And like as we just saw there, he went for the slightly greater than pot size c-bet on the king queen jack board and got a fold from the 10 for an open-ended straight draw, which I think is actually a nice play by both players. But shows you what we're working with here, with the chip stacks being what they are. Philip is going to really get to apply heavy pressure, and the other players are in a situation where it's difficult to resist too effectively.
Oh, well. Walter is going to take it upstairs. Just in time, Mike.
Yeah.
Just on cue, you know.
This is a gutsy play by Tun, but in a way consistent with what I was saying. He's taking a hand that ordinarily you're very happy to just call with. In the stack distribution situation that we have here, calling is still a good play, but has gotten less appealing, and taking your hand and playing it as a bluff 3-bet that will fold if you get shoved on, but has a good chance to win immediately, becomes a little more appealing, actually. Even though it's a spot where overall you're playing tighter and more conservative, that hand kind of increases in value as a 3-bet bluff as it decreases in value as a call. So I think he actually made a very sharp play there. He's a great player in my experience.
Yeah. That for sure is true. Interesting. This one goes check, check on the flop, Ike. Phil with top pair.
Yep. I think that's nicely played from both sides here. People often miss those check behinds with weak top pairs in limp check spots, especially when you know you're the chip leader and you've kind of got it in your head to be applying a lot of aggression. But I think it's good to mix in some checks with top pairs there as well.
And then a big sizing on the turn.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, this is looking well played. Be interesting to see what Mulder does here. Can't fold, I don't think. It's between call and raise. And
Hello.
Yeah.
This is again like Phil's done this a couple of times. Like he's taken the slightly passive line on the flop, and it just, I mean, fingers crossed from a little bit, but keeps paying off. Like the right things are happening, and it's every time he's generated action.
Yeah, he's surely calling here, and then it will be interesting to see what happens on the river. Whoa!
And he does fold.
I don't know about that. I don't think the point of checking behind the top pair is so you can fold the turn when you get raised.
Checking the stats.
Whoa.
Checking the stats, Ike, you're down to 92% now. I apologize. You're not perfect anymore on predictions. So I can't hold that against you, but I just want to let you know you're no longer 100%.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wow. That... Yikes. Yeah.
That was a startling fold.
Right. I mean, people are watching this going, well, you top pair back, but it's just the way it played. You know, he's checked back. He's created a. he's created
I mean, limp
range.
check. He can have better, but basically only if he turned 2-pair or a set.
Right.
He'll often have hands at least as weak as an 8 with a medium kicker to take that line. I don't see how you can really be folding top pairs at that decision point.
So from the chat, James, the Justin Hammer asked, how did it feel to commentate on someone else's first $1 million score?
I guess I'm usually filled with mostly jealousy, little bit of rage. Hang on a second. I've got to confess, guys. I'm doing a bad job here following the chat. I've been following the we have obviously the party chat and the WPT chat, but I know Joachim sent me some software before. Here we go. I can follow both chats at once. I've been poor, but I'm now with them. I'll go straight to the source of this abuse.
Yeah, a bit of an action flop here. Top pair for Blaz. Got shot in a flush draw for Mulder. I would expect to nearly always see a bet from Mulder here, yeah. And usually call, but raise is a fine play here.
And he does make the call. The harmless deuce of spades on the turn.
I think we're virtually always seeing a bet and a call here, often for a pretty big size. Possibly even an overbet. Oh, that's... I guess I'm down to 84%.
We want you to keep making at bats here. Don't give up.
What
right.
number do we let him get to, Matt, before we find someone better? What's the threshold?
I don't think we can find anybody better, so I think we're out of luck there. But the ones that he got right had me totally confused. So I'm happy to listen and try and figure it out for myself. But
for sure, you guys watching and myself and Matt were spoiled to have the likes of Ikin here. We had Jason a little earlier, and we've been spoiled all series, to be honest, with the guests we've had. And long may it continue.
For sure. Well, that's what the Jack 6 of hearts raises to 1.7 and has two hearts on the flop as well. Queen, Jack 3, 2 5s for Philip Migdal. Now, if you heard that, Ike, but Philip plays in the cash games around town with James Dempsey. So James happens to know him quite well.
Yeah, Phil Royale, a Brighton regular. Oh, yeah, UK regular. He doesn't play, but obviously plays a lot online these days. He's actually had some success before, Matt, in WPTs. I think did he final WPT UK in Nottingham, I think.
I recall seeing him deep in a couple of the PLO tournaments on Party earlier this year.
Yeah, he loves his PLO.
There were 3.1 million in earnings online and an additional 531,000 live earnings. So definitely had some success. For sure, Phil Royale 888, as he's known online generally.
Yeah.
But with real names, we know him as Philip Migdal. Now, we asked Jason the same thing. How do you like the real names? Does that make you?
I like it.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
I suppose there's potential for me to be a little biased since I already had my real name displayed on Party, and it just evens things out for me. But no, I think it's a move in the right direction. I think it creates a fairer and more trustworthy, trust-inducing environment for people to know who they're playing against. I think there's more accountability for bad behavior, and you wouldn't wear a disguise to the casino, and people wouldn't like it if you did. And it was fine to be anonymous when that was the expectation in online poker, but I think it creates a better environment overall for people not to be.
Agreed. I think they've done a great thing here with that. And obviously with the main event only having 2 days of starting days, I think that's an awesome thing as well. And making that 10 million guarantee on those 2 days is quite an achievement for a site these days. And they've done it by having so many satellites and steps and ways to get in. And as James pointed out earlier, they did overlay some of those satellites as well. So to get those people into this event, we had a player in today for just $22. It's a great thing.
Right. The main event itself didn't overlay, but a number of the satellites did.
Right, and that's, as we see, Damien rip it in here for... Ooh, this is spicy, right? Sub 30.
Yeah, that looks like it's probably just the best play here.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would be going anywhere with the ace-10 suited.
Right,
though it doesn't feel great. And especially Damien has been relatively conservative so far.
Right, and
Maybe,
my
maybe that is a
perception
good
of
fold. Maybe he just never is doing this with ace-5 suited.
right, that's my kind of perception with Damien is he likes, and I've seen him in his main event run. I've played with him. Like he kind of likes goofing around a little bit, doing perhaps some bluffing in spots you shouldn't, and getting 3-betting randomly. But I don't think you see stuff like that, just the 3-bet jam. I don't think that's really his style to suddenly just turn up with airballs there. I think he's if this makes a lot of sense, like I don't know, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but it feels like he'll make some really bizarre small bluffs. But I think just
No, I think that's a common archetype for players where they are creative in smaller pots, but become much more conservative to commit all of their chips.
Yeah, I like the fold. I like to fold with that in mind.
Ace-10 suited is just an awful lot of hand to be folding for under 30 big blinds.
Yeah, it is.
Your opponent doesn't have to be getting wild. They just have to be sticking it in with some suited broadways and suited aces. And, you know, they might find size other than all in with pocket pairs, 10s or better. Maybe the strong suited aces as well. So you're only really crushed by like ace king to ace jack offsuit, and maybe he just rips it with 9s, 10s, jacks, but very often I think those hands will do something other than go all in. I would have to be pretty confident about the situation to let go of ace-10 suited for those stacks.
Yeah.
Especially when, you know, Philip knows that Damien knows that Philip knows that he's opening a lot of hands on the button there. It's
There's a lot of
public
knowing going
information.
on, Mike.
Philip's
There's
opening a lot of
knowing.
hands on the button.
It's like we playing poker, we peeling onions. What's going on here? This hand a little bit of a nothing versus nothing.
Kind of go either way with Damien's hand here. I'd probably just let it go, yeah. He's got 2 overs, though. It would be reasonable enough to continue.
Nine ace 7 here. Flop is 7-4-4. 1 spade, so top pair for Philip Migdal. And Blas with king 9.
Matt, I was only joking when I said we have to change Ike out if he makes any more mistakes or misguesses.
No, no.
I gather you're lining someone up, right? I mean,
he's not going anywhere.
What's going on? Like,
am I being punished?
Oh, no, not at all.
Feel I think the best of it still here. This is a pretty juicy flop. Like you open up the ace 7, playing short-handed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a strong enough hand to bet twice, though checking would be reasonable as well. Yeah, I like that play. And I think Blas lets it go, yeah. Yeah, he's mostly going to want a pair or an ace or a flush draw to continue on that turn. Just the king 9 high is not quite good enough. noticed Blaz turning up the aggression from the small blind recently, finding some open raises. This is
Right.
a
You've got
potentially
Damien on.
tempting kind of bottom of the range open if he wants to go for it, or he could just limp.
Right, so you think you've got Damien on 30 bigs, Mulder's on 35. Also, Damien is a little bit of a loose cannon. So do you think there's maybe a little bit more room for Blaz to apply that ICM pressure on Mulder? Is that
Absolutely,
why we
yeah.
made that adjustment?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a sharp thing for him to be doing here. I think that's a nicely played hand from both sides.
Nah, not a lot going on this one.
I think we might just see Philip get a walk.
Right. With the 7 deuce.
Migdal continues with the big hands here. Pocket tens in the small blind.
Imagine Damien's going to defend here. It is kind of close. I can see the temptation to fold. Oh. I think that's actually maybe more reasonable than it looks at this stage of the tournament. Fighting for third here and playing it safe is a very reasonable approach.
Right.
You know, first and second in chips have quite a lot more than third and fourth here, which creates a situation where the fight for third place is very real.
I'm trying to look. Yeah, so obviously Salas's sort of big shot before the main event, finishing in 7th at the World Series. It's like he probably a little shy from busting out early on final tables after that one. Like that is the once in a lifetime final table, right? You're probably for the rest of your life are probably a little bit more interested in laddering than you have been before.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that will make an impression on you, I think.
Yeah, that would hurt.
And does that as pair in a straight draw. Damien with the same straight draw with the 9. And
well, I was about to say what a great spot it was.
That straight
for Mulder, but
hard for anything very interesting to happen from here. It's probably just going to go check, bet, call, check, bet, call. Mulder could try to get fancy here and on a blank river just stick it in and try and fold out a chop. That is one way this could get exciting. But I think more likely he will just, well, the flush card changes things. That becomes a much less attractive play when you can just run into a flush. Yeah, I think he'll just go for a half pot value bet or something here.
Nah, not
or
even.
Check it. And yeah. I am getting word that it is time for me to go pretty soon. So
let's do that.
I'm not sure exactly how soon, but before I get yanked off the set, I want to
think-
say thank you guys for having me, and it's been fun.
Thanks, Ike, and for sure, hope to see you on Tuesday night. I'll send you a Zoom link where we'll be talking about Mike Sexton. So hopefully you'll be able to be a part of that. But yeah, that's going to be a big night for us in the poker industry. So hopefully you'll be able to share a nice story about Mike, and we'll look forward to seeing you then.
Cool.
All right, Mulder 6-7 suitor limps in, Phil with 5s in the big.
Seen a lot of pocket pairs today. I don't think we flopped any sets, though. Have we flopped any sets that I've missed, James? Doesn't seem like I've seen any sets, but a lot of pairs here.
I don't recall a set while I've been on here.
No.
Yeah, I don't think we have. And Miguel makes it 2.4 with those 5s, and Mulder does make the call to 2.4 million.
All right, Matt, the Razor just got an ace, right? You just get to bet.
I always figure the Razor has an ace. So I always figure a bet's going to work if I'm the guy raising.
Yeah, and he goes for a small size.
There you go. See? Because he had an ace.
Yeah, I see people asking, where did Victor finish? He did finish in fifth for fifth or sixth, fifth, 392K, or $22 man, and he went out balls to the wall. No better way to say it. Ike approved bluff.
Yeah, that was a well played hand.
He did not go quietly.
Sometimes you run a good bluff and they've got a straight.
Speaking of straight draws, we do have one here. Twin Mulder has 7-6 of spades on the 8-9 flop. 2 diamonds. Philip Miguel with the queen of diamonds.
All right, no action so far.
King of hearts on the turn. Oh.
Pardon me?
Don't be upset. We're replacing you, but don't get upset, Ike. You know, not because of you. It's because we have Lynn Gilmartin right there. Hey, we have Lynn Gilmartin coming in. That's why.
I don't blame you.
I mean,
don't worry, Ike,
you're not
Ike,
easy to replace, but
something good will come along soon. Don't you worry. You hang in there. You'll bounce back. You know, like you'll.
I'll try and keep it together. I am losing my composure a little here.
All right, this one's going to run out of chop, and unlikely we'll see any chips in the pot. Let's Damien try something, I guess. But
yeah, Damien could bluff with this.
Yeah,
and it could work, but
feels like we're like the chill period in the tournament. Everyone's just chilling.
So
yeah, Ike, you get to end on a chop pot, Ike. I'm sorry about that, but
all right,
we all love a chop. So, thank you so much for joining, and excellent job as always. And we really appreciate you coming on the stream. Thank you so much, Ike.
My pleasure. I look forward to the next one. I hope.
And what a treat,
just
Matt.
like that.
What a
just
treat.
down to the two of us.
You get like Hexton though. Like the man knows his stuff.
Love the guy. He's awesome.
Yeah, it's just,
all right.
Just good to listen to. He's a good person to listen to when it comes to poker, guys.
Yeah, Miguel has the open and straight draw on this board with ace-7 for Damien Salas, currently in the lead.
There we go.
Ace on the turn. Salas.
Matt, was that did Phil raise the button here? Or was this a limp? I
believe I do not know.
I missed it. Either way, it's.
I know I'll get called out in the chat if
No. It's easy. It's
I do this enough to know it's easy to. You look at the chat for a second, you miss the street of action in about 3 seconds, and then you're behind the hand. It's easy to do.
Philip did miss his straight draw, and so the 1.6 million wins it for Damian Salas. Down to the final four, 552,000. A nice day to finish fourth, but none of these guys want. Oh.
Yeah, with 550, I think I'd bank the 500 and I'd take the 50k with me to the golf course and take you on. That'd be my play, I think. See if I can get lucky.
Now you're giving me about 3 aside, I think.
You got it.
You got it. All right, a little bit of a flop here. Tin Mulder with King 8 versus 7-6 on a 9-9-8 flop. Laws does have the straight draw up and down, and Tin Mulder with the second pair of 8s and a King Kicker. Laws does lead for 800,000.
Yeah, stab a blind. Matt, blind on blind, obviously a hand that has plenty of potential down the streets, but not when you necessarily want to check call with holding 7 high. So does stab, and Mulder takes the 8 with a King Kicker as a raise. It puts a lot of pressure, Matt, on hands exactly like this that Blas has. You get to build a bigger pot. You're still in position. You don't. But by raising here, it doesn't mean you necessarily have to commit to the hand all the way. You also kind of got a good idea when you raise what the bad cards are. So this being one of them, of course, Queen. Expect it to go check now. I mean, you're very optimistic to bet this. Unless Mulder went something really small, check back river. But I think the check back is best.
And a check. The river card is an 8.
Yeah, I mean, Blas had a potential bluff spot there, Matt, going into the river, but not on that river card, because you kind of want to go after some 8x predominantly when you do bluff the river. But at the same time, I mean, maybe it is a spot he feels like he has to bet. Yeah, and he goes small, just trying to knock off the no, the no hand nonsense, as it were. Obviously, not going to work.
Then does go for the raise.
Yeah, Blas has obviously gone with that small sizing on the river, so Tian's trying to get a little bit more value out of some Queen X and maybe a hand like Jack 10.
Not going to happen as Blas does fold, but nice little pot there for Tin Mulder.
I guess the King's next hand, Matt.
Must be nice. And look who's here. Fixing her hair as she joins the stream.
Fixing my hair just so I can look good for you guys. So good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, yeah, I forgot it's morning somewhere.
It's about midnight, James. And
it is
what do you
8
got
in the
there?
morning, you guys. I've got my coffee.
All right. Lynn is in Australia. And we have
Yes,
Salas
I
raising
am.
6 million. 3-bet the 6 million with the Kings for Tin Mulder.
Yeah, and this one, Damien 8, the ace 9 offsuit. This would be, I think, a little loose to continue in any way. But you can never rule it out with Salas. He just, he goes for these guys.
So welcome, Lynn. This is the main event, as you know, 10 million guaranteed. We're down to the final 4 players, and the next player out gets $552,000. It's not a lot of money to James, but it's a lot of money to you and I. So it's 814,000 to third, 1.231 for second, and first place does get the 1.715667 plus the things that go along with that, like the Hublot Big Bang Steel Watch, the Baccarat Crystal Tumbler. Is that what you're drinking your coffee out of, by the way? The Baccarat Crystal?
Oh, it should be. Yeah.
No? Yeah. And also the $15,000 Tournament of Champions seat.
Doesn't sound like Crystal.
Tournament of Champions seat, which is added by Party Poker. And of course, they're named and inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. And as we say that, Damian Salas does have the nut flush up against ace for a pair, 10 Mulder. This could get spicy, James.
Yeah, exactly that. I think again what we got a raise and then a check back on the flop, and Mulder's obviously going to stab. As you know, Matt, everyone's got an ace when they raise pre-flops. He's going to stab this board a lot as bluffs, but also with hands. But he does elect to check this one back. Nicely done from Mulder. Doesn't. I mean, he decided to check this particular combo back, and it's going to work out because, well, he was into trouble. But Lynn, that little intro, that intro for Matt was quite long-winded, wasn't it? I think we need to like cut that script down for you, Matt. The giveaways.
It was impressive. It was like he was trying to show me how to do my job. He was trying to lead by example here.
Yeah. No. You know, when I work with James, they make me the lead commentator. You know, and James is just here for the ride. So, you know, I got to do what I got to do.
I just get to cause mischief and stuff. As Damien Salas checked it the first time, and look at this, guys. He's going to get to whip out the big check raise. And this is going to be tough for Mulder. You show a lot of weakness checking twice, then you do bet such a strong hand. And there aren't really many hands. Okay, folds pretty quickly. Nicely done. Great escape.
I'll love to see that later on the stream, that's for sure. So Lynn, what's been going on? What have you been up to? Tell us all about your life, because a lot of the people watching today don't know.
Yeah, sure. Although I have to say, I just kind of woke up, so I haven't been watching too much of it. But I did see that Isaac Haxton's been here for a while, and I'm glad I was able to just tap out and elevate the high level commentary here with the GTO strategy that I can bring after Ike. So you know, here I am. So I'm in Australia. I'm in Gold Coast, which is heaven. The sun is shining. Even though it's winter here, it's lovely. But that's why it's 8 a.m. and I'm still defrosting. But for those Aussies who have just woken up and are joining us, give us the rundown. This is insane. So 2 poker made millionaires tonight. Well, we've got 4 players left. This is crazy. How much? There's like $4 million on the table right now, roughly, left of prize money. Is it?
Yeah, that's about the right number. Just about 4.3 million, I think. Yeah, 4.3. If I do quick math here. Decent flop here for 10 Mulder, as a lot of those have the straight draw.
And I like it. He checks it, Matt. Obviously, Phil calls in position, a board that Phil's going to connect with a reasonable amount. Mulder's going to want to check a lot of hands on this board texture, and so does go ahead and check a hand as strong as Ace King. Just you want to have obviously some good hands in there that you do check. And hey, look, it's working out. Phil's stabbing as he should, I think, with King 8 of Diamonds. He has plenty of backdoors, and Mulder does give up with plenty of hands on this board, so does stab it. But obviously, Mulder, with the Ace King, springs the trap, as it were, with no blockers to the draws. Matt, he wants to kind of just play the pot here. You don't want to give a free card to spades. You want to put a weaker ace in a tough spot. And well, he got more chips.
And it does pay off.
Yeah,
that is correct. So yeah. So Lynn, you've also been working down there. Is that not the case? What have you been doing?
I have. I came to Australia because I booked a movie. So I was filming a movie up in tropical far north Queensland, which was heaven. And it's like a rom-com, kind of a teen film. It was a lot of fun to work on that, which should come out early next year.
You can get away with playing a teenager, Lynn? I mean, that's impressive.
I wasn't the teenager.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and then last time I was on the stream with James, I was in the middle of filming another one. So I've filmed 2 movies in the last 3 months, which is just outrageous because the whole world feels like it has just gone on pause, and somehow I've been quite busy between all the WPT, WOC stuff, and then a couple of movies. So 2020 has been quite a busy year for me, bizarrely. I know I'm in a minority there.
Yes. Yeah, you have done quite well for yourself. We're always happy to see you succeed. And of course, you said you're not quitting the WPT. That's not happening. So we're all happy here with the World Poker.
Hell no.
That's for sure. Yes. All right.
I'm here forever.
Ace 5. That's right. That's what we want to hear. Mulder with the limp in the small blind with Ace 5 of clubs against
Big
Jack
flop.
5. big flop, flops a flush draw and a straight draw, does ton, and also has the best hand with the ace alone.
Yeah, and Matt, you can just go ahead and check this. You kind of want Phil to put some chips in. If you bet here, Phil doesn't fold anything better. He can't, he folds so many hands that are almost drawing dead to this kind of hand. Good things can happen if you check. As you see here, he's getting Phil to bet. Like I say, drawing almost dead. Almost dead.
Not drawing dead anymore.
The offsuit jack. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and now Phil, see with a clear bet. For any reason, I mean, you can get action again off an 8 or 4, even a deuce still. 5 and the jack 2, of course, blocks some draws, but certainly when you find a hand like a jack on the turn here, it's a clear second barrel and almost certainly a third, depending on the run out. Yeah, that one's not the greatest card for Phil to see, of course, but I think we can still go. Well, we are still going to go ahead and bet this. Okay, he's checked it back. We can get value here. All the draws have still missed. We've got plenty of bluffs we want to represent. 4x can still call. Even some hands like that, ace high, potentially can still call. But yeah, conservative line, guys, with 7 figures on the line.
So I don't know if you knew this, Lynn, but we're working together on Tuesday for a very special day for the World Poker Tour and for the poker world in general. For Mike Sexton, we're doing a celebration of life, and then we're going to do moments with Mike later on with me. So, we're going to see Lynn on Tuesday, and I have a little friend with me right here to my left. Mike Sexton Champions Cup is sitting here with me in my room here. So yeah, I'm excited about it. They've shipped me that, so I actually have a Mike Sexton Cup right here in my house. So I'm excited about that. So looking forward to Tuesday and seeing a lot of friends and family come in and talk about the great Mike Sexton.
It's going to be an emotional day.
Not supposed to be. Mike wanted to be fun and light. So James got a few golf stories he's going to come in and tell and keep it upbeat. But yes, we're going to do our best to not be emotional. Yeah.
Right. And I'm so glad you're hosting the reception afterwards.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I am definitely looking forward to hearing some of the great stories about a great man that was Mike Sexton, for sure.
The greatest storyteller any of us will ever know.
Yeah,
exactly.
That is for sure. It's hard to. It's just hard to think we're not getting any more of those stories out of him.
I know.
But
he did tell enough and record. Oh, sorry. He recorded enough and told enough stories that we can still hear. We'll probably still be discovering new stories of Mike that he told on some interview somewhere. 10 years from now. He just told stories all day, every day, didn't he?
For sure. Yeah. And James said he watched that golf video about 8 times in a row, where he said he had every piece of Mike, from me needling him to him needling me to winning the money to, talking about bad beats and things like that. So yeah, that video is very special to me. So
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Anyone who doesn't know. Yeah, I was going to say, anyone who doesn't know, just have a look. I think I retweeted your tweet just recently. It is the greatest insight into what a day with Mike Sexton was like. It's just, it's just perfect. It just watches Mike exist for the day on the golf course, needling, telling stories, hosting. He just takes charge. He's hustling. He's just so funny. He was so sharp.
Lynn, it's organized chaos is the best way to describe that whole situation. It just. You don't know where to look first. You're like, well.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
All right,
Damian Salas with a bit of a spin up here lately, James.
Yeah, he got that.
One of the short.
Yeah, he limped in the small blind a couple of hands ago, and Blas popped it up with King Deuce, and Damien had the Ace King suited, so got the limp jam through, raises that one up, flops top pair, bets and wins it. But this one maybe goes slightly the other way. Obviously, he's going to peel this in position for the 3x, but we'll want to fade this flop, as Phil hasn't dominated blind on blind.
I'm seeing some familiar faces or names in the chat. Who's here from the LTO stream team? Can we give a shout out?
Yeah, we have some few.
To our stream
Yeah, sure.
team.
Go for
Yeah.
it.
Hi, everyone. Let's go, stream team. LGST.
Yes, I'll drop something in the Discord here to show them that you're here. We do stream every week on Club WPT, and it's been a great way to meet a bunch of new people, James. So.
Yeah, I mean, just the thought of you on there just winning is enough to put me off. But
well, not everybody's won a tournament. Only I have to this point, James. Just so you know.
We could have the Matt Savage Club WPT Champions Cup. There we go.
I'm surprised he hasn't actually. How have you not come up with that idea yet, Matt?
What's that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about starting my own tour, to be honest.
There's quite a ring to it. The Savage Cup.
The Savage Cup, yeah.
I like it. I like it. All right. Meg Hall's using his big chip lead here and raising with hands like Jack 7 offsuit and getting it through. You didn't hear this earlier, but James actually knows Philip pretty well from his time in the UK.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's currently he can't be more than 3 miles away from me at the moment, but I'd say he's having a
really?
better evening than I am. But
how could that be true? You're here with Lynn and I. Can't be possible.
It's true. It's true. It's
more
the,
to
it's
life
the
than money, James.
It's the I part of that sentence that's the issue. Like.
There's more to life than money.
I feel like I want to record you saying that and then play it back to you in certain opportune moments. Like.
Yeah, because Savage, you just seem to be trying to draw money out of everyone at every opportunity you can. So I find that bizarre that's coming from you.
They call it. I think. You think you guys are both English, right? Bits and bobs. Is that what they say?
Did you just call me English?
You're Southern English. Southern English.
Southern English, yeah. Southern English.
All right. Straight draws. A bound and a pair for Blas with the 8-7. And Tim Mulder does have the open end straight draw. Yeah, Southern English. It's where you send your prisoners, James.
We used to, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Then we realized we gave them the good stuff. Like we kind of, do you guys want to swap? Like we made a mistake. Like.
You really did. And now we're just all living the good life down here. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh well. Mistakes happen.
But to be fair, Lynn's actually was born north of you, just so you know, James. You knew that, right?
Yeah, I was born in Ireland. You know that, James?
Oh, you were born in Ireland? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Where in Ireland, Lynn?
In Dublin.
Okay.
Whenever I tell people, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Red hair, freckles, of course. I'm a fake Aussie. I was adopted into Australia as a child.
All right, Phil, clicking some buttons out of the big blind. Damien raising under the gun. Phil taking ace-4. I kind of like it. Matt, this is one of these spots where when I'm doing commentary, I'm always like, wow, how do people balance these spots? Like, how often do we call here? How often do we 3-bet? And I think with Phil's stack size in this tournament and Damon now being comfortably ahead of Mulder, it's a good spot to go after him. But Salas clicks the 4-bet. Wow. Here we go. I mean, going to win the pot. I was going to say, Matt, obviously a hand he's got to continue with, but elects to do so by 4-betting.
If you're Miguel, you just got to let this go, right?
You do. You just got to, I tried, and you got to let it go. It's interesting, though, because, I mean, there aren't, it's a weird one. You've got like, the ICM guys are probably screaming at the computer if I say this wrong, but it's kind of a spot where there aren't that many hands Salas actually wants to 4-bet call off with, because he does cover Mulder. At the same time, if he does double up there, then he's chip leading the tournament. So maybe there are more than I would perhaps first think. But therefore you can kind of slip in some more 4-bets as bluffs like he did there. But great stuff, and the final's heating up, Matt. Say as the blinds go up as well.
Definitely has 500,000 and a million now with 125K big blind. Yeah, they've got the Irish spelling in your name, Lynn. Do you see this?
I noticed that.
That is not how you spell her last name.
Or is it like a German spelling or something?
Oh, that's good. All right, look at this. Philip Mighal has made a hand on the flop here with his king 5 over the king 6. And has bet 2 million into Damien Salas.
And yeah, Damien calling, king of diamonds. We got a 6, plenty of backdoors. We've got king high. But again, this was raised pre-flop looking at the pot size. Just trying to work out. Yeah. So Phil just 3x from the small. I like to see him go a little bit bigger out of the small, but you do get to raise a lot more. And he checks that turn card, which is obviously supposed to be a bad one for his range against Damien's peel and then flop call, but pretty grim river. And this will go check now. I don't think Damien. Actually, no, maybe Damien does try and squeeze something out of this, but I'm not sure. I think, given what we've seen of Damien already, Matt. Yeah, and
yes,
Damien's taken a slightly conservative lines in these spots. Yeah, it does check back. I say slightly conservative, it's probably check anyway, but I wasn't surprised. We're not surprised to see him go that way.
That's it, yeah. Ooh, and king's right back for Damien Salas.
Here we go. It's the Salas
Furnival's Dan Furnival's checked in the chat. He said he's great to see Dempsey still in the funds, working away.
Still in the what, sorry?
Making the funds, he said, working. He's glad to see you working on the stream.
Everyone, see, Lynn, this is all the people I play golf with. They're all just happy to see I'm earning, so they can earn. See, this is what it comes to, huh? Vultures.
Salas raises 2-3 million, and he will take this pot down. Lynn, we got a lot of stuff to ask you as we come back on the other side of a short break, which we are going to be taking right now. We go to this break with 4 players remaining, and Philip Mighal in the chip lead, 77 big blind, 76,695,000. When we come back, we'll get a little bit closer to that $1.7 million payday.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal. It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum. Christopher Putz.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Liviu Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Liviu should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. What could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zhiryaev, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible, because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
And we are back four-handed here in the $10,000 main event. Lynn, take it away. That's your spot.
We are
Why am I
four-handed.
doing
But
it?
there's
Go,
about
Lynn.
$4 million
Go, Lynn.
in prize money on this table right now. That's all you need to know. I just can't imagine how these players will be feeling.
Probably pretty
we
good.
Have a Brit, we even have a Brit at the final table, which is great.
Yeah.
Did you know that James Dempsey is a WPT champion?
I
Did
did
you know that, Lynn?
that.
Okay.
When did you win it,
tournament
James?
Did you win?
I won it. Oh God, this is 9 years ago. I think 2011, December 2011. Yeah.
What event was
just
it?
turned 21.
Oh, Matt, you love having fun, don't you?
He won Bellagio.
Oh.
You know, the Bellagio? Yeah, the biggest event. Where first place is always over $1 million. So
you can't do this twice in the same show, Matt. Come on. You can't just,
well, she hasn't heard
everyone,
it, so.
every guest that comes in, you can't
Why, did he win the
So,
smallest
Lynn.
Bellagio event we've had? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Hey, look, any money in the pocket is a win.
There we go.
That's right.
He's just jealous, isn't he,
All
Lynn?
right.
That's what it is.
I am. I would love to be on the Champions Cup, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Look at this bet.
Yeah. Mulder,
What?
he's taken a stride towards getting on that Champions Cup. Yeah, just 3-bet rip, 25 bigs from the small. It's all good over Blaz's open. Plenty of hand here. Way the shortest. There's no real ICM pressure on him.
And that raise will get the job done for the King Jack. Okay. Miguel has
So James,
queens now.
how many days have you spent on this on this commentary for the past couple of months? Have you been on almost every single day?
Lynn, you said you've done 2 films. I haven't changed t-shirt or hat since the last time you saw me. I've not left this seat. I've just been locked in here.
I know. I could just imagine you in this dungeon, and you probably don't even wear pants. You probably just sit there in your underwear every day. 2020 has changed us.
That hasn't changed. That's how life always was. It's just now it's acceptable.
You see that I put a suit and tie on, Lynn, just because I wanted to honor Mike
now
Sexton at the main event. So
show us your boxer short on the bottom half. Let's go. Stand up.
This is scary. Oh, it's gone blank.
Oh, look, it's like it got blurred out by the security team.
Yeah, thank the intervention there of technology.
It's fine, you got to dress up for the championship event. That's for sure.
Look, I did put sparkles on, but they're not quite translating on camera. This top does have sparkles. I tried a main event sparkle, but I will be honest, I do have, I can't even see, my basic pajama pants on the bottom half. That's what I'll forever be grateful for 2024.
But yeah, Lynn, to answer your question, I've been it's actually the last few weeks have been a bit more chill because we've had obviously such a great team of people doing these. Matt's been jumping on a lot of the final tables, and I mean, I can't even list all the people you've had on, Matt, doing the final tables with you. It's been a little calm in the last few weeks, but yeah, basically since April time, maybe certainly by May, I was just doing commentary. It seems like I've done at least one day a week since then. There's been no kind of lull on party. We've just had event after event. We of course had the first WPT online series that was already planned, as it were, and then party put on the High Roller Club, and then as soon as that finished, we jumped into this WPT series, which has been going for 2 months now. Like, it's crazy.
Both players flop a pair here, and Blas has bet 1 million with the 9-6, but Twin Mulder does have an ace, so he does make the call.
Yeah, and
turn card Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Blas isn't putting any more chips in this pot. He's done with it. Not being a hand now, other than some bad spades. But yeah, Lynn, we've still got another week. We've got the 25k and the 100k next week. There's the high roller and the super high roller. Going to be pretty exciting.
High roller week. And didn't we just hit our $100 millionth during the week? Like, this is bananas.
Yeah, the prize pools I think have now eclipsed 100 million for the series. So
$100 million. I can't comprehend that amount of money.
Well, if you're a WPT champion like James Dempsey, you can, but I can't either, to be honest.
What would be the first thing, like if you did win this 1.7 million, what would be, Matt Savage, the first thing that you purchase?
I would buy a golf membership at a nearby golf course. That's what
James?
I would do. And then I'd give the rest to Marianne.
Wow.
Oh, that metaphorical money trying to get brownie points.
Mulder popping out the 3-bet here, and good timing. Salas trying to get one through with Queen 7 of Hearts. Mulder having none of it. The short stack's having a little battle. As Phil's position kind of is looking pretty good here. The other three all around 40 bigs. He has 80. Gives him a great advantage four-handed to apply some pressure, as the others are going to look to potentially ladder up. Phil gets to just stretch out ahead. Yeah, Lynn, what would 1.7 million? What would the first thing I'd buy? Yeah. It's a good question. I'd buy
an old famous line.
No, I was gonna, Matt.
Line.
I'm saving that one for the day that I do win $1 million. I'm saving that one. Like,
have you ever heard this one, Lynn?
No.
It says, James, what are you going to do when you win $1 million?
Well, I'm going to
cue you up here.
Yeah, I'm going to pay off my debts.
What about the rest?
What about the rest? Well, the rest they'll just have to wait.
Is this an actual quote from your actual winner interview? Is this what I'm hearing?
This is
no. I believe that was Sam Grizzle or somebody. Sam Grizzle or
it wasn't. I can't remember who it was, but it was it was brilliant.
Oh, Thor Hansen. Thor Hansen. That's
it.
Thor
Hansen. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll just have to wait.
What about the rest? Well, the rest will just have to wait. Brilliant. Hello. Salas getting out of line here, guys, and he's going to get himself some trouble because there's no way Mulder's folding this one just yet. Check raising that bottom pair in a gut shot. And yikes. I mean, the good news is here he still beats all the missed draws. I mean, he loses to all the kind of value hands that are sticking around, so I don't think he needs to follow through here. Yeah, it does check him. Even now, Mulder here, it's... Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him check that back. I was going to say, I mean, you kind of... Obviously, the deuce of diamonds, you block some diamonds. You got an ace, but it's the worst ace. Hands like 7, 8 necessarily that wild about the spot. You still lose to 5-6 straight.
Lynn and I are never checking 3 aces. Sorry, James. We're never checking.
You can't
I just did the conversion. Can you believe 1.7 million US dollars is 2.35 million Australian dollars? That's beautiful.
Used to be about equal.
I know.
Crazy.
Wait, what is
We've
that?
got a long way down here.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. What is it to the pound? It's like 2-1 now. I kind of remember it being. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I can't remember. I went to Australia once and it felt great because everything seemed really cheap. But I think it was like 3-1 or something then.
We've got the crazy 8 hand here. Good hand for my Savage Beat. The crazy 8s. It's 8s and deuces for both players. One with a 9 kicker and one with a 5 kicker, but a backdoor spade flush draw. So Damian Salas is probably not going to get out of this hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good spot for him now. Obviously, good chance of a chop. And as the spade draw, like you say. And Blaz with clear bet. Loads of draws you can rep. Hand you want to protect against, hand you can get value against. And obviously the deuce is the least likely card Damian's going to have. Of course, he's going to fold hands, you know, like the 9 deuce offsuit, the deuce 6 offsuit, all these garbage hands from the small. So and there it is, chop on the end.
Right.
But again, I mean, all these draws have missed, guys. And when all the draws miss, you get to value bet a little bit wider because there's so many bluffs you can have. So just to see if Lars does go for a bet in our case, he's happy to check it back. Man, I'm seeing that Hammer's just still giving me a lot of grief about my hat. Like, it's just about in the chat.
I'll tell you. He asked what you did with your $1 million. And he says that Dempsey doesn't own pants. And then he said he spent all your money on an enormous hat. Then he chimes in on Lynn. He says you'd be wearing the same bottoms as Ike. Ike was probably in pajamas also.
I did see a lovely comment. Now I can't find it. I don't know who said it now. But they said that James is the beating heart of party poker. It was a lovely comment.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, the money's in the mail. Like,
I do love
Us
that.
Friendly Fire says James is a legend. Legendary status confirmed in the chat, James.
all right, there we go.
That's right.
It's about time I got my recognition. I think at this point, Lynn, what it is anybody who can't stand me has just given up at this point. They realize every time they turn it on, here I am. So we're just left with the poor suckers who've like been whittled down emotionally to accepting me in their lives. It's kind of how I make friends as well, to be honest. I just pester them until they just give up.
In that Dempsey Dome, what is your ritual? Is there something you have to have on that desk with you while you're streaming? Is there an arrangement of drinks and assortment? Like, do you clean up, or is it a giant mess?
Well, Lynn, I did just clean up in that last break because we had the empty wine glass from earlier in the evening when I was thinking, okay, we'll get on the wine going, and then it's like, okay, actually this stream's going to take quite a while, isn't it? And so then we had the coffee, and now we're just on water for this session. You gotta,
so professional.
You got to balance it. I thought,
I've got my Baccarat crystal.
Hey.
Here we go. Now, what have I got on here? I've got a phone charger. That's always key. You can't, back to back.
Very important.
That's about it. The microphone's quite key. The camera. Yeah.
You just got the bare minimum.
Alright.
You're a minimalist. The
Yeah,
basics.
well, no, there's junk here. There's like random stuff that just doesn't need to be on my desk. But now you pointed it out, all I can think about is that. I mean, I need a break so I can clean my desk, guys. This is it. Actually, no, it's pretty
Yeah, this
clean.
series has been going on quite a while, has it not, James? And it's not over yet. Coming
July.
up on the 19th is the $5 million guaranteed $25,500 high roller. It's a day 1A and 1B, followed by the $1 million guaranteed 3200 Turbo Championship, a mini turbo for $320 and $300,000 guaranteed, a micro mini for $33 and $100K guaranteed, and then the big one, the $102,000 buy-in super high roller with a $3 million guarantee. So the fun is not over yet. James, still got ways to get your way into that $100K as well. I think for as little as they usually do them as a dollar, but I'm not sure that one probably a $10, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think.
From as little as $3.30, I'm reading right here. You can win your
Yeah.
way into the $100K tournament. $3.30. That would be a sweet spin up.
Hey guys, speaking of sweet spots, Damian Salas here in one. He actually flopped 2 pair here. Just called Phil's flop bet, and I mean, obviously from his point of view, he's loving life. Now got a full house. Phil's going to be a little concerned about that card. On the flop, Phil was, pardon me, I've completely misread the hand. I don't know what's going on here. I thought Phil had queens. I'm going crazy.
It's been a long day.
How have I seen? Oh, it's tight. You, Matt, you were talking about how long this series has been going on for. The first one was July the 17th. You see, I finally cracked. Like two months to the day, basically. Like 2 months, and I've finally broken. I'm reading Queen 10 offsuit. Maybe that's why I'm doing commentary instead of playing, because I see Queen 10 offsuit and I think queens. So it's starting to add up. Wow. Yeah.
And Salas putting no aggressive action into the spot at all to this point. I imagine he will if Mighal makes a bet here.
Phil.
Or if he checks.
Phil's seen this one before. Yeah, and then Damien, I guess, is gonna go pretty big. I mean,
you would think that Philip would call with queens here. Oh, he doesn't have queens. Queen time. So he does fold.
If you won the final table for the 1.7, would you enter the 100K high roller?
No.
No? Savage, would you do it?
That's a good question. Probably not.
It's just a tickle into 1.7 million.
Wow, Lynn's such a punter.
That's true.
Such a punter. Like just rips off the 1.7 million, just starts flicking in the 100Ks. Like probably has a re-entry as well, because hey, whatever, like 1.5's got a nice round ring to it. In fact, Lynn, the last time we did
down. What was
commentary-
Ike talking about? That like non-linear scale of the value of the dollar or something? Surely 1.7 million's got to affect that scale.
Yeah.
I do love it when the internet young kids talk about stuff, and you're kind of looking at them going, "What are you talking about?" And you ask them, and they're like, "You don't know?" And it's like, "No, I don't know. I really don't. Sorry."
I mean, I should know this.
All right,
Lynn, the last time we spoke, I think you were off to spend a day hanging around in a casino or something. That was.
Oh yes, and I was supposed to degen on the tables because there's no poker tables going at the moment because of the 6 feet rule. Yeah, I didn't degen though. I actually didn't even enter the gaming floor because we were just upstairs. Angel was streaming for he does a commentary for WPT Mexico. And so we had this like boardroom upstairs for him to use the internet connection because we had a terrible Airbnb at the time. So yeah, I had no degen stories. I was supposed to have a full adventure on Instagram.
Yeah, you
for
let us down.
Henry. I know, I let you down. Sorry.
Henry's going to be very upset when I tell him that you have let him down. Phil's firing a second bullet here. Interesting hand
Yes.
selection.
Meanwhile, we have a hand here with a straight draw and top pair,
Whoa.
and Salas goes away with that. Maybe that's a misclick. I don't think we've ever seen any misclicks on these tables I've been streaming.
Wait,
Imagine you see some from time to time.
I mean, I know I read queens and the hand pulled down queens, but Salas did have an ace there, right, guys?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I'm at a loss to explain that one.
Yeah, he had ace 8 of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, he called an open small to button and then check called flop and then folds for really small sizing. That's yeah, I can't work that one out.
Dustin Hammer is not letting up here.
You know, it's water off a duck's back, Matthew. I'm immune to the abuse at this stage.
All right, we'll probably get a hand here. Ace 8 for Damian Salas and King 9. Salas made it 2 million and Voz raised to 6.5, the 3-bet.
And again, it's just these are tough spots. We got huge pay jumps. And these three are not dissimilar in chips, Blaz, Damien, and Mudo. And there you go. Damien folds the ace 8. And that's a real tough spot. I don't even know what I'm doing there. Again, the ICM wizards will know the correct answer. Obviously, you'd like to play the ace 8 of clubs. I'm not sure whether we're just folding because of the situation.
And Philip Mighal with 5-3 of diamonds, likely be playing this one. He's raising, and we know that Damian Salas will be coming along for the ride or making it a 3-bet with his ace king.
Yeah, we're just gonna go upstairs, and this is one we don't mind getting in. So I expect he's going to come out with obviously a smaller sizing here than just the rip, but yeah, take it to 9 million.
Does make it 9.
Yeah, Phil's just done with it.
Damian Salas wins it. A guy like me loves to see a little. I want to see a flop. I got 5-3 of diamonds. I want to see a flop.
And Matt, that's why you'd have busted out on day one. Like you just.
That is probably true.
You'll be in there telling a story. Yeah, there you go. There's a good spot. The guys are talking in the chat. I might reach the 25k if I won the 1.7 million, but at 25k, 5 million guaranteed.
Really?
That's a lot of juice in there. But the 100k, man, those guys are tough. 25k, man, we'll give it a spin.
See, now we're talking.
You get the gamble out. See, Lynn, you strike me as someone you'd like win the World Series main and then just go reg the one drop. Just go smash a million in one tournament.
Look, double or nothing. Let's go.
I mean, I admire it. I admire it. I can't endorse it, but I do admire it.
I'm just kidding. I'm an advocate for responsible choices in life. Okay, kids?
Salas gets this one through with a 7-3 of hearts on a 2-heart board.
And this tournament feels like we need someone to take control here.
Yeah.
Good question. Actually, come in here, Lynn. I mean, you play poker. You can help me out on this one. But Smithy's asked here: Does anyone actually like tournament directors, or are they just a necessary evil?
Well, it depends on what side of the argument you're on, because they could be a necessary protection.
I don't know. Feels like we don't need them online. That's the beautiful thing. Everything just runs smoothly.
Savage, how would you answer that question?
Depends on the tournament director. Is my opinion.
Matt, I've got to ask: is that just Coke or is that rum? Is that a rum and Coke? I need to know.
Neither. It is iced tea.
Oh, well,
just iced tea.
let down.
Lynn missed it earlier, but I'm actually vegetarian for 3 days straight because I lost a bet to Marianne. I lost
Vegan,
the
right?
last long.
Oh, I'm.
Yeah, apparently it's not vegan because she just cooked some mushrooms and green beans for me with butter. So I got to go with just vegetarian.
For 3 days. And how, what is this, day 1?
This is day 2.
How are you going?
I'm going okay. Lost 3 pounds yesterday. So I guess that's good.
3 days isn't long enough.
Yeah, I know. I may go longer.
No, you won't.
You should make it 3 weeks and then you tell me how you're feeling. You'll feel like a new man.
Right. No, thank you. All right. Blas is going to win this pot if he doesn't get bluffed out of it.
Yeah, Mulder fired off on the turn there. Obviously, I mean, it's one of these weird ones. One of the hands that makes it pretty bad to 3-barrel, given we've got a heart and a 7. But obviously, could rep a lot of hands on a lot of rivers with a blocker to the straight and a blocker to the flush. So if one of those draws had completed, he would have followed through that bluff. But on a brick river, wasn't going to and didn't get the option anyway. Blas leading on the end.
You guys, Justin Hammer says that it's been his life's mission to get a shout out from me.
Ooh.
Justin, I'm happy to deliver on your life mission. You have made it, Justin. Here is your shout out.
Thank you, Len. That's great. I hope you were gonna hold out on that, but that's all right. The stream team is trying to protect James Dempsey from the abuse.
The team.
But that's all right. That's our stream team.
From what
You're not
abuse?
involved in that. All right, King 5 and King 10 and a raise and a 3-bet by Philip Mighal, who has King 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and Matt, these are the spots that obviously Ike was talking about before. I think it was Ike or Jason. You know, these hands, these are the ones that turns out are the pretty good ones to make big bluffs with. These suited kings. You block a lot of the continues, you block a lot of the strongest hands. Obviously, this is a bad example case as Phil flops nothing but backdoor diamonds, Blas with top pair, and I mean he's going to call this in position, of course, and then I mean potentially put the whole lot in on turns and rivers. Phil's gone pretty small though here actually, 5.5 into 19, 18. Yeah, Blas decided just to raise it here. Doesn't want to give a free card, and at the same time, obviously, has a really strong hand. Can definitely get Phil to commit with worse. And that's that. It might not look like the biggest pot, guys, but that is hugely significant because it changes this dynamic now. As all 4 of these guys now within, you know, kind of 50% of each other, as it were. Phil and Blas with 60 bigs, the other 2 with 40. Be interesting to see if Blas now decides to run with this. Obviously, opening Queen 10, he would do that anyway. But whether if he just inches that little bit ahead, he starts to really apply pressure on these guys. So there you go. He tries at the first instance, and Tian Mulder comes out of nowhere and pops in a little 3-bet and will win this one. I don't see how Blas can continue with Queen 10 offsuit.
Got a hold of a few new chips, so maybe he wants to test them out. But he doesn't.
Nope.
Like Blas and Philip are just about even in chips here. Both with 60 bigs.
Yeah, this is real tight now.
I wonder if all these guys are sitting alone right now, or do they have their friends like around them? You know, like it's so surreal. This is life-changing money, Imagine if you're just sitting in your office at home, in your bedroom, your lounge room, or in the kitchen table. Like, what does their setting look like? It's wild.
Yeah, we've done some of the interviews with these guys, and a lot of them have just been sitting at home by themselves. You know.
Imagine becoming a millionaire in your pajamas.
It's true. Like in some time zone where you just it's 2 a.m. on a what day am I even on? It's 2 a.m. on a Wednesday night, and you're like, okay, I just won $1 million. Go, oh no, yeah, everyone's asleep. Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I know. Surely their friends are watching this stream right now. Anyone who's on Twitch who's friends with these guys, pop in the chat. Like, I want to know. Do they have a rail of 10 on Skype right now or something? Is there people in the room? It's amazing.
Then some actresses have made more wearing less than pajamas, just so you know.
Oh, good one, Matt.
Look at James shaking his head.
This is why, guys, we should never let Matt be in charge of anything. He gets a little carried away.
You guys, you've seen
If it
nothing
wasn't for
yet.
this
Wait
awkward little delay that we have, then you would have actually got that joke in with good timing. Sorry.
Dude, just try and play a catch game with Lynn when she's had a bit of the drink, as you might call it. Yeah. She's got the
That's when my Irish colours come out.
Yeah. It's a great time, though. It is a great time.
I suddenly become a very generous poker player when I've had a few drinks. I just think.
Game you don't want to miss, James.
That's the kind of poker player I want to play with, the generous one. They're the one. There's always a seat. We'll make it 11-handed. Come on in. Like. All right,
we did play a 1-2 game at one of our partner casinos, Thunder Valley, and it was a 1-2 game, and I think the average pot was like $600, something like that.
Right.
It was a pretty big game.
Thunder Buddies, huh?
Thunder Buddies.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I fed Angelica Hale's family for a month in one hand because I had top hair. Like, it was just absurd.
It was. Yeah, between her and Angelica, there was some foul language going on that night.
She's an Aussie as well. We sometimes speak like truck drivers.
I like how Matt feigns sensitivity to such stuff. Like,
yes, I mean, exactly.
No, he's so innocent.
It bothered me. I had to leave the game. It was so bad. Of course, I was out of chips too, so that was part of it. Look at this. Philip Mighal's made a straight.
Yeah, and Damien with double gutter 3 or a 7 gets him there, and this is interesting actually because Phil elected to limp this one from the small, where he's been raising a lot from the small to big. He's changed tact here and limped in, and it's going to look pretty good here because Damien's going to fire here. Surely, okay. Hey, trying to bet this flop. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see a follow up there, but yeah, and yeah, Phil just gets to set his price here. Damien's going nowhere.
Ooh, just checks it again.
Oops, another check. I'm not. I mean, in this instance, this is going to work out really nicely, Matt, the check, because Damien's found that 9. But I think he just checks back a lot of hands.
That's bet small.
Yeah, and I mean, I could say this is the perfect line Phil's taken against his hand, but I think I'd much rather just see a bet on the river. Like, Damien just checks back so many hands that would call a bet. Wow, gone huge sizing. Smash the pot button. It's just tough because for exactly those reasons I just said, guys, you'd expect Phil to bet his strong hands on this run out. Because Damien is going to check back, those the 5x to deuce x, maybe even some 4x. But he gets away from it.
Well done, Damien.
So, Savage, can we rewind back to this vegetarian bet? That's
Okay.
quite a high stakes bet for you to commit to 3 days of a
It
vegan
is.
diet
It
initially.
was,
So what was the bet?
so it was to last longer in our Club WPT tournament, and if it went the other way, she had to fast for 3 days, water fast, because I can do
Oh,
that,
wow.
and she can't. So yeah, that was actually a high stakes bet, and of course I lost again. I lose to her all the time.
So it seems like a very fair bet. So Marianne would have to fast, and you just have to go vegetarian. I mean,
yes,
like nice negotiating. You've always been amazing at negotiating bets. I have to give it to you. Like, you've
No,
always got the best.
I think it's actually the tough. It might be tougher my way, but I'm not sure. I got to pick my
Oh,
bets.
please.
So
that
is true.
He's non-stop, isn't he? Then he's non-stop. He's non-stop.
All
This
right,
guy, Damien
Salas
Salas. Yeah.
Top pair.
Loving life here. Yeah. Limp pot. Has his man drawing near dead. Just an 8. And Blas probably have to call one here with getting 4-1. 9 of spades. Maybe even raise. It's potential. I mean, it's the best hand to raise with, the best card to raise with 9 of spades. But and brick on the end. Damien can just bet small again, I think. Or check. Either's fine.
3.4.
He's bet pretty big, actually. I mean, the thing is, Blas check back, so probably doesn't have a 10. The cool turn can have a jack. He's going to bet some 7x on the flop. I mean, I kind of like it for the reasons that, that Damien does have a lot of bluffs there, potentially, but I might go smaller sizing with that particular hand.
Lynn, tell us a little bit about what's going on Tuesday night. What are you doing Tuesday? You are allowed to talk about this. I have confirmed. So tell us about what's happening on Tuesday night.
So on Tuesday night, it's actually Mike Sexton's birthday that day. So we are celebrating his life on his birthday. It's a virtual ceremony to celebrate Mike. I have the great honor of emceeing the event. And we'll hear from some of Mike's dearest friends along his extraordinary life that he had. That man lived 10 lives. He had so many outrageous achievements throughout his life. Like, he was an accomplished ballroom dancer, gymnast, paratrooper, jumping out of planes, and then obviously all of his poker achievements, which we all know him for. There's so many parts to his life. So you'll learn a bit about that during the ceremony. And then afterwards is the virtual reception of sorts with Savage, who he'll host that, which was like a session of storytelling, which is exactly what Mike wanted. It's his request. He wanted, obviously, because Mike just spent his life telling stories all the time. He wants everyone to come together and tell stories together. So let's continue his legacy and celebrate his life by telling stories.
Funny stories, and I know you're going to drop a story yourself or two, Lynn, in my section, and also James has agreed to come by along with Jason Kuhn and Ike Haxton. So it's going to be a fun night to celebrate a legend of the game and a legend of life for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
yep.
Meanwhile, this one, Salas has flopped pretty strong here, guys. Top and bottom with backdoor clubs. I think the pot size, I'm guessing TN's open button here, filled peeling from the small with 4s. And not wild about that. 40 effective, but hey, you got to see a flop 3 ways. Does miss, of course. And
It checks through. And this should check to Damien now, who really can bet pretty big here. Gets to have lots of hands at the big blind, of course. Well, not all the two pairs. I mean, he's folding the queen 5, queen 6 offsuit combo, same as 10 5, 10 6, but has all the suited combos. And also has plenty of draws it's going to want to bluff with, so does bet here, but he goes pretty small. Small enough that it may give Mulder a small decision. The king of spades is not a great card to have. You want Salas to have some flush draws, and you want him to have some straight draws, blocking both of those, but the 6 does obviously block some 2 pairs. Yeah, he does cool.
Big Hall gets rid of those 4s. Okay, so we haven't seen any sets today, which is pretty amazing. With all the pairs that we've had today. That 3 on the river is a brick for Tin Mulder, and we'll have to see how Damien plays this one.
Yes, I mean, yeah. Plenty of those draws did miss, of course. Salas goes pretty big, but Mulder's going to have far better than the 6 with some draw blockers to call with, so it does let it go. And
there's a debate over the.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. There's a debate over the pronunciation of our Brit's name.
Yeah,
and a lot saying it's Philip Mile.
Well, it technically, I mean, it's an Irish name, so it would be pronounced Mar, but Phil, who I've known for over a decade, it's he would pronounce it Phil Miguel. But
there you go.
It's make it
Argument
easier,
settled, you guys.
Everyone knows him as Phil Royale because that's his online screen name. So he's always just known as Phil Royale. To make it.
Well, wouldn't it be fitting if? Well, let's see if he can win this with our royal flush.
There we go.
It's interesting that somebody's name is pronounced as you would want it to. You're the person that gets to say how your name's pronounced, right?
Right.
Like you are Lynn Gilmartin, but you pronounce it Lynn Gilmartin. Right?
Yeah, but it's always weird when people imitate me and say it that way. I don't hear the lack of the pronunciation of the R that the Australian accent has. We just drop the letter R. But this is actually a constant conversation I have with my husband, Angel, because I call him Angel because that's the way his name is spelt, and it's the greatest name in the world. But he, because it's a Spanish name, he's Mexican, he pronounces it Angel. Yeah. But I want to say Angel.
I mean, to be fair, James, we renamed the whole World Poker Tour because of Lynn. It's now. Oh, did I drop? It's now the World Poker.
We can only hope,
we
can only hope we dropped him. What's that? Sorry, Matt, go on.
It's the World Poker Tour.
Oh.
Poker Tour.
Say it, Lynn.
Poker Tour.
It's the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
The World Poker Tour?
Like that too, actually. Either way you say it, it's great.
This just descended at this point into a farce. This is.
I remember when I first started with the WPT, I was really perplexed by this because it was really hard for me to say it and not feel subconscious about how I said World Poker Tour. Like now, obviously, it's just the way I say it. But because I said it so drastically different to Mike and Vince, and it almost didn't make sense to an American what I'm saying, I was like, should I say it with more of an American accent? And I remember Adam was like, no, just be yourself. Don't you dare change your voice. I'm like, okay. No one understands me though. But now it's done.
Great. We love it. We love it. Believe me, it's perfect the way it is.
Thank you.
The good thing about that, if you were conscious about how you're pronouncing it, I'm sure, Matt being the great statue he has in the World Poker Tour, he put you at ease and helped you out with it, right? He didn't make your life difficult or anything like that.
Yeah, he's very supportive. He's like the real one that you can turn to know that he'll give you encouragement at any moment of weakness.
I made a great bet, and I think I won it. I had to pay it off, but I think I still won that bet. And the bet was,
way.
would she become a diva in 2 years or less? And literally for 2 years, she held her tongue. But the minute I paid off the $100, the next thing she said was makeup. I'm like, makeup? Where are you, makeup? And I'm like, you waited 2 years and 5 minutes to turn into a diva. That's all right. She's a good diva.
This is coming from the ultimate diva that any of us would probably know.
That's not true.
Matt Savage, ultimate diva, the nuts in terms of diva scale.
See, this is why you guys watching. You have to get yourselves qualified for some World Poker Tour events. You have to see this bickering that goes on in person.
We really are a family. The WPT family. We call each other. Matt's my big bro.
It is. It's a highly dysfunctional family, but it's certainly great, very entertaining.
Hey, what family is functional? Come on.
It's true.
Yeah, and that's why you're going to hear some great stories about Mike on Tuesday, because everybody says you can never say a bad word about Mike, but I've got a few to say. No, but not bad. But just,
no, not about my Uncle Mike.
Oh boy. He used to cuss me out like nobody's business. When I made the structure so deep at the final tables, they lasted 10 hours. He would just be like, oh, he was so mad at me. That was so great. Be like 3 in the morning and he'd still be sitting there.
I wish that he would needle me. He was like such a good needler. He would be so good at it, but because he was such a gentleman, he would be so polite to me, So I always got to witness the needling to the boys, but he would never ever do it to the girls. He was just such a gentleman.
Yeah, he turned on me a few times, that's for sure. It was all worth it though.
Phil's found an ideal turn card here, guys, on the turn, picking up that 9 bets, and Damien folds. And we'll see what happened if it hadn't come a 9. Would Phil have won that pot? And he does retake a slender lead, Phil, but it's very. Guys, there's not a lot of fireworks that's taking place here. We're not seeing that many hands clash. It just seems fairly stagnant. I mean, credit to the structure the way it is. It gives these guys so much time to build up a dynamic, pick and choose spots.
Yeah, you'd think they were playing for millions of dollars. Jeez.
There we go.
Damien Salas with 3s here. Still the best hand, but Velaz does have the flush draw and the overcards. These are the hands that are tricky for me to play, James. How do you play them?
Say again, sorry?
You're out of position with 3s on a flop like that.
You just check fold. I mean, there's nothing good can happen. Okay, call 1 for 1 blind, but I don't know. There's no real improvement here, right? If you've got a hand like 5 deuce, it's better because you've got outs to improve. But with 2 3s, it's just very hard to win at showdown.
Still yet to see that set, that's for sure. So Lynn, we had a player in today for just $22, and he took home $391,000. And they did such a great job with satellites here on Party Poker, and the High Roller series is actually coming up. The High Roller satellites are coming up, and you can win your way into the $25,500 satellite for just $2.20. And they have 40 satellite seats being won into that High Roller 25K. So it's a $5 million guarantee. It's looking forward to that. And then after that, they have the $102,000 where they're going to have phase qualifiers, and you can win your way into that one for just $3.30. Can you imagine playing in a 100K event for just $3.30? That would be awesome.
That's amazing. You can't even buy a cup of coffee for that amount.
What I like, Matt,
Exactly.
about those ones as well is the qualifiers. In those events, the satellites, you can't buy into the final stage, right? So you have to come in from stage before. So for example, for the 100K, the maximum you can pay to enter the satellite is 1K. Like you can't buy into the 10K stage. And the same with the 25Ks, the maximum you can buy in for is 265. So rather than we see a lot of these satellites, we see the likes of T and Mulder or, the big crushers playing these big satellites. The idea in this is to, hang on a second, let's make the satellite winners, less likely to be the guys who might buy in. So it's going to be fun.
That's
those
genius.
Satellites are going to have even better value. Yeah.
We did have the guy in this event, the $10,000 event. He was in for how much? For like 50 cents or something like that. And every time he played the satellite, he wanted into the next stage, and he says, "Okay, well, I'll just cash out now." And he's like, "No, you got to play the next one and the next one." And he ended up getting all the way into this event for just 55 cents. So it can be done. It can be done.
All right, King Deuce, King 5. Blinds up. 6-12. Small increase, but it'll take its toll. You see it takes Mulder below 30 blinds, but you go get Salas to lay down a king in the big blind. They're playing snug. Like you say, Lynn, you think they're playing for millions of dollars.
And with that, we will go to another break here with 4 players left. And Philip Bigal with the lead, 54 big blind, 64 million. But everybody within striking distance, Tim Mulder still with 30 bigs. We'll come back and see what happens after a short break.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum. Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place, when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livio Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livio Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Livio Bartha and Ace-3 top pair on a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Livio should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Ren and Brewski, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. What could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zheriaf, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're going to play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck, everybody. Play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
And we're back at 600,000, 1.2 million, and still 4 players remaining. It's going to get a little higher now, so I think probably we'll lose a player soon, huh, James?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so, Matt. It's been this way for a little bit, and it just seems that, as you'd understand, everyone here is playing a little risk adverse. I'd actually, Mulder would be the one that I thought if he got the lead would perhaps be the most active, but that just hasn't happened. Hard to call, man. We need the hands to clash. But yes, I agree with you. With the blinds going up, just all these sort of small to medium sized pots become more significant, so the chance of disparity in chips increases, and then maybe we see someone kind of run with this a little bit.
This might be a good flop for Salas with the open-end straight draw and the flush draw.
Yeah.
Jack
checks it. Interesting.
8 of hearts. It does make the call. The turn card is a king.
Yeah, so he went for the check call. Obviously, I mean, I'd probably prefer a stab because well, we just have so many good cards and we only have 6 high. At the same time, Blas is going to check back a lot after stabbing flop, and you just get to bet the river, and you end up winning a bet more, and you get to see the river, as it were. So I can go on board with it. In this instance, he just makes his hand.
Damien does make the spade flush, but I don't know if that's going to be 6 is probably a scary flush card for him, huh?
Yeah, it's just going for the check call. I think that's reasonable. You can't really go. Well, you could go for a little value. It seemed pretty thin. Check call's all good. There we go. Unless it's a bluff.
And Salas is going to make this call for sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a call.
I hope so. There it is.
Yeah, we've seen some. Oh, hello. Who's that, Matt? You've got with you?
Oh.
This is Dempsey's dog. This is the dog that loves Dempsey. Dempsey has a great story about
Bella?
this dog, Bella. Yes.
Yeah.
Bella is so sweet to everybody except for James Dempsey.
When Bella is not my favorite dog.
Why?
So a few years ago, go around to Matt's house. He's having.
Bella's an inside dog. Bella does not go outside in the front yard ever. It's always in the backyard, if at all.
So we go around to Matt's, and he's having a party during the summer. There's a whole bunch of people there. I was playing a tournament because everyone else is terrible at poker. I was still in the tournament, so I got there after everyone else. I get down to the house, I open the door, and Bella just like runs out of the front of the house, and I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Marco's, like, oh, whoa, where's Bella? So I was like, God, Bella's like running into the street, and I was like, oh God. So I ran into the street, sort of, there's cars coming and going. Or I was like, oh, pick Bella up and obviously bring her back inside. And she was like biting away at me or scratching me. She was obviously really panicked. And so I was getting bitten and scratched and all sorts. I was like, I just got to get her inside. Anyway, get her inside and, get her in. It's all good. And Matt just laughs at me. Marianne is actually, takes care of me, makes sure it's all good. It's only when I'm like, cleaning up my hand and stuff that I realized the light coloured shirt that I'm wearing is now rather brown.
Jumper. It was a white jumper.
Because Bella has got a little panicked. The old.
Oh, Bella.
The old thing. So yeah. So I walk in. I've been bitten to pieces, and Bella's shit all over me. Yeah. Wonderful. Great start to the-
She literally shot herself. That's how scary you are, James.
Yeah. Like,
look at this precious little munchkin.
Yeah. Bella, my favorite.
She is a good dog now. She's really mellowed now. Both players with a 7 here. Ben Mulder with 7-6 and Philip McGall with a 7. And Tim does decide to bet it. And Philip makes the call.
club, not ideal.
We have a special guest in our chat room, by the way. Norman Chad has joined us, and he's asked if the chat room is open or is it closed for repairs.
All right. Norman Chad.
Hi, Norman.
He's one of my favorite people on earth. Norman, we expect you to be there Tuesday. Don't forget. I know you have a poker game to play in, but I expect you to stop by. All right.
Did Matt Savage
Three
rent
on
a
the
dog
river.
for this live stream? He'll do whatever he can for views.
That's right.
This one's going to go really nicely for Phil. He's going to be up to 60 bigs after this hand and Mulder down to just 21. And it's exactly the kind of these medium-sized pots now we're going to see a little bigger shift in real chip turns. And yeah, Mulder being asked 20 bigs with 4 players. I mean, that's, you know, you're going to have to start jamming a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Bella's getting some love in the chat, but I'm not getting any love. I was the victim in the story. Let's remember.
Oh, she's a good dog. She is not the same dog that you met. You may have changed her.
Yeah.
She is a good dog.
I have that effect.
James, a hit with the ladies, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, back in the poker game, Phil flopping a pair, checked it through, Salas drawing dead, and kind of bored guys where obviously with 3 high cards rather than 3 low cards, Phil is going to check his pairs with more frequency because Damon's drawing dead more often. So I think Damon has to be careful here whether to bet because Phil can certainly have a 9 or a jack, and in this instance makes 2 pair on the end.
Phil's going to win this pot.
What is the situation, James, in England? Can you have people at your house? Like, would Phil have friends with him right now, do you think?
No, I think he'd be there with the wife, and I think he had 2 kids now. He's got one with one on the way. I lose track of these things, but no, yeah, the rules have just changed again in the UK. So there's the I can't even remember what it is now. Then I get so confused. But no, you can have 6 people in an indoor gathering, but only from 2 specific households. So you can't invite 5 friends around to your house, but you can if you invite your family around, as it were. So yeah.
Right.
So yeah, he'd be a
lot of hearts.
He'd be chilling in there, working away on his own, I would imagine. I think that's the way you want to
with 3 hearts right now.
I wouldn't want, if you're playing like a huge table like this, you don't want other people there around you, and so you just leave me alone, let me do my thing. I'd have the phone away, I'd have everything away, and just focus. All right, yeah, Salas. Good timing. Finds Phil popping it up, as he should with King 3 suited, but don't think it's a hand he can continue with. I mean, we haven't seen Phil fight back against Salas, but I don't think Salas has been attacking Phil enough for him to have to adjust. So that's not a criticism of Phil. It's just Salas has kind of picked the spots quite nicely. And all right, Mulder with a hand that he'll want to get action with, but he won't, looking at the cards around. Don't think Blas is going to open this. So question of whether to limp, allow Phil to raise and then limp jam. You could limp, call it off. You could raise and call it off. I mean, every option is available here. Let's go for the limp.
Nick, I'll just check here with his Queen 3 of clubs. The flop is a open and straight for Tim Mulder with his 8s, a 7-10-9 flop. Still yet to see that set there, James.
Yeah, you're getting disappointed, but
I am. I want to see a set.
Maybe you will now.
Maybe you will now. That's right.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, but I mean,
still in the lead.
Yeah, pretty good flop for not having a set. Obviously, the 2-8s, 7-9-10 open ender. Yeah, check the flop. No reason to bet against still, Matt. Want to keep some hands in. Want to list some bluffs. We've got lots of good cards we can hit on the river.
And the river is a 10.
You could bet now. We can certainly get 7 to call. Deuce is going to call. Some ace highs, maybe even some king high. And Phil's going to have some of those that didn't raise pre-flop because Mortar can limp jam. So yeah, it goes 2.2. I don't think Phil can call queen high. He doesn't. Lets it go.
Norman Chad's asking if I lost a bet, because why on earth would I join Matt and James?
Wow.
I'm suffering. This is my punishment for bad behavior.
I mean, be honest, Lynn, you probably couldn't sleep last night with excitement, could you?
Oh, of course.
Just.
I was on the edge of my seat all morning, just waiting for my allocated time slot to join you guys. Waiting for Isaac Haxton to get off so I could really bring up the GTO strategy.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Well, he was getting a few things wrong. You know, Matt wasn't impressed. His success rate was dropping. He got to like below 92%, and Matt was like, "We're gonna pull this guy. Let's bring in the real wizard.
Give him the hook."
Yeah.
Heineken Bob join the chat. Ace Deuce versus King Deuce.
Norman also says that the lockdown rules have just changed in Las Vegas. Matt Savage is not allowed in anyone's home, and if he wants to eat out, it's drive-through lane only. Just for Matt. The rest of Vegas can live as per normal.
There's no drive-through vegetarian, I don't think, yet. No drive-through vegetarian.
Yeah.
Yes. If anyone missed the note, Savage lost a bet and he is currently 1.5 days into a vegetarian diet right now. And look at the smile on his face. He's loving it. He's thriving.
I am. Renewed energy, everything. I've got it all. All right, here's a hand. We may see some action there, James. Ace-7, 6s, and Ace-King. And Damien saw us with the button.
I mean, this is just a dream spot for Mulder. Of course, we're going to see a raise from the Ace-7. And yeah, whether Bars, how he plays this, I mean, whatever he does, obviously Mulder's going to put it in with the Ace-King. And Bars may go for a 3-bet. He does, makes it 9 million. And it's going to be very hard to fold when Mulder puts us in for 26 million on top. I mean, it's a pretty tight range, the cold 4-bet jam here. It's not like he's going to be light, but yeah, he's only got to call, what, 18 million to win 39? So pure chip-wise, it's a call. It's the ICM that's a bit of an issue, but I think there are enough hands like Ace-King, Ace-Queen. I don't know, this is close. I mean, chip-wise, we're calling, guys, but hey, I need the ICM wizards because I'm not one of them. Those guys will know.
Len, tell us. What's he supposed to do?
Oh, I would not be able to cope with this decision. I'd say I don't know. He doesn't do it.
Down.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he thinks. I mean, if he doesn't make that call, he's still second in chips. So
right, I'm leaning that way as well. it's obviously chip wise you're gonna call, but it just if you get a call and lose there, you go so short. You call and win, sure you're chip leader, but the difference isn't the same as there's a difference between calling and losing. It's so devastating. You're so likely to come fourth.
Isn't it wild? These guys are literally making $1 million decisions right now.
Yeah. Well, if you get it in here, Lynn, and you're in a flip, you're talking the flips are worth 600-700K, something like that. So it's just humongous amounts of money. And look at this, Mulder gets ace king again, and just like that, a couple of 3-bets or a 4-bet in the last case, and now he draws level with the other 2 short stacks, and Phil still maintains that. Well, slightly more than the slender need, I'd say now, and it'd be interesting to see with them all so similar. Can he kick on? It's actually a better spot from before when Mulder was shorter because the other 2 would fold more now. They've got a little bit more incentive to fight, but Phil doesn't have quite that big enough lead yet that you can just kind of risk doubling one up, because if he did, he'd become the shortest stack. That's how fragile this final 4 has been.
Miguel's flopped the flush draw.
And in reply to Poker Bros' message on Party Poker TV Twitch channel, yeah, I'm reading both, guys, but yeah, Matt and Lynn were obviously also on the World Poker Tours Twitch channel, so they're reading from there. I'm reading from both as much as we can. So I'm seeing what you're saying, guys. I'm seeing what you're saying.
Where's our stream team?
Yeah. Mojo's told me that I could eat dairy on a vegetarian diet, so no more complaining. And yeah, I'm into the butter. The butter works for me.
Not that dairy's any good for you. That's the first thing you should cut out of your life. But anyway, there's another stream for that conversation.
Says the vegan. The vegan that eats eggs, by the way.
Me? I do. I eat eggs. I don't believe in labels. This is what I don't label. I make choices one meal at a time. Let's not overwhelm ourselves with labels, because then you set yourself up for new rules. So just one meal at a time, you make good decisions. Sometimes, you might slip up and it's fine.
There you go. I like it.
What a cop-out, Matt.
Jack versus King Jack. Miguel makes the bet with 1.8 million. He has a gut shot straight draw. That'll take the pot.
Yeah, just a board that he gets to have way more of. Although Blaz isn't going to go 3-bet crazy from the big blind with even potentially like 9s and ace queen maybe, but Phil just still has way more of that board. As you say, Matt, if they raise, they've got an ace. It's true.
That's what amateurs think. Don't you always think that, Len? If you raise with pocket kings and then an ace comes on the board, you think you're beat? I do.
Yes, always. Always.
Speaking of here, this is...
Because I always am beat.
Yeah, I know.
Blaz is limping in here. Mulder's going to pop this up with 2 8s and expect Blaz just to call, but we could see a little increase potentially. Yeah, it does just make the call. I like it.
Still no sense.
Still no set for Savage.
That's a pair.
Hey Lynn, at least we know for the next Savage beat, we just know it's going to be every clip's just going to be every pocket pair missing the flop. Like it's going to be something different.
Right. Exactly.
And I'm gonna miss the Savage beat when this series is over. Like, when am I gonna?
I think we're gonna continue and go to the live show. Yeah. Queen on the turn. Kind of what could have been in this hand, James.
Yeah.
What could still be? Velaz makes it 5.7. That'll get it done.
I was just reading the chat there.
Poker's so easy when you see all the cards, isn't it?
Yeah, I say that every time.
Well, I was reading the chat, thinking I knew how that hand was going to play out, and then I see the chips go to ace-4, and I didn't see what happened.
Blas just scared him off with a bet on the turn, right?
Odd.
There's my GTO commentary. Told you I was going to elevate it from Ike. There it is. That's all you're going to get. I don't want to intimidate you all. There it was.
So on Lynn streams, James, I'm going to tell you that Lynn has something called LTO, which is Lynn Theory Optimal. It's a well-known thing. Yeah, it is definitely well-known.
Yeah.
Amongst our stream team.
I'm going to have a merchandise range soon. The new theory. It's going to be the new rage for 2021 in the poker world. Lynn Theory Optimal. I'm writing my book about it now. Coming soon.
Well,
so I don't want to give away any of it right now. You know, I can't.
No,
I can't
you got to
reveal my
keep that for the book.
cards.
Then you got to keep that for the book.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just what's the point? You know, you make no money. Like, Phil's raised this one up from the small. Damien's peeled with 6-3 of hearts, and Phil's gone for a big c-bet size on a board that, in fairness, Damien's not supposed to connect with too often. So Phil just trying to bet big here once and take it down. But Damien, of course, will be he'll be interested in this one, Matt. Got the pair and the flush draw.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the right play is, but
I would like to see him just call, because I think we're just either so far ahead, or Phil's got an overpair, then we don't really want to get it in. But the times he's got a hand exactly like one he has now, we see he's just got 13% equity, so we do want to kind of keep him in, and we get to protect ourselves with some weaker hands. But here we go. Yeah, here is a card that can change this. I do think Phil with this hand though is just gonna. I don't know. Is he just going to give this up? I mean, Damien can still have some ace-x himself. He's going to call the flop with some ace-highs, especially ace-4, ace-5. How about ace-6 of hearts? Now, Phil does fire again, but not very big. And this is an unfortunate situation for Phil, because he's going to fire twice here, but not the third time. And Damien's got enough of a hand to still call with, but would actually fold to the third barrel. It's going to be a frustrating loss for Phil, most likely. Although, any picture card, bar a heart. Yeah, so I mean, I say that, and then Phil's got the queen of clubs, backdoor clubs complete. This is actually maybe a card he does continue bluffing on. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's all in.
Rips it. Love it. Love it.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, Damien, unlucky, buddy. Just got to get that one up. Yeah,
that looks like the Savage Beat bluff of the week.
Write that down.
Write that one down, Matt Clark.
I love that. It was a great line from Phil, and like I say, he just had the queen of clubs, decided, hey, look, I can easily have backdoor clubs here. Can have some. Just Damien just doesn't have enough strong hands there, and the price of the bluff was pretty cheap. Damien only had 18 blinds behind, and now Phil does have finally someone in this tournament that has a big lead four-handed. And it's going to be tough to beat Phil now, with the other two going to have to play pretty snug. Damien down to 17 blinds. Phil just gets to build on this lead now.
Smithy just brought up that I am an EPT champion, and I did indeed use Lynn Theory Optimal to get that trophy.
Yes, she is an EPT champion.
It was funny. I won the ladies' event in Barcelona, and so the first place prize was like €5,500. amazing. But while it was playing out, my final table, the high roller event was happening in the tables next door. And so when I won, they had all gone on break. And so I had some friends over there and they're like, oh my God, you won. Congrats. How much did you win? And I'm like, 5,000 euros. And their buy-in this was only 10% of their buy-in. Their buy-in was 50,000 euros. My first place prize money was 10% of that. But they were very supportive. Cool. Not about the money, it's about the glory.
It's a little bit about the money, but yeah, we like a bit of glory. Phil going for glory here. Phil ramping it up. As I said, he's going to start pushing them around. Zero equity bluffing. Fires a big second barrel at the 7-6 deuce board. King on the turn. And Blas, yikes, tough spot. Lets it go. Here we go. This is it. Here we go. Phil's he's got this lead now, and the rest of them are going to have to, well, they're going to have to run good, I think, at this point, because he can really put pressure on. The longer Damien stays short, the shorter it gets, even better it gets for Phil against Mordo and Blas.
Been four-handed for quite a while now. Got some Spanish in the chat now, Lynn. You got that? Do you understand what they're asking?
Oh, where?
I
in the
know.
party one. Oh.
No, in the World Poker Tour. Como son los premios?
Premios, cousins. Is it how are you cousins? How are you the cousins or something? Premios. Premios.
No.
Prima. Oh, Angel's probably watching this downstairs and so ashamed that I can't understand como son los premios.
What?
How
are the prizes? What are the prizes?
Oh, what are the prizes?
Top four? Yes. I hope you're watching, Angel.
There's prizes, and you thought it was cousins, like.
Well,
I mean,
close though. Cousins is primos. That's premios.
Primos. See, it's close. Premios, primos. There was one vowel I got wrong. Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll let you off. Phil going for it
big
again.
bet for Miguel here.
Yeah, and again the run out was kind of gonna. I mean, actually he's hit a 4, so this actually might be a bad run out for him because he does beat the draws now. But hey, maybe he just goes for it again.
Big here. That's right.
I think he's taken the format as just enough that he can beat some draws. Same time, I don't think he's necessarily going to fire again. I mean, oh hello, Damien Salas 2 8s, Blas Zerev with Ace King. We're going to see a flip here, I'm pretty sure. Queen. Yeah, Damien's going to open this. Blas is going to 3-bet, and Damien, I think, just goes with these 2 8s.
Why is it not a spot where Damien just wants to shove? This has
just a little too deep, and also we at his stacked depth, Matt, and the way the other guys are stacked, he kind of doesn't mind taking the all in because he's so much shorter than everyone else. He needs to get back in the game.
Oh my God!
Here he goes. He ain't folding.
Here we go. I'm nervous. Imagine how it'd be if I was actually playing.
That would be a fun stream to watch, for sure.
Be a lot of screaming. Oh my God, we got a red table.
8s versus Ace King, and the 8s are in the lead after the flop of Jack 7-3. Turn cards of 10, now a straight draw. And the river's a 6, and Damien Salas. His 8s hold up, he doubles up, back to 36 bigs, and that makes Blas, Zerje, our short stack with 14 bigs.
Yeah, just kind of switches their situations around pretty much. Again, Mulder was was rooting for an extra king there pretty hard as well. Phil to a little extent, but Phil's also quite happy to keep a short stack around. But I mean, a ladder up's worth so much money in I'm not talking about in like in game equity or binds or that, but I just mean in real life. You know, it's if you took a few zeros out, he might be like, oh, actually, I'd rather that person stayed in because I can make more money. But when you're talking such high amounts of money, I think you're just I'd rather just lock it up. Let's get the ladder up.
Norman Chad says that your Spanish is worse than my English.
You know what's embarrassing? Angel's English is actually better than my English, and English is his second language.
I don't know about that. We got King Jack and King Queen or King Queen here, so this is
Yeah.
probably a shove for Blas, right?
Well,
Yeah,
he has gone for it. Yeah, I was caught in two minds whether he was gonna shove or flat. He's gone for the shove, and yeah, I mean Mulder. What are we looking at? 16 at 612. Yeah, I mean we can't fold King Queen, I don't think. Again, though, if he does call, we're calling off 14. Ah,
let's let it go.
Does fold. All right. Here we go. King Jack's definitely a jam if we make King Queen fold. I guess Mulder's of the opinion that like Mulder's open under the gun, and you've got Phil behind on the button with a big stack. So I guess Mulder's reasoning is there that he's opening fairly tight. So Blas isn't going to 3-bet jam really light at all. So that's why he's folded that King Queen. Yeah. I know. Sometimes it's hard, Matt. You do this commentary, you see the cards, you just see the hands, you think, oh, he's going to call because of course he's going to call because he's ahead, and but these are marginal spots. And
right. Mulder went for the shove there. Mulder got that one with the shove. King 5.
Yeah,
Norman says he needs Google Translate for the chat.
Poker Bra asking on in the chat, what's the cutoff for Damian Salas? That raise call in the 8s, or my raise calling 7s? Probably 7s, yes. And then 6s, no. As I say, in that instance, Damian was so much shorter than the rest. Kind of, you can be a little bit more reckless. Mulder limping the button. Phil completes King 4 off in the small. Not sure. I mean, I went raising out of the small with Blas on 15 blinds, but I don't think it'd be too big a mistake. Either way with King 4, to be fair. 6-3 deuce Salas the pair. The other two both with a gut shot. Yeah, I mean, the accusation Lynn's been drinking her is certainly just coffee. Lynn, what time is it now for you?
It's 10:30 now.
All right, we can start to, look towards the top shelf.
I know. I should make a Bloody Mary. It'd be perfect right about now. Yeah.
Make me one too.
Is there a break coming up?
I've had a lot of Bloody Marys in the presence of Matt Savage. He knows that's how he gets me at golf. I start beating him, and he gets the Bloody Marys in for me, and the next thing you know, I lose my money.
But again, remember, Matt says it's not about the money.
It's not
and
about
money,
the money,
right?
It's just about destroying your friends.
Then Mulder does make the call here with that straight draw, and the deuces are in the lead. He does make the straight on the river.
Yeah. I like the bet from Salas. I think he gets to have way more of that, especially than Mulder does having limped the button. Deuce needs a little bit of protection. I don't think you're going to get a bluff from Mortar, so I like the small bet. It gets a call from Mortar holding worse, but at this point, Salah's done with it. I mean, don't know what Mortar calls with. Guess some heart combos that could now be bluffs, but yeah, he goes a big sizing. Yeah, I mean, the more I think about this, it's like Mortar shouldn't really have a four. Probably bets 2 pairs if he had them, which I don't think is possible, or sets, which is, well, with Matt, we know no one makes a set on this table. So actually, this is kind of nice sizing because he does actually have more bluffs than hands, but Salas isn't going to pair it off. I wouldn't have minded a call there from Salas, but he does fold.
Don't have much longer at this level, I don't believe. So it's a little bit higher than this. It's going to go, I think, to 701.4 million.
Yeah.
And that's what it would be. But yeah. Salas hits a 6 on the turn here. Also opens up a straight draw for Blas. And Blas loves to see the free card here, right?
Yeah. We got and yeah, misses, but no great shakes. Yeah, Tawny Muppet and Sports FA asking, where is Lynn? She is indeed in Australia. Hence the 10:30 in the morning life that she's leading. See, Lynn just got up. This is the first thing she's going to do with the day. She's got the whole rest of the day ahead of her. Plenty of day drinking and gambling to do.
I'll be so motivated after watching this final table. By the way, I want to give a shout out to, is it Daniel McCormick? Where is it? Who watched the golf video with Mike Sexton and Matt Savage. He went and found it on my Twitter feed after we mentioned it on the stream. If you want to see a beautiful example of a day with Mike Sexton, then check out that video on mine and Savage's Twitter.
Yeah, it's Mike in his element. Hang on. What's happened here? Phil's open and Mortar's just called from the big blind with ace king suited. I mean, I get it that you want to call sometimes here. We don't particularly want to get it in, but I think we kind of don't hate it. I mean, you can 3-bet jam, but maybe 45 bigs is too much. We can just 3-bet, get it in. Phil doesn't really get out of line, but I think this is kind of a statement from Mortar that he's very comfortable playing in this lineup and doesn't want to take any high variance line. Just flat ace king suited in the big. I wonder how surprised Phil's going to be to see ace king.
Yeah. He loves taking down that pot, right? Got 79 bigs now.
Wow.
Woo.
Okay, good game. Good game, Blas. Good game, Blas. Run is over.
Yeah.
Unless Matt hits one of those sets you've been talking about. Wow,
yeah,
Damien folds King Jack first up. I thought Damien was going to raise that and Blas was going to jam over the top. So Damien just avoided one there because thought Matt for raise. But here we go, Matt. Will you find a set?
We find a set. We haven't seen one today. Oh,
There's one.
Yeah, we'll find a set. There's one. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
There's a spades now, and Philip also has that covered with his king of spades. So it is indeed all over for Blaz Zerjev, who does have a great day, winning over $500,000, but finishing in 4th place. Great run to Blaz, a great player. Just a little bit short of that title, but 552,000. Congratulations, Blaz. Well done. And we're down to the final 3.
Yeah, insane stuff. 800k locked up. Two of the final 3 will get over $1 million. And well, I mean, Salas has been ducking and diving. Didn't open the king jack there and kept some chips. Zverev no option but to give it a go, Matt. And well, Phil's got over half the chips.
Blaz did win his way in through a passport package, so he is in for much cheaper also. So congratulations, Blaz, for a great run here at this final table.
Well, yeah, I mean, Phil's
also
insane. 1K satellite, I think, and I think Damien's the same. They're both in from 1K satellites.
Right.
And with the loss of just one player there, all of these players have pretty much just won a small apartment each, like at least.
Yeah.
Wow. Where are you living? Where apartments are 814,000.
I was thinking that, Lynn, you've said that, but no, Matt lives in a place where that's not the case. But yeah, I mean, you can't.
No, I'm saying the pay jump.
Oh, okay.
They went from 550,000 up to over 800,000 with that pay jump. They've just won a deposit on a big house or something, you know? Like, that's insane, these pay jumps.
Yes.
I mean, have you guys tried to buy apartments in the UK? You think you can get an apartment for that? Like, you're crazy?
Emphasis on the small.
I can maybe get like, I don't know, get like a beach hut. I jest.
Are there beaches in the
Oh wow, Matt, you see this? The Southern Brits are getting they're getting Larry.
It'd be pretty dangerous to go out to those beaches.
Yeah, for sure.
I tell you what, I was walking on the beach yesterday. I told this story on the stream yesterday, and Henry had no idea who I was talking about. And I was like, wow, how old are we all getting if he's never heard this person? But Matt, you're like this. I'm walking on the beach in Brighton, minding my own business. I bump into Roland DeWolf. Like, I mean...
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. How random's that? Like...
What's he doing now? Does he still play?
I think he still plays a little bit in some cash games and stuff, but he's doing some sports betting things. He's doing, it's Roland. He's a bit ambiguous about what he's doing. He's just this and that, But yeah, poor Henry had never heard of Roland DeWolf, and I was like, "What do you mean you never heard of Roland DeWolf?" And
a legend.
James,
yeah, I mean, WPT Champions Cup member.
Stream that, yeah, but that stream that we did with Henry, I just felt so old. I left feeling like a grandmother.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday it was myself, Henry, and Matt Staples, and yeah, I felt old.
I also like the answer, this and that, for what's he doing now? When people ask me, what have I been up to? I'm just going to say this and that. I like that. It's a good way to dodge a question. You can't be bothered elaborating. How does that conversation play out, James? When you meet someone just on the street and they ask, what do you do for a living? Do you enjoy talking about your professional poker playing?
That happens. You just stop people on the street and ask them what they do for a living. It's quite interesting.
Us Southern Brits are very friendly.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
I like it, Matt. You got it. It's going to stick. Lynn's going to accept her place in the world.
All right, flush draws here. She knows she's a Southern Brit.
We just don't sound as fancy
Philip.
as the Northern Brit.
No, the northern Brits are the Canadians. You need you just got to be Brits.
Yes.
See this.
Yes.
I know Matt's rules of you know.
Yes. Canadians are Northern Brits. Queen on the River, and Damian Salas is now locked up this pot if he doesn't get bluffed out of it.
Yeah, he's all right. Useful, gets Damien back to 24 blinds. Again, though, this is a spot. Mulder just going to have to play really snug with Damien. So short. Phil's going to 3-bet here, of course, but has Jackson. But he's going to 3-bet with a lot worse than this. And Mulder's just, yeah. You open this and just straight away, it's one of those ones you're like, oh, why did I open? Little does he know that he actually ran into it, but yeah, Phil's just going to open so many hands.
And Phil's going to apply some pressure here, yeah, to the short stack. Is that the plan now, James?
Yeah. You just got to go after them. I just seen here Poker Bra saying I did walk into Johnny Chan on the beach once, but it was in Cannes for their World Series of Poker Europe, so I don't think that really counts. It's just a random.
It definitely doesn't count.
A random afternoon seeing Roland the Wolf.
Can you hear that beeping? I think someone's burning down the house downstairs.
Matt, what's going on? Is that Marianne cooking up some vegetables for you?
No, it's here. It's in the house I'm in.
Oh, is it you? Sorry, Lynn.
And I think they're watching the stream. Angel, you burnt the toast.
Marianne is an excellent cook.
Yeah, I'm just teasing.
All right. Queen 10-9, 2 hearts, and Damian Salas has a 9 and a heart. So,
I mean, I miss
foothold on
Marianne's
this pot.
hospitality. It's been a year since I was last over. Yeah, a year. Wow, time flies. Time flies when you're all stopped in one place, I suppose.
All right, now we got the other commentator in here, Dave Tuckman. You're bringing them all out, Jen.
Hey, Tuckman.
10 on the river. The 9's still good for Damian Salas.
Yeah, he's not going to try and get anything out of this. Just check it back. These pots far more important for Damien. Yeah. But obviously still a long way behind Mulder. Wow. I like it. Benny Glazer in the chat as well. That's hero value. Just burning you, Matt. This is all the Brits are ganging together, whether they're the southern, the northern, or the, just us bog standard
Brits.
We gotta defend each other against the Great Savage. And yeah, even like
all right, 10. Second pair here. Neither player with a diamond in their hand, but they both have 10s.
Yeah, Phil gonna lead for 1 blind. And that card, not one either like to see, and I suspect this will check down from here. So many hands have improved. The gut shots, the Queen X of Diamonds hands. Both players have enough to show down.
And Philip Miggles, 9 is going to play here. He'll take down the pot.
Phil Royale.
I just got a message from the guys downstairs saying a guy came to the house to check our smoke alarms. That's why the smoke alarm is going off. Angel's defending himself, saying he didn't burn the kitchen.
Yeah, that sounds like a story to me.
No, I know, right?
No real big clashes today either, James. I think the play has been very good, but not a lot of aces versus kings or ace king versus queens. Seen it a couple times, but it's been pretty mellow.
Yeah, the deck hasn't really cooperated with big clashes like we saw in the mini final table last week. There were abundance, but not so much this. I like
We
this.
want fireworks.
Tuck asking, is Savage commentating? Well, he's supposed to be. We'll find out at some point tonight. He's going to break out some commentary. We'll see.
James is carrying us here.
He's just here to make fun of us, Lynn, isn't he? That's what he does.
Yes.
Okay, so
trying to make sure you guys aren't using extra letters in your words, like use, unnecessary use in your letters.
But Mulder making me look silly because I said he's going to have to start opening a lot tighter in these spots. Does open king 8 offsuit. I mean, it's not super wide, but it's a little wide. Phil just flats from the small with 2 4s. Again, I mean, he can just put pressure on Mulder. I mean, Salas only has 20 bigs. I'd rather see a 3-bet from the small here. Now he's, I guess, well, yeah. I was going to say this is the kind of board that normally you'd give the small blind quite a lot of hands that are connected with it, but for exactly the reasons I'm mentioning, you know, Phil's going to 3-bet with king queen. He's going to 3-bet queen 10 offsuit, king jack, all these kind of hands. So Mulder actually does get to just go and stab that flop, take it down. Two of these players get a milli plus, hey?
Yeah, it's going to be, let's see, look at what did Damian Salas win in that tournament? Live earnings are 2.6 million.
Yeah, in the main, he got like about 1.5, I think.
Okay. So this would be his biggest score ever?
Yeah, let's have a look here. We got. Yeah, 1.425 it was for 7th World Series main.
Oh, here we go. Kings versus Ace 4. And we did
there's another set.
King on the flop, another set.
Yeah, so see, okay, but Matt, we found the card, the pair that flops sets. It's kings. We need, but
yeah, that's not
the pair that doesn't really need it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Mulder limping in here, gonna limp on pretty much every hand, 50 bigs deep with Phil in position. Does bet the flop. Phil hangs around with ace high. And yeah, picks up some weak hearts. And Mulder checks it. I guess the check with a set of kings makes a lot more sense than a check with a set of 8s, for example, but you can definitely go both ways still. And hello.
Oh. There are the quads. We've gone right past the sets. We're going straight into quads.
Yeah. 1 to 100.
Check. And 4 of a kind will win this fight. Nice.
Meant for the check. And the check there was a lot different to the situation I think we saw of was it Phil check the Damien earlier? This one was one where Phil can certainly value bet and bluff some hands at the end, then and gets the check raise. All right, Matt, the blinds, you called it. We were near the end of the level. They've gone up. Damien's stack is now below 20 bigs.
Yeah, so Damien at 16 bigs. This is the time of the tournament, right? Where you're looking for any ace, or what are you looking for to shove with?
Yeah, I mean, just yeah, there's a wide variety of hands now, but he does. I mean, doesn't quite get to leverage. The beauty he's got here, right? Okay, he knows he can risk going bust because he's so short. It's not. Doesn't really have any ICM pressure, but he can kind of create situations that are bad for Mulder still. So he can rejam spots where, say, Mulder opens and Phil peels in the middle. He gets a jam, and knowing that Mulder has to play so tight. I mean, these are very small things, but and he can also, yeah, like rip from button and raise from the button, and spots where Mulder can't really play the hands he wants to because he's got Phil behind. But yeah, ultimately, Matt, like you said, at this point, we're just hoping to get some kind of good hand that we can get in and get back in the game with a double up.
Well, he does bet 1.4 with a pair of threes, which he caught on the turn. And Mulder still does have those tens.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that bet. I guess you want a little bit of protection. I think Mulder like checks back a lot of hands on Jack 10-4. Like he did here with his 10. Checks them again, and yeah, Mulder can definitely try and squeeze something out of this. All right, let's try and squeeze a lot more than something. Right?
So let's it go.
That hand hurt him a bit.
With that, we're going to a break. Down to the final three. Philip Pingal still in the chip lead, 111 million in chips. Damien Salas, the short stack, 19,755,000. We'll be right back for an exciting conclusion.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
Feels amazing.
Incredible.
Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
Brian Altman.
Alex Foxen.
Jeff Hum. Christopher Pitts.
I am a WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
WPT champion.
I am a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Savage, and you're watching The Savage Beat. This week's Savage Beat comes from the World Poker Tour $5 million guaranteed mini main event on Party Poker, where first place was over $750,000. We start today's show on the final table bubble, where the most classic flip takes place when Daniel Montignoli takes his ace-king up against Livia Bartha's queens. The queens held, and as we'll later find out, it propelled Livia Bartha to a massive payday. Now I'll take you to a couple hands featuring pocket jacks, a hand that I love to hate and never know how to play correctly, but these players show us how it's done. In the first example, Roberto Romanello plays the jacks the correct way, extracting maximum value from his opponent, Giannis Lowe's, who catches an unlucky top pair 10 on the river to seal his fate in the hand. In the second hand, sometimes you can make a great laydown with jacks, as Renan Bruschi does here in a tough spot versus Nikita Verbici with queens. In the Baby Aces Battle of the Week, we have Ace-6 top 2 pair for Liviu Bartha and Ace-3 top pair in a straight draw, which connects on the river to save Renan Bruschi, to which Sam Trickett says, "That's an unfortunate river." In the Big Blind Special Hand of the Week, even commentator James Dempsey doesn't know what Liviu should do with Jack 3 and only 5 bigs, but he did get it in, and a red-hot Renan Bruschi has 10s, makes the easy call to bust Bartha in 4. I'm starting to sound like a broken record here on the Savage Beat, but the final hand of the tournament is both the cooler and the clincher of the week, as Nikita Verbici turns a straight and Renan has top set. The board pairs on the river, and Bruschi checks again, and Nikita bets. Renan shoves, and Verbici calls, thinking he has a key double up, not to be, as Bruschi has a full house and the title. Congratulations to Renan Bruschi, the champion of the WPT Party Poker mini main event.
Love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party.
$1.7 million. Could you buy with $1.7 million? What about buying a super yacht and sailing around the world? Or maybe you'd rather settle in one place with an island in the Philippines. Or if that's too hot, maybe your very own castle. So many options. Why $1.7 million, you ask? Well, 1,011 entries into our WPT Main Event Championship meant a phenomenal $10,110,000 prize pool, which means we're going to have 2 millionaires in the WPT main event, with first place receiving $1,715,667, which is just, I have no words. Actually, I have one. Insane! But the competition was tough, of course, as just 156 of some of the best poker players in the world have made it through to the second stage of this prestigious battle, with 136 guaranteed at least a $23K payday. Still maintaining that day 1A chip lead by quite some way is Blaz Zheriaf, and right behind him is day 1B's chip leader Benjamin Roll. They finished ahead of WPT Deep Stacks champion Daniel Szymanski, Victor Simeonato, and Almadin Imzarovic. You can catch all the day 3 action over on the Party Poker TV Twitch stream from 8 PM BST, and then same time, the moment we've all been waiting for, that nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat final day is on Wednesday. But if that isn't enough excitement for your Wednesday evening, then we also have the Micro, Mini, and Main Heads Up Championship. But if you're gonna play, get your entry in as soon as possible because the numbers are capped and there is no late registration. Having a look at the upcoming schedule, I spy with my little eye something beginning with $100,000 super high roller and a $25K high roller. Satellites are running now, so make sure you don't miss out on those. Good luck everybody, play smart, and I cannot wait to see you Friday when our newest WPT Champions Club member will be crowned.
This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair, with people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh, man. Okay. We're here. Yeah. It's a party, people.
We are back now. 3 hands.
Hello.
Hello. These players have earned at least $814,000. First place, 1.715667. Which also comes with the Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, the tumblers from Baccarat Crystal, and the $15,000 TOC seat, which is donated by Party Poker and added to the prize pool. So that's amazing right there. And of course, you get your name inscribed on this baby right here, the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, which is joined Marianne in the background. Say hello, Marianne. Yes. She's trying to hide.
Hi, Marianne.
Lynn, I tell you, by the time Matt finishes this little intro, but then the tournament, I think, like.
I know.
Yeah.
Basically, every click of a button these guys are making right now are $1 million decisions. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
That is right.
Look at it.
But with 5-4 offsuit, he makes the correct $1 million decision and folds it. Damon Salas with the ace-queen. Wins that pot. Big clash coming, I can see it. Will it be 7-3 versus 7-4 or the king 5?
Yeah, and Phil just gets to raise because you're the chip leader, and there's one guy with 15 bigs. There we go. I didn't mess up there. I couldn't see Tian's stack. This is much better, and I can see his stack. All right, so yeah, Mulder with 50 bigs, Damon with 15. Phil just gets to kind of go to town on him, and even here, Mulder flops really big, doesn't he, Matt? But has to play cautiously.
Yeah. When you play a hand like 7-4 of spades, this is a flop you're looking for, right, James?
Yeah, this is one of them. But like I say, he just has to check call. Can't build the pot. That doesn't mean he can't bluff, Matt, later on in the hand. She's quite small bet. I wonder what he does do. He does go for
You're
it.
asking if 10 million yet.
Phil went for a very small bet on this kind of texture. Mulder, therefore, does get to raise. Basically, if Phil bets bigger here, the Mulder has put in so many more chips to bluff that it makes it far less attractive. But for a smaller sizing, he can check raise.
Tien Mulder does win that pot. They're asking if Tony Dunst played this tournament. No, he did not, but he is playing out in New Jersey, Party Poker US Poker Network. He's playing this week, and he will be streaming this week as well. So you can check that out. Tony Dunst playing in all of those cash tournaments this week in New Jersey.
Actually, I saw he went super deep in the second event. I didn't end up seeing where he finished. Did you?
He bubbled the final table. He did make the money, though. Yeah.
Oh, so close.
He stone bubbled day one, the first event, and then he bubbled the final table in the second event. So making the right progress.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Phil going to limp in. But Salas's hand
Good enough, I think, here just to check.
And this is the hand. I think Damian Salas would make a stand with this hand, right?
Oh, yeah.
If it came down to it.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a spot I wouldn't mind seeing a check back. Yeah, I like it. I think you just give Phil license to bet most hands on most turns, although perhaps not this hand on this turn, as he finds a 3. I may still even bet just one blind for a little bit of protection. No, does check. I think I lean towards checking from Phil. Damon now just gets to bet and kind of go a couple of blinds. Goes one blind. I'd like to go a little bit bigger, but these spots where we're not expected to have that strong a hand, such as a king, I like to just go a little larger.
Does extract a very little bit of value there with that bet.
Yeah, and Phil, I think, especially on that river now as well, just get a check fold. Yeah, Phil can't really call this. I mean, the one thing I will say, actually, and this is, Salas check back, full up's going to bet some king X. He's probably not going to play queen X this way. So you're looking at like 2-pair combos, and we do block those with the 2-pair combos that stop betting turn. But at the same time, he does get to have some hands. Salas complete small king 4 of spades.
And Mulder with the Jack 7, Ace 9 deuce on the flop. Let's X.
So come on, Lynn. I need to know when this tournament finishes. What's the rest of the day hold in store for you? Early morning.
It'll involve making breakfast.
Right, nice.
I'll start with that.
I mean, it sounds like Angel's already done a pretty good job of that. Like,
yeah, he burnt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's on today? I don't know. We're having a little bit of a barbecue tomorrow, so just gonna go because we're allowed to do that.
Is there anything more Australian than a barbecue? I mean,
I know.
Shrimp on the
I'm
barbie.
so grateful that we can. Yeah, we're in Queensland. There's just basically no virus, so we're still allowed to sort of live as normal. So the sun's shining. We're going to fire up the barbie, maybe put a little shrimp on there. I don't know. Have some beers, do some party planning.
Foster's, no doubt. I know all the Aussies love Foster.
You never even find Foster's on the shelf here. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, because they all hate it.
I'm not saying that. Our friends at Foster's.
They're not a sponsor. We can bash them.
All right.
Right. Okay.
Mulder, king 9. Just going to play all the hands from the small as a limp. Guys, 50 bigs deep, out of position to fill. Salas short. Every single hand just plays as a limp. And then every flop plays as a check.
I'm saying that. I feel like every flop this is check. There's probably one that doesn't, and it's going to come down now. No, okay, we're safe. Like
Ace King 3 on the flop. And this pot
there we
could
go.
get a little spicy, right?
Look, see exactly what I just said. Every flop's going to play as a check, and then I found one where he bets because that's what happens, Matt. You put your neck out on the line, and you come out with a statement like that, and they just do it to prove you wrong. Okay, here we go. That's a good turn card when you're actually up against an ace, but.
Brings a third diamond. Of course, he does not put Philip Miguel on a flush, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with when you do bet. I mean, look, we're really deep. He's got 12 times pot behind, but you still got to play fairly cautiously against Phil, and he ends up checking this 2-pair here because the diamonds are completed. You don't want to bet, get raised, and then face a big bet on the river. Phil, more than reasonable betting this ace here. You can definitely get some value from somewhere, so you need a little bit of protection. I say you don't need protection. You get a little value against a draw. You don't need the protection, but. All right, this one goes check.
The King 9 will take this pot down for 10 Mulder, and he is up to 56 bigs. Just creeping up there right behind Phil Miguel.
What's going you, Matt? It's evening time in Vegas now, right? So, I mean, we started this stream too early for you to play golf, and now it's too late for you to play golf. So what do you do with any other day, you know?
Yeah, that's the problem is that, when we have things that are scheduled, we have to schedule everything around Lynn's schedule. So, like, Lynn is actually ruining 2 days of golf for me this week.
Classic
Unfortunately, I'm trying to wiggle out of tomorrow's interview, but Matt Clark not allowing me to do so.
Our main event champion. You want to wiggle out of the honor of chatting with the main event champion, $1.7 million in the bank, and you want to go play golf. Savage.
I'm hoping Damien wins because he is on our time here, so could actually move it back. I mean, you're not doing anything else.
That's the only reason you want Damien to win.
I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, Lynn.
To be fair, yeah.
At least he's honest, you know.
I know. And let's wind back. Who was the diva again here in the family? I think that was Matt.
We have to schedule this around your schedule, not mine. I'm available. I want to do it at 8
we need
tomorrow.
8 a.m.
Yeah, you figure because Tin Mulder and Philip win, that's in the evening for them. So 8 a.m. is a good time for everybody but you.
Look at him. He's doing this on air so he can try guilt me into getting his way so that I have to wake up at 3 a.m. in the pitch black. You won't even be able to see me. It's a technical issue, Savage, okay?
I'm still trying. Not sure Damien speaks English either, so may have to have you and Angel do it.
I think he does. I think so. Or actually, yeah, if he does it though, he and Angel know each other. That would be great. Get Angel to do it.
All right, Ace Jack versus King Jack. Two fair hands here, but not a fair fight as Tin Mulder has the Ace Jack and does have the Ace of Hearts also on the 2-heart flop. 885.
Yeah, Phil checking back a board that the big blind gets to continue with quite often, and Phil can go for a delayed c-bet. Not going to, I don't think now. That card's coming out pretty bad card. And Matt, I see a question on the Party Poker Twitch chat, and it was someone was asking which of these players' strategy do I agree with most given their stack sizes. Well, I'd have to say Tian Mulder's played really well throughout this final table, as you'd expect. Kind of the most experienced, I'd feel of these three, and Yeah, just we saw like employing a decent limping strategy earlier, very effectively in certain spots, and adjusted throughout the ICM situation. And so yeah, I'd have to plump for Mulder so far in that respect. And that man Mulder with ace-9 again, and just going to play limp strategy, of
Speaking
course.
of the chat, I want to give a big shout out to our stream team. There's so many names in there. Tristan is in there from Canada. You are beaten 2. Smithy, also from the UK. Mini Aussie, Ace to 10, Air Herb. There's so many. Hi guys.
Yeah. They're all hanging out.
The LG stream team.
That's right.
Wow, I gotta check out one of these streams soon.
Yeah, and you got to shout out to your people who watch every day with you. I think Giuliano is on there every day, right? How can you never give them any shout outs?
Oh, there's a lot of shout outs, but in fairness, I mean, credit to our regulars who are still with us, because it's getting late. I mean, we've got a big following of UK fans, but I think they're staying with us because everyone in the UK wants to see Full Royale take this one down, and he's looking likely with nearly half the chips in play now. But Mulder is starting to eat into Phil's lead and has nearly caught him.
So you hear that, Party Poker people. James does not want to give you any shout outs. Us on the WPT Twitch, we're willing to give shout outs.
I'm just not. I just don't. What you tell me to do, Matt. I do things on my own terms, my own time. I'm not going to do it just because you did it.
Matt loves to show us how to do our jobs.
That's right. Both players flop gut shot straight draws here. There are 2 spades on the board, and Damien does have Queen of Spades. He does trail on the hand to the King High of Philip Mighal. Eight pairs the board on the turn. The King High is going to win this pot, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, Damien went for some really big bluff here, big sizing, but I don't really see the value in that.
Tuck on Sports is in there, and so is Lynch Cats has now joined.
Hey guys.
I think Norman Chad probably fell asleep.
Wow, Matt.
Getting late for him. It's 6 o'clock for him, so he's probably all tuckered out.
Oh, poor Norm. Just has to listen to abuse from Matt Savage. It's been a crazy year.
Sleep, so it's probably... All right. This could be it, huh? Mighal moved all in with 3s up against King, Queen of Spades for Damien Salas.
Yeah, this may be it. Damien opening off, 23? I mean, yeah, here we go, Matt. It does make the call.
And the flop is a king. Good for Damien Salas. Also 1 spade. He has 2 spades in his hand. A queen on the turn, top 2. Now needs to fade one of the 2 3s. Oh, there it is. A 3 on the river.
Oh. Wow.
No.
Wow.
Wow, that's brutal.
That is a savage beat there.
Oof. Sorry, Damien.
3 on the river. Sorry, Damian Salas. You played very well, taking home 814,000. I hope your computer screen is okay. I know mine wouldn't be.
Yikes. Wow.
Wow.
What a river card
Brutal.
that was for Phil Royale. How much money was that card worth? Hundreds of thousands, no doubt.
We now have 2 millionaires sitting at this table. Wow.
3 if you include Dempsey.
$1.2 million.
All right, heads up, pure
I love
poker.
the delay. The delay. The delay is fabulous.
Dempsey pulling that big hat over his head.
Don't you start, Matt. Don't you start. Don't you jump on that little bandwagon. You come up with your own jokes.
Oh, that was so brutal. I feel bad for Damien. He's a very nice guy. Spent some time with him in Punta del Este. He was down there with us, and so yeah, he was brutal.
Yeah. He's probably still in shock. So 1.2 million for second, 1.7 million for first. That is what these two are playing for.
Just a casual half a milli. Why not?
Phil Royale posted something in the chat and it got deleted by the moderator. I don't know what he could have said there about that hand, but interesting.
Yeah, that's not. I'm 99% sure who that is in the chat. It's not Phil.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No, but I think I know who it is.
All right. Oof. I mean, I still feel that bad beat. I don't know. Crazy.
That was a sickener. Yeah, you got 2 outs to fade. If you hold, you're back to like average stack. All 3 would have the same chips pretty much. Well, you'd have the same as Phil, and Mulder would have a slender lead. And then instead, you're out third for 800k. So that river cards cost like $500,000 in equity.
And I guarantee you, all the people out there watching are going, poor Damian Salas, he only gets $814,000. But, you don't get in these spots every day. So, I know it seems like it's okay, still getting all that money, but it still hurts.
It's okay, isn't it, Matt? It seems okay. It's like Matt Savage has to work a good 9 or 10 months to get that kind of money. These guys do it in 4 days.
That's true. Very true. Ugh. Oh.
All right. Yeah, Phil on the button, popping it up. 3.1 milli.
All right. Looks like we are taking a short break by the sound of that music.
I think, Matt, we're getting some information about a deal. I think it's coming through. Maybe these last two have done a deal, which isn't surprising when, as Lynn pointed out, it's like, was it 500,000 between first and second?
Yes. So by the rules, they do have to play for something, and of course they're playing for the TOC seat and the spot on the Mike Sexton's Champion Cup. So there will be a play out here.
Yeah, there you
do
go.
not know at this point. There it is. There it is. You'll
1.4.
see it there.
But yeah, Matt, you're right. They've got to pay. They've got to leave 100K to play for. Plus, like you say, the TOC spot, the extras, the crystal, the watch.
And there it is. They are playing for 100K, so it is not insignificant.
No.
The Big Bang Hublot watch, the Baccarat crystal, and of course their name on the prestigious Mike Sexton Cup. And there it is, right there. See James Dempsey's name's right here.
Wow.
Right
See, Matt,
here.
I'm going to call you out now.
Looking at
You keep saying my name's there. I know my name's on the back somewhere. Like my name's just buried in the distance.
Right here. If I could pick it up, I'd show you. He seems skeptical.
How heavy is it, Matt?
He seems skeptical. Huh?
I've
What's
never
that?
actually tried to pick it up. How heavy is it?
It's very heavy. Dempsey, you have one, right?
Yep, I do. Well, the mini one you get. This is a spicy flop. Mulder with top pair, back of spades. Phil with the gut shot and flush draw. And it's like was this a 3-bet pot? Yeah, looking at the pot size. So already some sauce in there. And I'm going to call here and evaluate turns, but most likely going to call most turns as well.
How about a 5 on the turn? Ooh,
how about it's Phil's day? That's my prediction. Once you hit that 3 on the river, Matt, hitting flushes is going to get really easy.
I mean, that makes it tougher though. 12.6 million from Philip.
Yeah, I like this. Size sets up really easily.
Mulder makes the call.
Yeah, Mulder can't fold yet. Phil just gets to rip this river now. Actually, what if you chooses less than all in? I mean, I don't know why you ever would. I think you just have a lot of bluffs here, so. Yeah, it does shove. Right I don't know. I don't think Mulder can. I don't think Mulder's going to call this off. You want some hands like Ace 5 with Ace of Hearts to be in here, and we do block that. Yeah.
It does make the fold.
Perfect hands call would be.
He doesn't know it right now, but it was a great fold.
Yeah. A big lead then for Phil. 110 plays 30 blinds. First, well, that's a very big pot they just played in the heads up, but it's the first of the big pots they played. It does go Phil's way.
Three spades on the flop. Mulder does have the 6 of spades. Niggle bets 1.5 million. Tim Mulder wins that one with a raise. I've asked how many names are on the Champions Cup. I believe it's somewhere right around 250.
There we go,
250 is.
here's a game. We get Matt to count them, and that should keep him busy for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Matt will count out loud, so we have to hear him like a school child.
Yeah, that's a good point.
7 deuce versus 7-5 here. And both players flop a pair. Michael makes the call. Turn card's another spade.
Yeah.
It gives both players a straight draw to the 7.
All right, Phil comes out betting it.
It's got a spade flush draw. The 8 on the end.
It's a weird spot, Matt. You kind of bet this turn, obviously, with his draw. Might have the best hand. All sorts going on. Now it feels like I was gonna see if he's gonna follow up with the bluff, but he doesn't. It's Mulder scoop one in.
Mulder's going to win the spot. Yep. So when we run out of room on this cup, we're going to go to another level, another full level on the cup.
Right. It's the cup that keeps on growing.
And for those who have multiple titles, rather than having their name etched on there twice, they get a little diamond added to their plaque.
Correct.
How many diamonds are on there, Savage?
There are at least a lot on this side.
I mean, Darren Elias has got quite a few diamonds.
Right around 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darren Elias has 4 WPT titles. Anthony Zeno has 3. Chino has 3.
And Phil cracked out the 3-bet there. Mulder, the ace king, ripped it over the top. Got it done. Mulder 3-betting this time. And once again, falls in the pot. All right, this one's going pre-flop aggression at the moment.
What?
Things have loosened up a little bit since the deal, looks like.
Oh.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it more pre-flop. And Phil peeling with 5-3 offsuit here.
I thought you said who has a question at the moment. Like, what? Aggression. Uh-huh.
Yeah, aggression, yeah. Lynn, you've lost it. Like, come on.
I know. I need another coffee. I haven't had breakfast. It's 11:40 a.m.
That's definitely past
Here
breakfast
she is
time.
whining. We've
Yeah.
been on this 4 more hours than she has, and see, that's the diva. That's the diva coming out. You know.
Yeah, Matt, I see the time on the call just approaching the 7-hour mark, and Lynn's been here for about 7 minutes. It's outrageous.
King 7, ace deuce. Miguel raises to a 3.1. And Juan makes a quick call. Flops King Jack 10. Top pair for Philip. Straight draw for Tin Mulder. Miguel bets 3.9. Mulder lets it go.
And Mulder pops up again. Phil defending the 3-5 a minute ago, so no surprise to see the 3-4 meeting the criteria. All right, pair for each. Mulder.
Getting the best of it. A couple of hands all of a sudden.
A 5 on the turn, and Mulder still in the lead with his 9s. Checking it back.
Yeah, great card. And if we're going to check. Interesting spot for Mulder here. I mean, you kind of have to give Phil a 3. You block another 9. He probably bets a king himself by the river. And really hard to get much out of this. So yeah, it goes pretty small. 2 blinds. Phil's not going to fall for that. The old Matt, I always say that the bet flop, check turn, bet river line is so rarely bluffs, and we Phil obviously the same opinion there. Folds that 3 really quickly.
Here's 2 hands I like. With suited connectors, 8-9 and the Jack, Queen Jack.
All right, we're going to see an elevated pot as well because Mulder free betting. Phil's going nowhere with that Queen Jack suited. Already 23 million. So you head to the flop. All right, here's the Mulder hour.
That's flop top pair. No spades either. $15.4 million wins this pot. You talked about the experience a little bit earlier, James, but Tim Mulder and Philip Migdal have almost identical resumes. Mulder with 3.5 million in online earnings, and Migdal with 3.2 in online earnings. Live earnings, Philip has 531, and Tim Mulder with 550. So almost identical.
Wow. Yeah, that's
going
incredible.
into this.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting, yeah.
And they're about to boost their earnings right now with equal amounts with this deal they made. There's only 100,000 in difference.
Yeah, you can throw another million on
Both
top.
of them will be. You say that so flippantly, James. It's not like, you're talking to 2 people that don't have millions of dollars like yourself, and Lynn and I. So please,
Just
be a little
throw
more
another
respectful when
million
you're
on
talking
top.
about. Just throw another
James,
million
how
on top.
often do you make $1 million decisions?
I mean,
Well, he kicked out his ex-girlfriend. That was probably $1 million decision.
wow. Wow, spicy. What's in that iced tea? Like, what's going on? Like... Oh dear! Oh wow, what a river that is for Tim Mulder. What a huge river that is, guys.
Wow.
Phil does well to check this back. Sorry, the river, but I mean, all the draws missed. Phil does block some of that with the 7 of spades specifically. But this is a horrible spot for him, and a spot that's going to see him relinquish the chip lead. Oh, wow. Mulder just bombs it. Says all of it.
Can Philip find a call here? Probably not, right?
No. It's weird. Obviously, the 7 of spades just blocks some of the hands you want him to have, although you do block some of those overbets of value, like straights. Sure enough, look at that.
And,
Mulder with the very slender lead.
Tim Mulder. Yep. Oh,
Guys, I think that's the first.
That's the first time he's had the lead in the whole final, right? Came in like fifth or sixth in chips and has just kind of bided his way through. Oh yeah, sorry, Matt. Yeah, I was gonna say, obviously, yeah, they've got similar resumes, but I mean, Tian Muller's been he's been kind of mixing up in the high stakes games all summer, the big Bayern tournaments. So yeah,
Great.
Phil, wow, stabbing here with this 3. No, the draw, but he's actually ahead. Mulder calling with the same gut shot draw and a flush draw, but does get there. Checks it. Yikes. This could be ugly for Phil. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do here, guys. Yeah.
Oof.
He goes for it. Heads up, so brutal. Just like a couple of run outs, it changes everything.
Tough one. That's a very tough one for Phil.
Yeah.
Philip does
Rough
flop
couple
open
of
ender
hands.
here. Yeah.
Rough couple of hands. All right. Good board for Phil to get back in it here, though, with a straight draw. Picks up a live heart draw now. You can see 89% to win this hand. Such is the situation Mulder's got himself in. Needs the offsuit deuce. I'm excited, guys. We got tonight obviously to finish off, but then I'm gonna be back here tomorrow night. I think with Henry perhaps for the heads up. I think we're joining it with 16 left tomorrow night, and then of course those
And
high
Mulder
rollers
gets a bluff here. Yeah.
Wow, he does get one.
The high roller week, yeah. So you got more streaming to go for sure.
Yeah, we got I said the heads up tomorrow. We got the turbo on Sunday, and the 25k and the 100k next week. Round out this series quite nicely.
Do you think these guys will appear in the 100k after this win today?
I think Mulder will be quite likely to be in the 100k, and certainly be in the 25k. We haven't seen Phil in those. Certainly not the ones I've covered anyway here on Party. Those kind of buy-ins, I think. But who knows? And maybe Lynn, like Phil takes a leaf out of your book. He's not afraid of a little spin up. He may just take the 100 off the top and flick it in, because why not?
Yeah.
He's not shy, that one. I love that, Matt. Lynn would just be like, yeah, like the 100, 1.7, yeah, we'll fire the 100k, no worries.
Yeah, I think Angel would say, wait a minute, dear.
Like we got a new toast.
I did that with my big ladies event. I did it with my big ladies event win, my huge 5k win. I rolled it into the main. It was the first time I ever played a main event, a 5k event. And I managed to take 3.
Wow.
There you go.
3, right. How much did that pay, Lynn?
But I pretty much bubbled. Nothing.
Oh, no.
I had to do it.
But it was the experience that I paid for.
Yeah. lot happening in this hand. So I'll tell you about that $25,500 event. So there's a day 1A and 1B, and that's on the 19th. 5 million guaranteed. A huge amount of players, and 40 of those are going to win their way in through satellites, at least, maybe more. So it should be a great field. And you're commentating all of those shows, James?
Yeah. So we're doing all of them: the heads up, the turbo, and then the 25 and the 100K.
Awesome.
Yeah, plenty more action to round out the series.
You and the GTO commentator?
I'm a little bit worried. We're doing the turbo on Sunday, but Saturday I've got a rather big day arranged. I'm just a mini Matt Savage, and I've run golf tournaments these days. I've set up my own golf tournament, and
nice.
And Party's own Neil Barrett is coming down to play in it. I've got Ian the Razor Fraser's in the mix. He's going to be playing in it. And I'm a little bit worried the condition I might be in come Sunday if I'm going to be drinking all day with those guys. But we'll see. I got Henry there to keep me on the straight and narrow. Henry. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun on Saturday.
Straight draw, but he is checking it, and Mulder has made the bet with 8-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, nice spot here. We're getting Mulder to put chips in a really bad spot, and Phil does make the call with king high and a good draw. Expect Mulder just to shut it down now, not a hand we're going to fire multiple streets with, and that card's specifically pretty bad. Jack of the 9, the worst ones. Yeah, Lynn, the difference is I'm running this golf tournament, but I'm not that much of an egomaniac that I name my golf tournament after myself. Like who would do such a thing?
The Invitational as well.
Yeah, like imagine naming a tournament after yourself. Like,
does it come with a Savage trophy?
Nah, we don't have any trophies with it. We just give money out. Like.
My tournament does come with trophies.
Yeah. I mean, I've not come close to one. Actually, no, I did come close to one. I came close to one at the best place ever. But you haven't got your own trophy there, right? Have you, Matt? It puts you stressed at your own golf tournament.
I think so. Ace 9 and 10-8. Waiting for that hand.
Yeah, Lynn, I got hustled once at Matt's golf tournament. It was quite disgusting, to be honest.
Why am I not surprised? Tell me.
Basically, there was 64 people in this tournament. Matt and Mike O'Malley both came in like the bottom 10. Myself and Tyler Patterson both came within the top 10 over the course of 4 or 5 days. And like looking back on it, you could see it coming. I'm going to tell you that you're going to be like, "Come on, James, you got yourself to blame." But the two of them challenged me and Tyler to a high stakes game the following day. Like, come on, like the one last game before we leave town, we'll play it. Suddenly, they both found their A game on that day. Just as soon as the tournament was over, they just both played beautifully. It's funny,
It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
It's one of my greatest memories is driving away in my car and seeing James and Tyler sitting in the parking lot, just like looking like, what happened?
Yeah, you gave us the welcome to the green room was the and then yeah, myself have to drive myself and Tyler back to Vegas from where were we? Pebble, right? Like a nice 8-hour drive to mull over our loss.
All right,
you'll be proud of me.
5. Yeah.
I'm going to go golfing soon. There's a golf course near where we're staying here on the Gold Coast.
Awesome.
All right.
Love to see it.
Good to learn how to swing.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
Lynn doesn't have a bad swing.
Oh, yeah?
Not at all. We've seen it.
You've got a bit of coaching from Savage at Top Golf.
Yeah. I mean, everyone loves a bit of Top Golf.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hello.
All right, 3-bet to 11.5.
Yeah, and a hand that Phil's going to continue with here. This king queen. And I imagine continue with calling. I mean, the hand's just strong enough to take to the flop. 40 bigs is too much to be ripping, I think. Okay,
But
he
he
does
does.
rip it. Yeah, I think you just want to be calling here, guys. You want to keep in some weaker hands. You see, you just rip it there, 10-8 folds. If we get called here, we're just in really bad shape. But I mean, hey, like, these things are pretty marginal.
You're probably pretty happy to take it down there too, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, look, it can't be a bad thing, can it? We pick up an extra 11 million, but I think when we get in pretty good situations like that, like we can see a 3-bet pot in position with king queen against someone like Tian Mordy, it doesn't get much better than that. You know, you're not gonna. You need to maximize your edges, I guess, is what I'm trying to say against Mordy. You need to maximize your good spots because there aren't going to be that many. They're obviously both great players, and that seemed like a spot where you could definitely get back in the game.
Nickel will take this one down with the ace-5 of clubs. Spades in his hand. Ooh. Pair and a club draw. Both play with a club in their hand. The 8's a pair, though. There's 4 cards straight on the board. The river card is a 6. Philip takes down this pot.
Yeah, Phil just needs to steady the ship a little bit. I think Matt just ease his way back in here. Let's see. But it's heads up, you know. It doesn't take long to get back in it. He's only a 3-2 underdog at this stage, so.
What time is it for you guys there in the UK?
It is just tipped past 3 in the morning.
Oof, he must be exhausted.
It's
both of them.
Yeah.
Ten Mulder is in what is he in? Netherlands?
Yeah. So it'd be 4 in the morning for him. 4 in the morning for Mulder. 3 for Phil.
And 3 for you.
And 3 for me, yeah.
If I was playing for 1.7 million, though, I'd have plenty of adrenaline. I would not be tired.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys have been playing this series all the way through. They're going to be on a pretty late sleeping schedule anyway. It's you know, they're used to it.
The party poker random generator is working. We have not seen any setup hands here, which is good.
Right. No fireworks. Except the 2 outer on the river. With the doozy.
Yeah.
We've seen some pretty chunky bluffs today as well that haven't worked, you know? Like they were good spots, but yeah, I kind of like that a little bit more than just the big showdowns.
a flop here.
Yeah.
Jack 7 versus Queen 4. Jack on the flop. 1 diamond. Tin Mulder with the Queen 4 of diamonds. Still continuing with 1.7 million. Philip's going to, of course, call with the top pair. Turn is now the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, and again, it's just not a card Mulder can fire again on. Phil has way more 8s. And Mulder doesn't pick up any equity. Ace in the end, though, Matt. You know, the Razor's always got an ace, right?
Not necessarily heads up.
Okay. All right.
Definitely full ring, the other player.
We change it. We change it heads up. You think maybe they're
All
bluffing
right,
a little bit?
here we go. And just like we asked for,
Ooh.
6s versus King, Queen,
Right.
diamonds. Free bet to 11.5. They're doing it quickly,
Right.
too.
I mean, this time more so Phil should call. Obviously, I thought we're a lot deeper now, and it's King Queen suited. Far better, far easier to play post flop. And there we go. There's the king.
King right on the flop.
And I mean, Mulder, okay, he's going to bet really small here. It's a bet to try and make Phil fold some better hands, like maybe 7s or 8s that didn't jam pre. Maybe there's some ace-x that he can knock off the equity, but that board is not one he's going to go to town on, because Phil just peels the 3-bet with all sorts of hands that connect with King Jack high boards. And so we should see Mulder shut this down now. Or he's going to prove me completely wrong and just go for it. Let's Yep.
Wow.
It's gone really small. I don't get this size. 12 into 37. Again, is he just...
Makes the call.
Yeah, I don't know what he's setting up here.
I mean, if Tin Mulder feels like he had the best hand before that, that doesn't change anything, right?
Right. I mean, I just... I don't get the two small sizings, the really small sizing on flop and turn. I suppose the turn sizing does set up a kind of a 75% river jam. So maybe that's what he was doing it for. Obviously not on a jam, especially not on that card. Phil though will be jamming. He has to have so many bluffs here. He doesn't jam. Wow.
Makes a quick call.
Matt call.
Wow.
Plus, so he could have got a full double up there, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, and there we go.
Wow.
What was I just saying? Like the turnaround can happen so quickly. Phil now the commanding chip leader. Wow, incredible hand that I don't really know how Tien Mulder put chips in over 3 streets on that board in a 3-bet pot with 6s. Kind of bizarre. And like he has so many better hands. Yeah, I'm confused, guys. I'm confused on that one.
Ooh. Aces here versus a 10-7 for Miguel. Oh, a 3-bet
Wow.
12.8 million.
Right. Now this is a hand we're just going to flat with. That's I'm pretty sure of. We're going to slow play these aces. And
he does flop a straight draw versus top set. So only kings or aces are flopping sets today. No big deal.
Yeah.
What does it? I guess it's small
Miguel.
size. It's been pretty big. About half pot. Mulder just slipping a call. Chilling there on the button with a set of aces. Let your man block. Oh,
there it is.
wow.
And there it is.
Wow.
This could be game over, folks.
Yeah. That is game over indeed. Full rips. Mulder's going to
Unless the
snap.
board pairs.
Wow, he's gonna be
And we're going to
shocked.
see it. Deuce on the river, the harmless deuce on the river, and it is over. Your countryman.
What a final
Philip
hand.
Miggle has
Wow.
taken it down.
What a sick couple of hands, Matt. Back-to-back
Oh,
monster pots. Phil
Congratulations
Royale.
to Tin Mulder. Tin Mulder, second place, still taking home like 1.35. But our champion is Philip Miggle, who has done it. He's won the $10,000 main event championship here on Party Poker for the World Poker Tour, and he is in the Tournament of Champions. Congratulations. Yes, we can applaud. Well done, everybody. Well done, Philip Miggle.
Amazing.
He's done it. 1.5 million. He's our champion. So for James Dempsey, Lynn Gilmartin, Ike Haxton, and Jason Kuhn, we are out of here. We have a champion.
Thank you so much, everyone. What a final table.
It definitely got spicy there at the end, did it not?
Yeah. It was a long one, Matt, but man, thanks. It's been so much fun doing commentary, Matt, for such a prolonged period, and you as well, Lynn. Nice to see you again. And,
It's been fun to
absolutely.
sit in and chill with you guys during this epic final table.
Definitely.
What a final hand. That was amazing.
The cooler and the clincher of the week.
You've got all
he's already
the world,
planning. You see
Savage.
he's already planning.
It's unbelievable. These hands. Just no fireworks, and then all of a sudden, a huge explosion here at the final table. Thanks again for
Well,
tuning
I look
in.
forward to meeting Philip tomorrow for a Baccarat Crystal Toast celebratory drink.
We'll see him tomorrow or the next day.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible.
Today is really just about bringing home the title.
It feels amazing.
Incredible. Surreal.
It's indescribable.
Can't put it into words what it means. It's amazing.
WPT champion.
You love poker? Well, Party Poker ain't messing around when they bring a tournament series, man. And there's more coming, trust me. You love poker? Join Party. This message is for the real stars of poker. I'm talking about you, my people, the players. Look, you play the game for the right reasons. Tension, the wins, the beats. But the things that we play for, they've been changing. The game we love is under threat. Most poker operators are only interested in one thing. These guys see the money, but they don't feel the game like we do. They don't care about you and the little guys. See, these punks are letting some bad things into poker. Like predators, right? Using unfair tech so they know your moves before you do, and they're all anonymous, and I say no more. Because poker should be played fair. With people who care about the game, not just their rate. And Party Poker are those people. We're putting players first because we are players first. Party Poker gives over a third of their revenue back to players, and we're innovating. That's why players are joining us every day. Like these guys, legends, fellow legends. If you love poker, like we love poker, it's time to join Party. Because this is poker. Oh man. Okay, we're here. Yeah, it's a party, people.
Well, that's right, Vince. All you have to do is go to your computer at home and sign up for ClubWPT.com. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a Club WPT VIP member and experience all the benefits that go along with that. In addition, you can play all the poker you want from the comfort of your home.
It's true. You can win cash and prizes. You can also get the Entertainment Savers Guide, the WPT magazine, all of that. It is fantastic.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, Mike, we're going back to the felt.
3 players left. The 2 Italians out in front. Andre Dato, our leader, with 2.2 million. Second place, the other Italian, Alessandro Longobardi. And third place right now is the Russian, Renat Bogdanov.
The antes are going up to 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60. It is getting expensive here in Venice. Alessandro Longobardi from Naples.
Looking down at 2 jacks. Just a powerful hand in a 3-handed poker game.
Alessandro says he's a very superstitious guy. Doesn't even like to talk about superstitions. That's how superstitious he is.
And here he raises it. Makes it 140,000 to go.
Dotto looks down at a 10-8 offsuit. Little does he know what he could be getting himself into.
Well, when he's capped his cards, Vince.
Oh, boy.
That's a sign he's going to play the pot.
Potential disaster.
370.
Waiting for him. Yeah, he's going to pump it.
370,000 he's bet with just the 10-8 offsuit here.
Now the Russian with an ace-8.
And the pot's been raised and re-raised, so he's just going to get out of their way.
And now Alessandro, he has a real hand, of course, pair of jacks. Tough to pick up jacks in a 3-handed poker game.
All in.
Well, he's going all in here.
And Dato quickly to eject his hand. He's been foiled. What are you going to do? He took his shot. Alessandro had a real hand.
He takes a lot of shots, no doubt about it. That one misfired.
And with that hand, Alessandro takes a chip lead from fellow countryman Andrea Dato and inches one step closer to adding his name to the Champions Cup. All season long, we have been revisiting the great moments of the WPT in a segment we call the WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
The KRs, there it is. It is over. Wow.
Although the Season 2 WPT Invitational final table glittered with heavyweights like Antonio Esfandiari, John Juanda, and the Costa Rican great Humberto Brenes, it was the irrepressible player known as the Unabomber who entered the WPT arena an underdog.
I'm not sure this guy's got all his oars in the water.
Only to come back
Well, that's a 9. Oh!
a star.
And that's going to do it for Antonio.
For all the antics, his opponents knew there was a brilliant poker mind under the hood, combined with an outsized personality and seemingly the guiding hand of destiny.
Oh, he's done it back. John Juanda is out of here in 3rd place. The Unabomber has taken him out.
It was Phil Locke, known as the
What's going on? I see Tuck on Sports, Majonius, Airherb, Mini Aussie, Lynch Cats, Matt Savage. Good to see you all tonight. Hope you're doing well. Hope life is good. All right, our King Jack on 20 blinds versus the hijack is going to just be a call. Against Audi driver. Got a car recently, first car I've had in forever. Looked into potentially getting an Audi. Very nice cars for sure, but also relatively expensive to repair if anything goes wrong. And a pretty straightforward decision on the flop here. I think against certainly a c-bet from the button, we would be peeling even with just 2 undercards to the ace. Against the hijack range, I don't think we really want to make that peel. It seems kind of ambitious. Now 20 blinds, first the hijack, and he 2.5x's it. You know, this guy limped earlier. Makes me think he's a bit on the passive side with his raising range, so and now it's multi-way. What are we gonna do here? We're just gonna fold. Rip it in with like, oof. That's the wrong combo of King Jack to have folded on this texture. If we had reason to believe that he was opening really wide or this guy was too loose in his flatting, we could shove it in, but I don't really like it. Button versus cutoff, it would certainly be tempting. For the most part, King Jack is one of those hands where when it gets called, it's in really bad shape. You're just like praying that if you get called, your opponent has like 8s and you're flipping, and that's, you know, the best case scenario. All right, 2 minutes left in the level, and we've reached the freeze out stage. What's up, everybody in the chat tonight? Hope you're all doing well. What's up, Smithy and Heineken Bob? Good to see you guys. Looking forward to tomorrow when we get to do a sports chat. Where is the Thursday night game broadcast these days? Did it switch over to ESPN or is it on NFL Network? There's no way that the rooms get NFL Network, but yeah, it's on NFL. Yeah, that sucks. Meanwhile, it's Bengals Browns, so I mean, like, as if that's a game. Okay, so this is going to be an open. Maybe I can find a little shady stream on one of my other computers. And then this is one of those boards where you have a pretty high c-bet frequency, even though there's not a lot to love about this hand. The 9 is actually not bad there because we block a bunch of the hands like Jack 9 that are going to, you know, always peel against our c-bet. And so now we are on to level 16 and we are officially in a freeze out. So no more re-entry. As you can see, we're running. Got over 9,000 in first here tonight. Against that 3x off of a 12 big blind stack, I think our opponent is actually really strong. I think for the most part, people play 12 big blind stacks as push or fold, and they only do this like open for a non all-in amount with nut hands. What's up, you're beaten? I think that people are really unbalanced at doing that kind of stuff. That there's actually supposed to be a number of hands that you raise fold on that stack size in that position, but that people miss a lot of those and just turn them into shoves or just open folds, and then only open with the small size when they have like, I don't know, jacks plus ace king and are completely unbalanced. So if anything, without knowing too much about that player, I would be really cautious in that spot. And then facing the 3-bet here, we just have to give up. It's unfortunate, but that's a good sized 3-bet from them. You're definitely supposed to cut down your 3-bet sizing when someone's open off 20 big blinds. You want to be able to 3-bet fold there, and it's worth pointing out that kind of like opening off of a short stack when it comes to using like small 3-bets against 20 big blind stacks, that's another spot where people tend to be kind of bluff deficient and typically are sort of nutted there because they don't expect you to do a lot of raise folding. But some people definitely mix in 3-bets. It's nowhere near as suspicious as the like opening small off of 12 bigs. A lot of people simply do not realize that you're actually supposed to do a decent amount of opening that's not all in off that stack size. So here on 17 blinds facing a mid-position range, we are just going to be calling. Actually, you get a little bit of shoving, and I drew the lucky number. So this is the one hand that gets a little bit of shoving. Almost all the other offsuit aces just call, but that's sort of the like special ace that does, I don't know, 10, 15% shoving. I randomized and got and hit a 2. And then ace jack is a much easier one. But yeah, for what it's worth, none of the other offsuit aces up until you reach like ace jack are shoves there. Whereas here, this is much more straightforward, small blind versus mid position with ace jack. This is kind of a no downer shove. This is weird. Man. Man. I don't know if people find enough shoves that I want to rip this in. We'd still have to fade these guys having a hand. This is really close, but I'm going to fold it. Would never fold ace queen, and that might be a dubious fold there, but I just don't think that Landfoost or whatever is bluffing enough. Wow, this guy's ridiculous. But yeah, I don't really mind the fold with ace jack there. I don't think that Landfoost shows up with enough combos under ours. Yeah, I think he'll jam ace 10. Some people miss it, but I think he'll probably jam it. And then after that, maybe a couple of the like worst suited aces, ace 5, ace 4 suited, ace 9 suited, some king queen, but not enough of those combos. I think mostly we just end up drilling ourselves into ace queen, ace king, same hand, bunch of pairs. Thank you for asking, Heineken Bob. Yeah, I've been mostly sleeping better. Last night wasn't very good. But it has been better, and while I'm away, the upstairs air conditioning is being fixed in my house after, yeah, a whole bunch of BS dealing with that. What a joke. But hopefully when I get back to Vegas in 6 days' time, I'm able to sleep through the night because I just can't, I can't play good poker on low sleep. I just can't do it. It's a game of patience and, mental clarity. And when I'm sleeping poorly, I just can't put the pieces together. I don't have any of that. Then I get very, very easily agitated on low sleep. So not really good when you need to have emotional control in a long, frustrating game sometimes. Is Amazon showing Thursday Night Football? I don't know. Are they? Is that a thing? I've never heard of that before. Okay. Ocean Dragon, I thought Joe Burrow looked okay week 1. He certainly didn't light it up. He had a really nice run for a touchdown, and look, the Bengals are not supposed to be a team that wins many games this year. But it's just, it's tough to come into the league and be a world beater at quarterback right away. Like, even the guys who look really good, Kyler Murray and, what's his name in Cleveland? I'm blanking on the name. What is this? Baker Mayfield, who had a really good rookie season. He regressed super hard after that. Kyler Murray looked good his rookie season, but he didn't, like, absolutely tear it up. Lamar Jackson was good his rookie season, and he won, 5 out of 6 games, but he got into the playoffs, and he was kind of hopeless. When was the last time a rookie quarterback came into the league and just absolutely tore it up? I guess the best I can remember is maybe Dak Prescott. I want to say he took over for Tony Romo early in that season and played a really great year. But for the most part, there's kind of a steep learning curve at quarterback and at receiver. So in recent years, we really haven't seen anybody come in at those positions and just tear the NFL up. It's not quite like running backs where, if you're a super talented running back, we can just insert you in a good team and you're like amongst the best running backs in the league right away. But yeah, you were beaten. Burrows didn't do anything that should really worry Bengals fans. All you're expecting from him this season is just to be competent and show promise. And he put him in a position to win, and then they shanked the field goal, and the guy, collapsed and messed up his hamstring or ankle or whatever, or calf, I think it was. But they were in a position to win that game. Burrow did, his job that day. And he seems like a great guy. Seems like a natural leader. He's got a good sense of humor. He's got some humility to him, despite having literally the greatest college football season of all time for a quarterback. So, I look forward to watching Joe Burrow for the next 10 years. Hopefully he can, turn around and really, it's been a really bad franchise for a long time now. I guess they flirted with competence for a while only to just go to the playoffs and get absolutely crushed by people like TJ Yates playing for the Texans and all kinds of nonsense. So have they had a playoff win in Andy Dalton's era? I don't remember one. They got awfully close in that Steeler game until Vontez Burfict decided to take off Antonio Brown's head. So 32 are going to pay tonight. 74 left. Excuse me. This hand, 6-5 suited, I mean, these are going to be pretty strong ranges, but it's good enough to overcall. And it's nice that we're very unlikely to be, dominated by an ace-6 or ace-5 or something. I mean, ace-5 suited for sure can happen, but for the most part, if we end up making pair, trips, whatever like that, our outs are clean or we're ahead in the case of trips. I'm gonna randomize here and see, do a little tiny bit of betting, and nope, just a little bit of betting with our outs and kind of nut low hand. But feels like we're getting trapped a bunch. For the most part, I think Gags is gonna bet his aces. Not always, but usually. And then Giant Genius can be slow playing for sure. And then we can't really call that bet. Good luck, you are beaten. Be a nice one to get. Hmm. 13 blinds of the button here. This is odd because it's sort of more, it's a mix of button and small blind. All right, that's going to make it easier on us. Dr. Kicks, yeah, Mahomes had his first season. Honestly, his second season, I think he was already probably just the best quarterback in the NFL. Like, it was just insane. Statistically, he was. He threw the most touchdowns, I believe. I've never seen anybody. Well, look, I've just never seen anybody like Mahomes. I've been an Aaron Rodgers fan for the last 15 years, and while there are quarterbacks who've had greater careers, most notably Tom Brady, I thought that Aaron Rodgers played the position better than anybody ever had before in terms of arm strength, accuracy, decision making, mobility. And then Pat Mahomes came along, and I think even after like year one, I was like, nope, this is the best anybody's ever played quarterback. Like maybe it's, maybe he'll regress. Maybe he spent an entire year just kind of guessing right all day long. And then after what he did last year, I think it's kind of decided Mahomes is the best a quarterback has ever been. No one's ever played that position better than he does. It's just weird to say about a guy when you have, a 2-year sample on him, but it's just true. I've just, nobody's thrown no-look passes before. It's just insane. Mahomes is just completely insane. But yeah, there's a lot of good young talent out there in the league right now, and at the quarterback position. On top of Burrow, Kyler Murray, I think he shows a lot of promise. He's already pretty good. He beat 49ers. Aha. All right, and this guy's going to 3x for us. Seems like he just 3x's a lot. He is really chipped up from his 12 blinds. Okay, so we get it all in good. We just need to fade the queen. No 5, no queen. Ah. Damn, we could have used that one. Bryce, yeah, I mean, TJ Yates, Texans' third string quarterback that season. I feel like the rest of the team wasn't that healthy either, and they still lost. Ugh. I mean, in fairness, Dalton had a solid career. He wasn't a bad quarterback. He was really good in college. I want to say he beat Russell Wilson playing for TCU in one of their bowl games. And then even as a professional, he was pretty good, pretty solid. Wasn't quite a Pro Bowl quarterback. I don't know. Maybe he did go to the Pro Bowl year one year. I have no idea. He was never an elite quarterback, I guess is what I'm saying. Never a world beater. But he was pretty good. Yeah, I trust in the Bengals' ability to ruin anyone. Okay, SA7 suited here is kind of close. With the limp, I think I just want to shove it. Again, people are just doing way too much limp in. We're too short to do anything else. I don't really see people doing a lot of wow. So we limped ace jack suited. Okay, you got me. Spade. That works. Chop it up. Ocean Dragon, I don't, he had some pretty good teams around him. He had AJ Green and Tyler Eifert back when they were both really young and good. And then, he had a pretty solid defense some of those years, anchored by Geno Atkins. I mean, Vontaze Burfict, for being a crazy person, was quite a good linebacker. Yeah, I think, again, I think that Dalton was, from a career perspective, above average, but never elite, never a quarterback who was going to win you a championship. May have, yeah, may have suffered some bad luck or may have just been kind of a choker in the big games. It's tricky with the NFL because the sample sizes are so small. It's tough to say. Like, if a guy got 4 shots in the playoffs, like, did he just so happen to have 4 bad games against teams with good defenses? Clearly, he wasn't elite if he never overcame that. Dalton had a fine career. That's the way I would put it. He was okay. He's not somebody I would dump on. He was not somebody I would hype. And I think somebody's got him as their backup quarterback right now. I can't remember who it is, but I got to think that if Andy Dalton's your backup quarterback, you're in really good shape. Like, to be able to get a guy who, if he comes in and plays for you as your backup, he's probably the, 25th, 30th best quarterback in the league. To have that guy as your backup is a nice situation to be in. Okay, we will not be calling 410. This one, we can go ahead and jam. Seems pretty close. Diamond. Diamond. Ah. All right. Well, that is the end of that one today, guys. Pretty unfortunate. But that's the way it crumbles. We got 10th yesterday, so didn't last too long into the freeze out stage. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll have a better opportunity. There's a 525, 535 event, something like that. So we'll give that a try. But thanks for hanging with me on the stream tonight. Plus, we've got the Club WPT event tomorrow. So we'll definitely be streaming for a couple of hours and streaming every day going forward. And then, of course, the main event coming up on Sunday, 1060. Daniel Buskin was in the chat earlier talking about maybe seeing 500, 600 players in that thing. There's already 170 registered. So looking forward to that. Appreciate y'all hanging with me tonight.
He shoved all in, forcing his young opponent to fold. But not everyone would fold to the former LAPC champ. Pitted against Season 6 Player of the Year Jonathan Little, with a board showing both flush and boat possibilities, Jonathan bets the river and Phil is forced to fold. That hand would prove to be only a minor setback, as Phil Ivey would end the day 5th in chips. Day 1 was not good for pros Vanessa Selps and Daniel Negreanu, who busted. But it was great for young pro Michael Rocco, who ended the day with the chip lead. Tony Dunst would find himself in the 21st spot, while once to watch David Doc Sands in 25th position.
Good morning.
Day 2 of the 10th annual WPT LAPC began with close to 75% of the star-studded field still in the hunt for a title.
Large field, tough field. Great to be playing it and to be able to beat all these schmucks out of their 10K, I'd love it.
There were WPT title holders playing at almost every table, and of the whopping 38 WPT champions still in the field, 3 were former LAPC champs: Eric Hirschler, Gregory Brooks, and Mr. Phil Ivey. When registration officially closed, the Commerce Casino announced a prize pool of over $5.2 million, with first place winning a 7-figure payday of $1.3 million, a number that kept the pros in a good mood.
It's tough, but it's a lot of fun, and I gotta go play. Dan O'Brien, are you kidding me?
But the mood would quickly turn serious for WPT champ Eric Lindgren and once to watch Dan O'Brien, as both headed to Table 17, the unofficial LAPC Table of Doom, which included WPT champ Will the Thrill Fiella, online phenom Young Dan DJ K. Kelly, pro Matt Berkey, poker legend Men the Master, Alan Chainsaw Kessler, and top-ranked pro Jason Mercier. Will the Thrill, holding a 9-deuce, had no luck trying to bluff Dan O'Brien, who had made 3 of a kind on the river. But of all the pros at Table 17, it was young Dan DJ K. Kelly that impressed the most.
DJ K is actually playing the best, I think, of anyone.
Yeah, DJ K is playing real good. Dan's playing well.
Jason's playing okay. DJ K's having his way with him.
Yeah.
As if to prove the point, on the last hand of the day, Dan Kelly would bust Jason Mercier.
Yeah, I'm going to head down and get a seat in the cash games.
Once again, the young superstar came up short at a WPT. 182 players would survive the day, with the chip lead going to pro Gordon Vaio. Dan Kelly would land in 12th chip position. Joe Hashem, Phil Ivey, and Phil Hellmuth would all be within striking distance of each other, and Will the Thrill Fiella would barely survive the Table of Doom, landing close to the bottom of the chip count.
Never surrender. Never.
What's up, World Poker Tour? Day 3, got some work to do.
As the remaining 182 players filed in for Day 3, the average stack stood over 90,000, which meant things were not looking good for a couple of WPT's Season 10 ones to watch.
Oh man, that's it. I thought the bait was getting a little light, but that's just reality.
Look at all these chips I gotta stack up.
A short stack wasn't David Doc Sand's only problem, as he found himself sitting at a strong table that included WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko, as well as WPT Champion Club members Nick Schulman, John Hennigan, and Joe Tehan.
I never check my table draw.
Welcome to day 3. Shuffle the deal.
With play underway, tournament director Matt Savage's goal was to hit the money, meaning the day would end when the field hit 54 players. In such a talented field, it was still a shock to see big names exit early, like Season 8 WPT Player of the Year, Faraz Jaka, as well as Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who busted shortly after Doc Sands doubled through him. Nick Schulman would exit at the hands of Season 8 WPT final tableist Jason Burt.
That's a bust out.
And William Reynolds just plain lost.
Gotta win those flips. Hard to win a flip when they flop quads. I'm out.
Across the room, young pro Jason Somerville was adding to a huge chip stack, while Will the Thrill Fiella gained a little momentum.
Miracle.
Only to peter out and bust. But it would be the high-profile fills, both Hellmuth and Ivy, that would provide the big stories of the day. At table 33, Phil Hellmuth, holding ace-10, caught 2-pair on the turn against California pros Danny Illingworth's gut shot. Phil bets 8,000 and Danny calls. River comes the miracle card for Danny, 3 of clubs. Phil bets 17,000. Danny, making his gut shot straight, shoves all in. Phil calls and is stunned that he has just been eliminated.
Is this a joke? I mean, is this for real? I knew he was gonna give me all his chips, but he hit a 4. Oh, it's so sick. Maniac sucks out. It's just so brutal.
Looks like
He is so Irish right. 2-pair and the nut flush draw. Pretty sick.
Is that for real? Do you see that hand?
After Phil Hellmuth's elimination, the tournament quickly found itself on the money bubble with 55 players left. While other players tightened up, Phil Ivey boldly called amateur AJ Gigello's all-in with ace-10 offsuit for over 111,000. Phil had 2 overcards, but AJ's pocket sixes held up, leaving Ivy only 14 big blinds. Soon after, it was Ivy who would shove with pocket sixes, only to get called by David Baker's kings. No help from the board, and the room would fall silent as the money bubble burst and the great Phil Ivey quickly exited the tournament floor. As players began to bag and tag their chips for the night, it became obvious David Doc Sands had a good day, as he was congratulated by amateur Sean Jazzieri. WPT champ Joe Tehan would find himself in 3rd chip position, right behind pro Jason Somerville and a surprised but confident amateur chip leader Tuan Phan. There's more to come as the first 3 hours of extended coverage of the LAPC continues. Tony Dunst is on deck, ready to break down the play in the Raw Deal. And we'll catch up with the latest standings in the Player of the Year race and check out all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having behind the scenes. But when we come back, we'll continue our look at the road to this final table and our final 6 players. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com. So stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. For 10 seasons, the LAPC has reigned as one of the richest and most prestigious tournaments on tour. And with money and prestige comes a fierce competition to be the best. Day 4 began with the 54 remaining players in a good mood, as all were now guaranteed a minimum $21,000 payout, but only one of them would win the over $1.3 million first place prize and have his name added to the WPT Champions Cup. 3 of those players still in the hunt were looking for their second WPT win, and a handful of others have made past WPT final tables but have yet to win a title, including 2-time final tableist Noah Schwartz and David the Dragon Pham, who has made 7 WPT final tables and placed in every spot from 6th to 2nd. The 54 would see their number reduced as the bust-outs came quickly, including Day 2 chip leader Gordon Vaio, Legends of Poker runner-up Amit Makisha, and Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati. Meanwhile, the pain and joy of poker was in full swing at table 33, where chip leader Tuan Phan seemed to be giving his chips away, which prompted David Doc Sands to start tweeting.
I am here with a WPT ones to watch, David Sands, who has coined possibly my favorite phrase of 2012 poker-wise so far, equity fire sale.
Yeah, that's what Tuan Phan seems to be having. He's definitely giving up equity at a cheap price, and seems like he's looking to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And it wasn't long before Tuan lost it all, running his ace-king suited into the pocket aces of businessman Sean Jazzieri. Tuan Phan out in 43rd place.
No, I make a lot of creative plays. I'm still happy with the result anyway.
The bad beat of the day would go to WPT champ Joe Tihan, who began day 4 in 3rd chip position. But in a hand against Jason DeWitt, the Season 6 champ's ace-king was no match for Jason's ace-10 with a board that would pair the 10, and there would be no second title for Joe as he soon exited in 23rd place.
Oh, cashing out. They got me. What can I say? Yeah, I've given my fair share of bad beats, so...
Surprisingly, only one of the top 5 spots from the start of the day would survive to the end. Young pro Jason Somerville. David the Dragon Pham, David Doc Sands, and WPT and WSOP champ Joe Hashem would round out the top 10. Day 5 was looking to be an epic battle. The action on day 5 would determine our final 6 players. And with 18 players left, the field was still impressive and included WPT champions, players with multiple WPT final tables, strong young pros looking to make their first WPT final table, and a few talented amateurs hanging tough with the pros. For everyone, the goal was to make it to the final 6, and early on it was the amateurs who were taking the hits, as Dan Kelly and Doc Sands eliminated 2 non-pros. And WSOP main event winner Joe Hashem would take advantage of the ultimate cooler when his aces doubled through amateur Sean Jazzieri's king. Down but not out, Sean Jazzieri's tournament changed in a big way when he beat the odds and doubled through British pro Stephen Chidwich, holding ace-6 against ace-jack and pairing his 6 on the river. A little later, it was payback time as Joe Hashem shoved holding pocket 8s, Sean called holding 9s, and the board brings no help for Hashem, knocking him out in 12th place.
Good game, guys. Good luck. Nice playing with you. Take it.
Very nice meeting you, Joe.
Action between David the Dragon Pham and Sorrel Mizzy proved you don't mess with the dragon. On a board showing 7, 3, 3, 8, 2 clubs, Sorrel shoves holding ace-jack. The dragon tanks, then calls holding 8-6 offsuit. River comes a deuce. Dragon's pair of 8s holds up, eliminating Sorrel in 10th place. Then, in a twist of fate, it was Sean Jazzieri's turn to wake up to pocket aces against the Dragon's pocket kings. No help from the board sent a disappointed David Pham home in 8th place while giving Sean a mountain of chips. With 7 players left, only Beau Rivage champ Alan Carter remained to hold up the honor of the WPT Champions Club. Things looked good for the former Biloxi champ as he got involved in a 3-way all-in, holding queens against David Sands' 7s and Dan Kelly's 10s. The flop came 8-7-5, giving David a set. The turn and river were no help. David tripled up. Alan won the side pot, but was still left with fewer chips than when he started the hand. The final hand of the day would also be the last generational match of the day, as Alan Carter was all in pre-flop against ones to watch David Doc Sands. And Alan, looking for a miracle that never came, exited the tournament in 7th place.
Good game, man.
Setting up a final table representing the impressive young pros of poker. With ones to watch, David Doc Sands, online phenom, 22-year-old Dan Kelly, 3-time WPT final tableist Noah Schwartz, and the 2 Jasons sitting on short stacks. WSOP bracelet winner Jason Somerville, Season 8 Bellagio final tableist Jason Bird. But they all have to get past the senior member and chip leader of the table, 53-year-old amateur Sean Jazzieri, who in the past 5 days had proven he could compete with the game's very best. Once again, the LAPC has provided us with a solid final table. Joining me for all the action is Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Mike, what are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, Marinella, the LA Poker Classic annually boasts the largest regular season prize pool on the WPT. That brings out all the big names in poker, which makes for great final tables, and tonight should be no exception. Certainly some of the greatest players in poker have won this tournament. Guys like Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiarvi, and Phil Ivey. I look for the three guys tonight that should add their name to that illustrious list of champions to be the guy starting out in second, third, and fourth chip position. In second place tonight with $4 million in chips is David Doc Sands. He's had an amazing year. He was selected as one of the ones to watch in season 10 on the World Poker Tour. Tonight, he could be the one to watch. Starting out in third chip position with 3.8 million chips is Noah Schwartz. Noah's made the money 8 times on the World Poker Tour. This is his third WPT final table, and I look for that experience to bode well for Noah tonight. Starting out in fourth chip position with 2.5 million in chips is a tough, young, highly respected pro, Daniel Kelly, just 22 years old, and I have no doubt that his peers will not be surprised at all if he takes down his first WPT title tonight. Marinella, the only way I'll be surprised is if one of those three guys don't win here tonight.
Vince, where does that leave the rest of the field?
Oh, Marianella, whoever wins this tournament tonight gains respect in every poker player's eye, believe me. But there is a stunning upset in the making here tonight. There's an unknown player, Sean Jazzieri. He is 53 years old. He's an amateur player. He is our chip leader at this point. His philosophy is he plays confused at the table. Now, is he just soft-talking these guys, or does he really play confused? We will find out.
Vince, do you really think the amateur can take down all these young pros?
Mike, this is as wide open as a Kardashian on a Saturday night. Yes, they can.
The 10th season of the LA Poker Classic on the WPT has already seen amazing competition, but will only get better from here. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, and their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Final preparations are just about complete. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game as WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic continues right after this.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Commerce Casino for the WPT's coverage of the final table of the LA Poker Classic. We started 5 days ago. We are down to our final 6 players. With me, as always, is former tennis great and poker bad beat expert, Vince Van Patten.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, we're in my hometown of Los Angeles. We're at the largest poker casino in the world, the Commerce Casino. This will be a good one.
Well, it sure will be. We got 5 young guys in their 20s up against a former director of Microsoft, 53-year-old chip leader, Sean Jazzieri. You see the winner tonight taking home over $1.3 million.
All right, and he's going to start at 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60. To the felt we go, Dan Kelly. They call him DJ K. Kelly.
22-year-old young, tough pro.
Cards are weird.
All his peers really respect this guy.
He quickly folds. Jason Somerville also going out. And now it is on Noah Schwartz. I like to call him McLovin from that movie Superbad.
I wouldn't know, Vince. I didn't see it. Action over to Doc Sands. Doc, a one to watch here in the WPT. Not this hand as he folds.
And now the chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, 53 years old, amateur player, is going to raise with a queen 10. It's right behind him, Jason Burt with ace king.
I'm all in.
Jason Burt in the big blind going all in on deal number 1 with Big Slick. He's got ace king, and he quickly takes down the pot. So
Sean mucking there.
It's a good first 10.
Ace king picking that up nicely.
It's a thing of beauty for Jason Burt as he takes down pot number 1 by moving all in. He started the final table here in 6th chip position.
Nice hand.
With that pot, he's moved into 5th place.
But you would just wonder, Sean, just make him sweat a little bit. You also come for a little sweat in poker, don't you, Mike?
Oh, no, not me. When you got ace-king like that, I like the all-in bet by Jason. Take it down and move on to the next hand.
Okay, back to the play. Jason Somerville with a pair of 8s.
Mullen.
And there he goes. He's going all in with this.
Oh, he's the short stack at the table, just moving all in with the 2 snowmen.
But right behind him, Nick Lovin there. Noah Schwartz with the pair of 3s.
Well, you don't mind making a big bet with a small pair, but you don't want to call an all-in bet with one. Noah goes out.
Yeah, he does. Doc Sands also flying away.
I call.
But he's going to get the action from the chip leader, Jazzieri.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps. Jason Somerville has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. He's trying to add a WPT title to his resume.
He's got the 2 8s. He's up against ace-queen.
This is Jason's 19th WPT event, his first final table, and the flop is nice there for Jason.
Yep, it's come 7-4-4. The 2 8s out in front.
Very comfortable as Sean, and look at him smiling. Looks a little like the Joker from Batman. Let's go to the turn.
It's a deuce. Well, a deuce comes off, so we are down to the river. Jason Somerville just has to dodge an ace or a queen to double up here. Can he do it?
Will the 8s be lucky? Here we go to the river.
It's a queen! Oh, the queen on the river. Heartbreak for the 24-year-old poker pro, Jason Somerville. And Vince, what a dagger that is. On the river to get beat by an ace or a queen.
And that is brutal. Jason, a gentleman.
Man, River's been brutal in this tournament.
Got to take home $202,000 here from the Commerce Casino. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, Jason, that was quick. You came in here with a short stack. Was that your plan kind of today to get it in early?
Well, I got dealt 2 8s with like my stack against anything but shove, and he asked to call, of course, with ace queen, and it just came out bad. You know, can't do anything, just lost the flip.
Well, you didn't have much of an experience here at your first final table, but I'm sure you'll be back for more. Jason Somerville, a great player, and obviously, I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that.
All right, Marianella, back to you.
Jason Somerville was short. It was a good push, but unfortunately the 8s didn't hold and he lost that flip. Jason Somerville out in 6th place, and that leaves 5 players in the hunt for this title. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Yeah, there you see Sean Jazzieri's chip lead has increased over $5 million now.
Back to the action, a quick fold by Doc Sands. And now the chip leader, Sean, also going out.
Over to Jason Burt.
I'm all in.
On the short stack, moving all in with ace-queen here. Well, we've dealt 3 hands at this final table, and 3 times somebody's going all in.
TJK going out, and Noah Schwartz now has picked up king-queen, and he's interested.
Well, Noah's in the big blind, but it's going to cost him over $900,000 more to make this call.
And he has made the call, Mike. Jason Burt, the local from Sherman Oaks, California.
Noah gambling over there, called him with king-queen. He's up against ace-queen, dominated.
That's dominating.
And McLovin not loving this, and he's not going to love that flop because 8-3 deuce. No help there for Noah.
Man, he's going to have to catch a king to win this pot.
Jason Burt just like to hold on with this one. Here's the turn card. It's also a good one for Jason Burt. It's a 4.
Impressing me about Jason, this only his 6th WPT event, yet it's his 2nd final table. That is good stuff.
Noah needs to hit a king right now. It is not. It's a 10 of clubs on the river. So Jason Burt putting the punishment to Noah Schwartz.
And just like that, Jason Burt doubles up for Noah Schwartz. There's more to come, including some fun with the Royal Flush Girls. And Tony Dunst will analyze the play of our chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, in the Raw Deal. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
I was last on a WPT final table 2009, the Festa al Lago at Bellagio, and I finished in 5th.
8 of spades comes on the river, so that's going to do it.
We've got 18 people left. Of the 18, there are 5 WPT final tablers. You've got WPT champs, Alan Carter and Joe Hashem.
Right.
You've got Noah Schwartz.
Right.
Skip Wilson. And you have, who's the 5th one?
You got David Pham, David the Dragon Pham.
Stealthy Dragon.
Always surprised that I'm there. I'm always around. Always in my favor to have less information out there about me. Maybe less people respect my game, but at the same time, it might work in my favor.
Well, a lot of people don't know him because this is only his 6th WPT event, but his 2nd WPT final table. That is impressive stuff.
Yes, but right now they have a good battle going on. But, Mike, I have to bring up something. This tournament had players like Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey. They were in here, but there were also amateur players that were very fortunate to get in here. We had a paramedic, Casey Hidla, and a mechanical designer, Steven Simmons.
You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Those 2 club members had the experience of a lifetime playing.
Just terrific value for $19.95 a month. But all the poker you want, get VIP benefits as well. And who knows, you may end up at a final table going for a WPT title. It can be done. It's happening. Sign up. Join ClubWPT.com now.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, now getting back to the final table, here it comes. Tonight's $5.2 million prize pool includes a first place worth over $1.3 million.
That's an amount any player would love to win. And it looks like Noah Schwartz is ready to take his shot as he raises it to $135,000.
Like he should with ace-jack. Now Doc Sands looking down at ace-4. Ejects that hand. And there's the chip leader, Sean.
A call. Now he's got the queen-7 here, but he is going to play.
This is a guy that says he likes to play confused poker so far tonight. I don't agree.
Well, if flop comes 7-7-5, he has flopped 3 7s. He checks it, hoping Noah will make that continuation bet again, but he doesn't.
No, McLovin smartly slowing down with a check.
Now a 3 comes off.
3 on diamonds.
Sean going to look back down at his hand.
150.
Now that's something that older players do that younger players don't do, Vince. They look back at their hand in the middle of the pot because they want to make sure what suits they've got or what they've got, actually.
Well, there you see Noah going to make the call here. No card he can catch to win the pot. Whatever he puts out there is just going over to Sean's stack.
Okay, a 5 pairs the board again. So Sean with 7s full.
I check.
Oh, going to lay another trap down.
Weak check, in my opinion. It allows Noah just to check down an ace high here, and that's what he's done. Sean turns up 7s full and is going to win this pot. I'd believe it he got paid off. Had he put his opponent on an ace like I think he should have, the way that hand was played.
You know, we could have had a chance of bluffing at it too with nothing, so.
Noah Schwartz used to be a baseball pitcher. Southpaw. Pitched in high school and college. Injured his arm and turned to poker, Vince. That's how he got into poker. His dream of hitting the major leagues went south. He is now a professional poker player and has been for 9 years.
2 pretty dodgy jobs, if you ask me. But he's going to fold this hand now, Doc Sands. Highly regarded as a poker pro. Goes away as well. Sean not going to play.
Action over on Jason Burt.
Yep, he's in the small blind. He's got king-jack, and he's raised it to 160.
Now Dan Kelly makes the call here. Well, both Jason and Dan mechanical engineering majors in college. Jason went to California Institute of Technology. Dan Kelly went to Villanova.
Flop comes up with a king. That is nice for Jason Burt. Hitting kings, top pair. And he's going to make the continuation bet with the real hand. Looks like 180,000.
Action on Dan now. He's got no hand and no draw. Oh, Vince, he's going to make what we call a float bet. He's made the call here with no hand and no draw.
Floating down river trouble.
Catches a queen on the turn. This does give him a straight draw.
Yeah, open-ended. And of course, Burt not going to let up. Makes a solid bet, 370,000. Going to make him pay for it.
These are the 2 shortest stacks left in the tournament. Fighting it out for this pot.
He's bet about half the size of the pot.
Now he got himself in a bit of trouble because now he has an open-ended. He's thinking Burt could be trying to steal this.
He actually has a hand now. They can win the pot.
On.
Whoa.
Well, he is going all in here.
He is going to push it.
Well, Dan Kelly fighting for this pot. Moving all in here on the turn. Jason Burt with a tough decision as to what to do now. You just wouldn't think the guy would raise you with a pair of kings and a weaker kicker in this spot. Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now. But what a play by Dan Kelly here. To make a float on the flop and now move in on the turn. We talk about young guys playing aggressive. This a perfect example of it. The question is, can he get by Jason Burt? Remember, this is all of Jason's chips. If he plays this pot, it's for his tournament life.
The young local from Sherman Oaks.
I call.
He's going to make the right call.
What a good read by Jason Burt right there. Whatever happens in his pot, pretty incredible. One guy fighting for the pot and the other guy not giving it up.
Well, that is solid poker by the local Jason Burt, but now he's got to sweat out the river.
Well, a great call. In reality, all they can beat with those 2 kings is a bluff here, and that's exactly the situation. Dan Kelly making a move on the turn. Must catch a straight now to win this pot. Needs a 9 or an ace.
Jason Burt could be the hero of the night.
It's an ace! It's an ace! Wow! Dan Kelly has won this pot and eliminated Jason Burt from this tournament. And Vince, both players now that have been eliminated at this table lost on the river.
That's an absolutely stunning last card. Jason Burt with a great call there for all the money. gets a suck out on the river with the ace. He's going to take home $252,000 and some indigestion as he goes over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jason, real tough beat there. Can you tell us a little bit about that hand?
Well, I went into tank for quite a while. You know, it is all my chips, but in the end, I thought I made a good call. Unfortunately, tank didn't agree with me.
I'm sure we'll see another final table in the World Poker Tour. Congratulations, Jason.
Thank you. All right.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Another player who fell victim to the river. So with Jason Bird out in 5th place, that means the stakes are getting higher and we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. The Los Angeles Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, will continue in just a moment.
He's the river rat the whole tournament, right? You just knew it, huh?
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino. And if you're a big poker player, this is the place to be.
We've modernized the casino floor. We've added a new bar and VIP poker rooms. And we've just opened up a new Fortune Terrace that added 30 new tables of California section games, blackjack, baccarat, Pai Gow poker, which we're real excited about.
Commerce Casino has this huge, famous, big Buddha belly where you can actually just rub for good luck. So we made sure every morning we do that, just in case we decided to play.
Well, players love coming to the Commerce because it's always the largest regular season prize pool event we have on the tour. This is the 9th straight season that first place has been well over $1 million.
As you can see, Sean Jazzieri, he's only been playing poker for 4 years. The only amateur at the table is the chip leader with $5.3 million. Let's go to the felt. David Sands with a quick fold. Sean, this time with an ace-king, gonna raise, makes it 150 to go. Dan Kelly out.
Now over to Noah Schwartz. He's got 2 9s here.
Oh, yeah.
Call.
And he just calls. Well, most players would re-raise with 2 9s here.
Me and my buddy, the boot camp warriors.
His boot camp warrior buddy, that's what he's calling Sean. Being a WPT boot camp warrior has sure paid off for Sean. If you want to find out more, log on to WPTbootcamp.com. Sean been to 3 WPT boot camps, and what a flop for him.
180.
And he bets 180,000.
Yeah, Noah checked.
Noah's going to make the call here, but he is in dire straits.
To the turn we go. Deuce of hearts helps neither player. Noah going to check again. Sean.
400.
Going to bet 400,000. The senior at the table, trying to take control of the Miami guy.
So far, he's handled Noah Schwartz at this final table. Trying to handle him yet again.
Well, it's 400,000, and he is going to get the action from Noah.
Now, Noah Schwartz only has 2 outs to win this pot. Must catch a 9.
6 of hearts on the river. Noah's going to check again.
500.
And more pain and punishment going into McLovin. He is confused. He is disappointed in himself. Can he get away from this hand?
You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And once again, Sean is going to give that Jack Nicholson Joker from Batman smile. Look at that. Call me here, Batman. You'll find out what I got.
Man, I should have re-raised pre-flop.
That might have cost him more money had he re-raised pre-flop. Right now, I'd be shocked if he makes this call, and he makes this call. Very surprising. You just don't think amateurs are going to fire 3 shells. Bluff on the flop, get called, bluff on the turn, get called, and bluff again on the river.
Oh, that is punishing to Noah Schwartz. No love for Mr. McLovin right there.
Right.
And our chip leader extends his chip lead.
Well, Vince, he may be an amateur player, but he's not playing like an amateur now. Got a great value bet in there on the river against Noah Schwartz.
And now it's time to find out what Tony Dunst thinks about tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recreational player Sean Jazzieri came into this final table just happy to be here, while Noah Schwartz is sitting at his 3rd WPT final table with experience on his side. So is it surprising that 53-year-old Sean would continually get the best of our 20-something pro? Let's break it down. The first hand between the two belies the inexperience of Jazzieri. He begins by calling with Queen 7 suited in the big blind against the button raise of Noah.
I call.
Most professionals would rather 3-bet or fold something like Queen 7 suited and leave calling for hands that can flop more equity, like Queen 9 through Queen Jack suited. Still, the call is by no means absurd, and it's even better if you make up for it by flopping trip 7s as Sean expectedly checks, leading to Noah checking behind, a play Schwartz makes, hoping it will induce the less experienced Jazzieri to fire with air on future streets. An irrelevant 3 of diamonds on the turn has Noah believing his plan is working when Sean bets 150K.
150.
And Noah quickly calls. The river demonstrates Sean's inexperience.
I check.
It's clear he's going for a check raise, but considering how the hand played out, there's no reason to believe that Noah has many hands that he'd bet. Certainly a hand like ace high won't be going for further value, which Sean discovers right when Noah checks behind. Despite making numerous mistakes, Sean is the one stacking chips. Now, it's the second hand between the two where Noah actually slips up. His pre-flop call against Sean is sensible if he believes Sean won't shove against the 3-bet unless he has a roughly better hand.
Call.
The turn is where things get suspect. Although it's early in the final table, Sean hasn't demonstrated much willingness to make major bluffs.
400.
And there's also not a ton of hands he can be bluffing with beyond King Queen, King Jack, and Queen Jack with a club. Sure, Noah may have some equity with his own flush draw, but he may also have reverse implied odds when he hits it, such as this scenario with Sean holding the King of Clubs. By the river, things are really eyebrow-raising on Noah's side. Sean puts in what appears to be a begging to be called value bet of $500,000.
500. You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And Noah sticks with his read of bluff and calls down, leading to some classic online poker lexicon.
Oh, boy. My life.
I'm not sure what lexicon is, but I agree with him if he said he shouldn't have called there on the river with the 2 9s.
Oh, I think it's a state, Mike, in the Midwest, I believe.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Will the thrill? Fiala still out in front, but whoever wins this event will get 1,400 points, meaning they'll be tied for third with James Dempsey and Bobby Obuti.
All right, back to the felt we go.
Sean Jazzieri well out in front right now with nearly 7.5 million.
And a quick fold on this hand by Noah. And now Doc Sands with the button has a Queen 6. And he's slowing down, saying, maybe I'd like to play this.
He hadn't played much of anything all day, hadn't had any cards. Certainly doesn't have a hand here, but he is going to play it, as you can see. He's raised it up to 120,000 with the Queen 6 offsuit.
Well, he has. And now Sean with an ace-10 surprisingly folds his hand. Shocked. And Dan Kelly is going to make the call with ace-3.
Oh, Dan Kelly, that's the difference in youth and older people. One takes the conservative route, one takes the aggressive route and plays. And the flop comes ace-jack 10, all hearts.
Sean.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles hosts one of the greatest tournaments in poker, where one player would win a stunning $1.3 million. Continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the LA Poker Classic from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. The LAPC is the tournament where some of poker's biggest names, including Phil Ivey, Gus Hansen, and Antonio Sfondiari, earned their WPT titles and became millionaires in the process. Or in the case of Ivey, just added it to the pile of millions he'd already won. But whether it was a big name or an underdog who took the title, the guys who have seen it all these past 10 seasons are still here to call the action. Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and LA's own Vince Van Patten. Guys, how does this tournament stack up to those great competitions of the past?
Well, Marinella, we've had some great final tables at the LA Poker Classic in the past, and this final table has been no exception. We've seen some sterling play, just great plays, but we've also seen phenomenal drawouts at the river.
When Sean Jazzieri caught a queen on the river to eliminate Jason Somerville in 6th place. And when Dan Kelly caught a miracle ace to make a straight and send 2-time WPT finalist Jason Burt to the rail in 5th place. And finally, when Noah Schwartz was saved by an 8 to put a straight on the board and split the pot versus Dan Kelly.
But Vince, the real story at this final table was the amateur who came to this final table with a chip lead, Sean Jazzieri. He's still the chip leader.
Well, it's amazing. He's only been playing poker for 4 years. He's an amateur player that honed his game in the WPT boot camps. You know, we were taking him lightly perhaps before. Can the amateur player survive in such a major tournament? Well, yes, he's not only surviving, he is torturing these young guys. It is happening. He is a chip leader. Will it continue? I don't know. But what's really interesting is that the river card is so magical this evening. It's changing everything, the river card. Doesn't always happen this way. That's what's making this event a lot of fun.
Thank you, gentlemen. This season, the LAPC winner will earn over $1.3 million and, of course, join the elite WPT Champions Club, which includes having their name engraved on the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Cards are about to go back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. The amateur, Sean Jazzieri, out in front with nearly 7.4 million. Dan Kelly in second place with 5.5. Doc Sands in third with 2.1. And in fourth place right now is Noah Schwartz.
All right, as you can see, first place prize taking over 1.3 here tonight in LA. Antes will be 10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80. Let's go to the felt. Noah Schwartz, also known as Nick Lovin from the movie Superbad, goes away. And now Doc Sands, 27-year-old out of Vegas, also folding.
I call.
Well, Doc, one's to watch this season on the World Poker Tour. Not this hand as he folds, but Sean Jazzieri just limps in with ace high, does not raise with it. So Dan Kelly with queen jack in the big blind thinks he's got the best hand. He makes the raise.
Call.
Yeah, he does, and he's going to get quickly called by the ace high.
You're not going to put your opponent on an ace when they limp in a small blind. And the flop comes king, king, 9 with 2 hearts.
Check.
Action on Sean. He checks. Dan Kelly, of course, with a gut shot straight draw, is going to bet here.
Yep, Dan, only 22 years old. Looks younger than a Chinese gymnast. He's going to get called.
And he's not liking this call, I can promise you.
Check.
Well, Sean checks again, and
Sean picked up a pair of 4s there. Dan's going to slow down with a check, Mike.
I don't blame him. Well, the 8 of hearts comes off, so 3 hearts on the board.
200.
Look at this.
Well, he's going to bet 200,000.
Now, you wonder if Sean thinks he's bluffing this pot, or is he betting for value, which I can't imagine.
Dan Kelly, they call him DJK, going to muck his hand. Be careful when you play with this amateur. He can bite back.
I'm the senior guy, I mean the oldest guy, but I'm also the least experienced.
I apologize to you and the table.
To be perfectly honest, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for me, so I'm going to make the most of it.
I'm all in.
All in.
You got to be realistic. Even if I was Phil Ivey, I'd say my odds are 35%. If I was Phil Ivey. The truth is I'm not Phil Ivey.
I know everyone at the table was pulling for me, so I appreciate your support.
I think the odds of being in the top 3 are reasonable, given the stack sizes, but I'm playing against some excellent players.
Well, they are excellent players, but right now, Sean in control. He's been to 3 WPT boot camps. The WPT boot camp has seen 2 alumni make final tables this season. Remember Bob Carboni at Foxwoods? He's another boot camp alumni. Vince, it's just great to see these guys cashing in on what they learned at the WPT boot camps.
All right, back to the game. A quick fold by Dan Kelly, and now Noah Schwartz from Florida looks at a 7 deuce of hearts. He's got the button. He's got chips, and he's going to get brave with a raise. 160 to go.
Well, Noah had major league pitching aspirations in his mind. He was a lefty.
I call.
Pitched in high school and college, but had elbow trouble. Now been a poker pro 9 years.
Doc is out, and Sean has picked up ace-jack, but no re-raise. Just calling.
What a flop for Noah. It's come queen 7-7. He's flopped 3 7s.
Yep, Sean with ace high, and Noah can't believe his luck here. Got to stick out a very delicate 110. Try not to chase him away, but that's exactly what happens. Sean releases his hand.
He's making a continuation bet. Just thinks it'd be too suspicious if he didn't make one on that flop.
They have the queen 7. It's crazy.
I did. I pushed you on queens.
Sick read. See on TV, it's a pretty sick read.
Yay.
Well, Noah taking down that pot, but he would have liked to get a little more action there.
Hoping you had the 7.
I had a big hand. Pre-flop.
Oh, that's going to make Noah even more crazed right now.
Well, this is Doc Sands now. He's going to raise it.
Call.
Sean quickly calls with king 7. Dan Kelly out. And Noah Schwartz also out. So king 10 up against king 7, and we are flopping.
Well, flop comes ace 8-5 with 2 spades. Well, Doc does not make the continuation bet, and Sean quickly checks right behind him. And now a 7 comes off, and Sean now has the best hand with a pair of 7s.
Doc disillusioned about his hands tonight.
150.
Checks again. Sean gonna bet with the 7s.
Just puts his opponent on something like king, queen, or queen, jack, and he's going to bet the 2 7s and take it down.
Well, Vince, you got to say he is wowing this crowd right now. They might not have been a fan of his before the night started, but the way he's handled these young guys so far, very impressive.
And what's also impressive, Mike, is right over there, the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, which we have here in Season 10, where the Royal Flush Girls enjoy talking to the many patrons and railbirds. What do you think they're talking about, Mike?
Can I whisper it to you? Do I have to say it on air here, Vince? But I think their bluffs are going to get called by these girls.
It's a great addition we have on the World Poker Tour. I mean, think about it. You go to a football game, you can't sit next to the cheerleaders and chit-chat. What a bargain this is.
When I bust out, there's still hope on the World Poker Tour.
They're at every WPT event, along with Mike Sexton and myself. Look at this, Mike. Sean Jazzieri with a pair of kings.
Everything's gone right for him so far, and now he looks down and finds a pair of kings. You gotta love it.
Gonna make it 210,000 to go now, Dan. Kelly with a pair of 10s right behind him.
Well, could get himself in trouble here. The aggressive player 3 bets here, but he does not. He just calls with the 2
Wow,
10.
he just calls. And now Noah Schwartz with a ace-jack, decent hand.
Well, Vince with his stack size. And Dan Kelly not re-raising pre-flop. He may just go with this hand. I wouldn't blame him if he did. I'm talking about moving all in.
Well, you're thinking about, hey, listen, you'd have some dead money.
All in.
And that's exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking about a squeeze play. It could be at the wrong time. He has gone all in. Doc Sands getting out of the way.
I'm all in.
Well, quickly, Sean going all in as well. Gives Dan Kelly an opportunity to get out of the pot with his 2 10s.
And he does so. Oh, this is incredible. Noah trying the squeeze play at the wrong time, perhaps.
Now, Noah got lucky last time and stayed alive when he hit 2 runners to make it straight to split the pot. Right now, he's looking for a bullet.
Oh, wow. I played so bad this tournament. Jesus Christ.
Doesn't mean he can't get lucky here.
I'm the worst.
He is being tough on himself.
I look like an online dunk on TV, that's for sure. Queen, king, 10, sweat?
Now the flop.
Come on, that would be fun.
I'm game.
I deserve to get lucky, right?
Ace-jack up against kings, and the flop is 6-6-10. Now, look at that. It would have been 3 of a kind for Dan Kelly.
Oh.
He's miserable about that.
Can't believe it.
If it's happening, it's not happening till the river.
That's
so
true.
I don't know what we're all excited
That's the way
about.
these tournaments
Yeah.
been about, yeah.
But this has been a crazy night here at the Commerce. Suckouts galore. It could happen. Not there. It's a 9.
Well, we're down to the river. Noah Schwartz must catch an ace on the river to stay alive if he wants to win this tournament.
Slow. Do sweat. But slow, though.
Can he get the bullet?
For sweat.
He needs
For
the
sweat.
ace.
Let's take a look. Go!
Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off.
And quads.
Dan would have made quads in this hand. He could have doubled up and had the big chip lead here. But Noah Schwartz, the former pitcher, just couldn't get it across the plate tonight, out in 4th place.
Noah Schwartz, 355,000 he'll take back to Miami, and a lot of experience. 3 players remain, and right now Noah's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Here with Noah Schwartz, our 4th place finisher. Kind of have a tough night today.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get it. I just played really, really bad from the get-go. Not really a whole lot. No way to sugarcoat it.
Well, I mean, obviously you're a great player. You've been to 3 final tables, 8 cashes in the World Poker Tour. What's it going to take for you to take one of these down?
Not play as bad as I did, obviously. I mean, that's one of the key. I mean, I played really bad. Disappointed in my play, but happens.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you next at the next stop on the World Poker Tour.
I'll be there.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Noah. Back to you, Marinella.
Thank you, Matt. Noah Schwartz disappointed with his game, but he does have 3 final tables under his belt. Our 4th place finisher, Noah Schwartz, that leaves 3 players, but only one will take home that 1st place prize worth over $1.3 million. The race for the LAPC title continues here on the WPT. There's more to come, including the Raw Deal with Tony Dunn, a special WPT 10th anniversary interview with the woman who started it all, WPT's original hostess, the wonderful and beautiful Shauna Hyatt. And my 5 questions with WPT champ Eric Lindgren. So stick around.
LA Poker Classic is the most prestigious 10K buy-in tournament in the WPT.
Yeah!
It definitely attracts the best players.
Oh, I told you before it even came up.
We get the top tournament players in the world. And we have some old school people that are here. Phil Hellman, Jennifer Harmon, and of course, Phil Ivey. But we're also seeing a lot of new players, and they're hot names in poker. You know, you got David Doc Sands, Matt Waxman, and Jason Mercier. They're some of the top players in the world, and we like to see the young guns go against some of the seasoned veterans in the world of poker.
Out of all WPT titles, this is definitely the one I'd like to take home.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where Sean Jazzieri, Doc Sands, and Dan Kelly are battling it out for a prestigious WPT title here at the Commerce Casino. Right now, sideline reporter Matt Savage is down talking with massive chip leader Sean.
Here with Sean Jazzieri. You're running pretty good so far here at the final table.
That's the first statement, yes.
You seem like you're not intimidated. You got all these young pros out there with you. Why does it seem like you have no fear?
I'm playing fearful. I'm scared of these guys. When you're scared, you do strange stuff.
Who intimidates you the most?
Can you hear us? The person I'd like to see get out is Dave Sands, because I think he's a great, both of them are great players, but Dave Sands is the one guy I'd like to see get out.
All right, well, good luck to you going forward, Sean.
I appreciate it.
Back to you, Marinella.
Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Now let's send it back to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazzieri well out in front with over 9.6 million. Dan Kelly in second place. Doc Sands in third. The winner going to get over 1.3 million. Next guy out gets 521,000.
Sean has folded, and Dan Kelly with ace-8 has raised.
All in.
And look at this, Doc Sands all in with 2 million.
Well, Dan quickly calls. So here we go. Dan Kelly beat him in the pot with the ace-8 offsuit, and he's out in front.
Unreal call.
Just incredible.
Snap call by Dan Kelly. Huge moment here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, Doc Sands' tournament life on the line, and a king comes on the flop. Doc Sands has taken the lead.
Well, that's the way to outflop for Doc Sands. Finally, a little smile, perhaps. Dan not liking that.
And the board pair 7, so as the cards lie, Dan Kelly must catch an ace on the river to win the pot. He did it earlier when he knocked out Jason Burt. Can he do it again?
And there's Erica David's fiance on the rail, sweating her man, and it's going to pay off for Doc Sands.
So just that quick, David Doc Sands, a one to watch this season on the World Poker Tour, watches his chips double up.
Oh, and a beautiful thing to do, especially when you go into the flop as an underdog. But that's not going to bother Doc Sands right now. He's doubled up. We have 3 players remaining.
I think it's obvious Dan Kelly's got a pretty good read on the guy. Made a snap call with the ace-8 there, and it was the best hand.
Well, these are 2 tough young poker pros battling. Right now, back to the next hand. David this time with queen-9. That's Doc Sands. He's raised. Sean getting out of the way.
And Dan Kelly has the same hand, a queen-9. Usually when both players have the same hand, whoever's doing the post-flop betting is the guy that wins the pot most of the time.
Dan Kelly, 22 years old, got this tournament to a $1,000 satellite. He's making it pay off here tonight. Flop comes up with a nothing flop, 6-5-4. Sean,
shaking his head because he'd have flopped a straight, but
certainly would have.
Not going to call a raise with a 3-deuce.
Dan checks. And Doc looks like he's going to, yes he is, make the continuation bet with queen high, and it's going to work.
So Doc Sands picking up another pot by betting.
I think other poker players perceive me as self-confident, which is a good thing. It's kind of like any sport. I think that Kobe and LeBron and Kevin Durant think that they're the best basketball players.
It's all relative, kid. It's all relative.
That's just kind of attitude you have to take if you're in a competitive sport. I mean, no one else is going to come up to you and tell you that you're better than them very often.
That's very good call, but I use not call.
If you want to beat the best players and you want to perform at an elite level, you really have to put yourself in the mindset that you're one of the best.
Certainly, Doc Sand's been one of the best this past year, but nothing would top off that year more than winning this WPT title.
All right, Dan Kelly now looks down at an ace-7 of clubs. He's got the button, he's got raise and chips in hand, and he slaps them in, 160,000 to go. Doc Sand's out.
I call.
Now Sean going to make the call with the 76 trombones.
And here we go with the first three.
The flop comes 9-8 deuce.
Uh-oh.
Sean's flopped an open-end straight draw.
Check.
But notice that Dan has flopped the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Sean checks it. Dan's got to love this flop.
Well, it's a hand you're going to go with, Vince. No matter what happens, you're not throwing away the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's 185,000.
425.
Whoa.
Now Sean has check raised here.
Sure.
Take that, you youngster. Young whippersnapper.
Is that what you call them now? Whippersnappers.
Well,
that's good.
I think the whip is going to go right back on Sean here in a minute. If I was Dan, I'd just move in here.
On.
And that's what he's done.
That was 1.6.
And the call, this is an additional 1.6 to call off with just an open-ended straight draw. I think he can get away from this right now.
It's one thing to move in with it. It's another to call your money off with it. You hate calling money off with a draw.
Not even the best draw, of course.
I call.
Oh, boy. He is doing it.
Quite a gamble here by the amateur.
You're ahead.
What's unique about these two particular players, one's a tough young pro, one's an amateur player that's older. Both players got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
All right, the crowd stunned here. Sean Jazzieri, the chip leader, with a chance of knocking out another player here. Here's the turn card.
Well, an ace on the turn. So we are down to the river. Sean must catch a 5 or a 10 that's not a club to win this pot and eliminate Dan Kelly from this tournament right now.
That would be an historic beat here at the Commerce. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Well, it's the 4 clubs.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Dan Kelly making the flush to take down that pot and double up. And Vince, for the first time tonight, Sean is taking a hit on his chip lead.
Yeah, he bet his hand on the come. Didn't pay off. He has doubled up Dan Kelly. We're coming back with more action as 3 players remain here at the LAPC, here at the Commerce Casino.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Casey Hidla. You won a seat on ClubWPT.com, and you find yourself here at one of the biggest events of the year, the LAPC. How has this experience been so far?
I feel like I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. I've been watching WPT since season 1. Got to meet all the pros, gave me all kinds of tips. I just couldn't believe how nice they were, so it's been incredible.
As you can see, ClubWPT.com VIP member Casey Hidla had a fantastic poker experience here at the Commerce Casino. He won a seat to the LAPC and even got to play with Phil Hellmuth.
All you have to do is join ClubWPT.com, and as a VIP member, you get other fantastic benefits, including the Entertainment Savers Guide and the chance, of course, to play real poker online and win your share of over $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes.
And maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event, just like Casey did.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the play. Doc Sands quickly folds. Sean.
I call.
Sean, our chip leader, with ace-5 just calling.
And the gap is closed.
Check.
After that last hand played by Sean, where in my mind he gave away $1.6 million, he didn't have to.
And with a 10-3, says, I'm fine with that.
Well, happy to see a free flop. And the flop comes ace-8-6 with 2 spades.
Great for Sean. He's hit aces, but he's going to check. And he's going to get Dan to bet.
I call.
Yep, it's 85,000, and of course Sean is going to call. It doesn't re-raise. Dan doesn't like that call, of course.
Well, now a 10 comes off.
Well, that gives Dan a pair of 10s there, Mike.
Possible straight, and as you said, gives Dan second pair, but to him, he thinks he's got the best hand now.
He thinks he had the perfect card there. It's a $175,000 bet.
Never going to put your opponent on an ace the way Sean has played this hand. Didn't raise pre-flop, didn't bet or raise on the flop. Now an ace of clubs comes off. Sean has made 3 aces and checks again. And I'm certain Dan Kelly feels like he's got the best hand here, the way this hand was played.
Yeah, you're right, because Sean didn't raise before the flop.
Yeah, I would think my opponent had 2 6s or 2 8s here.
That's what it looks like. Dan coming out with another bet, 375.
Sean takes the deep sigh here.
I call.
And he's going to make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces. And I think Dan is going to be a little surprised to see that.
Well, that's why it pays sometimes to not be a pro. Don't play so routine, so tough.
Kitchen's no good. I was going to say, that seems dirty.
And right now, Sean taking that pot by the nice play.
Well, the WPT boot camp instructor is going to be happy to see the way he played that pot. You got a good hand, check it, let the aggressive player bluff his money off.
Well, this time, Sean has picked up a big hand. Ace-queen. He's got the button, and he is getting that raising chips this time, mixing up his game nicely. He's going to make it 180 to go. Dan out.
Now Doc Sands has a 9-4, and is going to raise here, Vince. He's not calling with his hand. He's come over the top and 3-bet it. And Sean may just set him in right here.
560 total. I call.
Huge hand in a 3-handed game, but Sean just calls. Does not re-raise here with the ace-queen. Wants to see a flop first. Here it comes. Well, it's come king 7-4. Doc Sands has made 2 4s. He now has the best hand. He's going to bet here and just hope his opponent doesn't have a king in his hand.
Yep, 670,000.
Sean mucks his hand.
You might have got there, but I was definitely ahead on the flop.
Most people that repropped you with what I had.
I guess we would have got it in then.
You're right.
I wouldn't fold my hand to anybody, even you.
Oh, boy.
Not even to a donkey, huh?
Well, I mean, I flatted ace-king against you earlier in the tournament. You remember that? That was a showing of respect.
Bunch of poppycock going on here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
That's what we hear at the poker table all the time.
So far, since this final table started, not one player has ever had the chip lead other than Sean Jazzieri. But Doc Sands closing the gap on him right now.
All right, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000. And right now, a quick fold by Dan Kelly, and Doc Sands going to raise with a 4-5 of clubs, makes it 280 to go. Sean with Jack 9, going to make the call.
So same 2 guys going at it again. Flop comes 10-8-6. Doc has flopped a gut shot straight draw, but Sean has flopped an open-end straight draw.
Doc Sands bets 360 in a quick call by Sean.
One thing's a certainty now. Whoever wins this pot will be our chip leader.
Doc Sands needs some luck. He gets a good card there.
Well, he sure does. That gives him a flush draw, and a deuce would now make him a straight as well. So good card for Doc, and he's going to bet because of it.
640,000.
Healthy bet here.
I call.
What will Sean do with the open-end straight draw? There's your answer, folks. He has made the call.
Boy, he is like a bro cousin. He just will not go away. Making this call.
Doc looking for some help here. Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off. The best hand between him is Jack high.
Doc is just disappointed in that card and the way things are going. He checks it, putting up the white flag. And Sean, with absolutely nothing, is going to make a bet. Doesn't need it, though. Doc Sands releases the hand.
So Sean Jazzieri taking down a big pot to widen his chip lead with 3 players left.
Boy, he just okie dokie. Doc Sands in that. Backfires for the young guy. And right now, the amateur player, Sean, once again extending his chip lead. Incredible.
We have to take a break, but I think I can hear rumblings from Tony Dunst backstage. That means it's time to bring him front and center for another installment of The Raw Deal. And we have a special visitor to help celebrate WPT's 10th season. I'll be joined by WPT's first hostess, Shauna Hyatt. So stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. After going deep at Bellagio, our very own Tony Dunst played the LAPC, falling short of the money after being among the chip leaders early on. But win or lose, Tony never holds back, and he proves it in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Dan Kelly is perhaps a new name to a large percent of our audience tonight. However, if you grew up in the world of internet poker as I did, then Dan DJK123 Kelly is a very familiar name. And if there's one thing you know about him, it's that he's crazy, but in his own way, gloriously crazy. The thing about being regarded as a well-known crazy is that if you're smart, you'll adapt to your image and find ways to cash in on it. If you have an aggressive and bluff-happy reputation like Dan Kelly, then the adjustment you make is to go for value in some razor-thin situations because you anticipate your opponents are looking for excuses to call you. However, it's not an exact science, and against players like Sean that have an aptitude for checking with showdown value, it can often result in doing the betting for your opponent and sending yourself on a one-way trip to Value Town. At the start of this blind versus blind hand,
I call.
Sean Jazzieri limps ace-5 in the small, and Dan checks his garbage 10-3 in the big. When the flop comes ace-6-8 and Sean checks, Dan fires his first bullet as a pure bluff.
I call.
Sean calls, and my assumption is that Dan intends to shut down unless his hand improves. Unfortunately for Dan, that's exactly what happens when a 10 hits on the turn, giving Dan second pair. Sean checks, and Dan now bets $175,000 for value, hoping to bleed some money off an 8 or 6 and protect against hands holding one spade. Sean makes the call and gets the perfect card on the river, the ace of clubs. Sean checks again, and after considering his sizing, Dan bets $375,000. Dan makes this third barrel, which is a value bet, for 3 reasons. First of all, he thinks it's unlikely Sean has a better hand because many holdings with an ace would raise pre, and some percent of the time, Sean would bet the flop with an ace. Also, Dan knows that the rivered ace discounts the likelihood that Sean has an ace, and is continuing with his read on the turn that Sean usually has an 8 or 6. Second, Dan also believes Sean would probably bet the flop with a flush draw, and that he's check called all the way to the end makes that holding pretty unlikely. Third, he knows due to his aggressive and bluffy image, it's more probable that an opponent makes a stand and calls him down light with a weak pair, particularly since it's hard for Dan to have an ace when he checks pre-flop as well.
I call.
And he's going to make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces.
I believe that Dan's third barrel essentially boils down to a case of right idea at the wrong time. So Dan's play here, not so crazy. Dan himself, oh, he's still crazy.
Well, Dan Kelly, a very tough player, but probably wishing he would have checked on the river now, Vince.
All right, as you can see, the 53-year-old Sean Jazzieri is the chip leader with close to 8.5 million in chips. David Doc Sands with 4.4, Dan Kelly with about 3.5. The first place prize over 1.3 million. Action's going to Sean.
Raise.
Gonna raise on the button here.
Lines are 50 and 100. He's gonna make it 250,000 to go. Dan out.
Over to Doc Sands, who looks down at the Queen Jack of diamonds. He's going to make the call, wants to see a flop. I hope diamonds doesn't come up.
Well, better than that for Doc. He hits queens.
Doc checks.
275.
Sean quickly bets 275,000. You think he bets too fast sometimes. Just never takes his time whether he's going to fold or whether he's going to play. If I'd suggest one thing to him, I'd say just take a deep breath and slow down, whether you bet or whether you fold. Don't do everything in such a hurry. It's hard to criticize his style for where he's at right now.
Doc is going to slowly make the call with top pair. Still hook his man a little bit. 6 on the turn, pairs the board. Doc again, throwing the rope.
I check.
And a nice slow down there by Sean Jazzieri.
Indeed it was. Now a 7 comes off. I'm certain Doc feels like he's got the best hand now. And he's going to bet 440,000.
Feels like a busted flush draw to me.
And now you see Sean contemplating what to do.
How much is the bet?
So he's bet about a third the size of the pot here.
And Sean's saying, how much is it? Will my ace high possibly win this? Wow.
He does make the call, and he is going to lose the pot.
Great hand, well played.
Doc Sands shows him the queens and takes down the pot.
Sean going for the hero play.
Very well played, Dave.
Sometimes it backfires, but at least he's in the game.
And Vince, right now, Marinella has a special guest up visiting her.
What a treat I have for everyone watching. You never know what the LAPC is going to deliver, and it's delivering something quite beautiful this evening. The wonderful Shauna Hyatt. How are you?
It's nice to meet you.
Well, Shauna, you're the veteran here. I mean, you've done season 1, 2, and 3. sort of paved the way for the rest of us, so thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Well, season 1, you know, we were just filming and going from city to city, and not very many people knew that much about the show itself. But season 2, I remember coming out of the dressing room area and looking at the line of people that were signing in on the opening day, and I couldn't believe the numbers. It had doubled and tripled from the previous
This
season.
is catching on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
And tell us about some of your favorite poker moments.
Let's see. Definitely the cruise ships. Yeah. They were always really fun. Aruba was a lot of fun.
So, Shauna, after so many years of poker, what are you up to now?
Well, I've shifted my love of poker to a love of food.
Yum. I can join you there.
So what I really want to do is more focus on helping kids learn how to eat right, teaching kids. I started with my daughter, and I want to become a chef and maybe get a show. We'll see.
Well, I'm really good at eating.
Yes.
So if you need me to sample any of your new
Come on
endeavors.
over,
Okay,
yes.
sounds good. That'll be on the next season.
Yes.
Sean and I stuffing our faces.
Yes.
Coming up.
Little fried chicken.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down with the fried chicken. Extra sauce. Thanks, Shauna.
Thank you.
Oh, Vince, it's great to see Shauna again. She was just wonderful out here in the World Poker Tour the first 3 seasons. All the players loved her, and all the players' girlfriends and wives loved her, too.
I know. I thought she was still with us, actually. Nah, just kidding. It is great to see her. And right now, we have a 3-way battle here at the Commerce Casino. Action going to Sean. This time, he's got a 9-7 of clubs. Makes it 225, Mike.
Dan Kelly going out, and Doc Sands has the ace-4. He's going to call and see a flop.
So ace-4 up against 9-7. And we are flopping.
What a flop for Doc Sands. He's flopped top and bottom pair.
Yeah, he's going to try to trap.
225.
And he's going to get Sean to bet with the 7s, 225,000.
Well, Doc may think the guy's got a big ace. Might make a lot of money if he raises here. And that's what he's going to do.
I fold.
I don't blame him for this.
Nice hand.
But he chases his man away, acting like he's excited to win that.
One time only.
One time only what? You showed?
Oh, no, they asked me for a fist pump. I gave him a fist pump. You got to keep the fans happy.
That's a little bit like Gus Hansen there with the flex, didn't he? Gus, a former winner of this event. Well, there you see David Doc Sands' fiancée, Erica, in the audience. And let me tell you, Vince, she's an impressive player in her own right. They both made a splash at last season's WSOP main event. Doc finished in 30th place, and Erica beat him out, finishing in 29th.
David Sands in second chip position with about 5.3, but Dan Kelly now first to act. He's got a king 7.
Looks like he's going to raise on the button. The min raise to 200,000.
Doc getting out of the way.
Well, Sean just feels like playing right now. Makes the call with the 8-5.
Yep, he's going to speculate. Ooh, could be a good one because he's open-ended and he's going to check.
Sean with the open-end straight. Dan with second pair. And he checks also.
Surprised he didn't bet that with a continuation bet, but whoa, maybe he knew something. The 9 hits.
Unbelievable. Sean has made a straight, and he's going to bet 200,000.
He's going to get action by Dan.
No card Dan can win with it. He can get a split if an 8 comes off. That doesn't happen as a 10 comes off. And another $200,000 bet.
And a little bet.
Well, Dan's going to make the call. He just wants to see this.
8 for a straight, 8-5 offsuit.
So Sean does show him the straight. Going to take down this pot. And he just sort of reeled in the youngster there. Picked up 400,000.
Peck.
200 on the turn, 200 on the river.
Got the max out of it, Mike.
Pay me off, and he did.
It's time for the players to take a short break, but we'll be right back with more action and another edition of 5 Questions.
I hate him so much.
You know you really
You
love
have
him.
no idea.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
The LAPC is celebrating its 10th season on the WPT. For years, the Commerce Casino has hosted the biggest and best names in poker. This week, I got to catch up with WPT champ Eric Lindgren on this edition of 5 Questions. the WPT first started, you were one of the original young guns to sort of make your mark in the poker circuit. How would you compare your style when you were young to the style of the young guys that are playing today?
That was a long time ago. So yeah, I'm trying to evolve. There's so many good players now. It's a lot different. We don't have as many guys that are just giving their chips away. The biggest difference with young players now is they're so much more aggressive. They know all the math. I think when I was a young player that I felt like I pushed people around and I was a very aggressive player. But the young players today have totally taken that up a level, maybe 2 levels, 3 levels. So what happened is that they're just so much more re-raising, and they call it leveling. Getting information, putting them on hands, and the guts of just a burglar to do it. They're just, the young players today are amazing.
Let's talk about some of the young guns. Is there anybody in particular whose game you really admire?
Well, I don't know if Jason Mercier is still young, but I played with him last week, and he was amazing. Dan Kelly, Dan O'Brien, they were all playing great. I was at a really tough table, actually.
Let's talk a little bit about your high roller event, the Bellagio.
I mean, it's a real barometer to test your skill level. So you're really playing against the best of the best for a lot of money on the line. So nobody's mailing it in. Everybody tries so hard. So it's just a great way to test your skill level and hopefully win some money, especially if you're Eric Seidel.
Especially if you're Mr. Seidel.
God, he's good. I hate him so much.
Eric Seidel, obviously a great player, but there's something else going on there.
I think that Eric Seidel just hit that zone. He was getting a lot of cards, so he was reading people so well that he was just playing so great. He kind of took it above the rim. It was kind of like that Michael Jordan moment when Michael Jordan just went like, I can't miss. And Eric Seidel just couldn't miss last year.
And what advice do you have for those just starting out in poker?
Go to your local casino, and don't be intimidated. Go sit in a low, no-limit game and don't feel like you're going to look stupid or something, because we all kind of did. But it takes like 5 minutes to learn, like Mike Sexton says, and I promise you, you will have a good time. Poker is fun.
Well, that's awesome. 5 minutes to learn.
That's what Mike Sexton says.
I must be awesome.
5 minutes to learn, lifetime to master.
That's a very good impersonation.
Well, he hustled me in golf once, so I never forgot it.
Oh, another player impersonating me now, Vince. The 100K Bellagio event that Eric mentioned really is a test of skill and nerve. Last season, we saw players including Daniel Negreanu, Vivek Rajkumar, and Justin Bonomo take their share of the $2.8 million prize pool. And this season, it will be a WPT televised event. And Vince, I am really looking forward to that later this year on the WPT.
David quickly folds. Sean, our chip leader, with 7.8. He's going to call with a king-queen. Right behind him, Dan Kelly, the 22-year-old with ace-queen.
Wow, most players would have raised with the king-queen. Sean didn't. Dan definitely going to raise here with the ace-queen.
And Sean has called with the king-queen. And a flop comes up, big ace there for Dan Kelly.
Well, ace-4 deuce. Sean is going to check, and Dan going to make the continuation bet.
But, of course, 275, but a quick fold by Sean.
Conservative play pre-flop. Probably saving Sean money on that hand. Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Fiella out in front, but the winner today is going to pick up 1,400 points and will automatically be tied with James Dempsey and Bobby Obudi in third place. So definitely, whoever wins here is going to be in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year.
All right, a quick fold by our chip leader, Sean. And now Dan Kelly with a queen. 8 of clubs has raised to 250 into Doc Sands, who has an ace-7.
It's not a bad hand, but the guy's raised in front of you. Do you really want to go with this hand? Well, there's your answer. Doc Sands 3-bets him, just re-raised it right up to 680,000. Dan Kelly, the mechanical engineering major from Villanova, smart enough to fold that hand.
Did you ever work as a mechanical engineer?
No.
No? Straight to poker?
Yeah.
Poker start in college?
Yeah. In high school.
Did you specialize in like thermodynamics or fluid mechanics? Or?
No, I didn't. It was just more general, I guess. Yeah.
Specialized in Villanova sorority girls, from what I hear.
Sean trying to find out a little bit about what makes Dan tick.
Majored in mechanical engineering, and now is a professional poker player.
Dan Kelly has made it 200,000 with Jack-9. David Sands, the Doc, going over the top, 560 to go. And Sean here with a pair of 9s.
Well, Sean with the best hand, but the pot's been raised and re-raised, so he just gets out of their way. Wants the two young guns just to fight it out. Hopes one of them goes broke.
Dan's going to call with a Jack-9 of diamonds. Big pot. And here's the flop.
I could get a lot bigger now as the flop comes queen, queen, 3 with 2 diamonds.
3 of a kind for the Doc. How will he play it?
This guy moves in slow motion. Very methodical bettor. 440,000 is the bet.
How much that?
I gotta work on that bet.
Mike, I'd be really happy if you never did that again.
I tell you who else does that. A guy named Tom Dwan, who many respect as a phenomenal player. He's also a very slow, methodical bettor that looks like he's on a crane and just puts his hands out there and then drops them in the pot.
All right, we get it. Okay, he's been called for 440. To the turn we go.
Ace comes on the turn.
No diamond for Dan Kelly. Doc loving his hand right here.
I'm just trying to figure out how he can extract chips from his opponent.
And Doc is going to make the bet. Looks like 530.
I recognize there's over 2.1 million in the pot, so Dan getting about the right price to make this call. And plus, there's another street of betting, so definitely should make the call here, and he does.
Well, they say Dan is crazy, but not playing this hand crazy. Very conservative, calling down to the river, and he has nothing to show for it. A 5 of spades on the river. Dan's hand is a bust.
Well, Doc knows he's been called on the flop and the turn.
All in.
He's hoping his opponent's got a weak queen here, in which case his 3 queens and king would be good, but not the case. He moves all in. Dan Kelly moves all out.
Big hand for Doc Sands.
Well, we lost Noah Schwartz in 4th place quite a while ago. These 3 guys been battling out ever since then. There you just saw Doc Sands pick up a nice pot off the 22-year-old Dan Kelly to move into a strong 2nd place. But Vince, the real story at this final table has been the amateur who came to this final table with a chip lead, Sean Jazayeri. He is still out in front with 3 left.
He is a miracle worker. I mean, he is playing great poker. This guy is tough. He is folding at the right times. He disappoints these young guys with that. He is very tricky. He's confident. There is no reason why he can't win this thing.
Well, Vince, he's out in front right now, but I'm telling you, to get by these 2 particular players, young superstars of the game that have great poker minds, it is not going to be easy for him. I still like one of the 2 young guys to come back and win.
Well, gentlemen, it's always exciting to see who will eventually take down the LA Poker Classic here at the Commerce Casino. Will it be Sean Jazayeri, Dan Kelly, or Season 10 ones to watch, Doc Sands? Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianela Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Los Angeles has always held out the promise of overnight success, but tonight we don't make promises. We guarantee one player will walk away with over $1.3 million and become a bona fide poker superstar. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. Over the past 10 seasons here on the WPT, the LAPC has been the scene of several indelible moments. This is a tournament where the great Gus Hansen cemented his place among the greats, where Alan Gehring crushed the dreams of J.C. Tran, and where Phil Ivey finally won his title at his 8th final table. As we head into the home stretch of this event, another player will add their name to the WPT Champions Cup and create another memorable moment. I'm Marianela Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is away on maternity leave. And with me tonight are Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, how do our remaining players stack up to the great former LAPC champs?
Well, certainly whoever wins this LA Poker Classic title will vault themselves up in the eyes of the poker world. And who knows? Remember when Gus Hansen won his first WPT title? He was unknown in the poker world. And within 2 years' time, he was the biggest star in the poker world. Whoever wins this title, maybe they'll do just the same thing that Gus did.
Well, I have to agree. I mean, 10 years down the line, the game has evolved with young players like Dan Kelly and David Doc Sands. They have basically reinvented the game. They learned by playing online. They played thousands of hands, and they tried things like min-raising, 3 and 4 betting. That's very bold and very calculating and quite good.
But our chip leader is 53-year-old amateur Sean Jazayeri. So far, he's beat the odds in a field of impressive pros and a final table of these young experts. Over the years, here in the WPT, the LAPC champ has gone to a pro 8 out of 9 times, so the stats and history are not on the side of Sean. Vince, I do believe that even though Sean has a chip lead, that these 2 young pros, one of them are going to come back and take down the title. We shall see.
I like Sean. I don't care if he's an amateur. He's going to be tough. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, guys. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, along with becoming a member of the exclusive WPT Champions Club alongside the Great Pass title winners at the LAPC. The action is ready to resume here tonight. Best of luck to our remaining players. Let's get back to the competition.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazayeri out in front right now, but not by much, as you can see. David Doc Sands in second. Dan Kelly a distant third at the moment.
Winner's going to take home over $1.3 million. Here we go again. Action on the so-called amateur player, Sean Jazayeri. He's got the button, and he quickly folds a 10-8.
Dan Kelly, 22-year-old pro out of Potomac, Maryland. Both Sean and Dan Kelly you're looking at here got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
Dan Kelly's got King Jack, and he's going over the top. Makes it $250 to go. And Doc Sands from Vegas, 27-year-old, folds his hand. And Dan Kelly, I have to say he's 22, but he looks younger than a Chinese gymnast, if you ask me.
Well, the guy's graduated from Villanova with a degree in mechanical engineering, so that's pretty impressive stuff, even though he's now a professional poker player.
All right, the very next hand, right back on Dan Kelly. This time with a Jack 8. And he quickly folds. Doc Sands now with a pair of 7s.
So David Doc Sands, very bright as well. He went to the Hamilton College of International Politics, was summa cum laude there. Ironically, he went there because math wasn't a requirement. Now, that's something you don't find in many poker players, where they shun from the math.
270 to go, and Sean with ace-4, not going to re-raise with ace-high, has made the call. Flop comes up 8-6 deuce. That is pretty good with a pair of 7s. Back on Doc to act first. Doc's out of Las Vegas, 27 years old, 12 WPT events, his second cash.
He has had an amazing year in terms of success as a tournament poker pro. Nothing would do better for him, though, than to cap it off with a win here at the LAPC.
Well, he's on his way there. He bet 280, a quick fold.
And with that pot, Doc Sands has taken the chip lead. He is out front, the first time someone besides Sean has led at this final table.
And it's on Doc again. This time he looks down at a little pair of deuces. Makes a nice little raise of 200,000 total. Sean out, and Dan Kelly with King Jack comes back over the top. Now he's short stacked, but that's still significant, about 1.5 in addition to Doc.
You always hate to call an all-in bet with a small pair, but Doc may want to gamble here. He can afford to do it, and there's nothing he would like more than to knock out this tough young pro where he could play heads up with the amateur for the title with the chip lead. So if you're going to pick a spot to gamble with a small pair to call an all-in bet, this might be the time, Vince.
But you don't want to double up this young, tough online poker pro.
Okay, I call.
Wow, he is going to call it.
Well, Doc Sands has got the ducks. Will they quack or will they waddle away? That's the question.
There's Doc's fiancée, Erica, sweating her man.
Incredibly, both Erica and Doc cashed in the WSOP main event. They were in the top 30, in fact, going out one right after the other. Erica finished 29th and Doc 30th, so she got the better of him, and I'm sure that she reminds him of that quite frequently.
Dan hoping to hit King or Jack, but no, 7-4-4. Good for Doc Sands, just not good for Dan. To the turn we go. So much at stake right now.
Well, another 4 comes off, so Doc Sands has made a full house. If a 7 comes off, they would split the pot. Dan Kelly needs a king or a jack to win the pot, or another 4.
Doc Sands looking like a genius to call off with a pair of deuces. He's one card away from going into heads-up action.
It's a 3. The two ducks are quacking, and that's going to do it for Dan Kelly tonight. He is going to be out in third place. Vince, the kid fought a tough battle tonight. Just wasn't quite meant to be for him.
Well, this kid can play. No doubt about it. He'll take home $521,000 as he walks over to Matt Savage.
Obviously, you're a great player and awfully young. Got a lot more final tables in your future.
Hope so.
How do you feel about how you played tonight?
I think I played well. Didn't win.
All right, Dan, congratulations.
Thank you.
A lot of money, and obviously we'll be back again. Matt Savage and Dan Kelly, back to you, Mary Null.
With Dan Kelly out in third place, we are now close to naming the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. That leaves Sean Jazzieri and Doc Sands to battle for the title. Our third hour of coverage from Los Angeles is just getting started, and we have more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we relive a Champions Cup moment with one of the world's greatest poker players. It's all happening when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back. You're watching the LAPC.
In Season 6, the LAPC made history as the man who many believe to be the world's greatest poker player finally earned his WPT title. I'm, of course, speaking of the great Phil Ivey, and this is his well-earned WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? The KRs, there it is. It is over. Wow.
7 times over 6 years, Phil Ivey entered the WPT arena in search of a title, and 7 times he was denied.
It's over. And the ace-queen came back to haunt it.
Oh, man, Phil, very dejected, walks away.
So when the world's greatest poker player came to the final table of the LA Poker Classic in Season 6, the overwhelming chip leader, there was no guarantee that this time he could slip the weight of history. Indeed, Phil Ivey's 6 years of final table misfortune continued early on.
He's imploding before our very eyes.
Until he found himself on the wrong end of a massive pot against WPT champion Nam Lee.
Well, Phil Ivey is all in. Maybe it'll work out for Phil Ivey, but right now, he is up against the blade, as we say.
Here we go with the turn card.
Oh! Wow! A 3 comes off. Can you believe it?
That one turn card stunned even the veterans at the table, turned the tide of history.
Cool. Oh, boy. And he makes a call. He's done it. Phil Ivey has done it.
And for the first time in 8 attempts, etched Phil Ivey's name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Phil Ivey, one of the true greats of poker and a well-deserved Champions Cup moment.
But right now, it is time to find a new champion.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Ivy, Tuba, Brittany, and Danielle.
That beautiful cash being put on the table.
10,000 of it was yours, my friend.
Oh, boy. You just had to mention that, didn't you?
I am sorry.
It's all right. It is true. I'll get it back. Don't worry. Well, the winner tonight, taking home over $1.3 million.
And the $10,000 stacks just keep coming. And all that goes with it, all the goodies that you can brag about. You'll also be a member of the WPT Champions Club.
Money comes and goes, but your name will remain forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Heads-up action here at the LAPC is about to get underway between Sean Jazzieri and Doc Sands. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
You're with Sean Jazzieri. You got to be happy about being heads up, but you got what you didn't want. Heads up with Doc Sands.
That's exactly right. I'm very fortunate to be here, but if there's one guy I didn't want, it's that guy.
And now he's got the chip lead. So what's your approach going forward?
You know, in my experience, heads up is a different game. Luck becomes a much bigger factor. I'm going to get a lot more aggressive, and let's just see what happens.
Let's get it in there and see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Good luck, Sean.
I really appreciate it, Matt. Thank you very much.
You're with Doc Sands. You're right where you want to be. Heads up with the chip lead for your first major title. How does it feel?
Definitely a good spot to be in. You know, I got a lot of respect for the guy I'm playing heads up, but to be totally honest, out of all the people who made the final table, he's the guy I'd like to be playing, so it should get pretty heavy pretty fast.
All right, well, good luck to you, Doc.
Thanks, Matt.
Let me take it down.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition. So let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands out in front, 9.4 million. His opponent has 7 million.
Be interesting to see how Sean adjusts to heads-up play. Can he be aggressive enough? Does he know enough? Did he learn enough from the WPT boot camps to adjust his play? We will see.
Well, that's a good way to start playing heads up. Raise on the button.
Well, right now, he instantly raises to 250 with a king high. Doc Sands folds his hand.
Well, this is going to be like a dream come true for Doc Sands. Got a chance to win a WPT title. He starts out the heads-up battle with the chip lead.
Mike, but there's more to it than that. Explain to the people how lucky Doc Sands had to get to this point.
Oh, Vince, he played a hand with 7 players left.
Where he was all in with 2 7s. One guy moved all in over the top. The other guy called. One of those guys had queens. The other one had 10s. He spiked a 7 on the flop to triple up to stay alive. Destiny must feel like it's on the side of Doc Sands in his mind.
Yeah. All right, Doc Sands now looking down at an 8 deuce. And he is going to pump it up, makes it 200,000 to go. Sean, not going to raise. Now, he's been very effective doing this when he has ice high. Most guys would re-raise. Doesn't do it. It's worked for him so far.
What a flop for Doc. He's flopped 3 of a kind. He's got 3 deuces here. His opponent's got ace high and checks. You're never going to put a guy in a deuce in his hand when he raised pre-flop. Doc trying to figure out how much can he bet where this guy's not going anywhere. Well, 270,000, a little bigger bet than I thought he would make into a $420,000 pot.
I call.
Obviously, looks like the right amount as Sean is calling him with the ace high.
All right, to the turn we go.
A 9 comes off.
Doesn't help Sean. He checks.
The guy called you on the flop. Maybe he'll call you again on the turn. How much do you bet now?
Or do you just want to check it? Rope him in.
Well, pot's got almost $1 million in it. Well, Doc bets 570,000. Might have been a little bit too big as it chased Sean away, but anytime you get your opponent drawing dead, whatever bet you make, if he doesn't call, you're not happy about.
All right, Doc, getting close to 9.8 million, a little bit over that. Action on Sean. He's got a pair of 8s this time, and he has raised 250 to go. Doc Sands with a king 7 of clubs, making this call.
Doc looking to take a flop off here. And the flop has come 10-9-3 with 2 clubs. David Doc Sands has flopped a flush draw. He's going to check. Sean, of course, with the 2 8s.
Legitimate pair. He's going to bet 250 again.
Well, the question is now, you're certainly not folding. Do you raise or do you just call? If you raise and your opponent comes back over the top, you got to be willing to gamble with this hand. Doc just doesn't want to gamble on a drawing hand, as we say. Don't give the guy chips when you don't have anything made yet. Well, he's got something made now. The 5 of clubs peels off on the turn. Doc has him drawing dead. He has a flush.
I'm so sorry.
And look at this.
I apologize.
Sean has made a rookie
So
mistake.
if I check, does that action stay?
Sean acted out of turn, betting 425,000.
Can you ask Matt?
And there's tournament announcer Ali Najad calling the action tonight for the live audience. Good question. If he checks,
I check.
will Sean be obligated to make that bet?
Sean is being held to his original out-of-turn action of 425,000.
And what a great advantage to know that your man is going to bet, you're going to check and raise.
Doc seemed very confident and anxious to raise him here, by asking those questions.
That's true.
Question is, how much do you raise?
Oh, he's coming back over the top. And Sean,
I fault.
yeah, he quickly gets out of the way again, escapes a bullet. Bad mistake there by Sean. And right now, Doc Sands out in front with over 10 million.
Anytime, guys. Good luck.
Cover David, ready to play center to Brown Clock. River is an 8. Jackson's going to win.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The obvious ones-to-watch story of this event has been the final table success of David "Doc" Sands. But the LAPC also played host to 5 of our other potential superstars, including the player who at 21 years old is seen as the new kid on the block, Dylan Horton.
I love the grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table. I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Ones to watch. Day 1, Commerce Casino. Just drove in this morning, happy to be here.
Should be a great tournament, one of the flagship events on the WPT.
2 players to watch, not just 1, 2. And I've been pretty consistent lately, so I'm feeling good.
I am never worried. Optimism all the way.
I'm feeling really good. Got a good table and excited to play.
Oh, cute little Dylan Horton.
I just turned 21. This is my first season playing a full circuit of live events. Ever since I was a kid, I watched poker on television. It's been a dream of mine to win a major poker tournament.
He just looks so sweet and young and innocent.
Dylan's probably the silent assassin at the table.
I feel like I want to take him under my wing and be like, come here, Dylan, let me help you out.
He's probably just sniping people, picking spots.
Dylan Horton is a really good online player.
It'll be interesting to see if he has what it takes to transition from playing on the internet to playing live.
I played a lot of WPTs this season. Going into each event, I felt like I wasn't scared, I wasn't nervous, I was gonna just play my game and see what happened. But looking back on a couple of them, I can see specific spots where like I kind of crumbled under the pressure. Yeah, I definitely didn't play 100%. I've been traveling a lot more than I'm used to, and the buy-ins are more than I'm used to.
10,000, that's a big buy-in.
At first, when I was playing 10Ks, I wasn't as comfortable, and over time, I became more and more comfortable with them.
It can be pretty intimidating because you see a lot of the faces that you've seen for years on television and people that are, some of the best players in the world.
So that does, kind of mess with your mental state.
And I know when I first started, that would make me feel really nervous.
I actually was playing scared in a way, even though I didn't realize. So that's what I've learned about myself.
I guess advice that I would have is don't get overwhelmed.
Be confident in yourself.
Keep playing these 10Ks.
Dylan just needs to show up at the table and just growl. Dylan, you got this, my man. Keep your head up, stay in the game, be patient, and your day will come.
I'm really focused. I know I have what it takes, and I've been down so many times online, and I pulled myself back every single time. And I know I can play, with the best in the world. Absolutely, I can ship one of these things.
2 players cashed here at the LAPC, Matt Marifiati, who has moved into 2nd place in the ones to watch standings, and of course, Doc Sands, who regardless of where he finishes this evening, will take the top spot. We will continue to follow the ones to watch all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands with 10.5 million. Sean Jazzieri with just under 6 million.
All right, the antes are 20,000 now. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action on Doc Sands from Vegas. He is going to raise with a king 3 to 240,000.
Well, Sean is going to re-raise here.
Well, Sean's picked up a pair of 8s.
It's at 645,000 to go, so the WPT boot camp instructors will be happy to see that. They've taught him that pairs are big hands playing heads-up poker. And he 3-bet him nicely there.
Yes, he did. He said before the heads-up action he was going to play more aggressive, and right there he had a nice opportunity. Did so. Nicely done. Action on right back on Sean. Let's take a look at his cards. Oh, just an ace-king, Mike.
Well, my guess is he'll play this one aggressive too, Vince.
Yeah. Beautiful starting hand. In the past, he's played those ace-highs sort of slowly, though. He has just called, but this time gonna raise.
It took a long time to raise here. Usually he's very quick acting, but...
Oh, he's gonna chase away Doc Sands.
Well, Doc had 10-5 offsuit. Not gonna play, but Sean was hoping to get some action there.
Well, he has played them slowly in the past, and then when the ace hits, he has disguised his hand. He made a lot of money doing that in this final table. So back to this hand, Doc Sands now.
Doc Sands on the button here with a 6-deuce offsuit. just going to make a position raise here to 240,000. The men raise.
I call.
This time Sean with an uneventful 10-6, but says he will speculate, and we'll see the first three.
Comes a flop. Oh, it's come 6-6-3. Both players have flopped 3 6s. Doc Sands is outkicked. This could spell big trouble for Doc Sands with a capital T.
Right now, Sean has set the trap. He's checked.
Yeah, Doc gonna bet the flop here. 270,000. Let's see if Sean slow plays the 3 6s.
It'll be tough to suppress your happiness when you hit 3 of a kind. And he's gonna raise it, makes it 600,000 to go. And Doc also thinking that he's got his man wrapped up.
Well, let's see what Doc does now. Guy check raised him on the flop. You flop 3 6s. You're not throwing this hand away. Just a matter if you're just calling here or if you're raising.
Gosh, Sean in a great place with the bigger kicker. Doc Sands has no idea.
Even if you're out kicked, you're playing this hand.
Oh, yeah.
But Doc is thinking if the guy's bluffing, he wants to give him more chances to continue bluffing, so he just calls here. That's the reason for the call.
Turn card a king of hearts.
I check.
And this time Sean slows down. Doc Sands, is that a check? Yes, it is.
Well, there you see it's a 41% chance for a tie here. Oh, and a tie it's going to be. As the 3 comes off, both players have made 6s full. That a very nice card for Doc Sands. Could have saved him a lot of money here.
You think? And now it's on Sean. Taking his time now.
Well, they're both pitter-pattering around.
1 million.
And he's betting $1 million after a long deliberation and a nice gulp there.
That's a Hollywood gulp if I ever saw one.
By Doc Sands. He's gulping because he can't believe it. He's got 6s full and his opponent's leading out betting $1 million.
This is a great place to be in. Saying, how do I keep him in, though? Keep him on the leash.
Well, hide and go seek. This is a classic tell here, folks. The guy's trying to act weak when we know he's very strong.
All right, Doc's coming back over the top, about 2.5 in total.
I'm all in.
And there goes the all in.
Sean says all in.
Call. That's all in. Doc looks back to make sure it's a 6 and not a 7 in his hand. He can't believe it. He calls. This is going to be a split pot. Both players have 6s full of 3s.
Well, you got to say Doc Sands was lucky there. He was going to lose a huge pot.
That was fun.
Let's not waste each other's time like that ever again.
Nice suck out on the turn on the river.
Well, there you see Vanessa Selbst, one of the truly great poker players in the world, man or woman I'm talking about.
Oh, she's sort of mocking Doc, saying great suck out. Partially true, but all right, as you can see now, Doc Sands with about 10.4 million in chips.
Yep, still maintaining the chip lead. And look at this, another pair for Sean here. He picked up 2 8s, an ace-king, 2 5s. When he had the 10-6, he made 6s full.
Well, he makes it 250 to go. Doc gets out of the way, has to fold his hand.
And yet Doc Sands still has the chip lead. These guys tonight are playing for a WPT title and over $1.3 million. But in addition to playing poker for money, there's many fantastic things about the poker community, including the great generosity of both pro players and amateurs. We at the WPT are proud of the launch of the WPT Foundation. It's an organization that utilizes our influence to make a positive change in the world. They support nonprofit programs in the area of environment, human rights, hunger, and poverty. Recently, the SLS Hotel in Beverly Hills, California, welcomed to the WPT Foundation's first official event. The title was the WPT Playing for a Better World. The event sold out, and some of the great names in the game of poker came out to support this venue. People like Daniel Negreanu, Barry Greenstein, Dan Harrington, Freddie Deeb, Vanessa Selbst, Vanessa Russo, and many more. I was there. Everyone just had a great time. We helped raise money to make the world a better place.
It was a great event. I want to thank all the pros that supported it.
If you want to show how the poker community can help change the world, make a donation, or learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org.
Next hand dealt. Doc Sands with a big hand here. Ace-9 of clubs.
Pretty good hand, playing heads up. He's going to raise it here.
Yeah, solid hand. Makes it 270 to go.
Oh, well, Sean's got
call.
An ace suited as well, ace deuce of diamond, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to have a flop. And the flop, king 9-4.
Doesn't help Sean. He checks. Now, of course, nine's there for Doc.
You hope your opponent doesn't have a king, but if he's got a 10-jack, you just can't let him draw it for free. And there it is, 270,000.
Call.
Wow, a quick call with the ace-deuce there.
Likes that ace-high call. That's the flop.
I'm surprised you don't 3-bet before the flop and then call here on this flop. Well, now a 5 comes off, so Sean does have a straight draw.
He checks again. Doc Sands now.
Well, just in case he's got like queen 10 or queen jack, Doc can't afford to give him a free card here. Makes a very good bet there. 440,000, takes down the pot. So Doc Sands in control right now in this heads-up battle.
Yes, he is. One man away from taking down over 1.3 million tonight at the Commerce Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
My name is Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. This week I got to go to the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
I'm Henry Gracie. I'm a third-generation master of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. My father brought our family's discipline from Brazil to America. And in 1993 is when it all blew up. That's when he created the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC.
I'm ready to kick some ass. Can you say ass? Henner actually taught me a lot of this tactical skills, which is ground fighting.
Oh, okay.
He tried to just grab both hands and taught me how to get out of that. He taught me how to put people to sleep, and I think it did pretty well.
Ivy did amazing. Aside from the fact that when she choked me that one time, she held on too long.
It was cool. Get to throw him around, and I got thrown around. Of course, I'm tougher. Come on now. Just don't tell him I told you that. Welcome back to Season 10 of the WPT.
Well, Mike, I am stunned. That is impressive.
Well, Vince, I'll tell you one thing. She might have some empty seats there at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. Guys would be afraid to sit down and talk to her. She might give him a whack.
She is impressive, but right now we have a heads-up battle, so let's get back to it. Sean Jazzieri with a queen 9. Gonna pump it up to 260 to go.
260 to go.
Doc David Sands from Vegas with a big hand, ace-jack. Well, he's gonna pop it 720, it looks like. Flickered in there. Sean has a decent hand, but losing interest apparently.
I fold.
Well, Doc gonna take down yet another pot.
He's called Doc because he was the doctor of online poker, just operating on everybody. He was actually the #1 ranked online poker player in the world at one time. That is pretty impressive. Won over 800,000 at Bellagio when he won a 5K no-limit hold'em tournament and finished second in the $100,000 buy-in high rollers event. So this guy is on a heater.
Yeah, truly an online expert, but made the crossover to tournament play.
He has a slow-motion betting style that could be emulated by thousands of poker players if he wins this title.
Call.
Well, he's made it 250 to go with 9 high, and Sean not going anywhere with 6 high.
Well, Doc bets the same way Tom Dwan bets, and Tom Dwan considered by many to be one of the greatest no-limit players in the world as well.
Well, the queen 5-3 comes up on the flop. They both got a piece of that. Sean quickly checking.
Well, Sean's got bottom pair. Doc's got middle pair. Well, Doc is going to bet out.
Yeah, just a mere 270. He's going to chase away Sean.
That's a good laydown by Sean.
Very good.
He called a raise pre-flop. He flopped a pair and just quickly mucked it.
And there's Doc's friends and fiancée Erica rooting him on. They are railbirds this evening. And right now we're going back to the action. The 53-year-old, only been playing poker for 4 years. Sean with a king 7 has raised to 270. And Doc Sands with just a 5 deuce cannot play. He elects to take a little timeout.
Well, I love the way Doc Sands is playing this heads-up battle.
But let's talk about this tournament for a second. This tournament attracted superstar players like Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, Mike Sexton, you name it, they all played, but it also attracted some very fortunate amateur players. And one was a paramedic. That's right, paramedic Casey Hidla and mechanical designer Steven Simmons.
Well, you're right, Vince. You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
And those 2 club members had the experience of a lifetime playing. Now, Casey made it to the 3rd day. That was very impressive, and he played against the very best players in the world. Now, you may feel like you want to play real poker online, and if you want to improve your game and have a chance to win your share of cash and prizes every month, check out ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event, just like Casey and Steven did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back down to the money pit.
Well, the money pit is right. The winner taking home over $1.3 million.
Sean has raised with an ace-8. That's going to do it.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite and playing poker only 4 years.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps.
And obviously, that has paid off for him. Trying to become the Muhammad Ali of poker could shock the world if he took down this title.
Shock, but I just can't equate him with Muhammad Ali. I'm sorry.
Well, you're right, because it wouldn't be a shock. He's really played good poker.
The same sort of
just the thing.
Ali. No confidence, no I am the greatest. It's just, so I don't know where you're going with it. I don't, shocking. You got Leon Spinks, perhaps. That was a shock to the boxing world.
Stop.
You're talking about Ali, the greatest fighter of all time. I was like
I was at that fight.
You're so off.
I laid 10-1 on Ali against Spinks. I got broke. You had to bring it up. Me and Doyle Brunson, I might add, went to that fight together at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Oh, boy, you remember all your bad beats, huh?
Yeah, I guarantee you Doyle remembers it, too.
All right, back to the table. Sean this time with a Jack-5, and he has raised to 260. Nicely done with Jack High. Got to take that pot.
Well, he is getting aggressive, Vince, like he said he was going to do in this heads-up battle. Got to give him credit for that, but I love the way Doc Sands is playing. He's out in front. He's in great shape here to take down this title. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize it foolishly.
And right now, our chip leader, Doc David Sands, the doctor of online poker, with an ace-8. He's going to raise to 270. And Sean has picked up ace-10. Well, they both like their hands. This could be a battle.
Sean going to 3-bet it up to $720,000 here. And you just get the sense that Sean is now just looking to make the pot swell up, where he plays big pots and cuts out all this small ball nonsense that plays into the hands of Doc Sands.
Well, that could be, but it's also because he has ace-10. And there's Erica David's fiance. Doc looking over. What do you do with your ace-8?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what Doc does. This guy hadn't 3-bet many pots.
Well, Doc going to give it up. Just knows that if this guy 3-bets, the chances are if you re-raise him, he's going to play with you. So Doc Sands wisely opts to take the conservative route, just mucks the hand and moves on.
All right, so Sean coming back a little bit, but Doc Sands down the stretch, getting closer to taking the LA Poker Classic.
Well, Doc has about a 2-1 chip lead right now, and he wants to maintain it and just gradually increase it. Try to avoid giant pots.
I call.
Well, look at this pot. It could become giant. A raise by Sean, re-raised by David. You got ace-jack versus queen-jack.
Yeah, Doc Sands dominating him right now.
Here we go with the first 3.
And queen right in the door. It's queen 10-4. Doc Sands has a gut shot straight draw.
But Sean hitting the queens on the flop.
Yep, he's got top pair.
Got Doc betting, it looks like, with a continuation bet. He's getting chips out.
This hand could spell trouble for Doc Sands here.
Certainly could. Wow, 680. Oh, boy.
1.5 million.
Well, there you go.
Nicely done, and a quick muck by Doc Sands. Sean Jazzieri, the so-called amateur player. We're coming back with more action down the stretch at the LA Poker Classic. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We've had some great champions.
Gus has done it!
Going all the way back to season 1 when Gus Hansen won it.
He's got the goods, folks.
And obviously, a couple years ago, we had Phil Ivey win our event.
Phil Ivey is our champion.
The winner of this year's LAPC and World Poker Tour event here at Commerce Casino is going to take home $1.3 million. I think winning an LAPC event and winning $1 million, it carries a lot of weight in the poker society. And a lot of former champions that we've had here hang their hat on their LAPC title.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight's champion is going to take home over $1.3 million and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The game is ready to continue, so let's get back to the call of the action with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
That's right. Thank you, Marianella. And as you can see, David Doc Sands, sensational online pro now with a big opportunity to take this title. He has close to $9.5 million in chips. Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, with about 7.
Well, almost the exact same chip count they started his heads-up battle with. And look at this, Doc Sands has picked up 2 queens on the button.
Boy, what a tremendous hand, what an opportunity. And he's gonna casually move it up to 280, but Sean right behind him with a huge hand himself, ace-king.
Buckle up, folks. I don't care which of these hands you have. You're happy to get it in.
800,000.
800,000 to go. Now, Doc, thinking this through, saying, am I still in front? Does this guy really have aces or kings?
Well, the only thing he might be thinking about, Vince, is do you just want to call here and just see if an ace peels off, for example? But then do you give the hand up if the guy bets? I think you have to re-raise right here. I would with the 2 queens. I mean, only 2 hands can have you beat right now.
Yeah, but are you going to chase him out even if he doesn't have aces or kings? If he has something else, you're going to chase him out with a raise? We'll find out. He makes it $1.8 million.
I don't blame him. I'd raise it here, too, and I'll be surprised if Sean doesn't ship it.
I'm all in.
Sean going all in. Call. And, of course, called down by Doc Sands.
Doc has the 2 queens. He's out in front. He's up against ace-king. Certainly you can't fault either player for getting their money in with this hand. If the 2 queens stand up, David Doc Sands will be our champion.
Now, if Sean should win this, he would have a 5-1 chip lead. So,
One time.
huge turn of events if that should happen.
I got no flush draws.
I do.
Well, everybody on their feet here at the Commerce.
You haven't made one bad play this tournament, man. You've played great.
Appreciate that. Likewise. Good luck to you.
Anxiously awaiting this flop.
Big time.
Doc's in the lead and has Sean covered.
Erica saying, just can he win one race? Just one race. He'll be our champion.
Everyone on their feet. 5 cards to come. Here's the flop.
And an ace right on the flop. 2 diamonds come on the flop. Doc does have the queen of diamonds, but unfortunately, his opponent's got the king of diamonds.
What a flop there for Sean. To flip things around here. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Doc Sands must catch a lucky lady if he's going to win the tournament right here, right now.
Can he catch the queen to take down the LAPC? Throw that card down.
Well, it's a 3. So Doc Sands sits back down, as does Sean. The heads-up battle continues, but Vince, we got a new captain of the ship.
That is right. It is Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, out in front with close to $14 million. Oh, boy. And the antes are going up to 25,000. Blinds are going to be 75 and 150 at this point. So getting even more expensive. As you can see, the winner's going to take home over 1.3.
400 total.
And right now, Sean, in this hand with ace-5, is going to raise, makes it 400,000 to go.
Well, Doc picks up king, queen.
All in.
He's going all in with it right here.
I call.
Oh, he's going to get the call by Sean.
Well, Sean calls and has the best hand with ace high.
I have the king, queen.
Was it too aggressive by Doc Sands? We will find out. Right now, Sean is favored in this hand to take down the title.
Well, over $5 million in this pot.
Here we go with the flop.
Well, a king right on the flop, as did a 5 come off.
Well, he's allowed after the last hand of queens getting outflopped. So this time, David Doc Sands outflops Sean. Here goes the turn card.
Well, a jack comes off. And what that means is Sean can no longer win the pot if an ace comes up because that would give Doc a straight. He now needs a queen, which would give him a straight, or a 5, which would give him 3 5s. Must have a queen or a 5 to win. Sean does. If it happens, he'll be our champion.
Yeah, he needs a couple miracles right here.
Queen.
Sean with a shot, got this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. Oh, no!
Unbelievable!
Sean has done it! He's our champion!
Lightning on the river again to eliminate another player at this final table, Vince. We've seen it time and time again here at this LA Poker Classic final table. Heartbreak for David Doc Sands. Comes in second place. Just incredible. Sean Jazayeri has done it. He's our champion.
What a champion he is! And right now, our runner-up, Doc Sands, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Doc, pretty tough one right there, that 5 on the river, losing that flip early. The question is, why do you get that pot so big for the big flip?
Yeah, I probably should have just called and folded the ace flop, but, you know, can't play them all perfectly.
Big round of applause for Doc Sands. Good job, Doc.
Thanks, man.
We'll see you again. Mike, over to you.
Okay, let's talk to our champion. Sean, when it got down to heads-up play, you were over 2-1 chip lead behind, yet you fought back. You got to be feeling great right now.
I don't think words can describe how I feel. This is a fantasy you dream about. I mean, I have to check. I really have to check. Am I alive? Am I awake right now or not? This is unbelievable.
Well, it is incredible that an amateur player could shoot down these 5 young pros at this final table. You did it, and not only to the over $1.3 million that you're going to be receiving, as well as a $25,000 entry into our WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season. You get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup right here, along with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour.
It's an honor. It's a true honor. I mean, I don't know what to say. And I will be at the Bellagio.
Once again, congratulations to our champion, Sean Jazayeri. Marinella, back to you.
No, Sean, you are not dreaming. This actually is happening. What a memorable night for you. Congratulations to Sean Jazayeri, the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to San Jose, California for the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for.
In a tournament where you shoot for the stars and the stars shoot back, everyone is taking aim at the nearly $1 million first place prize. The winner of the Bay 101 Shooting Star will etch a new name on the Champions Cup tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
From Chris Moneymaker to Jen Harmon to Phil Hellmuth to Mike Sexton, in each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Could the bounties of this year's tournament keep the streak alive? To answer that, we need to return to the beginning here in San Jose, when everyone who put up their $10,000 entry still believed they would be the next WPT champion. The Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is one of the most unique tour stops of the year for the WPT. Vince Van Patten explained the biggest difference just before play began for the day.
The special thing about this is there's bounties. And that's the exciting thing. If you can knock out the bounty, you get $5,000. So keep going, good luck, knock out the bounties, let's shuffle up a deal.
We're here and we're ready to go. And we're gonna bring some serious action. Get them, guys.
With several top pros with a target on their back, there was one that stood out as the player everyone wanted to bust.
Obviously, Phil Hellmuth.
I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth. Phil Hellmuth's the bounty that I would like to get the most.
This year, I mean, you have to make it through the day. You're just going to have people come after that bounty, which is a little bit like my everyday life anyways.
Phil lost half his stack early when he called an all-in bet with Ace-King versus his opponent's Ace-Queen. Things looked good until the river, when the dealer peeled off a queen. The bad beat gave him pause when he was dealt Ace-King in the very next hand and decided to lay it down after facing a raise. Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim found himself in good shape early in the day when he flopped a set of 4s.
Dong Nguyen bet $3,200 on the flop and was called by Dwight. Both players checked the turn. The three on the river completed Dwight's full house.
Bounty, table 28.
After going all in, Dwight was surprised to see Dong call and turn over kings full for a better hand. A brutal early exit for this bounty, making Dong Nguyen $5,000 richer.
There's some joy in this somehow. Just might take me a while to figure it out.
As the day progressed, bounty after bounty busted, making several players in the field a little richer. One player who had free-rolled his way in the tournament was ClubWPT.com online qualifier John Davies. Davies found himself $5,000 richer after he busted Season 5 Mandalay Bay Poker Championship winner Joe Tihan.
I felt like my heart was beating 100 miles per hour. I'm like, have they seen my neck pulse?
Another twist at the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is that the end of day one chip leader receives a $10,000 prize for their accomplishment.
Give him the money.
With this in mind, as the clock wound down, the players began eyeing each other's stacks in hopes of being the player with the most chips and taking home the honor and cash prize of day one chip leader.
I don't get this opportunity enough. I gotta go for it.
After valiantly fighting his way back from a short stack, Phil Hellmuth was busted by Mark Violetti when he ran his ace-jack into Mark's ace-king.
You got me, fair and square.
At the end of the day, the chips were counted up, and it was poker pro Bryce Yockey at the top of the chip counts with over $245,000. Bryce had almost $50,000 more than second-place finisher Brandon Wong.
It's nice when you can barely close the bag.
The 54 players that survived Day 1A would have a day off as a new crop of players and bounties would arrive for Day 1B.
I didn't win chip lead, but made it day 2.
A new field of players and bounties took their seats on Day 1B as Mike Sexton got things underway.
This is the most fun event on the tour, and what also makes it special here at the Bay 101 is they have the best poker fans in the world.
The passionate San Jose crowds always pack the rails, hoping to catch a glimpse and an autograph of their favorite poker pros. And the pros were happy to accommodate.
Never been asked for more autographs in my life. I didn't think anyone would know who I am over here, but yeah, it's really nice. People coming up with big shiny pictures, sign this, so yeah, it's really cool.
Mike Sexton took his seat hoping to improve on his 6th place finish in this event last season.
Oh, man! Just horrendous.
But ran into a pretty tough spot early in the day. Mike felt confident going all in on the river with his pair of kings against Paul Clan, but they were second best to Paul's flopped set of deuces.
Now you gotta take care of my shit. No back-to-back final tables for me. Back to the booth. At least I got a job.
Other bounties who were sent to the rail included Todd Brunson, British poker pro Chris Moorman, Season 10 Malta champion Matt Giannetti, and defending Bay 101 champion Alan Sternberg.
Bye.
Season 9 Seminole Poker Showdown champion Taylor von Kriegenberg slowly pulled away from the field. His chip stack looked like a strong contender for the end of Day 1 chip leader bonus. When the day ended, several shooting stars had survived, including Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, JC Tran, and Jason Mercier. Taylor von Kriegenberg finished the day with over $181,000 in chips, a huge stack that was narrowly eclipsed by Chris Summers, a small edge that won him an extra $10,000 for his effort. One constant of the Bay 101 tournament is that a bounty has made the final table each year. The question remained, which bounty would it be, or would we finally break that streak? There's more bounties to bust and a lot more poker action to follow as the WPT's extended coverage of the playdown to the Final 6 continues. And later we'll check in with the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. We relive a historic Champions Cup moment. And of course, our final 6 players will hit the felt and battle for a place on the WPT Champions Cup. The Bay 101 Shooting Star continues, so stick around.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who were selected as a bounty. And while some bounties went bust, others were still in the hunt to make this final table. The 149 players that survived Day 1A and Day 1B took to the felt on Day 2, hoping to be among the 36 who would cash at Bay 101. With plenty of bounties still in the field, players were also looking to pick up some extra cash by knocking one out.
That 5,000 is a pretty big incentive. You know, I think if there wasn't 5,000 in the middle, we probably would just fold. But the fact that he can win 5,000 cash, you know, makes it worth it.
Early shooting star bust-outs included two-time WPT champion Antonio Sfondiari, European WPT Tour mainstay Marvin Rettenmeyer, Season 7 WPT Player of the Year Elke Gross-Pellier, and Season 3 Bay 101 champion Nam Lee.
Come on.
Nam Lee was knocked out by local amateur player Moon Kim, who began to climb the chip lead as the day progressed. When Jonathan Duhamel eliminated David the Dragon Pham in 38th place, the rest of the players began hand-for-hand play as we entered the money bubble. The money bubble can be especially hard when you're on the short stack, but that effect becomes magnified when you're a short stack with a bounty on your head, as French poker pro Fabrice Soulier tweeted about. It would be another bounty to take home the unfortunate money bubble title. Shooting Stars Men the Master Win called Taffy Liebert with Ace-10 versus her Ace-King. Men outflopped her with a 10 on the flop and sent Kathy home just short of the money.
You know, you can't just fold your way and try to, you know, I mean, you gotta go for first. You know, you gotta go for the favorite, you gotta go for it sometimes. But lucky.
With the bubble burst, the other players in the room celebrated and breathed easier knowing that they were guaranteed at least $16,000. Two players that battled all day were poker pro Andrew Badaker and Men the Master. After getting into several contentious pots, they finally got all their chips in the middle pre-flop. Andrew turned over pocket jacks and Men tabled pocket aces. The flop came 7-3-2, leaving Andrew just 2 outs to win the pot. Andrew spiked a jack on the turn and avoided an ace on the river to win the huge pot, sending Men the Master to the rail. Only 20 players made it through the day, with poker pro Scott Baumstein leading the way with $1.3 million. Andrew Badaker and Moon Kim finished in second and third place, each also with over $1 million in chips. The final 20 players represented a strong mix of local amateurs and poker pros. Early in the day, Taylor von Kriegenberg lost a huge pot to WPT finalist Eric Cajolet when his full house was beaten by Eric's bigger full house. A few hands later, Eric finished the job, knocking Taylor out in 19th place, ending a promising run for this WPT champion.
To get so deep and to have your hopes up, it's a little heartbreaking. Right now, I feel like, I don't know, I just want to go hit a punching bag or something. I guess it's got like so much ink. I don't know what it is. I just want to scream or something, but that's just normal for the first 10-15 minutes, and then after that, it's all good.
JC Tran all in it.
When Season 5 Player of the Year and Shooting Star JC Tran busted in 16th place, only one bounty remained in the field. 2010 World Series of Poker main event champion Jonathan Duhamel was the last hope to continue the streak of bounties, making the WPT Bay 101 final table. Unfortunately for him, he ran Ace-6 into local player Ubad Habib's Ace-10. A 10 on the flop put Jonathan in a hole he couldn't get out of, and the tournament lost the final bounty of Season 10.
13th place is not that bad, so yeah, I'm happy. It could have gone a little better, but it's a good thing. It's a good tournament. Had a lot of fun.
With former chip leader Scott Baumstein's 8th place knockout, the final 7 players combined to one table to determine who would be among the 6 players to make the televised table. It took 100 hands to determine which of the 7 would fall short and be our TV bubble boy. Moon Kim, holding pocket 9s, was all in pre-flop against Amir Kaziri's Ace-King of Diamonds. No help on the board sent Amir home as the other players celebrated. The final 6 were comprised of 3 strong young pros, 2 local amateur players, and a former finalist would return the next day to play for the almost $1 million first place prize and have their name etched on the Champions Cup. As we get ready for the start of this final table, I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Now, Vince, it seems that over the past 10 seasons, the gap between the big-name players and the unknowns has narrowed.
Well, that's very true, Marianella. Unknown players now make final tables. I mean, they do it all the time. But I have to say, Mike and Marianella, I think the big name players are at a disadvantage because if you're a big name, everyone knows how you play. They've watched you play before. You have a big target on your back, so it's better just to be a low-key player. No one knows how you play. You fear the player that you've never seen before, and that's why we're not seeing shooting stars at this final table.
Well, Vance, speaking of unknown players, last year's champion Alan Sternberg was totally unknown until he won this tournament. And I can tell you, I'd never even heard of the guy, but I happened to play with him the last couple days all the way down to that final table, and he played phenomenal poker. He was terrific. It just shows you don't have to be a known player to be a great player. And in fact, most of the well-known players are older players, and the truth of it is, the younger players play better poker nowadays.
Oh, don't say that, Mike. Don't disrespect the men with the cowboy hats.
Now, Vince, who are your favorites going into this competition tonight?
All right, let's talk about this field. Right now, our chip leader, Eric Cajolet, he's got the chips. He's got $3.6 million. He's from Canada. He will be tough, not to mention how intimidating he looks. But then we have two sort of non-professional players at the table that have a lot of chips, and that would be Habib. He is a real estate guy who plays a little cash game here all the time. He's made the final table. And then, of course, we have a jeweler at the table. That's right, a jeweler at the table. Moon Kim has a lot of friends. He'll be tough to beat.
And Mike, who are you rooting for tonight?
Well, since I've been talking about the young guns and how good they are, we've got 3 young pros, 24 years of age or younger at this final table. So I'm going with one of those guys to win.
That's Andrew Badaker, Joe Sirac, and Joe Elpaya.
Now, these guys are very tough young players, but even though they're sitting in 4th, 5th, and 6th chip positions, which is not a good spot to be, it's not going to surprise me if one of them rise up and take this title tonight.
Okay, and right now we're about to get started, but before we do that, our tournament director, Matt Savage, is talking to the chip leader, Eric Cajolet.
Eric, you start off with the chip lead, and you've had a lot of confidence all week as I've been watching you. How much is intimidation a part of your game?
It's not a part of my match plan, but I heard that's so much to use. If it can help me win tournaments, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take like every hedge I can. Right now I got a chip lead. I've got I like my position table, so I'm ready to go.
Well, let's see if that no fear attitude will take place tonight as we go back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tonight's winner will take home a first-place prize worth close to $1 million and have their name engraved along all the other poker greats on the WPT Champions Cup. Final table action here in San Jose is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament about to get underway. Tonight's winner going to take home nearly $1 million.
That's right, Mike. And right now, there are no more bounties at the table. No more shooting stars with attitudes and big names. We're down to these 6. They are hungry for this title. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Eric Cajolet out in front. He's got $3.6 million. And 2 locals are in 2nd and 3rd place, Ubad Habib and Moon Kim.
Right, cards tossed around. First to act, Ubad Habib. He's a real estate guy from India. He's got a 9-7.
Yeah, plays here locally all the time. He goes out over to our chip leader, Eric Cajolet. Looks down to Jack 9 of spade. Good enough for him to raise. Makes it $40,000 to go.
Andrew Badaker folding. And now Joe Elpaya with an ace-5.
Elpaya, 23-year-old pro from Forest Park, Illinois.
Ace-5 of hearts with the button, and he is thinking about it.
He is going to 3-bet it here.
Whoa.
Makes it $105,000 to go here.
It's Joe Sirac out. Moon Kim, the local here, he's a jeweler.
He's got the queen jacks, but can't stand all that heat. So back around to Eric Cajolet.
Look at this. He has gone over the top with just Jack 9.
He has just set Elpaya all in if he wants to play this hand. He can't stand the heat with the ace-5, but what a play here by the chip leader from Montreal.
But look at Cajolet. You look at those tattoos on his arms. You wonder if it was one of those bachelor nights, one of those like hangovers things in Vegas where you wake up in the morning, you see something obscene written on. I don't know.
I always loved tattoo. I had my first tattoo when I was 18 years old, and then I want some more. I want to sleep for a long time with a bunch of stuff from poker. There's me holding cards, and every card is like pretty much the most important person in my life. Have always been there for me, so they all represent with one different card. I get those two here who said live hard. It's pretty much the way I approach life, the way I approach poker. I just leave everything out there when I go play poker. I just leave my heart, my soul at the table, and I just go hard.
Well, his model is live hard, and I'll tell you, looks to me like he plays hard, Vince.
It does.
4-bet right there with Jack high.
Oh, yeah, but he told us a great story about his tattoos, and now he's covering them up. I would keep them as long as you're winning, but all right. Well, the antes are 4,000, blinds are 12 and 24. Quick action here. Badker out. Joe Alpaya also out. And now Joe Sirac.
He's a 23-year-old poker pro. Super nice kid. Folds here.
Yep, and back on Moon Kim. He's a jeweler. He's got ace-8. He's a local.
Got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Here he is at the final table, going to raise it up right here.
Yes, he is. Makes it 55,000 to go. Habib now will muck that. And now it's on Cajolet.
Cajolet likes to play. We've seen that already, so he makes the call here with the 7-6.
So ace-8 versus 7-6. And look at this flop, 8-7-3.
Great flop for Moon Kim, not only because he's got top pair and top kicker, but because his opponent got a piece of that flop.
Yep, Cajolet checks, but Moon Kim gonna bet the top pair. Looks like 80,000.
Cajolet might get in a little trouble. He's got second pair here.
And look at this, Cajolet's gonna re-raise. Makes it 2-10 to go. Moon Kim, though.
Well, Moon Kim's not gonna put him on an overpair, Vince, because he didn't raise pre-flop. So you just have to think he got the best hand with top pair and top kicker here.
Yeah, you start thinking this guy could have an 8 with a worse kicker or maybe an open-ended straight draw, but he's just gonna call it, doesn't re-raise. Here we go with the turn card. Nice pot here. And it's a 3 of diamonds, pairs the board. Cajolet opening up here with a bet, 280,000.
I think she's got the best hand there with 2 7s.
Moon Kim, a jeweler, a local, very popular guy at this casino.
Moon Kim might be a little concerned that he might have had a 3 in his hand. But still, I don't see him going anywhere with this hand.
Not at all. Top pair with ace kicker, and he's going to make the call.
Cajolet's got to be a little worried now.
Mm-hmm.
Knows the guy's probably not on a drawing hand. Queen comes off on the river.
Cajolet fire again. No, he's checking this time. Moon Kim also checking.
Cajolet turns up the 7s. It's not going to be good enough as Moon Kim shows him the 2 8s. 8s up are going to win this pot.
And there's his fans in the audience, his family and friends.
Well, he's a local 42-year-old jeweler here. Got in this tournament by winning $1,000 satellites. Poker just a hobby to him. And he plays in cash games right here at the Bay 101 all the time.
Well, there are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls watching the game here from the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Back to the table we go. Action on Moon Kim, and he looks down at a king and, wow, ace-king. Things are going Moon Kim's way.
You might say he's over the moon right now.
Oh, you might say it, because he just did. All right, he makes it 58,000 to go. Habib now chuckles and throws his cards away.
And back to Cajolet. This time he looks down at 2 3s. But he's played every pot so far. Certainly going to see a flop with this hand.
Now the American Andrew Baedeker hasn't played a hand yet with the button. He's got a queen 8, won't play that.
Over to Alpaya.
Yeah, he's out. And Joe Sirac.
Sirac, the youngest player at the table.
Yep, a free spirit. Then he's going to play tight. He goes away.
24-year-old pro out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gets out of the way.
Pair of 3s versus ace-king, and an ace right there on the flop.
Same 2 guys going at it again.
Moon Kim doing well here so far.
Well, hitting a great flop here. Flops 2 aces. Going to lead right out and bet.
Yep, 80,000. Cajolet, though, with the 3s. Doesn't quite believe him. He's going to make this call.
Very surprised by this call. Now a deuce comes off. So Cajolet does make a straight draw.
Wow, a nice check by Moon Kim.
Well, he knows how aggressive that this Cajolet guy plays.
Yep.
And he does just have one pair.
He's setting up Cajolet beautifully here because he has bet 165. And now you know you have top pair with a king kicker. What are you really putting this other guy on? You think you're in front. Do you come back over the top or just call? Just going to call.
And the river?
River card is...
Well, an 8 of diamonds, a good safe card for Moon Kim here. No straights or flushes out there.
And Moon is first to act. He's going to check again, throwing that rope out there.
And look at this. Cajolet just does not let up. Firing out a big bet here, 325,000.
And the local, the amateur player, Moon Kim.
You're just not going to throw away ace
No
king
way,
here,
no
Vince.
way. It's pretty automatic.
I mean, it might be beat, but you are going to make the call. Surprised it's taking him this long.
Well, give the man time. He's a jeweler, for Pete's sakes. And he makes the call.
Well, it looked like a frustrating call, but it's going to be a happy result. No doubt about it. Moon Kim going to take down another nice pot, and with it, he moves into the chip lead at this final table.
Just incredible. The fans love him here. Nicely done by Moon Kim.
And he is out in front with 6 players left.
That is right. The jeweler shines another diamond, takes down that one.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California, and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including the Royal Flush Girls will show us what makes Bay 101 so unique, the fans. And we relive a historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I am Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My name is John Davies. I'm from Connecticut, and I'm an engineering manager. I won a tournament on Club WPT, so I won an entry plus $1,000 to come out here. Flew up from Connecticut, and I played Club WPT on the side just for fun, for $20 a month. It was something I wanted to do because I got the opportunity to get into some tournaments and potentially win a few bucks, but this was above and beyond my wildest dreams. I played with Kathy Lieber. She was on my table all day on Monday. I think she was pushing me around a little bit. I think she recognized that, I wasn't going to, challenge her with some of the big pots. I was able to settle down a little bit, so I felt a lot more comfortable out there. I'm really proud that I got down to be like the 48th player out of 400 or so, and I walk away with $5,000 in my pocket because I knocked out one of the shooting stars, Joe Tehan. So that was a pretty cool experience. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank Club WPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my my poker playing friends, what website were you playing? Which was? So and I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and playing a game that I love, and it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a Club WPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the felt.
And Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did. He got down to the top 48. He picked up a bounty. I did neither of those things.
Well, there you see the chip cat. Moon Kim, the jeweler, is our chip leader, and Andrew Baddicker is our short stack with around 800,000. Our former chip leader, Cajolet, going away, and now it's on Andrew Baddicker, and he's the short stack, and he's picked up a pair of jacks, just like that for the 24-year-old.
Poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut.
Former curtain salesman, Mike, and he is going to raise with the jacks.
Actually got in this tournament on a $200 satellite, so he's making quite a parlay.
Now it's on Joe Opaya, and he's got pretty decent king-queen, and he's got to make this call. Joe Sirach with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce. Won't play that. Our chip leader, Moon Kim, also with the Doyle hand out.
Over to Habib.
Yep. He's going to squeeze out a 9-3. He gets out of the way.
You know what
so
you're playing roughly? Like 7?
Good guess. About 750 left.
Now Boddicker on the short stack at this table. Flop comes ace 10-7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, Jacks, you hate to see the ace pop, but you got to think and make a continuation bet like he does. Nicely done. Bet 65,000.
Well, El Paya has the gut shot straight draw and the king of hearts, which is the key card, as we say.
Makes the call.
9 of diamonds comes off now.
And now Andrew is saying to himself, does this guy have an ace? Oh, he's slowing down. Checks the hand.
Now El Paya checks right behind him.
Down to the river.
7 of hearts.
Now the board pair of 7s and a heart comes up. So,
wow, I don't like this check. I think you could throw in a value bet, perhaps.
oh, look at this. El Paya, who can't keep his shirt buttoned. Looks like he may take a bluff at this pot. Only way he has a chance to win it. I'm sure he knows it.
Yeah, 157,000. And now the young player from Connecticut, 24-year-old Andrew Baddicker, with a decision.
Well, Vince, if the guy had a flush draw, he'd played it more aggressive on the flop, I would think.
And if he had an ace, he would have played it more aggressive on the turn. So you think he got to call this as a crying one, but no, he's not going to call.
Well, Boddicker lays it down, so it turns out to be a very nice bet by El Paya on the river there to take down that pot.
The former curtain salesman snaps a rod with that one.
Joel Paya takes down his first pot of the evening. Could this be his night to take the title?
Sometimes a player seems destined to win a poker tournament, and if you need proof, look no further than this classic WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
And it's over. Wow.
It is no surprise that in the long run, the game's best players make final table after final table. No doubt that in the long run, skill will defeat luck every time. In the short run, however, there will always be Danny Wynn. A local poker dealer in on a satellite and way over his head, Danny Wynn destroyed the final table at the Season 3 Bay 101 Shooting Star by riding the most remarkable streak of luck ever seen on the WPT.
The 5 comes off. Danny has made his straight. Another jack comes off. 4 jack. And that's going to do it for the master.
And delivering the worst beat in WPT history.
Well, the only way Danny can win this pot is if it comes 7-7.
He does get the 1-7. It's all coming down to this card. He needs a miracle.
Could he possibly catch 2 running 7s to win this pot? He does! Yes, he does it! Wow! Running 7s to win that pot. That's all he can win with.
There would be no stopping Danny Wynn this night. He would knock out every single one of his opponents.
He did it! He is our champion!
Claim the $1 million first place prize and leave a legacy of hope to every poker player with a dream of having the stars align to write their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, when you got to hit runner on the turning river to win a pot, it's the biggest beat you can ever put on anybody to this day, obviously.
Oh, boy.
Danny wins 7-7. The biggest outdraw in WPT history.
That was incredible. But back to the table, 6 players remain at the Bay 101. Action's on Andrew Baddicker. Folds his hand. Joe El Paya now. Folding as well.
And to Joe Sirac, the youngest player at the table. He folds as well.
And the chip leader, Moon Kim, now gonna peek at a, well, pretty decent King 10 with the button.
You got position, you got the chip lead, you're going to raise.
Handies have gone up to 5,000, blinds at 15 and 30, and he raises it to 70,000. The real estate guy from India going away.
And Cajolet looks down at the Jack 8 of hearts. And we already know he likes to play a lot of pots, so he's going to see a flop here.
And I noticed that there's a player, someone at this table is humming a little bit, kind of annoying, but
I think it's Moon Kim.
Flop comes up queen, 9-6. Cajolet gonna check, Moon Kim.
He quickly checks also. Now a 10 comes off. This gives Cajolet a straight. But Moon Kim now has second pair and a straight draw.
Cajolet can't believe it, but he's gonna stick out 110,000. Moon Kim happy to hit the 10s. Looks like he's gonna get stuck in this one. Yes, he's gonna make this call.
Can't blame him for calling here. He's got a straight draw as well. Now the 4 hearts comes off. So Cajolet just trying to figure out how much he can extract from his opponent here. He has the straight, the best hand. Let's see what he's gonna bet. Pot has about 400,000 in it.
Oh boy, 350,000.
Pretty good sized bet here.
I think it's a little oversized if you really want to trap a player and get the call. It seems like a little bit too much to me.
Mooncam now realizes all he can beat is a bluff.
Yeah, and that's expensive, 350. Surprised he didn't chuck in about 180, 200. But Mooncam's gonna release his hand.
Yep, he goes away, so Cajolet taking down that pot. Maybe Mooncam should sing a new song.
Just an awful humming song. Whatever that was, not helping him right there.
More poker action from Bay 101 coming up.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Here at Bay 101 Shooting Star, we have the greatest fans in poker.
I'm Jeannie Duffy, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. The fans here at Bay 101 are really great. It's really nice to see the enthusiasm the fans have. I see them walking up to the players, waiting for them to go on break and wanting to get their picture, wanting to get autographs.
The fans in San Jose are great, man. They come out and support. I love coming to San Jose. It's one of my favorite places.
Our fans are awesome. They already have our pictures printed out, and they want our autograph and pictures with us. I'm happy to sign anyone's pictures. That's probably one of the most rewarding things is the fans.
Well, Vince, historically, the Bay 101 has been noted for being the best poker fans on the WPT Tour. No question about it. They love their poker up here in San Jose.
Well, there you see the standings for the WPT Player of the Year. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front right now. And Vince, for the first time in the history of this event, a bounty hasn't made it to the final table.
Yes, it is shocking. A big name bounty. We always have one. Last year, you made the final table. Mike Manasow as well.
Yeah, he's the guy that knocked me out, though.
Oh, it was awful. 3-outer, wasn't it?
Oh, you had to bring it up.
So sorry. All right, back to the table we go. Mooncam, our chip leader with about $3 million, looks down at a queen king. Pretty nice. Makes it 75,000 to go. Next to play is the real estate guy, also a local. Wow, Mr. Habib has picked up ace king. And he's just going to call with it. Cajolet out. The curtain salesman flings in his hand.
El Paya out as well.
And now it's on Joe Sirach.
Joe picks up ace-queen.
Whoa. It's been raised. It's been called. Now what do you do if you're Joe Sirach?
A lot of guys will make a squeeze play here, right here, but that could spell trouble for Joe, and he just makes the call. Does not re-raise here with the ace-queen. Probably a good thing for him that he didn't.
All right, here comes the flop.
Now, flop is king, 3 deuce. Just a great flop for Habib. He's got top pair and top kicker, but the original raiser has flopped 2 kings as well, but checks. Everybody checks his flop. I'm astounded.
I am too. Here's the turn card.
Now, 5 of diamonds comes off, so Sirach and Habib have a straight draw now, but
Joe is going to check again, and now Mooncam going to bet his kings.
Of course. Got to think he's got the best hand now, the way this hand's been played.
150. Now, look at this. Habib does not raise with the ace-king. He just calls. Joe Sirach with nothing is going to get out of the way.
So the 2 locals, the 2 amateurs going at it here, both have a pair of kings. Habib has him out-kicked.
River card is a king.
Oh, wow. The case-king comes up on the river. Both players have 3 kings. But Moon is out-kicked. This could spell big trouble for the Moon Man.
Well, the Moon Man has to think he's solid gold, and he's going to bet 200,000.
Of course, he is hoping to get called here.
Now the real estate guy, Habib.
Just can't put this guy on ace-king. He didn't raise before the flop, didn't bet on the flop, didn't raise on the turn. No way you're going to put him on ace-king.
Now Habib's thinking, how much can I get out of him? Well, he's going to double the size of the bet, makes it 400,000 to go.
All of a sudden, the guy waits to the river to raise it.
All that act, and you raise me? Wow, that's sick.
Moon's played a lot of poker with this guy. Knows he's solid, tight player.
I don't think I can lay this down.
No, it's almost impossible, but I like his instincts.
I'm not raising it for sure.
The king?
Of course I got a king. What do you expect?
Well, you're not going to put him on ace-king, but you don't think your 3 kings are good anymore against a solid, tight player like this. But still, tough to lay it down the way the betting went on this hand.
And it's just an additional 200,000. You know, you got to make a crying call here, you would think.
What makes you think I'll just call his king?
Hey, the clock, please. Well, Joe Elpaya calls the clock on him.
Well, that's kind of interesting. And Elpaya with a brash move there.
200? What is 200? Just get over with the hand. Let's fold then. Come on, let's fold. Fold then.
Look at the table talk here.
Well, Habib says, I've got you beat. Just go ahead and fold. Save your money. In the meantime, he's only got 1 minute to act on his hand, or his hand will be automatically folded. For his sake, you better hope the clock runs out.
I'm bluffing you.
You are?
Yeah. Now Habib says, I'm bluffing you. First he said, I got you beat.
Believe you.
Now I'm bluffing you. And when he said that, Moon calls him. So Habib winning that pot.
You said you're bluffing me, man.
I told you. No, first I said I got you beat.
You don't tell the truth at the poker table? Come on, Moon. Can't snap out of it.
I should have laid that down. God damn it.
He told you to fold. Even Will the Thrill didn't fold it. What more do you want from him?
All right, man. I'm calling clock on you too, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, there you see, Vince. Moon upset that the guy called the clock on him. Felt like he made him rush his decision, and he made the wrong one.
Well, Elpaya.
He's targeting Elpaya now.
He's getting Moon Kim to tilt a little bit. With the clock being called. Back to the action. A few folds.
And it's folded around to Elpaya, and he picks up ace-king. Big hand here. On the button. Going to raise it up, makes it 65,000 to go.
Now Joe Sirach, who is in the small blind, has a Jack 10. Does he want to invest a little bit more?
This is the easy-going skateboarder.
Yeah, he loves to skateboard.
So I'm skateboarding around the parking lot before this final table started.
I love that. Stay loose. He says he has no particular home. He just travels the world.
He's thinking about 3-betting here or folding, but no, he's just going to call.
And now Moon Kim with a Jack 8.
Well, he's making the call also.
Yep.
So 3-way action here. Elpaya out in front with the ace-king.
And here comes the first 3. Oh, it's ace, 9, deuce. Beautiful for Elpaya. Hitting aces with a king kicker.
Yeah, dream flop for Elpaya there. No straight draw, no flush draw really out there.
They both check in front of him, and Elpaya with the continuation bet of 80,000. And Sirach now goes out.
Oh, and look at this. Moon is check raising here, Vince. I think he is steaming because the guy called the clock on him the last hand.
Well, you could be right. He's taking a shot here, saying maybe that was just a continuation bet by Elpaya. I'm going to find out where I am, but Elpaya, of course, going to stick around. Aces with top kicker makes the call. Turn card coming up.
4 comes up on the turn.
Nothing card. Moon Kim's going to try it again.
Quickly bets 200,000.
You would think he would learn your lesson, though, when the guy calls you on the flop. Maybe not.
Elpaya is afraid he flopped aces and deuces or aces and 9s. Possibly even 3 deuces, but still, I don't see you going anywhere here with ace-king.
Well, Elpaya doesn't have that many chips left, and he's going to make this call very strong, very solid. River card is...
Now 7 of diamonds comes off.
Safe card.
So a nothing card comes up.
Oh, boy. Moon Kim with tilt chips, it appears.
Those are $100,000 plaques he's putting out there, and he's essentially setting Elpaya all in right here.
With absolute zip and pip, and Elpaya is squirming.
Deuces?
Now, Vince, he's a pro player. He's got to understand that this guy was angry the hand before when he called the clock. He's just trying to get him back here now. If he's got you beat, he's just got you beat. I don't see how you can lay this hand down under the circumstances of what just happened.
He got aces with the king kicker. You pay that off, but you can't fold his hand.
You just don't think amateurs are going to make bluffs at you for this size.
He shows it, and he's going to let it go. And Moon Kim is going to show the bluff.
Not a good fold. I got bluff, boys.
He's going to put the salt in the wound.
Stone bluff by the Moon Man.
Oh, man, the Moon went for the total eclipse, and it paid off.
Well, Vince, El Paya made a mistake there. He lost control of the hand and let the guy who was angry at him bluff him out of a pot.
Wow, what an exciting hand after that last play that ends our first hour of coverage here at Bay 101. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinello, there's no doubt about it. So far at this final table, the moon is shining.
It is.
He is our chip leader, Moon Kim, a local jeweler that plays in cash games here at the Bay 101 Casino and plays with his buddy sitting on his left, Habib. These guys come here are recreational players. They're businessmen. Poker is a hobby for them, yet here they are in first and second place fighting it out for this title.
One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. But let's not forget about the pros. We still have three young guns. They've shown they can play with anyone. And then we have Eric Cajolet. He came into this final table as the chip leader, and he's now in third. But he still has plenty of chips. Bottom line, we still have 6 players left, and anything can happen. It's very exciting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from San Jose for more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinelle Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Northern California, the superstars may have been bagged and tagged, but the nearly $1 million first place prize still has a bullseye on its back. The Bay 101 Shooting Star crowns its champions tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star in San Jose, California. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who are selected as a bounty. In each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. But this season, that streak was put to rest as a talented field of amateur players and poker professionals eliminated every single one of the big-name bounties.
We still have 6 players left, 4 pros and 2 local amateurs. The champion will take home close to $1 million.
Mike, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinella, what amazes me the most is we've got 4 pros at this table and 2 amateurs, yet the 2 amateurs are sitting in first and second chip position right now.
So true, Mike. And you know, the big story tonight is the non-professional. He's a jeweler, Moon Kim. I mean, this guy is playing so well. Now, early on, he had a tough beat. He had 3 kings with a queen kicker up against an ace kicker. He got so frustrated, you could see that he was in pain, but he went past that pain threshold because in the very next hand, he bluffed and it won. And so he's like out of control. He's stealing pots now. I mean, who would have thought the jeweler would have been the thief at the table? No one.
Well, it sounds like Vince has a new favorite tonight, Mr. Moon Kim. The amateurs are definitely shining. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, Moon Kim is our chip leader, but the other amateur, his poker buddy, Ubad Habib, is not far behind. And in third place is Eric Cajolet, who came to the final table as our chip leader, but still has plenty of chips.
All right, here we go. Joe Alpaya with an ace-5. Joe's 23 years old from Forest Park, Illinois.
Auditioning for Dancing with the Stars as he has an open shirt, as you can see.
He is raised with that. Makes it 65,000 to go. Joe Siroc.
Joe, a 24-year-old poker pro, lays his hand down. Moon Kim, the amateur local jeweler, plays here in the cash games all the time. Our chip leader folds. And this his buddy, another amateur, a real estate dealer here, who bought a Habib. Well, he looks down at a Jack-8 of hearts. Now, Habib, perhaps the tightest player at the table.
Ubad Habib, bada bing, bada boom.
Wow. Well, so much for that theory, as he 3-bets it right here with the Jack-8.
Behind him, the Canadian Eric Cajolet. We've seen him before on the World Poker Tour. He's got a big hand, ace-king.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised by the tightest player at the table. So that diminishes the strength of your ace-king a little bit, doesn't it? See what he's going to do here. And we've seen this guy's a very aggressive player. Came to the final table as the chip leader. And incredibly, even though he came to the final table as chip leader, the only player at the table that didn't collect a bounty somewhere along the way here.
He's going to re-raise it, Mike. Goes to 450. Andrew Badaker out. And Alpaya not going to play.
I don't think there's any chance Habib can play either here. He only has a Jack-8 of hearts. And he's saying to himself, why did I make a move? Why did I do that here?
Bingo, bango, bongo. He goes away.
Yep, he is out, and Cajolet going to take down that pot.
Eric Cajolet. Nice play, playing aggressive, takes down this pot. And right there, you see the Royal Flush Girls. Sitting at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. A new addition on the World Poker Tour Season 10. And now the blinds are going up to 20 and 40, just like that. Action first on Joe Siroc. He's a skateboarder. He's a free spirit.
You gotta love the guy. He's also calm, cool, and collected. Never seen the guy lose his temper, lose his cool at the table. I like him.
Yep, he folds the hand, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim, our chip leader, out.
Habib looks down at ace-king. Well, he just made a move with Jack-8 in the previous hand. That didn't work, so let's go back to these premium hands. Gonna raise it here, makes it 100,000 to go.
Cajolet out. Now Andrew Bedeker, former curtain salesman. Pretty tight, goes away. And around to Alpaya, who's put on a little hoodie there.
Well, Alpaya has the Jack-10 of diamonds here. Only has about 850,000 in chips, and he's shipping them all right here against the guy perceived to be the tightest player at the table. Not sure I like the timing of this move. Not against this player.
Almost unfoldable at this point. Habib's got some chips, got him well covered, and he's going to make the right call.
Well, we've seen Alpaya make all the wrong moves at this final table. No doubt about it. Earlier, he laid down ace-king when it was an ace and nothing else flop. On the river, got bluffed out of that pot. Here he makes a move, perhaps at the wrong time. He's up against the best hand. Habib has ace-king.
He's in a lot of trouble right now. The 23-year-old from Illinois.
He can't even watch. Knows he has to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can. Oh, a 10 right on the flop.
He did get lucky.
Well, Habib wincing as the 10 pops off on the flop. He knows he's now got to catch something to win this pot.
Oh, man. Shocking first 3 cards. Habib sickened by that. And here's the turn card, 6 of diamonds.
Well, that gives Alpaya a flush draw, meaning the ace of diamonds won't win it for Habib either. Must catch an ace or a king that's not a diamond.
Real estate guy, the local. Habib needs an ace or a king that's not a diamond. Can he spike this and knock our first guy out? No.
It's a 6, so Alpaya is going to double up there. So, Vince, what we criticize as a poor time move worked out well for him. He's over high-fiving the crowd.
Donkey play and get lucky every time.
And Habib is just muttering, donkey play.
Well, I agree. I think it was a poor play, poor timing in my mind to go against a tight player like that and move all in with Jack high when you figure to get called.
Well, Habib ran him down, but couldn't make things happen with the cards, and we're back to the action. Right, the antes are staying at 5,000, but the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action on Andrew Badaker, and he's going to quickly fold his hand.
Over to Alpaya. Well, he's got ace-queen. A nice hand here.
He has new life here. He has just doubled up. He's going to raise to 105. And now Joe Sirach looks at a pair of sixes. Doesn't have that many chips left.
Well, Sirach's sitting in 5th chip position right now, but he's only got about 850,000 and cost him 105,000 to make the call.
Whoa.
He's not calling, he is raising. Even though he didn't put all his chips in, essentially, it's an all-in bet for him here because he's not going anywhere even if he gets re-raised.
Yep.
With the few chips he's got left.
Kim, the jeweler, getting out of the way. Habib out.
Casually out as well. So back to the original raiser, and he's just going to set him all in right here. So the two young guns going at it here. It's the classic race situation, the two overcards versus the under pair. And Joe Sirach must win this pot to stay alive, or it's back on the skateboard for him.
Sirach with a big smile, looking confident as he gets a little hug by Bedeker.
It's a race situation, ace-queen versus 2 sixes. This is the battle of the young pros, the two Joes going at it. The loser probably going to go see Joe the bartender.
Oh, okay, Mike, here we go.
And 8-6-5. Sirach has flopped 3 sixes to take the lead.
What a flop for Joe Sirach. 3 sixes just like that.
Well, he is a happy camper right now. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot. So he is thrilled at the moment as he's well out in front.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, that's a 9, and that's going to do it. Sirach going to double up here. We still have 6 players left.
Yeah, 7 of hearts. Irrelevant on the river.
Well, there you go. No wipeout for the skateboarder there, Vince.
6 players still remain at the Bay 101.
Joe Alpaya takes a huge hit as Joe Sirach doubles up. Stick around for lots more action, including Tony Dunn's and his unfiltered analysis in the Raw Deal. We'll see how WPT's ones to watch performed. Plus, the Tech Titans take on the Poker Pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. So stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst is ready to spew his thoughts on tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recently, Mike Sexton and poker pro Matt Glantz wrote blogs regarding the conduct and professionalism of the young generation of poker players. More accurately, they wrote blogs regarding the lack of professionalism they feel many of the younger generation display. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. On most matters they address, I agree with these two paragons of the industry. But in some ways, it's a catch-22 to talk about professionalism in poker. Many of us got into this line of work specifically because we wanted to avoid the real world with its dress codes, deadlines, bureaucracy, and expectation of sobriety during working hours. Please! But Glantz and Sexton are right, and I want to address directly my generation of pros through whatever mobile device they're downloading this on. If our generation doesn't set a standard in terms of ethics, conduct, and presentation, then we'll be passed over for mainstream sponsorship and written off as shady degenerates, the same way we now think about too many of the players we grew up watching. And it's just not that hard to step it up a notch. For example, I would never suggest a dress code for everyday poker, but I think having a mild dress code for televised final tables is a very good way to immediately improve the game's image. I mean, just look at this final table and think about what kind of conclusions a potential sponsor would draw. We've got 3 dudes in t-shirts, 1 in a button-up having a wardrobe malfunction, a NASCAR driver, and a guy that's apparently been hibernating since Christmas. It's not like I'm expecting a runway show when I view a final table. I'm thinking something simple here, like a collared shirt and pants that go all the way down to your ankles. I know somewhere out there Will Viola is losing it over the idea of depriving the world of his glorious gams, but I just don't think it's that much to ask. I get that poker is a cutthroat game that teaches you to look out for your own interest, but remember, we also have a collective interest in seeing our industry healthy. And as the guys that have been in this industry for more than a decade can tell you, we're lucky to have a variety of mediums broadcasting our game all over the world and building an economy that attracts players and money for us. So if we ask you to put on a shirt with a collar for one day of the year so we can make this all look good, try not to freak out.
Well, obviously, I totally agree with Tony Dunst there. I do think if you're a professional poker player, you need to be a professional, meaning not only to dress well at these final tables, but also to show up on time for interviews and to do whatever you can to help the industry.
Well, right now we have 6 players remaining at the table. Action going to Joe Alpaya. He's on a relatively short stack. He's got Queen Jack.
And looks around at everybody and then ships it all in here, right under the gun with Queen Jack, meaning you got to dodge everybody at the table. If anybody calls you, you've got the worst hand for sure.
Ciroc out, and now the jeweler Moon Kim won't play.
Habib out as well. Casually out around to the big blind.
Only one to beat now is Badiker, who picks up the Cowboys, pair of kings.
Well, Alpaya in dire straits right now. There it goes, all in. He turns up the 2 kings. Now, Alpaya will not go broke here because he's got maybe 30,000 or so more than Badiker, but right now he's got to feel like he's hanging on by dental floss.
Yep. Queen Jack, though, you never know what's going to happen.
You got him covered by that much?
Yeah.
Let's go to the flop.
So you remember what my drill sergeant told you?
Yeah,
you can only slide so far in barbed wire. This could be the end for Alpaya right here.
Here we go.
You got to have awful strong gloves to get by this barbed wire.
You never had a drill sergeant. Figment of your imagination, perhaps.
Drill Sergeant McMorris, never forget him.
All right, here's the flop.
All right, ace 5-3. Obviously, a horrible flop there for Alpaya. He's got to catch 2 runners now to win. 2 running combinations of a queen or a jack. King or 10 would give him a straight. 2 running spades would win it for him, but he's up against it right now. 6 of clubs on the turn. That's going to do it. Alpaya drawing dead. Badiker doubling up there.
Yeah, big hand for Badiker as an ace. Doesn't matter. On the river. Big hand, 2 short stacks going at it, and right now, a lot of trouble for Alpaya. Circling the drain.
Well, Badiker says to himself, finally, I picked up a hand, and I get a break here at this final table.
I got started playing poker pretty much the same way everyone else my age has. Started playing in high school with friends. I would win a lot, so I guess I thought I was pretty good. And then I started playing on the internet and got my butt kicked. And wasn't quite as good as I thought, but I was passionate and kept working. To get good at this game, I would say you just need to always be trying to improve. Don't ever stop learning and just work at it and you'll get there.
Good advice by Badiker there. Always keep working on your game. You need to continue to get better in poker if you want to do well out here on the tour.
All right, 6 players remain. Here we go, Joe Ciroc quickly folding his hand. The jeweler, Moon Kim, the local, not going to play.
Folded around to Habib.
Yeah, Habib this time with a queen 10.
And he is called, just hopes other guys call, so they can try to send Alpaya out of here.
Casually out. Andrew Badiker with a king jack.
All in.
Whoa, wow.
He's going all in here. Pretty unusual play here to try to shut out the third party here, especially with this kind of hand.
Now, Habib folds and just shakes his head saying, what are you doing, my friend?
He said, why don't we both just call this guy? Or we have 2 chances to knock him out instead of 1, but Badiker just wants to try to knock him out himself. And Alpaya is the best hand with ace-6.
Badiker with his family in the audience tonight, playing aggressively with just a king jack. Joe's actually out in front. He could double up and still not do too much damage. And here's the flop.
Oh, it's jack 9-8. Alpaya's been outdrawn on the flop. And Habib saying to himself, I can't believe this guy moved all in on a flop to straight.
Well, Alpaya not happy with that flop.
Wow,
He is seconds away from being eliminated. 3 of clubs on the turn, not helping Alpaya.
Well, we are down to the river. Joe Alpaya must catch an ace on the river, or he'll be our 6th place finisher. Every move he has made tonight, seemingly at the wrong time.
Can he spike the ace? Here we come. Nope, not to be. A 9 on the river.
So Andrew Badaker is going to eliminate Joe Alpaya from this tournament, the 23-year-old, out tonight in 6th place.
Yep. But he'll take home $128,000. Right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Or not.
He's not talking to Matt Savage.
No.
He's going out of here. And, you know, Alpaya didn't show up for his pregame interview, and now he blows off his exit interview.
Yeah.
These guys got to understand that television promotes poker and the players who are lucky enough to get to these final tables.
It was a roller coaster ride for Joe Alpaya. Too tilted to speak to our very own Matt Savage, he storms out of the room $128,000 richer. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Stick around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Bay 101 for the Shooting Star event. And that, of course, is the tournament where there are bounties. And bounties are big-name players that are sitting at the table. And if a player knocks out the bounty, he gets $5,000 in cold, hard cash.
Well, Benny, there's nothing better than winning some big green early on in a poker tournament. That's exactly what Club WPT member John Davies did in this tournament. He actually knocked out a former WPT champion, Joe Tiant. And in doing that, he received $5,000 in cash. Just fantastic.
It is, and it's all because he was a club VIP member at clubwpt.com. He got to play in his satellite, and then he won his way on into this great event. And the rest is history.
It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank Club WPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my, my poker player friends, oh, what website were you playing? Which was? And I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and playing a game that I love. And it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a Club WPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the fellas.
Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did in this tournament. He got down to the top 48 and won a bounty.
That is right, but now we have 5 players remain, and Moon Kim, the jeweler, is out in front. To the table we go. Yavad Habib, real estate guy, looks down at a 4-3 of diamonds. Mux.
Over to Eric Cajolet, pro out of Montreal, Canada. He folds as well.
Now the 24-year-old out of Connecticut, Andrew, not playing. Joe Sirach now up at bat, and he's got ace-king of clubs. Big slick.
Yeah, but it's the battle of the blinds here. And what a hand Sirach has picked up in the small blind. Going to raise it up to $125,000.
Only one to beat is Moon Kim, who squeezes an 8-7.
Well, we've seen Moon defend his big blind many times here so far today, and he's doing it again here. Makes the call with the 7-8. And the flop comes 10-6-4. Sirach out in front with the ace-king, but as you can see, the Moon man with a two-way straight draw. Sirach checks the ace-king, just didn't like that flop at all. And here comes the Moon. Mr. Moon man betting $200,000. I like this bet by Moon here. Just going to put his opponent on the 2 overcards. Try to sneak by here. He plays the hand fine. He's got cards he can hit to win the pot, but Sirach going out and Moon taking down the pot.
Yep. Moon Kim, the jeweler, shining again as his crowd, all his friends and family. He's a local. Love this moment.
Moon got in this tournament by winning a satellite, as did Habib, as did Boddicker. 3 out of our 5 remaining players all got in this tournament by winning a salary. What a parlay they're going to make.
Great.
And he has ace-jack, makes it $125,000 to go.
Habib has 10-7 of hearts.
He's folded. Casually out. Boddicker, no muss for him as well. Joe Sirach now.
Yeah, Joe has king 10. Big blind.
And he will call.
He's going to look him up, as we say. We're going to have a flop here. Yeah, flop comes queen 5-4.
No help to either player. Joe Sirach checking. Nothing hitting for Moon. Will he pretend like he has something? Yeah, he's going to bet 75,000.
Kind of a sort of a hesitant continuation bet there. You wonder if Sirach picked up on it. Meaning that even though he didn't flop anything. Could he possibly be thinking about making a move here? Yes, he is. Great play here by Joe Sirach. He just knows if his opponent's got something like 2 8s, 2 9s, ace jack, ace king. Very tough for him to keep going if he can't beat 2 queens. He lays it down, but chalk that hand up to good play by Joe Sirach.
Joe is the most relaxed person I've ever met. Yeah, he's chill.
I like playing poker because I get to travel, I make money, and it's all I know how to do. I don't know if I could handle a regular job. My parents are okay with it. At first, when I dropped out of college after 3 months, they were only unhappy for like a week. They're kind of like me, a little indifferent.
Mike, usually when I hear a guy say he's the most relaxed person in the world, I know that they're a ticking time bomb.
Well, Joe Sirach's always calm, cool, and collected. I really like the kid.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including a brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. Plus, the Tech Titans take on the Poker Pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament.
Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to San Jose and the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Well, Mike, we've been having a great time here all week, but it wasn't just the main event we got to play.
There was a great event that was benefiting the WPT Foundation earlier this week here at the Bay 101. It was a tournament for the Silicon Valley Executive Network Group, tech execs versus top poker pros. Everybody had a great time.
Welcome to the Silicon Valley Executive Network World Poker Tour charity event.
The beneficiary of the charity is the WPT Foundation. So all of us at the World Poker Tour are thrilled about that. We're thrilled these executives will come out to play, as well as the top pro players. Everybody having a great time.
Silicon Valley executives against the top pros in the world. I mean, when do you get to do that? That's like all-time fun.
Oh, last year, this place was crazy.
I played with Dwight last year, and he is a blast to play poker with.
This is Vanessa's first time being here, so we're looking to have a lot of fun and make some money for charity.
She says.
I got the call from Phil Hellmuth, the guy you can't say no to. Come out here tonight, play poker for charities. It's mental warfare more than physical, the game I'm used to, so it's a lot of fun,
Well, just as Chung makes a straight with the 6 on the river, he's I got 1,400 out of my pocket. I want to know who's topping 1,400 right now. Oh!
I'm trying to hang on with the execs here. They're tough. Some of them need more cowboy hats. You got to watch out for them.
I'm not that good, which is why I have a day job, but I think everybody's drawn to poker. It's a game where you have a combination of being able to do the math and then the psychology of what's going on at the table, and then you throw in a good amount of luck, and it just makes it a lot of fun.
We are the leaders of technology and the leaders of the poker tour, and there's a competitive element here. These are people that are leaders in their field, and they want to compete each other and see who's really the king of the poker table.
As much as everyone says it won't be serious, and they're not serious when it gets down to the final table, everybody will stop talking just a little bit, and you know they're trying a little harder.
Can't have this kind of fun in a regular event. So this is more than fun. This is like a memory.
Congratulations to Rich Arnold, our champion.
Tech Titans win!
Well, as you can see, everybody had a great time at that charity event. A lot of fun, raising money for a good cause, the WPT Foundation. Go to WPTFoundation.org to find out more information as to how you can help us and the poker community play for a better world.
And right now we have 5 players remaining at the Bay 101. Moon Kim, the local, is our chip leader with 3.3 million. He's a jeweler, and he's playing tough here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Ibad Habib, real estate guy, lives up here. He's got a Jack 8 of hearts.
Well, this is a handy 3-bet earlier tonight and got in trouble with it, but he must like it because he's raising again with it.
Yep, makes it 125 to go. Casuale out. Andrew Bedecker, he's got an ace-10. 24-year-old from Connecticut, has his family here. This is a big moment for this guy. Got in this tournament through a satellite, $225 rebuy satellite, making the call. Joe Sirach out now. Moon Kim. Moon Kim has picked up a pair of 7s.
Yeah, he's got the 2 walking sticks here.
What you guys got?
So you got a caller.
No,
you got a
1.6.
mid pair. Might be time to squeeze, Mike.
Well, squeeze means one guy raises, another guy calls. You're the next guy to come into the pot. You might just want to raise here. And that's what Moon Kim is doing.
Yep, makes it 375 to go because you know the caller, it can't be that strong, otherwise he would have raised. So it's a good opportunity to squeeze him out.
Well, that's really a terrific time for Moon Kim to make this play. There you see Habib going out, Boddicker out.
Yep.
So nice play by the jeweler right there to take down that pot.
Yep, he is shining the jewels here tonight. The local Moon Kim making it happen, extends his chip lead.
Plays right here at the Bay 101 all the time. Couple locals at this table. Here's the other one, Habib.
Yep, 36 years old. And these two guys know each other from this casino. He folds his hand. Casuale, the Canadian, with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, won't play that.
Now over to Boddicker. The ace-10 didn't work out for him the last hand. This time he's got the ace-king of clubs.
Oh boy, that'll put a rise in your curtain there. Ace-king of clubs. And he's gonna raise it, 130 to go.
Sirach with the Jack 5 of hearts.
Free-spirited player. They call him Flows. He goes away. Now the jeweler, the only one still remaining, looks down at a pair of 4s.
He's got the 2 4s. He's got opponent well covered here, Vince. Could he put a lot of pressure on this guy with the 2 4s? Will he try to? I don't think it's going to work because his opponent's got a hand that you're never laying down.
No, you're not. But he doesn't know that.
No, he can just make a standard raise with any 2 cards on the button, but happens to have a premium hand here. See what Moon's going to do. He's going to go all in and a snap call by Boddicker with the ace-king of clubs. So it's 2 4s versus the ace-king. Boddicker's tournament life on the line.
Yes, it is. Moon Kim, the jeweler, trying to make it curtains for Andrew Boddicker.
Well, to win tournaments, you got to win races. This hand right here could well determine our champion tonight.
Here we go with the flop.
Everybody on their feet.
Oh, an ace like that.
An ace right on the flop.
Wow.
It's ace 5 deuce. Moon has flopped a straight draw. A 3 would give him a straight. He needs a 3 or a 4 to take the lead.
But Boddicker with aces there. Actually, if he wins this and doubles up, he'll become our new chip leader. Here we go with the turn.
It's a 3. Unbelievable. Moon Kim has made a 5-high straight. Boddicker can only catch a 4 and split the pot. He cannot win the pot. A brutal bad beat right there for Andrew Boddicker. He is stunned, Vince. Cannot believe it.
Oh, boy. Unreal.
Everybody on their feet. Most rooting for the local guy. It's an 8. Well, there you go. The 24-year-old poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut. Tough luck on the turn there as they get outdrawn to lose that pot and be eliminated tonight in 5th place.
Man, shocking turnaround. He'll take home $192,000, but he is out. We're down to 4 players, and right now, Andrew over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andrew, 192,000 tonight. Not what you wanted. Give us your thoughts.
Started off the final table pretty card dead. Bled down a little ways, but caught some cards and got back up. Thought I had a good chance, and definitely did if I won that pot, but lost the coin flip, and that's what happens sometimes.
Well, this is your first final table on the World Poker Tour. I'm sure we're going to see you back for more. Great player. Andrew Badeker, back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Andrew Badeker made a good push with ace-king, but unfortunately lost the flip and is out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table here in San Jose continues with 4 players right after this.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Although he did not cash, Will the Thrill Fiala survived another week atop the WPT Player of the Year standings. Be sure to check back with us each week as the upcoming Florida events are sure to reshuffle the leaderboard. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Moon Kim well out in front with 5.2 million, twice as many as the guy in second place, Eric Cajolet. It's come down to 2 amateurs and 2 pros here. The 2 amateurs, local players that play here at the Bay 101 all the time. Can they get by the pros? We'll see.
To the felt we go. Yabata Beeb, the real estate guy. He is a local. He's got Jack 10. He's played pretty solid this evening so far. And he's going to raise with his hand. Makes it 150 to go. Right behind him, Cajolet from Montreal with a pair of 4s.
Well, we saw the 2 4s work out well just a moment ago for Moon Kim. That's how he's got all those chips. Let's see how Eric's going to play his 2 4s. You know, just going to call, wants to see a flop. Don't blame him for that.
Now Joe Sirac. He looks at an ace of clubs and a 3 of clubs. Now, this could be an opportunity for squeeze, but no, elects to fold.
Well, ace in the baby card is not the kind of hand you want to come into a pot with against a razor and a caller. Sirac goes out. Moon Kim squeezing out the Jack 8 of spade. His chip count. I see a flop with this hand. But he opts to fold. Just very content to sit on his chip lead. Doesn't want to get involved right now. Hopes these 2 guys clash in a big pot. Flop ace king 8. No help to either player.
No, it is not. But a nice quick bet by Habib, 200,000. And Cajolet, who we've seen before on the World Poker Tour at the final table, mucks his hand.
So a nice continuation bet there by the amateur. Yes, I got to tell you, the 2 amateurs hold their own very well here at this final table against these pros.
David Duxan's 2nd place finish at the LAPC puts him way on top of the ones to watch leaderboard. This week on our ones to watch segment, we followed a player who never holds back, Dan O'Brien, who gives his thoughts on who should or shouldn't be a bounty.
I love to grind, I'm sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch. Day 1, San Jose World Poker Tour, Shooting Stars.
I'm Lee, as always.
This is where all the stars are. I'm just starstruck.
This is such a fun event. There's bounties, but I'm a bounty.
Yeah, it's nonsense. I'm not a bounty. Actually, that's not true. I don't deserve it. Actually, you know what? There are a few people that I deserve to be a bounty over. Men win. Who cares about men winning anymore? Are we serious? Like, people still think this guy's any good? He's not. He's terrible.
I'll play that.
Who else is there?
I'd like to bust Todd Brunson, frankly.
Todd Brunson's our shooting star. For the first entire level, he just ordered food. The entertainment value out of my shooting star is just not there.
I don't think they should put the winner from last year as a bounty. Again, nothing against Alan Sternberg personally. Who really cares? No one's happy that you won. And McLean the year before that, I came in 3rd that year.
Dan O'Brien is sick right now.
And McLean won and he's a bounty the next year? I don't want him to be a bounty. I don't care about that. I wish I won.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth, and this would be the best tournament to do it.
Too late, he's gone.
Yeah, all good ones.
Kathy Liebert was the bubble girl and a bounty, but I love Kathy, so she deserves it.
I would want the burden of being a shooting star because $5,000 is a lot of money.
There's really no one else that I can think of off the top of my head that I'm prepared to just openly talk about. Let me tell you this, I'm calling this because you have a 5K bounty and because you're not that good.
Don't blame the guy.
So maybe I'll just put in a call next year and say, hey, what do I have to do?
Do you know how many people call me every year wanting to be a shooting star?
I gotta at least flip Savage a 20. Maybe even give him a pat on the ass.
If Doyle was your daddy, Dan, you'd be a shooting star too.
Next year, for sure, everyone's gonna think, you know what, that Dan O'Brien, he's a bounty and he deserves it.
My chance of my hand, 0%. Mike, there's more bitterness out there than the coffee at 7-Eleven, it seems.
Well, I know everybody wants to be a bounty. I know all the young players think they play better than the old players. But to say the defending champion shouldn't be a bounty, right there, he loses his credibility.
All right, four-handed poker continues. A quick fold by Habib, the real estate guy. And now the Canadian, Eric Cajolet now. Came in as a chip leader. This time he has king-9, and he's going to raise.
Yeah, he started out very aggressive at this final table. Then he sort of changed gears, went back into neutral. Now he's stepping it up again.
Ciroc out, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim. He's in the big blind, and he looks down to a 6 and a 4. What are you going to do, Moon? Well, he's the chip leader. He can speculate. He says, I'll pay that off.
Well, he's going after the Canadian.
Gus Hansen used to do quite well with those kind of hands. Here we go with the flop.
Now, flop 10-7-5, all diamonds. Moon Kim has a flush draw and an open-end straight draw, but his flush draw is no good. As you can see, Eric Cajolet has the king of diamonds, and he's going to make a continuation bet with that flush draw of 100,000.
100,000 Moon, though. With some possibilities right now. Ain't going nowhere. He makes his call.
He does make the call and gets a dream card on the turn. 8 of clubs comes off. Moon has made a straight. He is now out in front. And he is now going to lead out.
It appears he is a full moon right now. He is betting 150,000.
Well, the pot's got over $500,000 in it, so this is not a very big bet. Cajolet has the king of diamonds, so he has a flush draw. Certainly, he's going to be priced in to make this call, but doesn't help him as the 3 of hearts comes on the river. And now let's see what the Moon Man is going to do. He wants to figure out how much he can bet where this guy will pay him off.
How much you got there? 6, 9. 1.9.
Now, we know Cajolet doesn't have really anything. Did not hit. But Moon doesn't know that.
Cajolet had an open-end straight draw and a flush draw. Had a big drawing hand on the turn, but fanned on the river.
1 million.
Oh, boy.
Well, he's going to bet $1 million here.
Overbets the hand anyhow.
Well, the pot's only got 800,000 in it, but the Moon, not sure if he'd have bet any amount that Cajolet could have played the pot, but still, Moon Man catching some cards there, makes a straight on the turn. And Vince, I'll tell you, I don't care if you're an amateur or a pro. If you're playing good and catching good, you're going to be tough to beat. And that's the category the Moon Man's in right now.
Yeah, the Moon extends his chip lead to the delight of his posse here, sitting on the rails. Back to the next hand, Joe Ciroc, the 24-year-old. They call him Flows because he just flows through life, I guess.
Well, I think they should call him Lakes instead of Flows because he's so calm all the time.
He is calm.
In the meantime, he's got just the hand he's looking for right here. He's on the short stack at this table. He's picked up a premium hand. All he's thinking about is, does he raise a little or does he raise a lot? He chooses the little variety. 120,000, the minimum raise.
Into Moon Kim, who looks down at an awful hand. He mucks that. Bada beeb. Bada bing, bada boom. The real estate guy out.
Round to the pro from Montreal. Eric Cajolet looks down at ace deuce of spade.
By the way, he's a former bartender, Mike. And he looks like a former bartender, doesn't he?
He looks like Dana White of the UFC to me.
But, oh, wow. He is going all in, and a quick call by Joe Ciroc.
Well, perhaps the Montreal man overplayed the ace deuce. We shall see, but a great opportunity for Joe Ciroc to double up here. No doubt about it.
Yes, Flo's in a great position right now.
He'll get to move into third chip position if he wins this pot, and Cajolet will drop to fourth if he loses it.
Joe Ciroc, can he flow through this hand? He hasn't made many mistakes tonight. And Cajolet, who started out as our chip leader, now way behind in this hand. Here we go with the first 3 cards.
Now flop comes 9, 6, 3, all clubs. So Flo's is going to like that because he's got the ace of clubs. As you can see, he is all smiles right now. He knows his opponent is going to have to catch an offsuit deuce, meaning a deuce that's not the deuce of clubs, to win this pot.
Look at this. Flo's looks very cocky. He is prancing around. Cajolet looks absolutely disgusted as we go to the turn.
Now 9 of spade comes off. Now this is a good card for Cajolet because he can split the pot now if a 6 or a 3 comes off.
Presto changeo there, Flo's.
So Flo's can only lose the pot if a deuce comes up that's not the deuce of clubs. He'll split the pot if it's a 6 or a 3.
All right, last card coming up. Big chance for Flo's. Will his hand hold up?
Yep, the king of diamonds comes on the river, and more chips flow over to Flo's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Sirach, poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
Well, Vince, you got to admire the way the skateboarder is played here. He sort of just leaned and weaved and bobbed around his way this final table, but he's still on the board. He's doubled up. We've still got 4 players left, 2 amateurs, 2 pros, fighting it out for the nearly $1 million first place prize.
It's exciting, Mike. What player we are seeing tonight? We're seeing a lot of bluffs, a lot of suckouts. We're seeing it all. But Moon Kim, he's the jeweler. He is the upset special here tonight. Will he do it? I don't know.
Well, he's well out in front right now. Let's see if he can cross the finish line with the cash and the trophy.
Thank you, gentlemen, and that hand brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here in San Jose, California. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In San Jose, the bounties have been collected, but the really big money is still on the line. The conclusion of the Bay 101 Shooting Star starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle. Welcome back to San Jose and WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. I'm Marianella Pereira, and with me tonight, as always, our Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, guys, this event started with a twist, as for the first time in 9 seasons, no big-name bounty made the final table. But that hasn't really affected the quality of play, has it?
Well, you're right about that, Marianella. No shooting star made this final table, but it's been a very good final table. We've seen about everything. Some good poker, a little bad poker, some big bluffs, some suckouts. But what's amazed me the most is we came to this final table with 4 pros and 2 amateurs. We're now down to 2 pros and 2 amateurs, but the 2 amateurs are our chip leaders.
That is so true. And look at the table. The 2 guys in red are stealing the show. And they're 2 local players that play in this very casino, that play against each other all the time. One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. They beat the biggest names in the business. You know, if they could pull this off, we got a big upset in the making.
Well, if one of these amateurs is going to take this title, he's going to have to get by 2 very tough pros. Joe Sirach, the skateboarder, was on the ropes, but doubled up to get right back in this thing. And Eric Cajolet from Montreal came to this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the short stack, but he's still got chips, and he's a very dangerous player.
Okay, 4-handed poker. Here we go. And these are 10,000 blinds at 30 and 60. Bob Habib, a real estate guy. First to play, he's got ace-4.
Yeah, looks down at the ace-4 here.
150.
I think he's going to raise it up. Makes it 150,000 to go.
Into the Canadian, Eric Cajolet. He's got the button. He's got king 10. He came in to the final table as the chip leader. But right now, he's going to fold his hand.
Over to Joe Sirach. He's a 24-year-old poker pro. Skateboarder. Never, ever seen him get upset, rattled, shaken. He is calm, cool, and collected.
Damn, serial killer underneath. But he is just going to make the call with the ace-10. Now we're on the jeweler. The man that holds all the gold so far this evening.
Yeah, Moon Kim, the big chip leader right now. Way more than twice as many chips as anybody else at the table.
So he folds the hand. Here we go. Ace 10 versus Ace 4.
Now flop comes Queen 8 deuce. No help to either player.
And Sirach is going to check it.
And notice how his opponent flicked in 200,000 there.
Yes, he did.
Sirach must have noticed it too, because he's getting out raising chips. Vince, he is going to check raise here with the Ace 10.
The old check raise. He's saying, I was so strong, I was trapping you, but we know better.
Yeah. Habib made the continuation bet, trying to win the pot, but that check raised here. But he's not going out. He is 4-betting this hand. He is raising him back. A stunning move by an amateur player, let me tell you.
Good read on Sirach. A re-raise with just Ace 4, and it's going to work.
Well, it sure is. And now he's going to show him the Ace 4.
You gotta love that. Showing the young pro, I've got some game here.
That's how we do it.
That was some game there, Vince. You just don't expect that kind of play from an amateur. The 4-bet with no hand and no draw.
I got into a satellite. It was a midnight satellite. I tried a satellite earlier, but I couldn't get through, and this was the last satellite.
Come on, baby. One time. Ace 10 is not let me down today.
And I got in. It's quite an achievement, and I still can't believe it. I made it that far. You don't have to be a professional to make a mark in any area if you are good with what you're doing. You know the basics, and you have good reads, you can make good judgments, you can make it. And I actually feel pretty confident taking this whole thing down.
Well, he is pretty tough. He's 36 years old, hanging in there, and right now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000, Mike. Pretty expensive here at the Bay 101.
Whatever happens, he got a bounty when he knocked out a former world champion of poker, Jonathan Duhamel, out of this tournament. So he was happy to do that, but happier to be where he's at now, fighting for this title.
Okay, one fold, and now Sirach with an ace-jack has to be disappointed about the last hand to be outplayed, but this time he's going to raise, makes it 160 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, out.
All in.
Over to Beebe's going all in here with a queen deuce offsuit. Just can't believe he'd make this play after showing his opponent a bluff.
Gets up from the table, usually the sign of a pretty big hand.
Well, Sirach is going to call him.
We got live cards.
And look at Sirach, so proud of himself. What a great call. Didn't fall for it that time. Hung in there with ace-jack, and right now he's in a great position to knock out the local Habib.
Said you just bluffed me a minute ago, and now you're going to try to do it again? I don't think so.
So Habib now in a lot of trouble.
One on the flop, one on the river.
Anything can happen with 5 cards to come at Bay 101.
Well, Habib looking for some luck here. He's going to have some to stay alive. And an ace comes right on the flop.
Yeah, it's a very good flop for Joe Sirach, hitting aces just like that.
Habib does have the queen of spades. He's got to catch 2 runners to win this pot. He can catch 2 runners to make a straight, 2 runners to make a flush, or 2 runners in any combination of a queen and a deuce. But he's got to have 2 runners to win the pot.
Here is the turn card. Well, he gets one of them there, Mike, as a 4 of diamonds hits the board.
Could he possibly make a wheel like Moon Kim did earlier at this final table? Joe Sirach has
if
to
anybody
dodge
can do it, he can
three,
do
that
it.
is all.
Anybody can do it, you can do it.
All right, here we come, the Magic River cards coming up right now.
Oh, no! Unbelievable! Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Habib had 2 runners to make a wheel.
It's impossible!
Moon Kim had a wheel earlier
Impossible.
to knock out Andrew Badaker from his tournament. And now the other amateur at the table spikes a wheel on the river to double up and stay alive. Unbelievable how the 2 amateurs have had wheels to win monster pots at this final table.
It's just something about playing in your hometown, in your casino, And these guys in red are doing it tonight.
Well, the crowd's stunned here tonight at what we've seen at this final table in terms of suckouts.
Yeah.
We have really seen some tonight.
We've seen some shockers on the river.
Well, there's the new chip standing. Moon Kim still well out in front. But Habib has moved into second place with that electric draw out.
All right, back to the table we go. Moon Kim with a 10 deuce folds his hand quickly. Habib, the luckiest man in San Jose, looks down at a queen 9 offsuit.
Habib walking on water right now. Got a queen 9 here, so why slow down when you're on a roll? Makes it 170,000 to go. Casually going out.
Now,
Joe Sirach, who just took that brutal beat, now looks down and finds 2 aces.
Oh boy.
Unbelievable. Well, the question is, how do you play him? This guy's been bluffing, he's been betting, he's been gambling. Do you raise here? You just call and let him keep doing the betting? What do you do?
Oh, he is going to milk the Holstein. You gotta love it. He wants revenge, just calling with the weapons of mass destruction. Here comes the flop.
Could be a dangerous play, but not when it comes ace, jack, 8. Sirach has flopped 3 aces, the top set here, folks.
Gonna try to trap again. He checks. Now an inside straight draw for Habib, and he's gonna bet it 200,000.
Habib catches a 10, he would have the best hand.
Now Sirach is on a short stack now. Do you just come over the top and don't let this guy draw out, perhaps?
There's a possible straight and a possible flush out there, but I don't care what card comes up. You're never giving up the top set.
He keeps milking. Here comes the turn card.
And now a jack of diamonds comes off. Sirach with aces full cannot lose the hand, no matter what card comes on the river.
Both check.
And now the 6 of diamonds comes off. Habib has made a flush. He's got the queen of diamonds.
Perfect scenario for Joe Sirach. Now he looks back here.
He's acting like he's looking for the flush, Vince. Now we know he's got aces full.
So you hate that when a guy looks at his hand.
Well, this is a false
It's
toe
a
by
reversal.
Sirach.
Yes, they do those things.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love the check because he's going to get the action. Look at this. Habib biting right there. Best 300,000. And that gives you just goosebumps if you're Joe Sirach.
Well, it's all going to go in now.
Oh, yes.
I mean, Sirach doesn't even have 600,000 left, I don't think. And there it goes. He's shipping it all.
And a quick call by Habib.
Habib makes the call with the flush.
Now look at this. Habib thinks he won.
Well, that's an amateur mistake.
There's a pair of bold. I didn't see it.
Well, Sirach even smiles at it. He says, you beat this hand? Not unless you show me 4 jacks, son.
Habib thought he was the hero of San Jose.
An embarrassing moment for Habib right there. No doubt about it. What he thought was victory. Unfortunately for him, it's defeat. Sirach doubles up, but it seems only fitting after what happened to him just a moment ago.
Our third hour of coverage from San Jose, California is just getting started, and we have more to come, including Tony Dunst telling it like it is in the Raw Deal, and another installment of 5 questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem.
Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom!
It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, so stick around. Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst has seen it all and is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
In tournament poker, your mental state can be just as important as your poker knowledge. A brilliant player with minimal emotional control is a liability to himself if something goes wrong in a crucial hand. And in the heat of the moment, pretty much every hand feels crucial, especially the equity sweats at a WPT final table where every 3-outer comes with a 6-figure price tag. Then there are some players that are the very picture of calm. Take WPT champ Nam Lee, for instance. Here's Nam winning $1 million. And here's Nam losing $1 million. However, I don't know if I've ever met anyone who walks around as calm and nonchalant as Joe Sirach. Sometimes he just sits around doing and saying nothing for such a prolonged period of time that I get concerned and I check his pulse. He's his usual relaxed self at the final table tonight, and although he's obviously enjoying himself in the big moments and anxious in the uncertain ones, it's clear he never loses his center. And it's not like he isn't provided a little motivation to be unsettled. Four-handed, he opens the button with ace-jack, and Habib moves in from the big blind with a mere queen-deuce offsuit for about 18 blinds. Why Habib decided to move in for 18 blinds with queen-deuce in this spot, I'll never know. Either way, he leaps out of his seat after the move-in, which gives Joe a reason to pause and consider his opponent's behavior before making the call with the plaques he's holding. However, it's also possible that Joe considered this something of a slam dunk call, but wanted that slam dunk to be in slow motion. And when Joe suffers the fate of having his top pair runner-runner, he's clearly pretty disappointed, but also still clearly calm. It's a good thing too, because when he's in the big blind a moment later, he finds aces, and with his short stack, could easily justify moving in and assuming his opponent will perceive him on tilt and call with a wider range. However, Joe is still thinking everything about the hand through and realizes that Habib is unaware that Joe would never just call with such a short stack in the blind unless he has a huge hand. He uses this deceptive edge on all three streets, most prominently displayed when he cleverly checks a third time on the river when the fourth diamond comes off, causing Habib to become invested enough by betting at the pot and refusing to fold when he's shoved on in a situation where he'll never have the best hand. It's a very well-played hand in a situation where many would simply take the easy, often considered automatic route pre-flop. And as a reward, Joe now has over 2 million in chips. Now let me just go make sure he's alive to enjoy them.
Well, I got to tell you the truth, Vince. I love Joe Sirac. I like his calm demeanor at the table, and he's a darn good player as well.
And right now, Moon Kim, the local, the jeweler, out in front with 6.1 million. A lot of chips. As four-handed poker continues here at the Bay 101, Eric Cajolet, nothing happening for him lately. Goes away.
He's just biding his time, watching these other guys just duke it out seemingly every pot.
Joe Sirac with the button with a 5-deuce.
He just won the pot with 2 aces, so he's feeling good.
Makes it 160,000 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, looks down at a Jack-King of spades.
And he's got Kojak. See what he's going to do with it.
42-year-old got this tournament through a satellite, playing impeccably this evening. He's a local. He's the crowd favorite. And there you go. He's going to raise.
Playing well and running well. And here he is going to raise it. Let's see how much. 300,000 more.
Yes. And now it's on. Habib has got to be a little punchy after that last escapade. Folds his hand. Back on Joe.
Joe just tried to steal the blinds and antes, but didn't work. So Moon Kim takes down that pot to extend his chip lead.
Yes, he does. And there's his family and friends. This is a local out of this casino. This is the time of his life. He is doing it here tonight.
This tournament was fun because I was winning. I knocked out the bounty, now I'm lead. Come on. He had a pocket jack and I had a pocket queen. Flop was 10-10-6. The turn was 10, so he can go away. He's a good player, but if you don't get a hand, I mean, you can knock anybody too, you know? Doesn't matter if it's Phil Ivey or Cunningham. If I got better hand than them, then I will knock them out.
Well, that's saying it pretty clearly right there. But the question is, can you win as much as those guys when you don't have hands?
All right. Back to the game. Habib now with a queen, 9 of diamonds, is going to raise to 200,000. And now Eric Cajolet has gone all in with an ace-6.
Well, you can't blame him. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. He's only got about 600,000. He picked up an ace high, and he shipped it.
Sirac out, and now it's around to Moon Kim. And Moon looks at a ace-8.
Wow, he's got the best hand, but
It's pretty close.
one guy raised, the other guy moved all in.
He's been waiting so long.
He understands that it's an unwritten rule that if he makes this call here, it's probably going to get checked down. So him and the other guy in the pot, in this case Habib, could both knock out Eric Cajolet, in which case they'd move up substantially in money.
Hard call. And he's going to make this call.
Well, he does make the call. And now Habib makes the call as well.
Yep.
Better play, huh?
Now, Cajolet pointing out this hand's not over, guys. You know, he wants one of them to bet the other guy out of the pot, so he's only got to beat one guy instead of two.
Well, the flop comes up king, 7. Cajolet with kicker problems right now. And the other guys just check. Turn card 5 of diamonds. And both players check. Cajolet in big trouble.
He needs a 6 to win the pot. 7 would give him a split. Doesn't happen as a queen comes off on the river. He gets checked down all around, and that's going to do it for Eric Cajolet.
The second time ever on a World Poker Tour final table. Quite a player, but no luck tonight.
Good sport, Eric Cajolet from Montreal, Canada, came to this final table as our chip leader, but nothing ever seemed to go right for the guy tonight, Vince. Didn't hold any cards, just wasn't meant to be for Eric Cajolet tonight, out in 4th place.
That is true. A little disappointed right now, but he will take home $256,000. Eric Cajolet, our 4th place finisher. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Eric, $250,000, but you never really seem to get anything going tonight. What's your thoughts?
Just a bad day of poker. I didn't have any cards all day. Made a few mistakes at the beginning, and the rest is like just card dead, and I didn't have any chips to make moves, so I was waiting for him. Never came, and it's at 4th place. Terrible.
Yeah, I know it's a bad feeling for you, but I know we'll see you again at the final table. You're a great champion in your own right, and congratulations for your $250,000 score. We'll see you again. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Eric Cajolet entered this final table chip leader, but unfortunately things just didn't go his way tonight, and he is out in 4th place. We are that much closer to seeing whose name will be the next to be added to the WPT Champions Cup. Coming up, my questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem. He really cracked me up. No, literally, he cracked me up. WPT's coverage of the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. And over the years, many big names have played in this event.
Well, you're right, Mike. We have seen some great players, big names, at the final table at this event. But what you might not know is that you can actually relive some of those moments on the World Poker Tour if you belong to ClubWPT.com. That's right. If you're a VIP member, you get exclusive access to all our old shows, so you can watch WPT action anytime you want.
And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can receive other benefits, such as the Entertainment Savings Guide, and play online poker for real cash and prizes, up to over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. And it's all for only $19.95 a month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, we're down to 3-handed poker at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. The jeweler out in front. That is Moon Kim with $6.1 million.
Yeah, the other amateur, Habib in 2nd place with $3.5 million, and the young pro, Joe Sirach, in a distant 3rd place right now with just $1.2 million.
To the felt we go. The real estate guy, Habib, looks down at a king-jack, and he is going to raise, makes it $200,000 into Joe Sirach. And Joe, with Queen 5, is going to fold.
Now, Moon Kim looks down at a 10-7 offsuit. Now, this is so-called buddy events, but look at this play. Just going to re-raise him right here. Looks like about $650,000.
Well, Moon Kim's got a lot of chips. He's going to try to apply the pressure. Will it work? Real estate guy takes a sip of his iced tea.
That's based on the chip count. I just don't think you can get involved here.
Can I do a $250,000 bluff here?
Well, it's actually $455,000 in addition there, Habib.
Well, he's talking about $250,000. That's the difference in prize money between 3rd place and 2nd. In real money. So a lot on the line for these two local amateurs here, especially Habib, with this decision. and with so much difference between third place and second place money.
Wow, look at this.
I think he just laid his hand down, but instead he moves all in with it. Just unbelievable that he would make that kind of play with Ciroc, just not sitting on that many chips.
Ooh, runs away from the table. Moon Kim with just a 10-7. Has to be saying to himself, what is going on? And this is just a fluff and puff show right now. You know he's going to muck, and he does finally.
Well, Moon Kim thought he understood the situation, that his buddy Habib couldn't stand pressure now based on the amount of chips Ciroc has, because there's so much difference in prize money between third place and second place. But he figured it out right. What he didn't figure was that Habib had the moxie to move all in there.
Now the jeweler tried to pass the cubic zirconian to his buddy. Did not work.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Faella still out in front? He's going to be out in front even after this event's over, because the winner here is going to get 1,200 points.
Moon Kim taking a hit right there. He is shaking his head. Its action's on him, and he's going to look down at a pretty solid king, queen of clubs with the button.
Premium hand in a three-handed poker game. And he's going to raise it. Let's just see how much. Blinds are 40 and 80,000.
Well, it looks like 2:10 to go. Habib.
Well, he just pulled off that great all-in bet a second ago. Going to rest this time.
And now Joe Ciroc has a pair of nines.
Oh, Vince, he's only got about $1 million in chips. He's just going to ship it here if he plays this pot, I'm sure.
You would think so, and he does so.
Exactly what he does.
Can you take it up, please?
And Moon Kim saying, I want to figure it out. How much it's going to cost me?
That's about another 800,000. He can well afford to make this call, and I'll be shocked if he folds here.
Yep, the jeweler figuring it out. Would like to knock out this skateboarder right now. The very talented Joe Ciroc. They call him Flows. And he's going to give him that opportunity to do so. He's made the call. They flip the cards.
And it's come down to the race situation one more time. The two overcards versus the under pair. Ciroc with the 2 nines. Moon Kim with the king, queen of clubs.
And look at this. The two local guys celebrating together. They'd love to knock out Ciroc and go into a heads-up battle.
And Vince, not just them, the whole crowd here. They know that if these two guys come first and second, the games here at Bay 101 are going to be booming.
Oh, the flop, though, very good for Ciroc as a 8-6-3 flops up. Ciroc sitting pretty like the cat that swallowed the canary.
Moon must catch a king or a queen to win the pot now.
Here comes Sports King.
He did it. The king right on the turn. Incredible.
Oh, absolute shock for Ciroc.
Again, they have drawn out. I'm talking about the two amateurs. We are down to the river. Joe Ciroc must catch a 9 on the river.
2-outer, Mike. A 2-outer. Can Ciroc do it? Oh, boy. Ciroc does not hit his 9. It's a 7 of diamonds. And it is adios for Joe Ciroc.
Well, a couple of the pros at this final table. Boddicker and Ciroc both go out on races.
Joe Ciroc body bagged out of the Bay 101.
Ciroc played a great final table, Vince. Just couldn't win the race when he had to there in the end.
You can't beat these two locals. Come on. This is scary. They knocked out Joe. He'll pick up $320,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Oh, boy.
Joe, a few big hands there. Obviously, the queen deuce hand. Take me through the emotions of that one.
It was good at first, and then it was horrible.
A lot of ups and downs in this final table. All right, Joe, great player, and I'm sure we'll see you at another World Poker Tour final table. Congratulations. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Joe Ciroc, understandably upset, but the amateurs are dominating tonight. Out in third place, Joe Ciroc. We are now close to naming the Season 10 Bay 101 shooting star. That leaves Ubad Habib and Moon Kim to battle it out for the title, who will have their name added alongside the other winners on the WPT Champions Cup. Heads Up Action is next on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
And out comes the beautiful beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Tuba, Angelique, Ivy, and Jeannie.
Well, these two guys going to take home over $1.5 million between them. Two amateurs that got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Pretty amazing story, Vince.
It certainly is. They beat out all the bounties in this tournament, all the big-time pros. You were one of them. And they're going to fight it out between two locals. You can't beat it.
Heads-up action here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star is about to get underway between Ubad Habib and Moon Kim. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Obi, take us through a little bit of the emotion they're going through right now. A few hands ago, you were looking at a single card to catch, to make a straight, or be out of the tournament. Now you're playing for almost $1 million.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm speechless. I really don't know what to say. It's like a dream come true, and, you know, I'm going to give it my best shot to take it down.
Moon, at the start of the night, everybody was saying you're the amateur. You were the one going against all these young pros, and you've played great. How can you describe it?
I got lucky. I don't know. I can't describe right now.
Well, you haven't got lucky. I got to tell you, everybody's been watching. You've been playing great. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you.
Well, here we go. The heads-up battle about to begin. And Vince, we're seeing a little bit of WPT history here tonight. Never in 10 seasons have it's come down to two amateur players who play at a local casino fighting it out for a WPT title in that casino.
You're right. And tonight, they're both wearing red. a lot in common.
Well, it's just an amazing story. These guys are going to take home over $1.5 million between them.
And as you can see, Moon Kim is the chip leader with $6.2 million. 4.6 for Habib. And he's going up to 10,000, 50, and 100. Here we go.
Action on Moon. Going to raise the first pot up to $225,000 with the Queen 7 of diamonds.
Habib with a junky little 7 deuce offsuit. See if he gets tricky on us here. He's getting chips out. Oh boy.
He is going to 3-bet it and re-raise here with the worst two-card starting hand you can have and hold them.
Makes it a $500,000 to go, but the jeweler says not so fast.
Nope, he's going to look him up. So here we go. One guy with a Queen 7, the other with a 7 deuce. Flop comes Jack, H6, no help to either player. The continuation bet could well win this pot for Habib if he can pull the trigger, but if you're going to re-raise with 7 deuce before the flop, surely you're going to bet on the flop. And indeed, he's doing it. 500,000, and he takes down the pot and shows the 7 deuce to his buddy. I'm not sure how long you're going to remain friends.
Good job, man.
I mix it up.
Good bluff.
Keep you guessing. Next time I might have aces.
Yeah.
You know, I would never buy a house from this real estate guy. He's just too good. Just too tricky.
A little too shifty for you, huh?
He is tricky.
Oh,
He's
boy.
good.
Yeah.
He's not going to come out on top on that one.
This unique tournament started 4 days ago, and one of the superstars with a bounty on his head was a former WSOP main event winner and WPT champ with over $11 million in lifetime earnings. I had a chance to sit down with the Australian great Joe Hashim in this 5 questions.
You're one of the few players to be a WSOP main event champion and hold a WPT title, along other legendary players such as Doyle Brunson, Carlos Morrison, Scotty Nguyen. Do you think that WPT win legitimized you as an elite player?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Even though it was only 18 months since I'd won the World Series, it's not like I wasn't grateful for the success that I'd had or the, the fortune that I'd had. I was chasing that second victory. I was desperate to have another significant win.
He is our champion, $2.2 million richer.
Out of all the WPTs, I won the 5 diamond, which is one of the toughest fields. It was really good. Validation, definitely, 100%.
Take us back to the moment. Ace on the turn, queen on the river.
When I took the queens against the ace-queen.
2 queens still the best hand.
I can't.
Let's take a look at the turn card.
Oh, that ace comes right off on the turn. Oh, no. Joe Hashim is just sick about that card.
And I sat back down after I calmed myself down, and these words for the rest of my life I'll remember. Jack McClellan, the tournament director of Bellagio, says, Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom! It was spectacular.
What poker player do you look up to?
The guy that I actually look up to the most, I only ever met him once, and he passed away. Chip Reese. The reason I look up to him so much is I've